Chapter 1, The Battle of the Future. This novel was created for the same person and has nothing to do with Dragon Ball Genshi. Now I will report the news of Nanshi for you. Our country has sent out troops to surround Nanshi. I believe that the man-made people will be eliminated soon. At this time, there were reports about artificial humans coming from the TV. Trunks clenched his fists and shouted, "Idiot! Don't go! You can't win! You will all be killed by them!" Gohan on the side silently put on his Taoist uniform and said to Trunks, "Trunks is going to trouble you here. I'll go and return." "Wait! Gohan! I want to be together. I know what you want to say, but no." Trunks stopped Gohan before he finished speaking. Gohan sighed and said earnestly to Trunks, "Trunks! With your current strength, there is no way to fight against the androids. If you go now, you will only die in vain. You are the last hope. Even if you are dead, the earth is really finished." After speaking, Gohan rushed out and flew straight in the direction of the humanoid. Trunks didn't listen to Gohan's advice and rushed out, trying to follow Gohan directly. Suddenly someone grabbed Trunks' arm and stopped him. "No! Trunks, you can't go yet. I have lost Vegeta, and I can't lose you anymore." It was Bulma who stopped Trunks. Bulma hugged Trunks and said, "Trunks! I know you are very worried about Gohan, but your current strength will only cause trouble for Gohan. Although I don't know how to fight, I still watch. Find the difference in your strengths. Calm down, Trunks." After being dissuaded by Bulma, Trunks was very unwilling, but as Bulma said, his strength was far behind Gohan and the cyborg. Bulma said again, "Don't worry, Trunks. Gohan will be fine with him, because he is the son of Monkey King. He will definitely come back safely." Finished. Bulma looked at the sky and sighed helplessly. If Goku is still alive. Gohan had already arrived in Nanshi at this time, but he was obviously late, and the once prosperous city in front of him was now in ruins. Gohan saw the sight in front of him, clenched his fists, and roared, "Unforgivable! These two nasty robots!" At this time, people crying for help came from nearby, and Gohan hurried over when he heard the sound. Not far away, the 17th and the 18th are killing the army that wants to destroy them. Seeing a Qigong wave on the 17th, he directly blew up a tank, then jumped onto the tank, and inserted a hand into the tank to pull out the soldiers inside. Number 17 took out his pistol and pointed it at the soldier's head mockingly, "Didn't you just look pretty airy? Didn't you want to destroy us? Why are you so embarrassed now? You two do a lot of evil, and you will never end well," the soldier said with the last trace of strength. "Really? But you should be the one who didn't end well, right? After talking on the 17th, pull the trigger." Boom! After the gunshot, blood splattered, and the hapless soldier's head blossomed. Gohan was one step late, and he was furious as he watched the scene in front of him, and immediately became a Super Saiyan. Gohan, who became a Super Saiyan, rushed in front of number 17 with a very fast speed. Before number 17 could react, he put a punch on No 17's face and knocked him out. Immediately after the continuous firing of Qigong waves, Prince's warfare, against the 17th, it was a violent bombardment, and the dust was all over the sky. And Gohan stopped attacking after dozens of seconds. Here, number 17 and Gohan are fighting fiercely, but number 18 next to him is leisurely, and he randomly found a clean place to sit down, and said to number 17 who was fighting, "What's wrong with number 17? So embarrassed, do you need help?" At this time, the voice of number 17 came from the ruins, "Don't interfere, number 18. I don't want to share such an interesting toy with you." I saw number 17 slowly walked out of the ruins, calmly patted the dust on his body, and did not seem to have suffered any damage. Number 17 looked at Gohan and smiled slightly, "Really? Monkey King? It seems that you still don't have a long memory. I won't be merciful today." I've played enough. It's time to kill you. The voice just fell. On the 17th, a dodge appeared behind Gohan, his hands clasped together, and it hit Gohan's head with a blow. Gohan was hit hard, but reacted while being attacked. Gohan turned around and kicked No 17's face at this moment. Two people attack and hit each other at the same time. However, the power of number 17 was even better, and he directly knocked Gohan away. Gohan, who was knocked into the air, adjusted his posture quickly, bursting out powerful energy, offsetting the impact. Number 17 was secretly surprised. I didn't expect this guy to react at the moment I attacked. After fighting with him so many times, he has also become stronger. It seems that he must be more serious next. Number 17 shouted. Go straight to Gohan. He punched Gohan quickly and launched a fierce attack. Gohan is not to be outdone. They fought head-on with number 17, and the two launched a fierce offensive and defensive battle. At this time, Gohan pretended to relax and revealed his flaws, and when number 17 saw this, he didn't want to throw a punch in the face. Gohan's strategy succeeded, the corners of his mouth raised, and he quickly moved his body back quickly. Gohan's sudden move made No 17's attack completely empty. Number 17 punched out. Taking advantage of the neutral position, Gohan immediately overlapped his hands and fired a magic flash. With such a close distance, number 17 had no time to dodge, so she took this trick abruptly. The number 17 was directly blown up by the magic flash and hit the ground fiercely. The ground was also smashed into a big hole due to the huge impact. This number 17 is really angry. He immediately got up and wanted to fight back, but as soon as the 17th got up, a magic light-killing cannon fell from the sky. Boom! A loud noise. Taking advantage of the fact that number 17 was hit by the magic flash, Gohan quickly gathered energy and fired the magic light-killing cannon. Another attack hit. Because of Gohan's attack, the battlefield was foggy and dusty. Although Gohan's attack is pressing every step of the way, he is still a miss. After the smoke dissipated, number 17 stood in place as if nothing had happened. Gohan couldn't believe it. The Mokenko killing cannon just scratched No 17's clothes. Although Gohan's strength is not much worse than that of number 17, he can't stand number 17 with unlimited energy. After the battle just now, Gohan had consumed a lot of strength, so it took longer than usual to gather Guang to kill the cannons, but in such a blink of an eye, number 17 avoided the attack. The situation at this time shouldn't allow Gohan to think too much. Just as Gohan wanted to attack number 17 again, a Kigong bomb sneaked on the unsuspecting Gohan from behind. Gohan didn't have time to react to being blown up by the Kigong bomb, and fell from the air to the ground. Gohan quickly got up and looked to the rear. The person who attacked was number 18, and number 18 also took action. Number 18 flew to number 17 and said impatiently, "I can't watch number 17 anymore. It's too much trouble. Quickly get rid of the Monkey King." Number 17 smiled and said helplessly, "It seems that my playing time alone is over, but it doesn't matter, I'm tired of playing anyway. Sun Wufan. Since you can no longer bring us more happiness, then I have to ask you to die." The voice just fell. In order to prevent Gohan from escaping, number 17 moved quickly behind Gohan and blocked his way. Two cyborgs sandwiched Gohan one after another. Urgent situation. This situation is the worst for Gohan. When facing two cyborgs at the same time, Gohan can be said to have no chance of winning. Chapter 2, Escape from the Dead. Number 17 and number 18 joined forces to launch an attack. As a Super Saiyan, Gohan was unable to fight back against the attack of the two. The storm-like attack hit Gohan firmly, and then on the 18th, a heavy punch hit Gohan's abdomen and knocked him to the ground. Immediately after that, the two of them didn't give Gohan any chance to breathe, and they fired Kigong bombs at Gohan frantically. They saw that the Kigong bombs were already in front of them, but in Gohan's current state there was no time to dodge. The Qigong bombs attacked Gohan. Faced with an attack of this level, Gohan suddenly became wise, and a small turtle-style Qigong came to the ground. The tortoise-style Qigong produced propelling force to make Gohan barely dodge the attack. But the situation did not get better, and Gohan was helpless in the face of the humanoid in front of him. Gohan panted, frowning, thinking, "Cyborg. I have worked hard to deal with only one, and now I have to deal with two at the same time, which is terrible." Don't allow Gohan to think too much. On the 18th, he rushed to Gohan and threw a punch. Gohan quickly raised his hand to resist. Although he blocked the attack, the powerful impact forced Gohan to move backward. Gohan shifted a few meters back and hit No 17's body. When No 17's mouth was raised, he kicked out. Kicked Gohan directly out and hit the building next to it. At this time, the cyborg flew slowly in the direction of Gohan, and the two cyborgs were enjoying the pleasure of killing Gohan. Gohan in the building was panting, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Facing the approaching android, Gohan was already ready to fight to the death. I saw Gohan yell. With golden flames gushing out of his body, Gohan exploded his whole body's power, and then rushed straight towards the robot. Gohan flew directly. Kick on number 18, kick her out, then turn around and send out a wave of Qigong, blasting towards number 17. After using this trick, Gohan began to pant, and looked at the robot he was flying into the air, and smiled, "Deserve it. Damn the robot, this is my full attack, it's uncomfortable." However, what happened next made Gohan look shocked, and saw two artificial humans stand up like okay people, and patted the dust on their bodies casually. Number 17 sneered at Gohan, "Is this your full power? It disappoints me too much." Number 18 added, "It seems you only have this level, Monkey King." The voice just fell. The two moved in front of Gohan at high speed. The speed was so fast that even Gohan couldn't see their movements clearly. Number 17 and number 18 team up to attack, and it is a combination of punches against Gohan. Gohan was directly beaten and lost his Super Saiyan status and fell to the ground. Then the two cyborgs gathered energy and made an energy ball directly smashed on Gohan's body, and the energy ball burst instantly. Boom! The huge energy directly exploded a mushroom cloud, and the city that was already in ruins was even worse and was directly razed to the ground. Number 18 said lightly, "It's too heavy to start accidentally. There are still a few boutiques in this city that I haven't visited yet." Number 17 smiled slightly, "It does seem a bit too much, but this time Sun Wufan has no bones left." The two cyborgs seemed extremely confident in their own power, and they left without confirming whether Gohan was really dead. However, Gohan was not dead. He used his only remaining power to use turtle-style Qigong at the moment of the explosion. Turtle Qigong produced propulsion and successfully brought Gohan to the river in the city, which was able to escape. Gohan climbed ashore with difficulty, looked at the two cyborgs who had gone away, and shouted unwillingly, "Damn! These two cyborgs! Next time I will definitely..." Before Gohan finished speaking, he fainted. Time passed in the evening, and Trunks was anxious to see that Gohan hadn't returned yet. He couldn't bear his feelings anymore, and rushed to the South City despite Bulma's persuasion to seize the door. Trunks came to the sky over the South City. He couldn't believe that the lifeless land in front of him was actually the once prosperous South City. Looking at the ruins in front of him, Trunks became more worried about Gohan's safety, and hurriedly shouted, "Gohan! Gohan! Where are you?" Trunks kept hovering in the sky looking for Gohan's trace. Finally Trunks sensed Gohan's faint breath near the river and flew over quickly. Trunks found Gohan, who had been seriously injured and unconscious by the river. Trunks hurriedly carried Gohan on his back and hurried home, not daring to be negligent. Trunks rushed to the house and settled Gohan. Seeing that Gohan was seriously injured, Bulma immediately found a doctor who had taken refuge nearby. The doctor took Gohan into the bedroom for treatment. After a night of hard work, the doctor finally walked out of the room. Trunks hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "Doctor, how is he, Gohan, is he okay?" The doctor said to Trunks, "The patient is now okay and has recovered." After hearing the doctor's statement, Trunks was finally relieved. Trunks walked into the room, looked at Gohan lying on the bed and said, "Great, brother Gohan. Fortunately, you are fine, otherwise." Gohan sighed, "Sorry. Trunks. You worry about me." Trunks clenched his fists unwillingly, "Damn cyborg. If I can be stronger, if I am also a Super Saiyan, I can help Gohan brother. You don't need to blame yourself too much, Trunks. After all, you are still young and growing." Gohan comforted Trunks. "Trunks? Now Gohan-kun needs to rest, let's not disturb Gohan-kun to rest." Speaking of Bulma, he pulled Trunks away. Gohan sighed, and watched as he was wrapped up as a mummy, and couldn't help saying, "It's actually hurt like this. It might take a while to cultivate." Time flies, and after a month of recuperation and the powerful physique of the Saiyan, Gohan has basically recovered. The first thing Gohan does after he recovers is to train Trunks. Not far from the door of their home, the two were doing special training. Gohan said with a serious face, "Trunks. Angry. Be a little angry. Think about the humans who died at the hands of the cyborgs, Trunks." Listening to Gohan's words, Trunks remembered the innocent humans brutally killed by the cyborgs. Cyborg. Damnable cyborg. I must defeat them. The extreme anger turned Trunks into a Super Saiyan amidst his roar. But it only lasted for a moment and then disappeared. This time he turned into a pant and slumped directly to the ground. Gohan walked over and looked at Trunks and thought, is it still not working? Obviously he was almost able to become a Super Saiyan. It seems that Trunks is still too young, but in time, he might be able to surpass me. Trunks sat on the ground and panted heavily, "Damn it! Obviously you'll almost become a Super Saiyan." Gohan comforted, "You have done very well, Trunks. After all, you are still very young, as long as you succeed in becoming a Super Saiyan. There is hope for us to defeat the cyborgs." Trunks said dejectedly, "Gohan. If I really become a Super Saiyan, will I really win the cyborg? Although I am unwilling, the strength of the cyborg seems to be stronger than that of the Super Saiyan." He awakened the dreamer with a word. After hearing these words, Gohan was silent for a while, then said to himself, "Super Saiyan can't win, yes. Why am I so stupid? I just think about it now. Why do I keep stick to fighting as a Super Saiyan? Since the Super Saiyan can't win, then surpass the Super Saiyan. Trunks, you're such a genius." Trunks was worried about what Gohan said, surpassing Super Saiyan. Is it really possible to do this kind of thing? Gohan sighed, "I never thought of it before. I wasted so much time. If you really want to surpass the Super Saiyan, it should take a long time, but you can't let the robots do anything wrong. Damn it!" Just as Gohan was in distress, a voice suddenly came from a distance. "Are you Sun Wukong's son? I saw a dark-skinned person approaching in the distance." Gohan looked at him and asked suspiciously, "Who are you and why do you know my father's name?" Chapter 3, Spiritual Time House. Gohan and the black man in front of him faced each other. Before they could speak, Trunks asked, "Who are you? How did you find this place?" The black man stared wide-eyed and replied, "I used to be the steward of the gods, but since the appearance of the cyborgs, Piccolo died in a battle against the cyborgs, and the gods who were naturally one with Pic also died. The creator of Dragon Ball died. Now, Dragon Ball disappeared naturally. I thought it was hopeless, but recently I learned that there were still people fighting with cyborgs and found this." Gohan looked at the black man thoughtfully, and suddenly realized it, and shouted, "Yes! You are Mr. Bobo. When I was a kid, I heard my father mention that I thought everyone in the Temple of Heaven was dead. I didn't expect it. You are still alive." Seeing Wukong's heirs still alive, Bobo's mouth raised with joy. "Goku's son. Is there any way you can defeat the cyborgs?" When Gohan heard Bobo's words, his happy face immediately became serious. "To be honest, I am not at all sure to beat the cyborgs. The last failure made me realize how terrifying the strength of cyborgs is. I can't even win one, let alone there are two cyborgs. If you give me more time to practice. If you have enough time to practice. Can you win? Are you sure?" Bobo interrupted. "I'm not sure, but if we give us enough time to practice, we can definitely become stronger, maybe we can surpass the limit of Super Saiyan." Gohan replied proudly. Bobo said with a serious face, "Son of Goku. You mean that as long as you have enough time, you too can become stronger, right? If so, I know a place, stay in it." 1 year, only 1 day has passed outside. Trunks was surprised, does such a place really exist? This is incredible. Bobo smiled, even though the is dead, the spiritual time house can still function normally. You too can go there to practice. Gohan stood up and clenched his fists. "Trunks. Let's practice in the spiritual time house, and then surpass the Super Saiyan. Then come with me, Goku's son and a young man with purple hair." Bobo didn't know the two of them, so he could only call each other by their characteristics. Hearing Bobo calling himself like this, Gohan suddenly remembered that he had been discussing the cyborg just now, and he forgot to introduce himself. Realizing that he was impolite, Gohan quickly pulled Trunks to his side and introduced him to Bobo, that Mr. Bobo. "This kid's name is Trunks, and my name is Son Gohan. It's rude to introduce yourself." Bobo didn't seem to care, he sat on the flying carpet and signaled Gohan and Trunks to sit on the flying carpet, ready to go. Gohan hurriedly dragged Trunks onto the flying carpet. That's it. The three set out to the Temple of Heaven. After arriving at the Temple of Heaven, Trunks looked around, looking at the strange buildings that he had never seen before, and looked extremely excited. But Gohan sighed, Dad had practiced in this place before. If he knew this place earlier, maybe he wouldn't have died so many people. "Gohan and Trunks, you two come with me." Popo motioned to them to follow him. Then Bobo took the two to a door, and after Bobo opened the door, the scene in front of Gohan and Trunks stunned the two. The world inside the door was completely different from the outside, and it was all white at a glance. Bobo explained. "The space in the spiritual time house is as large as the earth. The highest temperature in the spiritual time house can reach 50 degrees Celsius, and the lowest temperature is almost -40 degrees Celsius. The gravity of this space is also different from the outside, which is basically outside. It's about 10 times. There is enough food and water in the room, so there's no need to worry about eating or drinking." Gohan looked at Trunks and smiled slightly. "Trunks. Let's go. We need to get stronger as soon as possible." Trunks also responded, "Please train me severely." "Gohan brother." Immediately afterwards, the two of them entered the spiritual time house and began to practice. Bobo looked at the backs of Gohan and Trunks, smiled in relief, looked at the sky and said to the dead god, "God. Don't worry. It seems there is hope for the earth." Trunks and Gohan started practicing as soon as they entered the spiritual time house. After all, every second counts on the Earth's current situation. The longer it takes, the more humans will kill them. I saw that the two people in the spiritual time house had already started fighting training. Gohan and Trunks were engaged in a fierce offensive and defensive battle, but it was obvious that Gohan was still better. Gohan has rich experience in actual combat. Taking advantage of Trunks' attack, he seized a gap and knocked Trunks to the ground. "Hey! Are you okay? Trunks?" Gohan walked in the direction of Trunks and asked about Trunks' condition. Trunks quickly got up and patted the dust on his body. "Brother Gohan. Don't worry about me, please be strict with me so that I may become stronger." Hearing Trunks's words, Gohan decided to be cruel and shouted. He became a Super Saiyan directly. Gohan looked at Trunks and said, "Trunks, you have to be careful. I'm going to be serious." Trunks posed and responded, "Come on." Gohan rushed towards Trunks at an extremely fast speed. Trunks didn't have time to react at all, so he hit Gohan in his lower abdomen, and the powerful impact directly sent Trunks up to the top. The current Trunks can't keep up with the speed of Super Saiyan. Facing Gohan's attack, Trunks obviously can't bear it. Trunks yelled, "Gohan brother! Don't show mercy! I can't become stronger like you. It's because you always protect me that I don't have a chance to grow. So don't show mercy this time." Hearing what Trunks said, Gohan was silent for a moment, then gathered his hands with Chi, and yelled, "Turtle! Pi! Chi! Gong! Trunks! Please! Don't die!" The voice just fell. Gohan pushed with both hands. The powerful Qigong wave rushed towards Trunks. Trunks also set his posture. The tortoise-style Qigong who spreads out his hands and prepares to harden Gohan. Gohan was taken aback. "Trunks! Why? Why not avoid it? I obviously slowed down my moves on purpose, you can avoid it." But Trunks didn't want to escape, if he couldn't bear even this kind of attack, let alone defeat the cyborg. At this moment the situation brooks no delay. Trunks gradually couldn't stand Gohan's turtle Qigong. This powerful force kept consuming Trunks's power, and Trunks had reached its limit. Trunks was overwhelmed and breathless. "Damn it! Am I going to die? I'm really useless. Sorry. Mom. Hey! Trunks! What are you doing? Didn't you say you want to protect the Earth? Trunks! How could you fall in a place like this? Give me all your strength, bastard!" Gohan yelled at Trunks. As if Trunks was awakened by scolding. At this moment he thought of his mother Bulma and his father Vegeta, who died tragically under the hands of the cyborgs before he met. All sorts of things stimulated Trunks. Cybot! Detestable cyborg! Finally Gohan's words overwhelmed Trunks's last calmness. Trunks became furious in an instant. The whole body burst into golden light. Trunks finally broke through his limits at this moment. Incarnate as the legendary warrior, Super Saiyan. Trunks, who has become a Super Saiyan, has increased in strength. Push hard! So he flew out the whole Turtle School Qigong. Gohan was very pleased to see Trunks turning into a Super Saiyan. Trunks was also surprised by his powerful power. Is this a Super Saiyan? Power is constantly pouring out of the body, so strong. Gohan smiled relievedly. Trunks finally became a Super Saiyan. Then the next step is to practice beyond Super Saiyan. Chapter 4, Practice completed. It has been half a day since Gohan and Trunks entered the spiritual time house. Bobo stood at the Temple of Heaven and watched the movements of the two humanoids. These two guys are quite safe, and it is rare that they are not breaking everywhere. I hope Gohan and the others will finish their training soon. At this time, in the spiritual time house, Gohan and Trunks had gone through a battle, and both of them were out of breath. Gohan looked at Trunks' current strength and smiled with satisfaction, then lifted his Super Saiyan state, and said to Trunks, "Trunks should already be among the cyborgs with our current strength. Come on, now we have a good rest, and then go out to deal with the two cyborgs." Trunks nodded, "Okay brother Gohan. I can't wait to destroy the cyborgs." Bobo outside the door waited another hour. Finally, the door of the spiritual time house opened slowly, and Gohan and Trunks walked out of the spiritual time house. Bobo hurried over and asked, "Have you completed your training?" "Actually, there is still enough time. You can stay for another half day." Gohan smiled and replied, "It's no longer needed, Mr. Popo. Both of us have broken the limit and surpassed the Super Saiyan, and there is no point in staying inside. Trunks also added, our current strength should be able to surpass the cyborgs. You don't need to worry about us, Mr. Popo. Without further ado, Gohan and I will set out now to destroy the cyborgs. Gohan nodded to Trunks, and after saying goodbye to Popo, the two immediately set off. After flying for a while, Trunks suddenly stopped. Gohan stopped and asked, "What's the matter with Trunks? Is something wrong?" Trunks nodded thoughtfully, watching Gohan weakly and asked, "That? Gohan brother, do you know where the cyborg is?" When Gohan heard Trunks' words, he suddenly realized that the cyborgs themselves were not angry. If they didn't show up on their own, they wouldn't be able to find them. Gohan touched his head awkwardly, "That's right. Or let's go to Aunt Bulma to eat something first, I'm a little hungry." When Trunks heard Gohan say this, he had no other choice but to go back to Bulma's house with Gohan. After Trunks returned home, Bulma saw Trunks and Gohan in tatters, and hurriedly walked over and asked, "Trunks, did you go to fight the cyborgs? Why are you all in tatters? It sucks, and you seem to have grown a lot taller, and even your hair has grown." Trunks was a little overwhelmed by the series of questions asked by Bulma. He didn't know where to start. Then Gohan came over and explained the reason with Bulma. "What? There is such a magical place?" Bulma was surprised as if to jump up. Gohan smiled and replied, "Yes, thanks to the Spirit Time House, Trunks and I have now surpassed Super Saiyans." Bulma looked at the two men in tattered clothes and suddenly thought of something, "By the way, wait for me, I will give you a good thing." Then Bulma turned around and took out the two boxes and opened them one by one. They contained two pieces of clothing. One was the same style of martial arts uniform that Wukong wore before, and the other was the same style of Vegeta's combat uniform. "You two quickly put your clothes on and let me see if they fit." Bulma handed the clothes to Trunks and Gohan. The two picked up their clothes and looked at them, and then they replaced the combat uniforms that their father had worn. Gohan looked at his Taoist suit and said, "It's not too big or small, it's just the right size. It's really Aunt Bulma." Bulma smiled triumphantly, "That's natural. This clothes was made by extracting the material of the clothes when I was studying Saiyan combat uniforms. The clothes are perfectly stretchable regardless of body shape. It's not too small, it's just right." Trunks put on his clothes and looked at his combat uniform. "Mom, is this the combat uniform that Dad used to wear? It feels very handsome." Bulma sighed and seemed to think of the dead Vegeta again. "Although it is the same style, this is not the combat uniform that Vegeta wore. To be honest, I really miss him sometimes." The cyborg has appeared. There was a report about the cyborg on the TV. After Gohan and Trunks listened, they showed serious expressions instantly. The cyborg has already marched towards the western city area, and citizens hurried to take refuge, as reported on TV. After knowing the location of the robot, Gohan gritted his teeth, with a solemn expression, and immediately stood up. "Have you finally appeared? The robot. Let's go." "Trunks?" Bulma was a little worried. "Trunks? You?" Bulma didn't finish speaking. Trunks interrupted, "Mom! You don't need to worry about us anymore. Now I won't drag Gohan's legs anymore, I'm already stronger." The two of them walked straight to the door. Bulma looked at the backs of Gohan and Trunks, like Goku and Vegeta back then, and then Bulma smiled. "If it were you two, it would be no problem. Yes, please. Please restore peace to the earth." The two people flew at extremely fast speeds, trying to rush to the West Market before the cyborgs to prevent innocent citizens from being killed by the Sinos. At this time, number 17 and number 18 were sitting on a sports car that they didn't know where they had stolen from, and they were driving slowly towards the West Market. Number 18 is a little impatient. "You are really boring, number 17. We can reach the West Market immediately, but you have to drive this broken car. You are not a human being. Why do you always do this kind of thing? Number 17 fiddled with the steering wheel. No 18. You are really impatient. Fun, referring to killing, this kind of thing, if you don't enjoy it slowly, it doesn't make any sense. During the time when the cyborg was driving, Gohan and Trunks had already reached the West Market first, and they were going to have a break with the cyborg here. After about half an hour, the cyborg finally reached the West Market. At this time, the West Market was empty except for the two cyborgs and Gohan and Trunks. Ordinary citizens have already taken refuge, and now Gohan and Trunks will have no worries and can let go of fighting against the robots. When the car drove to the destination, number 18 kicked the door, and then got out of the car with a look of discomfort. He kept complaining, number 17. It's all you want to drive this broken car. Humans already know us. All of his movements have run out. Number 17 walked out of the car leisurely. It's only interesting if they hide. Let's have a big hide and seek. While the two cyborgs were talking, Trunks suddenly threw a Qigong bomb at the cyborg. The Qigong bomb exploded instantly. Although the sports car was blown to pieces, the two cyborgs noticed the attack in advance and immediately avoided, and were not attacked by the Qigong bomb. 17th looked up at Trunks. Oh! Kid! I'm so bold! I dare to break my car! You will have to pay a price for doing so. Trunks landed on the ground and replied, the car can be rebuilt if it is broken, but as long as you exist, the world will not be peaceful. I will have a break with you today, you two artificial humans. At this time Gohan also landed on the ground, and the 17th looked at Gohan and said, who did I think it was? It turned out to be Son Gohan. You didn't kill you last time, and now I bring a kid. Number 18 smiled and said, Sun Wufan. What are you doing here? Don't tell me, you are here to defeat us. Gohan clenched his fists. Beat you? No. Our purpose of coming here today is to kill you. When number 18 listened to Gohan's words, he burst into laughter. I'm not mistaken, number 17. He actually wanted to kill us. Son Gohan, you're really arrogant. At your level, the 17th alone is enough to deal with you. The friendly old age is almost over, let's have a good fun next. With the energy bomb in No 17's hand, he threw it towards Gohan. Gohan raised his hand and was about to fight back. Suddenly Trunks teleported in front of Gohan, and then waved his hands. The direct energy flew out. Trunks vowed to say, Brother Gohan, you don't need to take action, I can deal with these artificial people alone. Seeing Trunks who had grown up in front of him, Gohan stepped aside without saying much, preparing to watch Trunks fight. Gohan thought, this is a good opportunity for Trunks to hone his actual combat experience. If the situation is not right, go up and help yourself. However, when he saw it on the 17th, he was so angry, Sun Wufan. You actually sent a kid to fight me? You look down on me too much. In this case, I will kill him first, and then I will kill you. Gohan didn't pay attention to number 17, but just watched quietly. With Trunks' current strength, he would never lose to a cyborg. With a relaxed face, number 17 walked towards Trunks slowly, and Trunks was ready to go. Both of them are ready, and the battle with Trunks on the 17th is about to break out. Chapter 5, Super Trunks. Trunks set his posture, transformed directly into a Super Saiyan, and instantly entered a state of battle. And number 17 looked at Trunks but didn't agree, it's this kind of hair coloring trick again, it's really boring. Watch me kill you in an instant. Trunks smiled slightly, this time is different from before. Smelly boy. The tone is quite big, let me teach you a lesson. Number 17 rushed straight to Trunks and attacked Trunks from the front. With quick eyes and quick hands, Trunks jumped up to avoid No 17's attack, then grabbed the corner of No. 17's clothes and threw him away. Number 17 was thrown into the air and still did not react. Trunks made another flaming attack. It directly hit the number 17 in the air. Boom! A loud noise. The dust was rolled up, and the battlefield was dusty for a while. After the smoke dissipated, it was discovered that at the moment when the burning attack hit number 17, number 17 opened the protective cover to resist, and suffered no harm. On the 17th, he lifted the protective shield and looked at Trunks in front of him, secretly surprised. This guy's reaction speed is beyond my imagination. In terms of strength alone, this guy has already surpassed Monkey King, but there is nothing remarkable. The degree is still vulnerable in front of me. The 17th shouted to Trunks, "Hey! Boy! Well done, it can stain my clothes, but it's not that simple. Next, I plan to play with you." Trunks sneered, "Stop talking nonsense. If you have any ability, just use it." Number 17 clenched his fists, "I don't know how to live or die." What an arrogant kid. Number 17 stretched out his hands, aimed at the location of Trunks, fired countless Qigong shells, and wanted to bombard Trunks indiscriminately. Trunks disagreed. Facing the attack of the number 17 Qigong bomb, he slashed left and right. He just cancelled out all the Qigong bombs perfectly. Seeing such a scene, not only the 17th who was in the battle expressed surprise, even the 18th who was watching the battle had wide-eyed, and some couldn't believe it. Number 18 frowned, "This kid is so strong," but looking at this posture, number 17 is almost ready to use all his strength. No matter how strong this kid is, it can't be our opponent's cyborg. At this time, the 17th is no longer the same as the foolishness just now. It seems that the 17th is ready to be serious. Number 17 exhaled, and then stretched out both hands to exert all his strength. At Trunks, he fired a Qigong round containing huge energy. Trunks smiled slightly, "Hee hee. Is it the same trick again? This trick doesn't work for me." "Oh, is it so? I don't know when." The 17th had already come behind Trunks, and a heavy punch knocked Trunks away. Damn, was the Qigong bomb just bait? Trunks thought this way, but he soon found out that he was wrong, because the Qigong bomb just hit the back of Trunks following the trajectory where Trunks was knocked off. The Qigong bomb exploded directly when it touched Trunks, and its powerful power instantly spread to the surrounding area, directly raising the vicinity to the ground. After solving Trunks on the 17th, he came to the Son Gohan in an instant, taunting, "Oh! Son Gohan! Your little friend has been reduced to ashes, and then it's your turn." Upon seeing this, Sun Wufan not only didn't panic, but showed a kindly ant's smile. "Robot! Do you think Trunks will be killed by you so easily? You underestimate him." "Hee hee, Monkey King! What are you talking about? That kid has..." The words are not finished. A dazzling light flashed in the ruins next to it, in an instant. Flying sand and rocks, the powerful aura blows nearby sand and rocks into the distance, and it is Trunks who emits this powerful aura. Number 17 was taken aback. "This is impossible. The trick just hit clearly and firmly, this guy can't be alive." Gohan responded, "I have already said that you underestimated Trunks. He is not the kind of person who would simply be killed by you." The voice just fell. Trunks came to number 17 at an extremely fast speed. Number 17 was still surprised when he hit Trunks in the abdomen. On the 17th, he knelt down while holding his stomach in pain, but Trunks would not be soft on the murderous demon in front of him, and got up. "Just kick the number 17 hundreds of meters away." Trunks stared at the 18th who was watching the battle. "Wait. After I defeat him, it's your turn." On the surface, number 18 was silent on Trunks's words, but there was still a trace of concern in her heart. Number 18 thought to himself, "If Trunks and Son Gohan join forces, even number 17 and I should not be able to deal with it calmly." Fortunately, the guy Gohan doesn't seem to have the intention to make a move. If this is the case, we still have a chance. The 18th looks at the 17th who is fighting, and his heart is extremely anxious. Really? What are you doing on the 17th? Get rid of him quickly. Number 17 got up from the ground, feeling a little moist at the corners of her mouth. She wiped it with her hand and took a closer look. It was his own blood. Trunks beat him to vomit blood. Rage instantly on the 17th. Damn it. You kid. You dare to make me bleed. I'm definitely going to kill you. Gohan looked at the furious number 17, that guy's power has increased by a notch. Although I can't feel his aura is completely different from the previous one. It seems that this guy is very angry. Number 18 sneered, the game is over, Monkey King. When we fought you before, we didn't even use half of our strength. Even though that kid is very strong, we definitely can't survive number 5 in front of number 17 with all his strength. Second, you just wait to help him collect the body. Hearing these words, Gohan may have been shocked when he changed to the old one, but the current Gohan and Trunks are no longer what they used to be. Gohan just responded blankly, I used only half of my strength before to deal with me. So what? Trunks will win. I've said it more than once, you underestimated us. Number 18 clenched his fists, Son Gohan. I see how long you can be arrogant. After the 17th kills that kid, it will be your turn. Then we will slowly torture you to death. Back on the 17th side, the 17th burst out with all his strength and rushed towards Trunks, wishing to smash him into pieces. Trunks was not to be outdone, and directly exploded to increase his strength, and the two went head-on. Number 17 and Trunks confronted each other. The moment the two touched, the whole earth was trembling constantly, and the powerful energy seemed to shatter the earth. At this time Trunks seized the opportunity. Get the first shot. A punch hit No 17's cheek, but the punch did not repel number 17, as if it didn't hurt or itch. Hit back instantly on the 17th. First, there was a knee bump, followed by an elbow, and then the 17th sent a storm-like attack on Trunks. The fierce attack suppressed Trunks. Trunks was like a child in front of number 17. Unable to resist. Every attack on number 17 was precisely slapped on Trunks, and then number 17 was ready to give Trunks' final blow. I saw that number 17 folded his hands together and hammered Trunks' forehead hard, and Trunks was directly hit to the ground by the powerful impact. Boom! With a loud and deafening sound, a bottomless pit was hit directly on the ground. Smelly kid! It's not over yet. Immediately after the 17th stretched out his hands, gathered an oversized energy ball, and threw it towards Trunks in the big pit. Trunks hadn't stood up yet. I ate the big move on the 17th. Boom! There is another loud noise. Just now the big pit has become bigger, the entire big pit is full of smoke and dust, and Trunks has long since disappeared. Looking at her masterpiece in front of her, number 17 couldn't help laughing. Deserve it. This is what irritates me, but I will not let you be lonely. I will kill Monkey King now and let him go down with you. But in the next second, the 17th couldn't laugh anymore, and the smoke dispersed, and Trunks was standing in the middle of the big pit unscathed. Number 17 couldn't believe the scene before her. Impossible. This is impossible. That is my full attack. How could this kid be alive? Trunks patted the dust on his body, wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, and then immediately flew to the front of number 17 and said, "Is that the only way you can do it? It disappoints me too much, since you have already used it. I've done my best, then it's my turn next." I saw Trunks shout. The body released huge energy, and the veins on his body violently swelled, and then the muscles also swelled. The powerful airflow wrapped Trunks' whole body, and Trunks kept roaring. The breath on the body is constantly expanding, as if it is endless. Number 17 was already stunned by the sight in front of her. Trunks in front of him was completely different from just now. It was not just a change in muscles, but even more terrifying is the powerful aura that could shake the earth. At this time, the 17th panicked and kept firing Qigong bombs at Trunks, but for the current Trunks, this kind of attack is not painful at all. Trunks is now too strong to be estimated. This is the second stage of the Super Saiyan cultivated with Gohan in the spiritual time house. On the 18th, the situation is not good. He rushed over and wanted to join forces with number 17 against Trunks. Seeing that number 18 wanted to go up and help, Gohan became a Super Saiyan himself, ready to go up and help Trunks. But Trunks said to Gohan, "Brother Gohan, please don't make a move, let me deal with them both." Seeing that Trunks was full of confidence, Gohan also relieved the Super Saiyan's posture. Now Trunks is fully capable of dealing with both of them at the same time. It seems that I don't need to act. On the 18th, rushed to Trunks and joined forces with the 17th to launch an attack. The two cyborgs fired crazy Qigong bombs at Trunks. But Trunks didn't care about the attacks of the two, because the current Trunks was far more powerful than the two cyborgs, and he didn't even bother to face the attacks of the two of them. Chapter 6, Mysterious Monster. The two cyborgs slapped Trunks frantically, but Trunks didn't even bother to face their offense. I saw Trunks release a powerful breath, shocked. The two cyborgs were blown out like pieces of paper. Before the two cyborgs stood firm, Trunks teleported. First came to the front of number 17 and attacked with just one punch. He hammered number 17 into the ground, and then quickly moved behind number 18, kicking her out. At this time, Trunks had completely crushed the two cyborgs in strength, and even if the two cyborgs worked together, they could not hurt them at all. Gohan stood in the distance watching Trunks fighting heroically, thinking, Trunks has won. Now the cyborg has no chance of winning, but why I am vaguely disturbed. Gohan's hunch is not wrong. Because besides Gohan, there are other people watching the duel between Trunks and the cyborgs, and an unknown monster is watching them in the ruins hundreds of meters away. That's weird. It didn't take long for them to be able to deal with number 17 and number 18, and with the power of that kid, they already crushed number 17 and 18. Looking at Son Gohan's calm expression, his strength should be about the same as that of the kid named Trunks, maybe even higher than him. But it doesn't matter. I just need to wait for the moment quietly. They already have them. Help me deal with cyborgs, I can save time and effort. A terrifying monster in the ruins was watching Gohan and the others. Back on the battlefield, Trunks completely suppressed the cyborgs, and had pushed the two cyborgs into desperation. Cybots! Your doomsday is here. I'm going to kill you today, take it. Trunks fired an energy blaster directly at the two cyborgs. Seeing this, the two cyborgs hurriedly launched the protective shield to resist, but when the strength gap between the two sides was huge, the protective shield was like a display, and it was easily broken by Trunks. However, because the protective shields resisted the two cyborgs for a moment, Trunks' attack did not directly hit the two of them. Number 17 and number 18 avoided the deadly attack at the last minute and escaped. There was no immediate death. However, the powerful destructive power of the energy blasting bomb still affected the two cyborgs, and now the two cyborgs have been seriously injured and can no longer fight. Number 17 looked at Trunks in front of him with fear. The number 17 who thought he was invincible had never thought that he would lose to others, and he would lose to a 13-year-old kid. Actually 14 years old because Trunks has been in the spiritual time house for a year, but it is still calculated according to the age outside. Number 17 got up with difficulty. How is this possible? I can't beat this guy. Trunks calmly walked up to the 17th and said in a conversation, it's over. The time for you two to die is here. On the 17th, he was forced into desperation and roared, asshole. You forced me. Talking to number 17 and touching the position of his heart, I never thought I would use this. Tell you. Both of me and number 18 have a powerful bomb in their bodies. As long as it is activated, the Earth can disappear from the universe. No matter how strong you are, you can't escape death. Hearing these words, Trunks, who originally wanted to attack again, was stunned. He never thought that there were such weapons in the man-made human beings. If he acted rashly, the Earth might be blown to pieces. Trunks roared. Damn cyborg! Do you only use such despicable means? Get out of me, kid! Or I will activate the self-detonation device now, and we will all die together. On the 17th, he continued to warn Trunks. Trunks didn't dare to act rashly for the safety of the Earth, and Gohan beside him was helpless now. Seeing that Trunks was bluffed by the two cyborgs, they hurriedly backed away, and they signaled to each other with the fastest escape. Only Trunks was left on the battlefield stupidly stupefied. Presumably Trunks must be quite blaming himself now. Seeing this, Gohan hurried over to comfort Trunks. It's okay, Trunks. You have done very well, and now our power has completely surpassed the artificial people. I believe they will not dare to do evil again in the future. Damn it! Blame me. I was too proud of myself. I knew that I should have done my best to destroy them at the beginning. They escaped this time, and we won't have such a good opportunity next time. X clenched his fists unwillingly. Because of the loss of the position of the cyborgs, Gohan and Trunks could only go back to Bulma's house to make a long-term plan, but there was a guy who followed the two cyborgs closely. He was the monster who had just hidden in the distance and peeped. Gohan and Trunks returned to Bulma's house. Gohan tells Bulma the ins and outs of the matter, and Trunks is still blaming himself for killing the cyborgs in the first place. Bulma walked to Trunks and hugged Trunks, who blamed herself. It's okay, Trunks. As long as you are okay. Bulma's comfort seemed to have worked, calming Trunks' mood. It was really strange that Gohan walked out of the house silently as he watched the warm scene before him, and fell into deep thought alone. What happened to that feeling just now? I always feel that someone is peeking at us. This feeling makes me very uneasy. I always feel that something big is going to happen. I hope it's just my own illusion. Even though he thought so, Gohan couldn't let his uneasy feelings go, so he decided to go to the Temple of Heaven to discuss it with Bobo. Gohan glanced at the room and smiled slightly. Forget it. Trunks was tired from fighting the cyborg just now, so let Trunks take a good rest. Gohan jumped up. Flew quickly in the direction of the Temple of Heaven. Gohan originally planned to call Trunks together, but Gohan didn't want to disturb the sweet mother and son, so he went to the Temple of Heaven alone. After arriving at the Temple of Heaven, Gohan quickly explained the ins and outs to Bobo. After listening to Bobo's face sank, and Bobo, who was originally black, now looks even darker. Gohan. Your anxiety is not unreasonable. After the death of the gods, I have been wandering looking for humans who are qualified to deal with artificial people. I have been to a city before. The city is intact and it does not seem to have been slaughtered by artificial people. It looks like, but I can't even find a single person. I can only see the clothes everywhere, because I didn't think too much about the threat of artificial people at the time, but it really feels a little scary to think about it now. Mr. Popo. Please tell me where that place is probably. Gohan asked. Bobo pointed to the north, in that direction, it's a city near the mountains. After knowing the direction, Gohan thanked Bobo, and then flew straight to the destination. Gohan found the city Bobo said near a deep mountain. This city is in a very remote location for Gohan to find a good meal. Gohan looked at the empty surroundings of the city, and indeed, as Bobo said, there was no serious damage, unlike the appearance of a human being. Gohan picked up a piece of clothing from the ground. It hasn't spoiled. It should have been discarded here within 3 months. With such a large amount of clothing, what happened here? Gohan always felt that something big must have happened here, so he kept surveying the city. As he walked, Gohan found something that looked like a bug under a big tree in the distance. Gohan walked in and was surprised. What is this? Is it a cicada? Or a cockroach? It's too big, right? It can't be an insect. Gohan stretched out his hand and touched it. This is just an empty shell. I have never seen anything like this before. If it were Aunt Bulma, I would know what it is. Faced with this strange thing, Gohan was helpless, so he could only bring it back to Bulma for research. Gohan took out a universal capsule from his clothes. Fortunately, the omnipotent capsule used to hold food was not lost. Now it comes in handy. Gohan filled the empty shell with the omnipotent capsule, and then flew quickly towards Bulma's house. Gohanyo thought, is there anything on Earth besides cyborgs? You must go to Aunt Bulma quickly. Thinking of this, Gohan quickly speeded up. Chapter 7, Cyborg Shrew. Gohan hurried to Bulma's house, opened the door and handed the universal capsule to Bulma. Aunt Bulma, can you take a look at what this is? Bulma took the universal capsule into the laboratory and began to study this strange empty shell. Trunks has never seen such a strange thing and immediately asked, Gohan brother, where did you find this kind of thing? This thing that looks like an eggshell was found in a city on the northern edge. Gohan responded to Trunks. Trunks looked at the eggshell. This thing looks so oozing. It always feels like something terrible is going to happen. You guessed it, Trunks. The strange thing is not just the eggshell. What makes me even more creepy is that the people in that city disappeared out of thin air, leaving no trace. Gohan said with a serious face. Trunks stood up. It looks like we can't just sit and wait any longer. Brother Gohan, let's go to the place you mentioned to investigate again. There may be new discoveries. Gohan nodded. I also think there is something hidden there. Let's go over and take a look. The two were about to set out to investigate. Bulma suddenly said, Gohan, you said that this thing was found in a city on the edge of a mountain, so please go and investigate in the mountain too. Maybe take off this kind of thing. Creatures with strange shells come from deep mountains. Gohan nodded. Immediately set off with Trunks and came to the sky above the city. Gohan felt that splitting would be more efficient, so he said to Trunks, Trunks, go and take a look in the mountains first, and I will investigate if there are other clues left in the city. Trunks smiled slightly, okay. Just leave it to me, Gohan. If I find out, I will let you know. After talking, Trunks flew to the mountains. Gohan and Trunks act separately. Gohan searches from house to house to see if there are any survivors, while Trunks hovered over the mountains looking for clues about the monster shell. After circling in a circle, Trunks found a house that was in dilapidated condition. Trunks felt that this was a very important clue, and immediately fell from the sky, observing the building in front of him. There are people who live in such deep mountains and make their homes in such caves. Trunks raised his hand and blasted the rock blocking the way and walked into this strange building. Trunks looked around. The building was full of debris and mechanical debris. Trunks muttered to himself, these devices are a bit like the things in the Mother's Research Institute. Could it be that there are scientists doing research and other things here? Trunks continued to walk forward, and suddenly clicked something that looked like he had stepped on it. Trunks raised his foot to look at the thing under his feet. It turned out to be mechanical damage. It scared me. But this thing really looks like, no. It's not like this is the shape of a human hand, it's a study in the end. What is it? For a moment Trunks thought of something, cold sweat, could it be that the cyborg was made here? Then Trunks found another design drawing that had been damaged. Although the drawing has been damaged, a few words and pictures can still be seen on the drawing. Trunks may not be able to understand the design drawing, but the names of the two humanoids number 17 and number 18 are impressively written on this drawing. Trunks froze and clenched his fists, asshole. Those cyborgs. It was actually made here. When Trunks found an important clue, he immediately raised his breath and notified Gohan, who was far away. After Gohan sensed it, he immediately came to Trunks' position. Gohan's expression after seeing the institute was exactly the same as Trunks. Gohan looked at the cruelty and the patterns on Trunks' hands. I didn't expect that this is really the place where the cyborgs were made. The guy who made the cyborgs is really crazy. After Gohan learned that this was a research institute for the manufacture of artificial humans, he quickly started investigating to find more information about the artificial humans. However, the information on the artificial humans has not been found, but Gohan found a secret basement. Gohan smashed the basement door with a punch. Trunks? There is a basement here, come here quickly. After speaking, Gohan went straight into the basement. Trunks heard Gohan's voice and walked over into this hidden basement. Gohan came to the inside of the basement and found that this basement was also a laboratory, but there was no mechanical damage like the above. What's that thing? Gohan's eyes were greeted by a damaged container, and there was a strange eggshell on the ground that looked like a coconut shell. Gohan picked up the eggshell and thought of the empty shell of that strange creature. Is this the empty shell egg I found? At this time, Trunks also came down from the top to the basement and looked at the container and the strange egg with the same thoughts as Gohan. Trunks walked to the container and found it. It seems that the container is controlled by a computer. Gohan looked at Trunks and asked, the empty shell should have come out of this container, and then the monster used some method to make people disappear out of thin air. It should be like this. But Gohan, compared to this container, I am more concerned that the computer seems to be still working. Speaking, Trunks came to the computer and pressed a few buttons to operate. Fortunately, I occasionally help my mother do some simple experiments, and I can still operate the computer. As soon as the voice fell, an image was suddenly cast on the computer, and an old man appeared in front of the two of them. Looking at the old man thoughtfully, Trunks suddenly yelled out, I remember. I read this person in my mother's science introduction book before. This person is a genius scientist, Dr. Gro. Before the two were surprised, the image suddenly said, Saru, I am your creator Gro. I may be dead when you see this image, but it doesn't matter. You will fulfill my last wish, Shall you are the strongest man made, and you are also the masterpiece of the highest purpose in my life. As long as you swallow the 17th and the 18th, you can become a perfect body, you can become the top existence in the world, and then kill the Monkey King. The image disappeared after speaking, and Gohan felt complicated after watching the image. I didn't expect that the cyborg was used to deal with Dad, but Dad has died of a heart attack for a long time. Suddenly Gohan thought of it and was shocked. Fucked. I always felt that someone was peeping at us. When fighting with humanoids, it seemed that Churu had been hiding somewhere and waiting for the opportunity. If he became completely physical, the consequences would be disastrous. After hearing Gohan's words, Trunks felt that the situation was urgent and he must act quickly, and said to Gohan quickly, Let's go, Gohan. We're going to take the information here back to Mom, and we must also prevent Churu from transforming into a complete body. As soon as the two of them left the institute, Gohan immediately threw a Qigong bomb and raised the entire institute to the ground. Then Gohan took out the universal capsule from his clothes and gave it to Trunks and told him, Trunks is running out of time. Churu may already know the location of number 17 and number 18. This universal capsule contains the monsters, the eggshell and the design drawings of some of the humanoids. Please give it to Aunt Bulma. I will find the location of the humanoids first. Hurry up, Trunks. Saying that, Gohan immediately recalled the direction the robot had left before and rushed in that direction, and Trunks immediately set off to drive home. The two injured humans on the other side are hiding in the woods. Number 17 and number 18 are modified by human bodies. Although they have unlimited energy, they will still be injured. Damn it! Asshole, that kid is better than us. How could it be possible? Calm down on the 17th. Are you trying to attract Monkey King? Now we can't beat them at all. We can only take care of the injury here and make a long-term plan. Not far away there is a pair of eyes staring at number 17 and number 18, these two guys are really vigilant. If they rush closer, they will definitely be found. Although they are injured now, they are still in my current strength. It's difficult to deal with them both at the same time. I blame them for slaughtering the humans of this era with so little energy left. The energy I absorb is simply not enough. At this time, Shuru was like a hunting beast waiting for the opportunity. As long as he absorbed one of the remaining ones, it was not enough to be afraid. However, even though Gohan knew the approximate direction of the cyborg's escape, this situation was like finding a needle in a haystack, and there was no trace of the cyborg. Gohan is worried. If Sand becomes complete and the power is above himself and Trunks, then the world will be over, so Gohan desperately seeks out the cyborgs, trying to completely wipe out the two cyborgs before Shuru. But with such a large range, now Gohan doesn't have any equipment that can locate the robot's position. How can he find it? Chapter 8, Perfect. Bulma at home learned about Shuru from Trunks, and immediately studied the design drawings of the humanoid that Trunks brought back. Bulma looked at the drawing. Although there is no complete design drawing, it is enough to make a locator of a humanoid. Trunks, wait a while, and you can get it right away. Although Trunks was anxious, he couldn't determine the location of the robot without a locator, so he had to wait patiently at the entrance of the laboratory. At this time, Shuru was still waiting for the opportunity, and suddenly Shuru felt a strong air slowly approaching. This breath is not good. It's Monkey King. And he is approaching here at such a fast speed. If he comes to disrupt the situation, my plan to absorb cyborgs will be even more difficult. I only have one chance, and I fail. If you don't, I'll be overwhelmed. It seems that the 17th and the 18th also felt that Gohan was nearby and began to watch the surroundings. Number 17 gritted his teeth and said, "Number 18. Someone is coming, and it's fast, obviously coming for us." "I don't need you to talk nonsense," 18 replied impatiently. However, even though Gohan is very close to the cyborgs, because the cyborgs are inherently breathless and Saru hides their aura, Gohan can't detect them at all, so Gohan has to hover in the sky, watching with his naked eyes, and detecting the cyborgs. Trace. An hour has passed since the time has passed. Trunks sat at the door of the laboratory and after a long wait, Bulma finally walked out of the laboratory. Bulma took great pains to create the locator. Bulma handed the built locator to Trunks and said, "The locator is ready." "Trunks? You and Gohan must be careful when dealing with cyborgs." Trunks nodded, "Don't worry, Mom. Gohan and I will defeat the cyborgs." Then Trunks immediately turned on the locator, took a look at the current position of the man-made, and dared not be a little sneer when setting off immediately after confirming the position. Trunks knew very well in his heart that if he finds the artificial human 1 second later, then Shuru may absorb the artificial human and become a complete body, so he must get there as soon as possible. In a blink of an eye, Trunks had already arrived above the forest where the cyborg was hiding, meeting with Gohan who was hovering nearby. Trunks said to Gohan, "Brother Gohan, I didn't expect you to find this place without a locator. It's amazing." Gohan smiled slightly, "I tracked in the direction where the cyborg was fleeing, and found this place. After all, this is the best place to hide." With the help of the locator, the two finally found the specific location of the artificial man. Gohan glanced at Trunks and reminded, "The cyborgs are down here. Remember, Trunks? We must fight quickly, but we can't let them run anymore." Trunks nodded, and then the two became Super Saiyans at the same time. They rushed towards the two androids respectively. "It's not good. We have been found out, on the 17th we must hurry up." Before the 18th was finished, Trunks, who was assaulted, kicked. Trunks' sudden attack caused the two cyborgs to be caught off guard before they could react. At this time, number 17 stretched out his hands to launch an attack on Trunks, but number 17 was hit in the lower abdomen with a heavy punch before he made a move. This punch was not the same as No 17's vomiting blood. On the 17th, clutching her belly and raising her head. As expected. It was Gohan who hurt him badly. Furious on the 17th. He has always thought that the world is invincible, but he was seriously injured again and again. Looking at Gohan on the 17th, he could no longer suppress the anger in his heart, and even his expression became distorted. On the other hand, Gohan was very calm. Looking at the killing machine in front of him, Gohan would not have the slightest pity. Son Gohan! You bastard! Number 17 roared and rushed towards Gohan. Facing the angry number 17, Gohan was very calm. When number 17 approached, Gohan stretched out his hands and grabbed No 17's head. Then he grabbed his head and threw him to the ground. The powerful force directly set number 17 into the ground. On the other side, number 18 was not Trunks' opponent at all, and was helpless by Trunks' continuous onslaught. Shiryu in the distance looked at everything in front of him, clenched his fists, and felt restless in his heart. This is a big deal. The two guys on the 17th and the 18th have absolutely no power to resist. If this continues, the two of them will be killed by Monkey King, so that my complete body will never be realized. At this time, Gohan gathered a huge amount of energy in his hands, and it seemed that Gohan planned to use this trick to destroy number 17 directly. Oops! Damn it! I can only get on it. Shiryu sees the situation badly. Immediately rushed over and knocked Gohan away while Gohan was not prepared. Although Gohan was held back, there was no time to absorb number 17 at this point. Shiryu has a plan to make a living. Grabbing No 17's ankle and throwing it towards Trunks, Trunks noticed Shiryu's attack and jumped and avoided. Because of Trunks' dodge, number 17 happened to hit number 18 behind Trunks. When Shiryu saw this, he smiled and immediately increased his speed to pass Trunks and came to number 17 and number 18. All this happened in an instant. Trunks hadn't reacted at all, and Shiryu had already come to the two cyborgs. Shiryu's sudden attack made Gohan and Trunks unprepared. Shiryu laughed loudly, "It's really dangerous. I'm still thinking about what if you don't avoid it. It seems God really helped me." Only then did Gohan react. It turned out that Shiryu didn't want to attack Trunks just now, he just wanted the two cyborgs number 17 and number 18 to be together. Gohan furiously rushed to Shiryu and shouted, "Asshole! I won't let you succeed." Shiryu succeeded in his strategy and smiled triumphantly, then spread his hands on his forehead and shouted, "You too, take it." Sun Fist. The strong light from the Sun Fist made Gohan and Trunks unable to open their eyes. Gohan and Trunks, who had been hit by the Sun Fist, roared in unison, "Damn bastard!" Shiryu took the opportunity to stretch out the tail behind him. The spikes of the tail opened like a big mouth, swallowing all the two artificial humans. After the strong light passed, Gohan and Trunks gradually recovered their eyesight, but it was too late. The two humanoids number 17 and number 18 have been absorbed by Shiryu. The conditions of the complete body were gathered. At this time, Shiryu's body emitted a dazzling light, and Shiryu's body was undergoing earth-shattering changes. Seeing Gohan hastily resorted to Tortoise School Qigong to attack Shiryu, but it was useless, and it was impossible to stop Shiryu from evolving into a perfect body. Suddenly the situation changed color. A powerful chi erupted from Shiryu. And even the climate of the entire earth was affected by Shiryu's powerful force. Gohan clenched his fists, "It's awful. This is the worst result. I didn't expect his power to be so strong." Trunks was in a cold sweat and was short of breath. "This breath is so strong that I can't breathe." The light gradually dissipated, and what came into view was the ultimate humanoid, who was completely Shiryu. Shiryu stood there, looked at the changes in his body, and suddenly laughed. "Is this the ultimate life form that Dr. Gro said? Is this the perfect body I dream of? I feel the source of power in my body. Constantly, I am invincible in the world. Trunks? This guy is the strongest enemy I have ever encountered. We must try our best to stop him here, or it will be unimaginable. Go! Brother Gohan! We won't lose. That said, but I didn't have the confidence to win. Shiryu looked at the two people in front of him. Hey! Monkey King! And that kid, I want to try how strong I am now, so come and accompany me to do warm-up exercises. Gohan gritted his teeth and said, warm up? You are too confident, right? Gohan and Trunks posed for a desperate fight with Shiryu. Chapter 9, completely defeated. Faced with such a powerful Saru, Gohan and Trunks exploded without saying a word. Become a Super Saiyan a second stage. Shiryu looked at the two and smiled disdainfully, Super Saiyan? It's really boring. Take it. Shiryu. Gohan launched an attack first, dashing behind Shiryu with a very fast speed and throwing a heavy punch. Unexpectedly, Shiryu bent forward and easily escaped. Then he quickly raised his right foot and kicked Gohan directly. Trunks was extremely shocked when he saw this. Although he knew that Shiryu's power was terrifying, he didn't expect to avoid Gohan's attack so easily, and easily counterattacked. This is a lot of trouble. The knocked-out Gohan rotated 360 degrees in the air to relieve the impact, then adjusted his posture and attacked Saru again. However, in the face of Gohan's attack, Shiryu didn't take it seriously. Sun Wufan. Is that all you have to do? It disappoints me too much. Immediately after Gohan launched his attack, an unbelievable scene happened. Gohan clearly launched an attack on Shiryu but did not hit anything. Shiryu disappeared out of thin air. While Gohan was still surprised, Saru appeared in front of Gohan again. Before Gohan could react, Saru was between the sparks and flints and waved his fist. The speed of the fist is far beyond the understanding of the two Super Saiyans, the movements are fluent, and several punches have been thrown in the blink of an eye. Everything is completed in an instant, and Gohan has not figured out the situation, just like a sandbag. Was beaten out. Facing the terrifying strength of Shiryu, Trunks was completely frightened and froze in place like a puppet. Obviously, the attack just now was not enough to kill Gohan. Although Gohan was already scarred by the heavy hit just now, Gohan hadn't given up yet. Gohan climbed up from the ground with difficulty and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Damn it! Shiryu is stronger than I thought. If you head on, I have no chance of winning. Gohan set his posture again, looking at Trunks who was unable to move. Gohan, who had always been very calm, couldn't help but roar. What are you doing? Trunks? Don't forget what we fight for. Gohan's words awakened Trunks, who had already lost his fighting spirit. That's right. Now is not the time to be afraid. If even we can't defeat Shiryu, what should the humans on Earth do? Thinking of this, Trunks raised his enthusiasm, set up his posture and prepared to fight. Trunks exploded with a powerful aura and shouted, Gohan brother! The two of us attacked together. The voice just fell. Trunks had already come to Shiryu and kicked it out. Although Shiryu had already raised his hand to resist, the powerful force exploded at the moment of contact, and Shiryu was kicked out. It's not over yet. You bastard! Without waiting for Shiryu's reaction, Gohan moved quickly behind Shiryu, kicking Shiryu down from the sky with his whip like lightning. Shiryu hadn't landed yet, Trunks on the ground had been prepared for a long time, and shot a full-strength burning blow at Shiryu who had fallen straight down. Shiryu couldn't dodge, and hit the middle of the attack. An instant huge explosion set off a hurricane, and the powerful destructive power instantly turned the surrounding trees into ashes. After a while, the smoke and dust dissipated, and the scene in front of him made Trunks cold and sweaty, and Shiryu patted the smoke and dust on his body. And his body was basically intact. Shiryu glanced at Trunks, and the corners of his mouth raised. It's really a wonderful cooperation, but it's just a bit weaker. It's a pity. I knew I couldn't kill him in this way, but I didn't expect that he didn't even hurt him. Damn it! Gohan said unwillingly. Shiryu raised his hand and set his posture. The warm-up exercise is almost over. Now I will show the strength of the full body a little bit. The voice just fell. Shiryu dashed to Trunks' eyes. Saru's speed surprised Gohan, and he has such a speed. Sorry. Trunks is in danger. Gohan exploded and rushed to Trunks' position. But it's too late. Shiryu is far faster than Gohan and Trunks. Trunks didn't even notice that Shiryu had moved to his side. His fist hit Trunks' cheek like a meteor, and the ground suddenly shattered. The fragmentation of the earthquake, it is hard to imagine what would happen if this punch hit the ground directly. After Trunks was hit, the powerful impact instantly bounced him off, directly smashing the mountain behind him. But the impact seemed unabated, and Trunks kept rushing back. Fortunately, Gohan came to the orbit where Trunks was knocked into the air at a super fast speed, opened his hands to catch Trunks, but Trunks was hit hard and passed out and could no longer war. Gohan slowly fell, placing Trunks, who had lost consciousness, on the ground. Looking at Trunks, who had fainted, Gohan felt very complicated. I'm sorry. Trunks? You stay here first, I will defeat Shiryu. Seeing Trunks being beaten like this, Gohan was already unable to suppress the anger in his heart, and rushed straight to Shiryu, ready to fight to the death. Shiryu looked at the Gohan in front of him with disapproval, and kept teasing him, I'm so sorry. I didn't expect that kid could not help fighting so much. I was already merciful. Maybe I became too strong. I'm really embarrassed. Shiryu's words completely angered Gohan. Gohan clenched his fists, his anger had broken his limit. Gohan gritted his teeth and said, Saru. You bastard. I will make you pay. I won't let you go, absolutely not. Suddenly, Gohan's breath skyrocketed. The body also began to change, the muscles kept swelling and getting bigger, and the arrogance of the body became even bigger. Gohan had completely lost his mind, and he strengthened his strength without any worries. The powerful aura burst in an instant, and the wind was violent, lightning flashed and thunder, and the powerful aura of Gohan had even affected the climate of the entire earth. Gohan roared and his strength continued to increase. Gohan's power has finally risen to the extreme. Next, Gohan was about to explode with all his strength, in a desperate fight with Shiryu. When Shiryu saw Gohan's current state, he also put away his previous arrogant attitude. Shailu set his posture, Monkey Gohan. You really surprised me, you hide such a powerful force, it's interesting. It's really interesting. Gohan clenched his fists and roared, Saru. Your death date is here, I'm going to kill you. The two looked at each other. The powerful aura even distorted the space. The final duel of the two top powerhouses has finally begun. Gohan is the first to attack Shiryu. A straight punch hits instantly. The powerful force drove the gust of wind to attack Shiryu. Shiryu immediately bent over to escape, but Gohan had expected it, and immediately changed the direction of his fist, hammering downward. Hit Shiryu head on. Shiryu was hit hard by this punch, and the whole person came into close contact with the ground, and the powerful impact tore the earth in an instant. Shiryu roared. He made a counterattack, and an uppercut suddenly hit Gohan's jaw, but Gohan's current strength was not what it used to be. Although the punch hit Gohan, it did not knock Gohan away. Gohan's power is now above Saru. Gohan grabbed Shiryu's head with one hand and punched again. Directly flew Shiryu out. Shiryu increased his breath, and his body was shocked. The impact was cancelled, but Gohan's attack was not over yet. At this point, Gohan has come to Shiryu, right between the sparks and flints. Gohan suddenly used his right foot, and instantly made a high kick. The explosive attack hit Shiryu's head directly. Boom! There was a loud bang. Shiru's head was kicked so that it rotated 360 degrees and was completely kicked and broken. But Shiru was not dead. Shiru grabbed his head with both hands and adjusted the position, with another click. Shiru took his head back. Shiru laughed loudly, "You are really amazing, Monkey King. If I didn't have Piccolo's cells, I would have died just now." Gohan was not in the mood to talk nonsense with Shiru, his hands had already gathered energy. "Go to hell, Shiru! Turtle Kigong!" The voice just fell. The tortoise-style Kigong strikes out instantly. The mighty force cut through the sky, and the huge energy instantly turned anything touched into ashes. Shiru wanted to escape, but it was too late. The powerful energy directly cut off Shiru's lower body, and Shiru, who was only half of his body left, finally showed a frightened expression. How could it be possible? As a complete body, I will. Seeing Shiru's miserable situation, Gohan also smiled sarcastically, "It deserves it. Shiru. I said I would kill you." But Shiru suddenly changed his face and laughed out loud. "Haha! Monkey King! You are so naive. Do you really think you can kill me like this? Don't forget that I have Piccolo cells." Then Shiru shouted. The body grew back in an instant. Gohan wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth. "It seems that you must be wiped out without any bones left." Shiru smiled triumphantly, "It's true that you can kill me like this, but you can't do it." The voice just fell. Shiru had already attacked. Gohan just wanted to resist, but before he could react, he was kicked out by Shiru. Unwilling to show weakness, Gohan quickly adjusted his posture and rushed forward, but unlike before, his powerful attack could not touch Saru at all. While Gohan was still in doubt, Shiru attacked Gohan again. Every attack of Shiru hit Gohan's body steadily. On the other hand, Gohan couldn't touch Saru. Shiru teased, "Monkey Gohan! Haven't you noticed it? Your attack won't touch me at all. I was just to test your power and deliberately eat your attack. Although your form of power is very powerful, amazing, but the speed is not good at all." Gohan suddenly realized that it was like this. "I blindly strengthened my strength and ignored the speed, and I was actually dazzled by anger." Knowing the truth, Gohan lost his intent to fight and directly released the Super Saiyan state. Gohan looked at Saru and said unwillingly, "I lost. You kill me." Shiru raised his hand and put it down again. "It would be a shame to kill you, but when I observed you before, you and the kid couldn't even win the 17th and 18th. But you suddenly became stronger later, you should still become stronger, right? Let's let you go today, and we'll have another fight in 3 days." Gohan wondered, "Why? Isn't that the purpose of you human beings to kill us?" Shiru replied, "Our artificial humans were made to destroy Monkey King, but Monkey King is dead. Originally, I wanted to destroy the earth directly. However, I was very eager to fight the strong. Maybe I had that Beiji. The cell of the tower, I'm very combative, I feel it's a pity to kill you too, you will go back and become stronger, and then fight with me." Gohan clenched his fists and shouted, "Saru! You will regret it." Shiru sneered, "Son Gohan! If you have time to talk about this kind of useless nonsense, you might as well think about how to become stronger." After talking about Shiru, take a light jump. Flew to the distance, and disappeared into the horizon in a short while. Chapter 10, Start Over. After Shiru left, Gohan helped Trunks who was dying. "Trunks? Are you okay? Answer me, Trunks." After shouting several times, Gohan saw that Trunks didn't respond, and he hurriedly tested Trunks's breath, and he breathed a sigh of relief. "Scared me to death, okay. There is still breathing." Gohan looked at Trunks and sighed. Faced with Saru, who was fully corpulent, the two tried their best to defeat him. Although there were 3 days to prepare, the power of Shiru still brought Gohan great pressure. Gohan picked up Trunks on his back and prepared to go to Bulma's house to treat Trunks' injury. Gohan flew at full speed and soon came to Bulma's house. Bulma felt very distressed when his son was so hurt, and quickly asked Gohan. Gohan-kun, what is going on? Although I don't know how to fight, shouldn't your strength be far superior to human beings? After Gohan was silent for a moment, he replied, indeed. Our strength is far superior to the two cyborgs, but I didn't expect that the strange eggshell we discovered before, the hatched monster would hide in us and fight the cyborgs. Near. Bulma looked puzzled, is he that strong? He beats you like this? Gohan sighed, that monster has a very high IQ. When I accidentally attacked me, he absorbed number 17 and number 18 and became perfect. I couldn't beat him with Trunks. When Bulma heard this, he couldn't help being surprised. Perfect body. You mean he has become perfect body? Gohan. What should we do now? Do you have a way to deal with that monster? Gohan nodded. When Trunks recovers from the injury, I am going to practice in the spiritual time house again, and we will become stronger by then. Although he said so, judging by Trunks' injury, it's impossible to heal so quickly. Even if Trunks is healed, I'm not sure that I won Chiru's guy. Whether it's speed or strength, he basically the above is impeccable, even if there is a spiritual time house, but if it is still impossible to win Chiru according to the previous training method, what should I do now? Bulma seemed to see through Gohan's anxiety and immediately comforted. Don't worry, Gohan. I believe you will be able to turn the tide in the end, after all, you are the son of Monkey King. Hearing this, Gohan's uneasy heart calmed down a little. Thank you, Aunt Bulma. You are right. I can't give up. If I give up, no one can deal with Chiru. Bulma suddenly thought of something. That's right. Gohan. I'll show you a good thing, I just made it recently, it can heal Trunks' injury very quickly. Bulma brought Gohan to the laboratory, pointed to a huge instrument in front of him and introduced. Gohan. Look at the liquid treatment chamber I developed. Gohan was taken aback. Isn't this the Frisia's treatment device that Dad used in Namek before? It's amazing, Aunt Bulma. How did you make it? Bulma said triumphantly, I also heard Vegeta talk about this kind of instrument at the beginning, so I wanted to try to make it. After all, you have to fight against humanoids, so I think this thing will definitely come in handy, but this thing it's more complicated than I thought. It took me several years to finally make this thing. Then it should not be too late. Let Trunks be treated quickly. Talking. Gohan immediately helped Trunks, who was unconscious, into the treatment chamber and pressed the button. Immediately afterwards, the treatment chamber began to operate. Treating Trunks' injuries. Within half a day, Trunks' body had recovered to its original condition. Trunks walked out of the treatment chamber and spoke immediately. Brother Gohan. Time is running out, let's go to the spiritual time house to practice again. This time I must surpass that guy. Gohan smiled slightly. Looking at the determined Trunks in front of him, he couldn't help sighing. Trunks? You really have grown a lot, you are right. I can't go down in this way. The earth is protected by us. Without delay, we will immediately enter the spiritual time house. Trunks nodded. The two were about to set off to the Temple of Heaven, when Bulma suddenly pulled Trunks. Mom, don't stop me, I know you are worried about me, but I am no longer a child, and I will become stronger to protect everyone. No. Trunks? I didn't want to stop you, it's just that Gohan and your clothes are already in tatters. I have made a few new combat uniforms, and I hope you will bring them. Then handed a universal capsule. There are a few combat suits I prepared, and some daily necessities. You can bring them. Trunks took the omnipotent capsule and hugged Bulma. Thank you, Mom. I will definitely defeat Sarah with Gohan, and I won't let you down. After that, the two turned around and set off for the Celestial Temple. After a while, they arrived at the celestial temple. Gohan told Mr. Bobo about Saru, and immediately entered the spiritual time room to start practicing. Trunks, who entered the spiritual time house, was full of enthusiasm and immediately began to practice, but Gohan sat on the ground with his eyes closed, not knowing what he was thinking. Just as Trunks was puzzled, Gohan suddenly jumped from the ground and became a Super Saiyan. Trunks was very puzzled when he saw this, and immediately came to Gohan and asked, "Brother Gohan, why did you suddenly become a Super Saiyan?" Gohan didn't reply to Trunks, but continued to strengthen his aura, reaching the state he had when he was fighting against Chiru. The powerful aura even blew away Trunks on the side. Trunks couldn't help sighing, "It's too powerful. It's too powerful. Gohan's power is so strong. With this power, even Chiru can defeat it." Just as Trunks sighed, Gohan suddenly returned to normal, and then Gohan said to Trunks, "You are wrong, Trunks. When you passed out before, I had used this form to fight Chiru, but I was not an opponent at all." "Not an opponent at all? How could this be? Could it be that Chiru's power is stronger than this?" "It's not a matter of strength. Although this form is powerful, it has a fatal flaw, that is, the speed will drop drastically. Even if the strength is strong, it is useless to defeat the enemy. The speed will drop? So what should we do now, Brother Gohan? It seems that our previous training method was too much pursuit of strength, but ignored the importance of speed, Trunks. I still think the original Super Saiyan talent is the most ideal form." After saying that, Gohan became a Super Saiyan, then Gohan lowered his breath, and the golden light of becoming a Super Saiyan gradually disappeared, but Gohan still maintained the posture of a Super Saiyan, and his golden hair was the most good proof. Gohan opened his eyes, "Trunks, I think this state is the most ideal. We will stay in the Super Saiyan state whether we eat or practice. Of course, we don't need to sleep." Trunks nodded and learned the way Gohan turned into a Super Saiyan. He also kept his aura down and turned into a Super Saiyan state exactly like Gohan. "Brother Gohan, although I did it, I was so excited after becoming a Super Saiyan, it was really difficult to suppress it." "Me too, Trunks. But when we are fully adapted to this state, our cultivation is complete. By that time, our strength will definitely be stronger than now." Speaking, Gohan set up his posture. "Next, let's start playing against each other, and quickly attack." "Trunks, we don't have time to waste." The corner of Trunks's mouth raised, "Okay, Brother Gohan. I've become stronger too. Please don't show mercy." The voice just fell. Gohan and Trunks both attacked at the same time, so fast that only after images could be seen. Gohan and Trunks abandoned the previous posture of blindly pursuing power and began to move towards the most ideal Super Saiyan form. Chapter 11, Countdown to the Decisive Battle. At this time, Gohan and Trunks were practicing in the spiritual time house, and Chiru was not idle on the other side. He had to prepare for the duel 3 days later. Chiru came to an empty meadow and looked at the surrounding environment. "The environment here is good, so choose this place as the cemetery of Monkey King and Trunks." Chiru stretched out his hand and waved it lightly, and the wind blew violently, clearing all the gravel and weeds in the clearing. Then Chiru opened his hands and activated his superpowers at the mountain in front of him. Boom! Driven by superpowers, the entire mountain was uprooted by Chiru and dragged into the air. Immediately afterwards, Chiru waved his fingers again and swiped back and forth in the air a few times. The mountain was instantly cut into pieces of slabs. After Chiru's careful arrangement, a huge ring no less than 100 meters was made. Chiru sneered, "That fellow Free Shaw's ability is really convenient." Chiru was boring standing on the ring. There are 3 days left before the agreed date. How can I amuse the rest of the time? Speaking of Chiru, he smiled suddenly, "Since there is still so much time, let's declare the end of mankind and make those ignorant guys a little psychologically prepared." Shuru glanced at the distant city, then jumped. Fly to the city leisurely. Came over the city and looked at the few humans left after being slaughtered on the 17th and 18th. Shuru smiled slightly, those two guys are really boring. They will only bully some ants and do such naive things. Shuru fell to the ground, and then a ray shot out in his eyes, directly destroying a building. The house collapsed and people fled around. Shuru casually caught a middle-aged man who was fleeing and asked, "I have something to ask you." The middle-aged man was directly frightened by Shuru's ass, and he knelt down and begged for mercy, "Don't kill me. No matter it is money or whatever, I can give you whatever you want, please forgive me." Shuru sneered and pinched the middle-aged man's throat and threatened, "Excuse me, please answer my question. Where is the TV station?" The middle-aged man stretched out his trembling hand and pointed forward, "There, the TV station is there." Shuru looked at the direction the man was pointing, and sneered, "Thank you for showing me the way, you can go now." Then Shuru threw the man out. The hapless man couldn't stand Shuru's weird power, hit the wall hard, and died on the spot. When Shuru saw this, he still didn't forget to ridicule, "I'm really sorry. I didn't expect you to die so easily. Your vitality is more fragile than an ant." In the TV station at this time, the host was still broadcasting the huge economic losses caused by the destruction of the cyborgs everywhere and the intelligence of some cyborgs. They did not know that the cyborgs had been absorbed by Shuru and no longer existed. Boom! Suddenly there was a loud noise. Shuru directly opened a big hole in the wall of the radio station, and then Shuru slowly flew in from the entrance of the hole. Seeing that the situation was not good, the radio personnel hurriedly pressed the emergency signal and asked the military for assistance. But Shuru disagreed, doing his own thing for himself. Shuru grabbed a staff member and threatened, "Next, help me relay what I said to the world, or I will kill you." The staff of the TV station had to do it in order to save their lives. After operating the equipment, the staff of the TV station signaled Shuru to use the microphone. Shuru picked up the microphone and started a speech, "Hello. Humans all over the world. I am the ultimate robot Shuru. Originally I wanted to destroy the world, but thinking about it, this is not fair to you, so I am going to hold a martial arts tournament called Shuru Game. The rules are similar to those of the number 1 Budokai in the world. Both surrender and fall out of the field are considered losses. There is no limit to the number of people. Any weapon can be used as long as it can defeat me. If no one can defeat me at that time, I will destroy the world mercilessly. The time for the fighting will be 3 days later. If you don't want to die, try your best to defeat me. Hey! Cyborg! Get out and die!" At this time, the army that received the distress signal finally arrived. Shuru's speech was over, and he flew out of the radio, watching the army in front of him ignore it at all, and just wanted to leave directly, unexpectedly. The reckless army suddenly launched a fierce attack on Shuru. Tanks, planes, machine guns, bazookas, and other weapons kept firing at Shuru, but how could these attacks work on Shuru? Shuru sneered disdainfully, and threw a Qigong bomb casually. The Qigong bomb exploded as soon as it landed, and not only the army, but the entire city was razed to the ground in an instant, with no survivors. Shuru looked at the city he had destroyed, and snorted coldly, "It's ridiculous. You overbearing garbage, you actually want to kill me." After speaking, Shuru went straight back to the arena he made, waiting for the arrival of the fighting convention. Shuru's speech brought the whole world into panic. The original number 17 and number 18 were only aimless destruction. As long as people hide well, they can basically escape. But Shuru said that if no one can defeat him in 3 days, he would directly destroy the world and once again push the lingering humanity into a desperate situation. After Bulma listened to Shuru's speech, he made a cup of coffee without delay. In this situation, it's useless to be afraid. All I can do is believe that Trunks has Gohan. A long time has passed by this time. It has been half a year in the spiritual time house, and now Trunks and Gohan can completely suppress the excitement after becoming Super Saiyans. Gohan looked at Trunks and said, "You're almost resting, Trunks. Let's almost practice sparring." Trunks nodded, "Come on, Gohan. Do your best to attack." The voice just fell. Gohan swiftly moved forward, his whole body instantly tightened from a relaxed state, kicking out a powerful whip. Trunks hurriedly bent over to avoid, and immediately counterattacked, reaching out and throwing a punch. It hits Gohan's unsuspecting abdomen, the impact is fierce. Directly flew Gohan tens of meters away. Trunks seized the opportunity and launched another attack, gathering strength in his hand, and punching again. Fortunately, Gohan raised his knees in time and fisted the punch directly. The moment Gohan and Trunks collided, the impact was as shocking as a burst. The powerful impact seemed to tear the space, making a loud sound like thunder. The powerful impact generated after the collision shook the two people apart. Gohan used his feet to break on the ground. And strong friction between the soles of his feet and the ground offset the impact. However, Trunks did not think of this, but used Chi fixed his body and offset the impact, which made him a step slower than Gohan. Gohan used his actual combat experience to win the top spot, grabbing Trunks's neutral position, leaning forward and pushing his feet on the ground. Before Trunks could react, he had already arrived in front of Trunks, and a Kigong wave hit Trunks directly, knocking Trunks to the ground. Trunks, who fell to the ground, reacted immediately, and a carp stood up and adjusted his posture immediately. As expected of Gohan. If Gohan had attacked with all his strength just now, I might have been unable to stand up. Gohan smiled slightly and responded, "You are not bad, Trunks. Your strength has also improved a lot, but the actual combat experience is still not rich enough." Then Gohan jumped. Jumping into the air, suddenly accelerated towards Trunks. Trunks smiled triumphantly, thinking, "Too slow, Gohan brother. You just see how I fight back." Trunks stretched out his hands, gathered energy, and the magic flash was launched instantly. But it passed directly through Gohan's body. It's an afterimage. Gohan used the residual image punch and successfully tricked Trunks. When Trunks didn't notice Gohan, Gohan had moved behind Trunks. Gohan patted Trunks on the shoulder, "The winner is already divided." Trunks? Trunks sighed, unexpectedly, he still can't beat Gohan, Gohan is really too strong. Gohan touched Trunks' head, "You are only inexperienced in actual combat. In terms of strength, you are almost the same as me. There is still half a year left. Let's hurry up and train. I believe you can surpass me." Trunks nodded, "Brother Gohan. Let's take a break and let's have another fight later." Gohan smiled and said, "Trunks. You are so energetic. Then let's take time to rest, and let's fight again later." Chapter 12, Final Preparation. After a long wait, Bobo, who was sitting at the door of the mental time house, stood up suddenly, "It's almost time, Gohan and Trunks are about to come out." As soon as the voice fell, the door of the spiritual time house opened slowly, and the two people who had completed their cultivation were greeted by the heavy footsteps. Mr. Popo looked at the state of the two of them and couldn't help but widen his eyes. "Mr. Gohan, what's the matter with you? It's obviously the Super Saiyan state that looks so relaxed, and I still can't feel the way it was before." A powerful sense of oppression. Gohan smiled, "Mr. Bobo, do you mean we are in this state?" "Nothing. This is the state we cultivated in the mental time house. Let's not talk about this. Mr. Bobo, we are very hungry. Can we prepare? Give us something to eat." Mr. Popo was sweating in a cold sweat. "It's okay, but you can first listen to me and say Sharu." Trunks couldn't wait to push Mr. Popo. "Saru's matter will be discussed later, please prepare some food for Mr. Popo first. Gohan and I have hungry chests and backs." But the two of them had no choice but to prepare food. What happened to the two of them? Why is it so easy? Could it be that they are so sure that they can beat the monster Shrew? Bobo prepared the food. Gohan and Trunks immediately grabbed the food and gobbled it into the mouth. Facing the two big stomach kings in front of him, Bobo couldn't help but shed a cold sweat. That Gohan-san, I remember there was me preparing food in the spiritual time house. Isn't it enough? Gohan raised his head and chewed the food in his mouth. You said that. The food is plentiful. It's just that Trunks and I don't know how to cook at all. We just grilled the food and ate it. We haven't eaten it for a long time. Delicious food. Bobo wiped his cold sweat. That's right. Gohan-san, you look so relaxed. Are you confident that you can beat Shrew? Gohan glanced at Mr. Bobo and immediately increased his eating speed. After a while, a large table full of food was eaten up by the two of them. Gohan wiped the oil stain on the corner of his mouth. Mr. Bobo, are you talking about winning against Saru? To be honest, I am not very sure that I can win. Bobo was taken aback. What? Even Gohan-san is not sure? Then why can you still be so relaxed? Hurry up and practice hard. Gohan stood up and moved his joints. There is no need, because Trunks and I have tried our best to maximize our strength. If this doesn't defeat the monster Shrew, then I have nothing to do. Mr. Popo sighed helplessly. Since you have said so, then I can only trust you unconditionally. Then the defeat of Shrew is up to you to understand, Gohan and Trunks. Trunks stood up and smiled and said, there are about a day and a half in the next, and Gohan and I will go back to Mr. Popo first. After that, Trunks took out the universal capsule and threw it to the ground, taking off his tattered clothes and putting on a new combat uniform from the universal capsule. After that, the two were going to return to Bulma's house to discuss how to fight against Shrew. Wait for Gohan-san. Mr. Popo stopped the two who were leaving. Bobo took out 2 fairy beans from his clothes pocket. I don't know if it was God's will or what. At this time, the fairy grass just turned out to grow fairy beans. Although there are only 2, it can still help you. Gohan took the fairy bean. Thank you, Mr. Bobo. We will definitely do our best to defeat Saru. After saying that, he and Trunks rushed down to the temple and flew in the direction of Bulma's house. Shrew on the other side was not sure if it was boring or to prepare for a decisive battle with Gohan, using Tianjin Fan's 4-body fist to transform into a clone that was exactly the same as himself to fight against him. The two Shrew's eyes were facing each other, and suddenly both of them turned into afterimages and launched a fierce offensive and defensive battle. The powerful aura affected the surroundings and the mountains shook for a while. The Shrew who came out of the clone suddenly jumped behind him and swung his hammer to fly another Shrew. The powerful impact made it fly straight into the sky and into the universe like a human cannon. When he was about to break through the atmosphere, Shrew suddenly shook backwards to offset the impact, but Shrew had already come to Shrew at this time with his hands clasped together to attack, but Shrew was the first to kick his doppel away with a whip kick one step at a time. It's over. Shrew's hands have gathered powerful energy and instantly launches like a meteor that traverses the space in the space. The Avatar Shrew reacted between the electric light and flint, reaching out and slashing hard, and he directly split the powerful Qigong in half. But that Qigong was just a bait, and Shrew was already close to his clone. Launch Turtle Qigong at close range. The powerful destructive power instantly destroyed his clone and returned to Shrew himself. Shrew, who was floating in outer space, looked at the Earth and exclaimed, "It's really a good planet, although it's a bit sad to say that it will be destroyed soon. But the game will be ready for Son Gohan. Kaichien, don't let me down." At this time, Gohan and Bulma had just discussed Shrew's attack on the TV station and the armed fight conference, and immediately discussed with Trunks how to deal with Shrew. Gohan thought for a while and said to Trunks, "Trunks, Shrew's complete body strength is far beyond our imagination. I can feel that when I fought with us, I didn't say it was full, but for him, it might be just a game. If he got serious, we might have died long ago." Trunks nodded. It is true that Shrew's strength is terrifying. At that time, my full blow had no effect on him. However, he directly defeated me in an instant. I am very aware of the strength gap between us. Even though I am stronger now, I still feel that Chiru is better than us. Gohan took out the fairy beans. It's true that both of us have improved a lot now, but I still feel that Saru's strength is above us. I didn't know what to do until Mr. Bobo gave me the immortal bean. Reminds me of a tactic. Trunks asked suspiciously, tactics? Do you have any way Gohan can beat Chiru? Gohan nodded. Although it may not be possible to defeat that Saru, it at least greatly increases our chances of winning. Gohan said with a serious face, my plan is like this. You and I will each take a fairy bean, and then I will fight Chiru first. You will carefully observe Chiru's attack below. If I lose the battle, come. Trunks, you will trade with me to fight Chiru. If you lose to Chiru, the two of us will eat fairy beans and defeat Chiru together. Trunks suddenly realized, I understand brother Gohan. Even if Chiru is strong through the wheel fight between the two of us, it will definitely be weakened. In the end, we use fairy beans to restore our physical strength and join forces to attack, and we will definitely defeat Chiru. Gohan nodded. I can only think of this method now, and hope that nothing will go wrong by then. Trunks patted Gohan on the shoulder, brother Gohan. Now that the plan has been finalized, let's not think about it so much. Take a good rest to have the energy to face Saru. Gohan smiled and said, you are right Trunks. It's no use thinking so much now. It's better to recharge your energy and save your energy, so that you can prepare for the battle with Chiru. In this way, Gohan and Trunks are fully prepared to take over and enjoy the rest of the time, and the time for the decisive battle against Chiru is getting closer and closer. Chapter 13, Gohan vs Saru. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, the day agreed upon with Chiru has arrived. Gohan put on his robes and walked out of the room. Trunks, are you ready? Trunks followed. Of course we are ready. Gohan brother, let's go. Bulma looked at the two who were about to fight Chiru and said, Gohan and Trunks, you must be careful, and you must not lose. Gohan nodded, don't worry, Aunt Bulma. Waiting for our good news. Then he and Trunks set off for the place where Chiru placed the ring. At this time, Chiru was motionless, eyes closed and waited for Gohan and the others to arrive. The sudden noise broke the peace. Today is the day when the Chiru game begins. Will there be a hero who defeats Chiru? Or we humans will usher in the end? It seems that the group of people from the TV station came to Chiru's game scene earlier than Gohan and the others. At this time, the host approached Chiru in fright, picked up the microphone and asked Chiru, hello Mr. Chiru. Do you have anything to say to the audience in front of the TV? Chiru didn't want to talk nonsense to the human being in front of him and directly raise his breath and blow the host out. It didn't take long for Chiru to feel something, opened his eyes and smiled, the two guys are finally here. Then Gohan and Trunks descended from the sky and stood on the ring. The host who had just been blown away immediately raised his spirits and ran to Gohan and Trunks and took out a microphone to interview Gohan. Hello sir. Are you two here to defeat Saru and save the world? Gohan looked at the host and replied, what are you doing here? It's very dangerous here. I advise you to run away, or else our fight with Chiru will affect you later. The host retorted, how can it work? As a gold medal host, I must report the live broadcast of today's duel with Chiru for the people of the world, and I know very well that if no one can defeat Chiru, this monster world is over. It's useless if you don't dare to flee wherever you go. Seeing that they were so persistent, Gohan scratched his head helplessly and said nothing. At this moment, Chiru suddenly said, since everyone is here, then Chiru's game officially begins. Who of you two is going to go first? Is it Gohan or Trunks? Or are you two together? Gohan clenched his fists and showed a firm expression, Trunks, let's take a rest next to me. Let me fight Chiru first. Chiru grinned and said, aren't you two going to go together? It seems that you are very confident in your own power, Son Gohan. Gohan stood on the ring and set his posture, Saru. I am not the same as before. This time I won't be as easy to deal with as last time. As soon as the voice was over, Gohan kicked his feet and rushed towards Saru with his ejection. Shuru opened his arms and smiled slightly, the speed is too slow, Monkey King. The moment Gohan approached Saru, Shuru was the first to punch at the right time, but his fist passed through Gohan's body, but he didn't hit it. It was a remnant fist. Gohan used the residual image fist to confuse Saru that he had come behind Shuru. Gohan seizes the opportunity to attack, but Shuru uses his own way to rule his body. He also used the residual image punch to disappear suddenly, but Gohan immediately noticed and reacted. The body turned 180 degrees and a beautiful round kick hit Saru, who suddenly appeared behind Gohan. The powerful impact directly knocked Saru down. Ground. It's really amazing. Audience. The blonde youth who appeared suddenly kicked Shuru directly. It seems we have hope. The host excitedly explained the situation of Shuru's game. Shuru got up instantly after a flip, and kept complimenting him. Son Gohan, didn't expect you to be so much stronger in 3 days. It really didn't disappoint me. As soon as the voice fell to Shuru, he came to Gohan at a very fast speed. Gohan just raised his arm and prepared to attack, but he didn't expect Shuru to take the lead. He kicked so fast that he couldn't see when he made the move. The powerful impact directly kicked Gohan into the air. Then Shuru got up and jumped. When he came to the sky, his hands clasped his hands together and gave a hammer. Gohan, who couldn't react in the future, hammered into the ground. It's not over yet. Shuru leaned down and rushed to Gohan and punched straight. Shuru's fist attacked from top to bottom. On the occasion of the rush, a big bottomless hole appeared in the ground, and at this moment, Gohan rolled around and moved his position to barely dodge the attack. Gohan stood up immediately with his hands on the ground, and Shuru pulled out his fist that was plunged into the ground. The moment Shuru pulled out his hand, he fired the magic light-killing cannon directly at Gohan. The speed was too fast for Gohan to dodge. It turned out that Shuru had already prepared the next move without hitting Gohan. The changing gestures of the fists buried in the ground gathered the magic light to kill the cannon. Gohan was surprised and immediately reacted, raising his breath to the highest level with a loud shout. When the Magwangguang killing cannon was about to touch the body, the Qigong wave was instantly emitted to offset Shuru's Magwangguang killing cannon. Crucial. Everyone present squeezed cold sweats for Gohan. When Shuru saw this, he couldn't help but praise Gohan. That's right, son Gohan. It actually counteracted my attack in an instant. It seems that the 3 days have not been in vain. Gohan clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Sure enough, this guy's strength is above me. I have to consume a little more of his stamina. Otherwise, even with fairy beans, there is no chance of winning at all. Trunks watched the battle between the two and thought, but he didn't expect that Shuru had reached this level. It seemed that Gohan should use his full strength. Suddenly Gohan raised his aura again, the powerful aura stirred up the gust of wind, and the dust flew up for a while, and he rushed towards Saru with all his strength, and Saru was not to be outdone. The moment the two people collided was like a nuclear bomb explosion. The powerful impact shook the space and blew everyone except Trunks. The two people who collided attacked almost at the same time. Gohan and Saru punch each other with one kick, Shuru punches Gohan in the cheek, and Gohan kicks Saru on the head again. Every attack by Saru and Gohan shakes the sky. Move! Shuru once again slammed his fist towards Gohan. Gohan reacted quickly and instantly grabbed Saru's arm, and then Gohan quickly spun himself and threw Saru out. Gohan seized this neutral position to gather chi with both hands and fired hundreds of Qigong rounds to bomb Shuru. Shailu didn't have time to dodge the front face, but the number of Qigong waves was too much. Even Shuru was beaten and retreated. Suddenly, Shuru curled up and shouted and put his body in a big word and used the protective cover. I played all Gohan's Qigong bombs. When Shuru was complacent, Gohan had already come under Shuru. Gohan has already gathered good energy in his hands. Turtle Kigong was launched instantly, and the powerful force directly shattered Shuru's protective shield. Shuru was hit head-on by the Tortoise School Kigong. The powerful force blasted off half of Shuru's body in an instant. Shuru stubbornly resisted Zyugi's Kigong, and Shuru, who had only half of his body left, was a little funny, but Shuru repaired his body in an instant. Shuru turned his eyes to Gohan, and it seemed that the turtle pattern had exhausted Gohan's stamina just now, and Gohan was already out of breath. Seeing Shuru who had recovered in an instant, Gohan smiled bitterly. It's really troublesome. The Kigong that sent tortoise style just now consumes a lot of my chi, but Shuru doesn't seem to consume much. It's really bad. Shuru twisted his neck. Son Gohan seems to consume a lot of that trick just now. I wonder if you still have the energy to escape this. Saying that, Shuru gathered energy to the fingertips and instantly emitted light, but fortunately, Gohan moved quickly to avoid it sideways. Gohan was sweating coldly. Damn it! Isn't this Frieza's move? Shuru smiled slightly. I didn't expect to escape it. But the next thing is a burst. Several rays of light shot from Shuru's fingertips immediately. When Gohan saw this, he could only move his body left and avoid flashing right and looked very embarrassed. Shuru is torturing Gohan, who is physically weak, like a beast playing with food. Is there nothing Gohan can do? Chapter 14, Trunks vs Shuru. Shuru raised his hand again and sent out several rays. Gohan quickly opened his hands and resisted with chi. Gohan made a barrier to block all the rays. Then Gohan turned to attack and released energy to launch the barrier, but Shuru just with a wave of his hand, Gohan's attack was easily resolved. Just as Shuru was preparing to see how Gohan was dying, panting, Gohan suddenly said, "No. I'm at my limit, it seems I can't beat you." Shuru was taken aback. Do you know what you are talking about, son Gohan? Didn't you continue to fight? You just surrendered like this. What a joke. Gohan patted the dust on his body. Don't make a mistake about Shuru. My surrender doesn't mean you won. Then Trunks will fight for me. Gohan turned his head to look at Trunks. It's okay. Trunks? Trunks calmly stepped onto the ring and replied, of course. I will fight next, and you can rest next to you, brother Gohan. Shuru suddenly laughed and said, so that's it. Are you planning to consume my stamina with wheel warfare? But son Gohan, you too underestimate me. Even if I was exhausted from fighting with you just now, it is more than enough to deal with Trunks. Gohan, regret it, I will kill Trunks in front of you. Gohan smiled slightly. Don't be too arrogant, Saru, Trunks is no worse than mine now, he will definitely beat you. Trunks yelled a powerful breath and burst out in an instant. Shuru was slightly surprised when he saw this. It seems that Monkey King did not lie. You have reached this level but you are not yet my opponent. Trunks set his posture. Don't talk nonsense, Shuru, I will definitely beat you. Shuru disagreed. Hey! I don't know how big the sky is. Just let you guess this. The voice just fell to Shuru to improve his breath. The energy condensed like a compact disc in his hand, and then directly threw it towards Trunks. When Gohan saw this, he immediately shouted, Chi Yuan Zhang. Trunks must not be hit by that. Otherwise, you will be cut into 2 pieces directly. Hearing Gohan's reminder, Trunks, who was disapproving, Trunks hadn't seen Chi Yuanzhan's peculiar moves so he didn't know his power, immediately jumped up and avoided the attack. Trunks looked behind him. Chi Yuanzhan split the mountain behind in an instant. Trunks yelled out of danger, but Shuru didn't let Trunks go so easily, and then he slashed with both hands again. When Trunks saw this, he didn't retreat and moved forward. The attack I've seen once won't work on me. The 2 Chi Yuan slashes came head-on, and when they were about to touch Trunks, Trunks immediately adjusted their posture and passed through the gap between the 2 Chi Yuan slashes. Not only did they escape the Chi Yuan slash but also approached Shuru. The corner of Trunks's mouth raised. Saru can't escape even if you are so close. Shrew didn't understand what it meant, but Trunks suddenly raised his hand to release the already condensed energy cannon. The energy cannon fired Shrew in an instant and was caught off guard. Not to mention dodge, even the defensive posture was too late to take this trick. Boom! The huge power directly raised the ring to the ground and rolled up the sky full of smoke and dust. When Gohan on the side saw this, he thought to himself that Trunks was too messed up. This would cause damage to the earth, but then the training in the spiritual time house not only improved Trunks's strength but also increased it. Combat experience. Shrew, you really underestimate Trunks. At this moment, Trunks rushed into the sky, and began to gather energy in his hands. Trunks instantly launched several Qigong bombs and bombarded the ground indiscriminately. At this time, Shrew suddenly rushed out of the thick fog, moved at high speed to avoid all the Qigong shells and approached Trunks. When he got close to Trunks, he punched out. Trunks reacted quickly and raised his leg to block it with his knee. Shrew smiled slightly. The original fist opened and turned into a palm that directly grabbed Trunks's thigh, and threw Trunks to the ground. Trunks immediately rotated himself to remove the impact before he was about to hit the ground. Trunks had just arrived in front of Shrew. A heavy punch hit the unsuspecting Trunks in the face and knocked him away. Trunks flew several meters away, then stopped with a shock of breath. Trunks wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I really didn't expect that Shrew and Gohan would still have such strength after fighting. Shrew twisted his neck. I really underestimated you just now and suffered a bit, but it won't be that easy next. I'm going to be serious. Trunks smiled bitterly. Aren't you serious about that? It looks like the situation is a bit bad. Shrew roared a powerful breath and put his hands on his waist. If you have the ability, take this trick. Trunks was shocked. Asshole! What do you want to do with such a huge breath? Do you destroy the earth? Shailu ignored it and shouted, take it. Turtle Qigong. Then the blue wave of Qigong burst out instantly after pushing the front with both hands. Gohan was shocked, but it was too late to stop. Trunks clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. He couldn't escape. If he escaped, the earth would be over. Trunks raised his breath and spread his hands to catch the tortoise Qigong sent by Shrew. Then Trunks roared and exhausted his whole body to change the track of the tortoise Qigong and move the tortoise Qigong to the sky. Shailu's tortoise-style Qigong just rushed out of the atmosphere and turned into a meteor, and gradually disappeared. Trunks panted heavily and had no strength at all. Facing Shrew in front of him, he was already powerless. Shrew slowly walked towards Trunks. No, Trunks. Isn't there any strength? Our battle is not over yet. Trunks reluctantly stood up. Damn. This guy obviously used such a strong attack, but his chi hasn't weakened much. I'm almost reaching the limit. Shrew arrogantly walked to Trunks slowly and mocked, it seems that your performance is over, then it's time to say goodbye. Shrew stretched out his palm to face Trunks and gradually gathered energy, and Trunks. Saying that when it was too late, Gohan suddenly moved to Trunks at high speed and kicked Shrew. Gohan yelled at Trunks, Trunks quickly eat the fairy beans. Trunks quickly took out the fairy beans from his arms and ate them. In an instant, his physical strength and wounds recovered. When Shrew saw this, he became angry and rushed back, asshole. Is this your goal? Son Gohan. You actually used such a despicable method, I will kill you. Trunks stood up and said, thank you, Gohan, if you don't come over, I might be dead. Gohan responded, what stupid thing you said, how could I let you leave it alone? Just now in an emergency, I ate the fairy beans directly, and it was Trunks when we were fighting side by side. Shrew was furious, damn it. Son Gohan. You silly mischief actually used fairy beans to tarnish this duel. Gohan looked at Saru, duel? I don't care what your rules are. I only know that if we don't hit you, we humans will have no future. Shrew roared, Do you think that you can beat me by replenishing your physical strength? This will let you see my full strength. As soon as the voice stopped, the mountain shook Shiru's body and burst into an unprecedented powerful aura. Gohan left a cold sweat. Damn, you still have such a strong anger. Trunks, be careful. Trunks set his posture. Even though we are strong, we can't lose. Gohan, let's attack together. Gohan looked at Trunks and smiled in relief. Trunks, you really have grown a lot. Then Gohan raised his breath and set his posture. Let's go together. Trunks. Chapter 15, Evenly Matched. Trunks and Gohan joined forces to launch a fierce attack on Shiru. Shiru's two fists were hard to beat. Four hands were once suppressed by two Super Saions. Shiru immediately pulled back when he saw that he was lost in close combat. Distance. When Gohan wanted to chase Shiru, he immediately reacted with the Kigong bomb. Gohan and Trunks immediately resisted when he saw it. The gas bomb rolled up the smoke and Shiru took the opportunity to launch an attack and rushed into the smoke and kicked Trunks. Gohan reacted and turned around and punched Saru and raised his hand to easily dissolve it. Immediately after Saru's other hand had gathered energy, he instantly shot Gohan out for several meters. Shiru smiled triumphantly. Is the only way for two people to join forces? The weak is the weak, even if it uses small tricks, it won't change anything. Trunks patted the dust on his body. Hey! Shiru, your attack is not as strong as before. I don't have any damage. At this time, Gohan also flew back. Shiru looked at the two of them and couldn't help thinking. The attack just now didn't seem to cause much damage. I consume too much power, but I will not lose. I am a perfect creature. I am an invincible complete body. Suddenly Saru leaped high and rushed out of the clouds, and Gohan was shocked when he saw this. No. Does he want to gather energy to destroy the earth again and keep up with Trunks? Gohan and Trunks immediately jumped into the air and chased Shiru. Shiru looked back and smiled triumphantly. Sure enough, you are catching up. You two idiots, you are in the game. Eat me with a trick. Kill the cannon. In an instant, the magic light-killing cannon fired at Gohan. Gohan didn't have time to dodge and was hit directly by the magic gun light, and Gohan disappeared in front of Trunks with a boom of smoke. Trunks was shocked. Brother Gohan. Worry about yourself, kid. The voice just fell. Shiru has come to Trunks, raised his hand and slashed hard. The hand knife hit Trunks's neck, and Trunks had too much time to react. When a knee hit, Trunks vomited blood in his abdomen and was embarrassed. Then Shiru raised his hand and attacked. It's not over yet. Accept the move. Magwang killing cannon. Suddenly, Shiru reacted quickly and escaped and passed between the two of the Magwang kill cannon. Shiru turned his head and looked in the direction of the attack, only to see Gohan standing upright. Gohan gave Shiru a hard kick with both feet at the same time, and Shiru was ejected to the ground like a cannonball. With a loud noise, the ground was smashed into a bottomless pit. Gohan used his own way to cure his own body with the magic light-killing cannon to save Trunks and give Shiru a heavy blow. After hitting Shiru, Gohan was not anxious to pursue him, but cared about Trunks. Is Trunks okay? Trunks adjusted his state and said that it was okay. Gohan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, you are fine, otherwise you don't know how to explain to Aunt Bulma. Trunks looked at the big hole on the ground and said, Gohan isn't talking about this kind of thing right now. Just now I saw Gohan hit by Saru's attack and it really scared me. Fortunately, you are fine. Gohan looked at Trunks and his expression suddenly became serious. Yet. I was actually hit just now. It's really a cut. Fortunately, when the attack approached me, I created a barrier with chi to counteract the attack, but the powerful impact, it still made me suffer. Trunks stared straight at the big hole. Saru hasn't come up for a long time, maybe something is brewing. Seeing that Shalo hadn't reacted for a long time, Gohan's condensed energy in his hand threw it towards the big hole, only to hear a bang. the hole was blown even bigger. Seeing that Chiru still didn't move, Gohan immediately increased his vigilance and vigilant, "Trunks, be careful," we slowly approached the past. Although the host of the tragedy who was blown away on the other side was fine, the machine broke down and said unwillingly, "Damn it! I can't film the battle between Chiru and the young man." Upon seeing this, the colleague on the side vomited, "We almost died thinking about filming." The host was furious, "What stupid you said, this is about the future of mankind. If no one can beat Chiru, we still have to. It's better to die than to film the scene for people. Even if you die, you've done the last meaningful thing in life." "Okay. Okay. I can't tell you, shall we go there?" "Of course. I want to finish the most meaningful shooting in my life." At this time, Gohan slowly approached the big pit, and Trunks watched behind Gohan for fear that Sarah would suddenly attack from another place. After approaching the big pit, Gohan looked intently and suddenly his face turned into a shock, "Not inside. Chiru is gone, this guy is still hiding." "Trunks, pay attention to the surroundings. I don't know when Chiru will suddenly rush out." The two slowly descended to the ground. At this time, Gohan said, "Trunks, please alert me to catch Sarah's breath." Trunks nodded and the two began to work together. Gohan closed his eyes and calmed down looking for Sarah's breath, while Trunks leaned against Gohan to observe the movements around him. Before Gohan noticed Chiru took the lead to launch an attack and burst out of the ground. Trunks didn't expect Chiru to dig a hole and launch a sudden attack from the ground. Before Gohan could react, he received a heavy blow from Chiru's chin and was beaten to the sky. Trunks next to him rushed over, but Chiru turned and kicked Trunks fiercely. Kick flying. Gohan made an somersault in the air and adjusted his posture. The magic flash fired in his hand. When he watched Chiru, he smiled and did not dodge. The turtle sent Kigong to directly push the magic flash back. Gohan dodges hurriedly but is still scratched by the powerful energy up the chest. Gohan gasped and wiped his sweat, "It's dangerous, I almost got caught." Trunks also got up at this moment, "Asshole. I didn't expect this guy to appear from the ground. What a miscalculation." Chiru looked at the embarrassed two people triumphantly, "What's wrong? Monkey King, Trunks, you all look a bit bad." "Ha ha 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 ha." Gohan motioned to Trunks with his eyes, and then the two rushed towards Chiru at the same time. Chiru immediately moved at high speed and flew into the sky, and the two hit and rushed into the air. Chiru once again made a gesture of Gippei Kigong, "If you don't want something to happen to the earth, just go on." Then the Gippei Kigong walked out. Gohan and Trunks hurriedly stuck together and used the turtle-style Kigong to resist. After all, the turtle-style Kigong used by Chiru's strength could not be resisted by one person alone. Sure enough, the strength of the unity was great. And the combined strength of Gohan and Trunks successfully overwhelmed Chiru and directly pushed back the tortoise-style Kigong used by Chiru. When Chiru saw that his turtle Kigong was pushed back, he immediately stopped to release energy and quickly dodged away. Chiru thought in a cold sweat, My power consumption is greater than I thought. If I try hard, I may not be able to win. I have to find a way to break the two guys one by one." Gohan breathed a sigh of relief and then said to Trunks, "Saru is weakened a lot. Now is the best time to kill Chiru." Trunks gritted his teeth, "It's true that Saru has become weaker, but my chi has also been consumed so much that I can't drag it anymore. Gohan must fight quickly." Suddenly, Chiru set up his posture and burst out all the aura in his body. Gohan thought when he saw this, Chiru was ready to make a quick battle just as we thought. Then Gohan and Trunks also burst out with the only remaining power in their bodies. Both sides were ready to start the final fight, and the final duel was about to begin. Chapter 16, Break the Limit. The final battle begins. He only heard a roar from Gohan and launched a fierce attack on Saru, not to be outdone. The two of them clasped their fingers and began to compete for strength. After a while, Saru's power was superior and gradually overwhelmed Gohan. In an emergency, Trunks hurriedly shot Shuru with a punch and knocked him into the air. Immediately after, Gohan and Trunks gathered the chi together and fired Qigong bombs at Shuru. Shuru made an somersault and adjusted his posture, swinging his hands together and using a hammer to bounce the Qigong bombs directly back. Seeing this, Gohan and Trunks immediately jumped up to avoid the attack, and the powerful destructive power once again shook the ground and even spread to the city. Bulma was anxious looking at the TV that had lost its signal. "Are you okay with Gohan and Trunks? In any case, you must come back alive, and please be safe and sound. What is going on TV? There is no video. What happened?" People in the city complained anxiously. "Help! There is another earthquake. Could it be that the end of the world is really here? Don't talk nonsense. Didn't it say on the TV just now that someone has already come forward to fight Shuru?" The battle between Shuru and Gohan has spread to the city. Tensions, fears, and restlessness are already happening in the city. Some people have begun to give up on themselves, some are praying, and some are staring blankly at the snow. TV looks forward to the savior's defeat of Shuru. On the other side, the battle between Gohan and Saru has become fierce, and both sides use their full strength to fight to the death. Shuru's psychic motion used a count of Qi Yuanzhan to restrain Gohan, turned and rushed to Trunks and threw a punch infused with super power. Trunks immediately raised his hands to resist, but the powerful impact still instantly stunned him. Lanks repelled, and Trunks rubbed his feet on the ground to offset the impact, but he still moved dozens of meters away. Numerous Qi Yuanzhan kept tracking Gohan. Gohan dodged but still couldn't get away. "Saru, this guy can still pay attention to Qi Yuanzhan's control when attacking Trunks? Damn! I must get out as soon as possible." After speaking, Gohan suddenly stopped to dodge Qi Yuanzhan and attacked from all directions. Gohan clenched his fists and roared out a strong breath. Many Qi Yuanzhan instantly vanished. Gohan panted after using this trick. "After using this trick, my breath is running out, and my physical strength should almost reach the limit, but Shuru shouldn't be much easier than me." Looking at Trunks in a blink of an eye, although Shuru's recruits were powerful, they were all resolved by Trunks. Shuru's reaction speed dropped greatly and Trunks' power could barely cope with it. After Gohan took a breath, he adjusted his physical condition and quickly rushed to meet Trunks. The two of them dealt with Shuru at the same time, and Shuru gradually fell into a disadvantage when faced with the stormy attacks of the two. At this time, Gohan grabbed the space and quickly raised his leg and kicked Saru. Trunks immediately followed up with Gohan's attack and jumped into the sky and hammered Saru, who had been knocked into the air by Gohan. Shuru slowly climbed up with his hands on the ground and kept muttering, "Damn! Damn! Damn!" Trunks gasped hard, "Brother Gohan! That guy seems to be dying." "Yes. Trunks, seems that our tactics have worked, but our consumption is also great," Gohan replied breathlessly. Shuru struggled to stand up and watched that Gohan and Trunks' anger had reached the extreme, but they were powerless. Even Shuru, who had become a complete body, had little energy left. Shuru now has no way to deal with Go at the same time. Fan and Trunks. After suppressing his anger, Shuru calmly thought about it and prepared to kill the weaker Trunks first. After a short stalemate, Shuru took the lead to attack Gohan with his left hand and fired Qigong bombs to attack Gohan, hitting Trunks forcefully while Gohan was defending. Trunks exhausted too much physical strength and was too late to react and was pushed out 100 meters straight away by Shuru. Gohan immediately turned to support, but unfortunately he couldn't help his physical strength to bottom out, and the speed dropped drastically. Shuru punched again. Trunks raised his hand to resist, but the speed was too slow. Before he raised his hand, he was hit by Shuru's punch and fell to the ground. Immediately after Shuru kicked the fallen Trunks into the sky, Gohan had already rushed to lock Shuru from behind while Shuru was not paying attention. Shuru, who was restrained, desperately broke free and hit Gohan's lower abdomen with his elbow. "Let go! You bastard, let go!" Faced with Shuru's repeated blows, Gohan not only didn't let go of his hands, but instead increased his hands to keep Shiryu firmly under control. Gohan yelled at Trunks, who fell on the ground, "Trunks! Take advantage of it! Attack!" Listening to Gohan's roar, Trunks slowly stood up and rushed towards Shiryu and threw a few punches. Hit Shiryu! Shiryu suffered a heavy blow and spit out purple blood, and if it went on like this, Shiryu hurriedly exploded all the remaining energy and successfully shook the two apart, but there was nothing left to use with his own chi. Shiryu has lost his reason and roared, "Ah! Damn! Asshole! I want to die with you! I want to pull the whole earth to bury me!" After speaking, his body began to swell slightly. Trunks yelled, "Bad! Shiryu wants to blow himself up!" Seeing this, Gohan's power from nowhere rushed in front of Shiryu at a super fast speed and kicked Shiryu high in the air to interrupt Shiryu, who had not yet entered a self-destructive state. Immediately after Gohan gathered all the remaining power in his body, he shouted, "Turtle! Pi! Chi! Gong!" As soon as he said, the Qigong of Turtle Pi launched Shiryu in the middle of the sky. Shiryu exhausted his whole body to resist but could not offset Wu Fan's attack. The two were in a stalemate. At this moment, Trunks jumped up to his hands behind Shiryu to condense all the energy in his body. This is the last blow to Shiryu. Turtle Qigong. Trunks also uses Gippei Qigong. The two Gippei Qigongs attack Shiryu back and forth, and the powerful energy explodes at the moment of contact. Shiryu's current body was completely unable to withstand these two powerful energies, and Shiryu's body was gradually decomposed into ashes by the huge energy. Shiryu yelled unwillingly, I actually am the most perfect body. Damn it! Shiryu vanished without a trace in the desperate roar. Seeing the ashes disappeared, Saru Gohan sat on the ground with a sigh of relief. Trunks directly relieved the Super Saiyan state and fell from the air. The two of them kept panting and exhausted, but for themselves. The victory was pleased with a strange expression. Both of them were exhausted and rested for a long time before Gohan got up from the ground and helped Trunks on the side, happily said, "We won, Trunks. We finally defeated Shiryu." Trunks had a big smile on his face. "The earth is safe, Gohan brother, you will be able to fulfill your dream of becoming a scholar in the future." When the two of them were talking and laughing, they were about to go back. Suddenly a powerful breath struck, and the smiles on their faces disappeared instantly. Trunks showed a look of fear. "It's impossible, this breath is..." Gohan gritted his teeth. "Saru, this breath is Shiryu and it's stronger than Shiryu, who was fully physical before. How could it, damn it?" Suddenly Shiryu appeared in front of the two of them out of thin air. Shiryu smiled slightly, "I really can't believe that I am still alive, and this speed and power are not at the same level as before. Your Scion cells are really helpful. Now I'm very busy. How can I thank you? If it's right, I'll send you to die." Gohan sweated coldly. "It's over." "Why? Why are you still alive? We should have destroyed you just now." Shiryu pointed to his head and explained, "I have a core in my mind. As long as the core is not destroyed, I can use Piccolo's ability to recover my body. In addition to the Scion's ability to resurrect from the dead, I will not only recover. Physical strength has become stronger." Shiryu returns, "But Gohan and the others are already exhausted. Are they really unable to return to heaven?" Chapter 17, Awakening. Monkey King. Shiryu, who is beyond completeness, said to Trunks and Gohan in front of him without paying attention to his victory, saying, "It's so wonderful, the energy is so strong that it is about to burst, but it's a pity. No one can be my enemy. Is this invincible loneliness?" Gohan knew very well that he had no chance of winning, but at least he had to keep Trunks alive. Gohan whispered to Trunks, "Trunks, I will try my best to buy time for you later. You should leave the Earth with Aunt Bulma. Aunt Bulma should have a spacecraft that can sail in space, so hurry up." "No. Gohan, I won't run away. I will fight with Gohan until the end, even if we die, we will die together. Trunks said stubbornly. Ha ha ha. You are discussing another plan, but it doesn't matter. It's easier to kill you now than to squeeze an ant. After that, Saru slowly walked towards Gohan and the others. Seeing Shiryu approaching, Gohan pushed Trunks away and shouted, "Go! You will only drag me here, go quickly." "No. Don't, Gohan. I want to live and die with you," Trunks responded. Shiryu smiled upon seeing this scene. It's really touching. "Since you want to die together, I will show mercy and send you on the road." After he said, he raised his hand and shot a ray of light straight toward Gohan. "Gohan will take you from you. Let's start." The light struck through the hall for an instant as if time had frozen. Gohan watched as Trunks in front of him was penetrated by the light. After flying out several meters, he fell heavily to the ground without any movement. There were tears in Gohan's eyes. "Why? Why, Trunks? Why did you save me, why?" It turned out that Trunks smashed Gohan with all his strength just now, and took Shiryu's attack instead of Gohan. Seeing Trunks fell to the ground, the corner of Shailu's mouth raised and showed a cheerful expression. "It's a pity that I still want to kill Monkey King first. I didn't expect you to die in such a hurry, but it's harmless, but it just changed the order in which I killed you. Anyway, why bother to die anyway?" When Gohan saw Trunks lying on the ground, he recalled the past with Trunks and could no longer restrain his tears from falling down his cheeks. Faced with Trunks' death and Shiryu's taunts, sadness and anger filled Gohan's heart, and Gohan clenched his fists and slowly climbed up from the ground. At this time, Gohan's anger reached the extreme and his facial expression was distorted to the extreme. "Horror, Saru, you actually gave Trunks, you dare to give Trunks. I will never let you go. Absolutely." Gohan's anger broke through the infinite potential of his intellect, and bursting energy burst out like a flood. Gohan's hair stood up, his body exploded with a powerful breath of golden light mixed with bursts of electric light, shaking the earth like the end of the world and affecting the entire earth. At this time, because of his anger, Gohan has stimulated his own potential to break through the limit again and completely surpassed Super Saiyan to reach a new level, which is known as Super Saiyan 2. History is always surprisingly similar. Frieza used to kill Klin in front of Monkey King dead and dead, but this time it was replaced by Trunks and it was Monkey King who broke out. Shiryu didn't panic when he saw Gohan's bursting out of such a powerful energy. He laughed, "Gohan! You are so awesome! The Saiyan cells in my body are so excited! Come on! Let me see you! Power!" As soon as the voice fell, Gohan had already arrived in front of Shiryu's eyes. A strong sense of oppression was like a ghost descending into the world, and the anger in his heart Gohan attacked, and just threw a punch and the world was shaken. The impact that was so strong that it broke the watch made Shiryu travel around the world. Not knowing how far he flew out, Shiryu used his breath to offset the impact and stopped. Before Shiryu could react, a golden light rushed out from a distance. "It's not over yet." It was another punch. Shiryu was smashed directly into the ground. But Shiryu wasn't a vegetarian. The explosive force offset the impact and immediately rushed out of the ground and came in front of Gohan. "Are you crazy, son Gohan? The earth can't bear it with such a strong force." Gohan gritted his teeth, "I'm going to cut you off now." Gohan has been dazzled by anger and completely loses his mind. He doesn't care about the earth at all. Now Gohan has only one idea: to kill Saru. Shailu set his posture. "It's really interesting. Monkey King, let me see your current strength." When Gohan faced Shiryu's taunting, he raised his hand with a Qigong bomb, and Shiryu immediately fought back and knocked the Qigong bomb back. When Gohan saw it, he dodged and somersault and came to Saru, raising his hands, and the magic flash fired instantly. Shiryu reacted quickly and fell backwards. The magic flash was only a few minutes away from Shiryu and passed by, and then a high-speed kick hit Gohan to open the distance. Gohan circulated and stabilized his body in the air and looked at Saru in a blink of an eye. He saw that Sara was already ready to attack and shouted at Gohan with his fingertips, "Taste this monkey, Gohan!" Hundreds of rays of light struck in an instant. Gohan! Gohan didn't hurriedly raised his hand and bounced all of them off. Shiryu was secretly surprised when he saw it, and he counteracted my attack with just one hand. I became more and more excited that Gohan would please me more. Gohan counteracted Shiryu's continuous attacks and said coldly, "Is it the only thing? You have nothing great." Hearing these words, Shiryu smiled without anger. "If you can't deal with the attack of the kind just now, it would be too boring." Gohan responded indifferently, "I advise you to use all your strength. It would be hard to calm my anger if I kill you so easily." Shiryu's hands gathered his breath and the corners of his mouth raised. "Humph! Then you have the ability to take this." The huge aura is condensed in Shiryu's hands. If this level of power falls on the earth, the consequences will be unimaginable, but Gohan is quiet. Waiting for this strong breath simply disagrees. Shiryu's condensed breath raised his hands and gathered a huge energy ball. This is Frisia's trick to destroy Vegeta's planet, the supernova. Shiryu laughed loudly, "It's too late to stop now. This trick will instantly turn the earth to ashes and pay for your arrogance. Son Gohan." Then Shiryu lowered his hands and slammed the supernova towards Gohan. The supernova Gohan released by Shailu on the opposite side did not intend to dodge and raise his breath for a moment, and muttered, "Turtle-style Qigong." Instantly used turtle-style Qigong. Gohan's powerful force turned the situation on his own and directly pushed the supernova back. Shiryu himself was hit by his own attack, and the powerful energy burst into dust in an instant. When the smoke dissipated, Shiryu was intact. It seemed that Shiryu hadn't used all his strength. He had been testing Gohan just now. Shiryu patted the dust on his body and looked at Gohan disdainfully and said, "It seems that you have become stronger than I thought. But still far behind me." Gohan disagreed, "Really? You look very confident. In my opinion, I am completely capable of killing you." Shiryu raised his breath again, "Son Gohan. It seems that I want you to see the gap between us and let you know what despair is. Then you can try it." After that, Gohan also burst out with a super aura. Both have reached a new level. In the end, will Shiryu get the victory by killing Gohan, or will Gohan defeat Shiryu to avenge Trunks? Let us wait and see. Chapter 18, Deathmatch. Shiryu and Gohan faced each other, their huge auras collided with each other, and both were ready to go. The atmosphere is extremely tense. Shiryu took the lead. The action is clever and fast, and the fists thrown out seem to be passing by a meteor. This is a perfect attack that possesses both speed and power. Seeing the situation, Gohan immediately raised his hand to block. At the same time, the right foot exerted force, and the move was made at the moment of blocking. The whip kick hit the head of Shiryu, and Shiryu directly flew out. Shiryu stood up in the air with a somersault. Shiryu, who was hit hard, not only showed no anger, but also smiled like an ant. The scion cells in his body were more excited and active, and an incomparable pleasure came from his heart. This is Shiryu. The battle I've wanted since I was born, a close battle. Shiryu has been waiting for this moment for a long time. Shiryu wants to kill Gohan to prove that he is the strongest. On the other hand, Gohan gritted his teeth and anger had already eroded his reason, and he was completely an angry beast. Now Gohan had only one thought in his mind, that is, killing Shiryu in front of him and avenging Trunks. The state of the two people formed a huge contrast. The two sides slowly approached, the strong aura mixed together, and the duel of life and death began. On the occasion of the rush of electricity, Shiryu and Gohan made moves almost at the same time. The attacks from both sides passed by in an instant. Gohan hit Shiryu's forehead with a heavy fist like a nuclear bomb, and his fist as big as a sarı bag hit Gohan's cheek like a missile. Both of them were knocked back by the powerful impact. When Gohan was about to crash into the ground, he hurriedly stepped on the ground with a backflip, and the powerful force instantly tore the ground and dented several feet. Another big hole was smashed into the ground. Shiryu also has his own way to deal with it. At the moment when Shiryu was knocked into the air, he turned around and released the Qigong wave, which offset the impact with the Qigong wave. Saru lowered his head and looked at Gohan, and Gohan also raised his head to look at Saru. The two of them stared at each other again. Shiryu waved his hand and said, "Hurry up! Monkey King! I can't wait!" Gohan clenched his fists, kicked the ground immediately, rushed forward and shot at the moment he was approaching Shiryu. Stormy attacks came from all directions, countless attacks were like machine guns, and the speed could only be fast. Saw bursts of afterimages. Before Shiryu could react, his body was battered, and Gohan kept attacking and bombarded Shiryu's body. Finally, Shiryu couldn't bear the powerful aura instantly burst out, and the powerful aura forced Gohan to stop the attack and raise his hand to resist Shiryu and took the opportunity to retreat and stretch away. Shiryu looked at his tattered body and suddenly shook his body. Use Big's ability to instantly repair his body. Shiryu smiled slightly, "It's a pity that Son Gohan. This injury is not a big deal to me. I can recover in an instant. Piccolo's ability is really convenient." Gohan clenched his fists and stared at Saru's thoughts. Uncle Piccolo's ability is really troublesome. It seems that he must be wiped out instantly, or he can keep repairing his damage. Gohan slowly approached Shiryu. "Saru, I won't give you a chance to repair your body anymore. I will beat you up instantly without leaving any scum." The corner of Shailu's mouth raised, "If you can do it, you can try it." As soon as the voice fell, the two of them accelerated and collided with each other at the same time, and the powerful force instantly blew away the clouds. Both turned into afterimages and engaged in fierce hand-to-hand combat. The two of them could not be captured by the naked eye. Boom! 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 The huge sound is like the explosion of the planet, and the two breaths collide with each other and are entangled with each other. It is no longer possible to see who is who. After a while, the two finally appeared in the air. The two sides interlocked and restrained each other and neither refused to give in. The strength of the two was completely equal, and no one could get rid of each other. The two kept increasing their efforts to win this power competition. Finally, Shiryu couldn't bear to move his right foot and was ready to attack first. At this moment, Gohan seized the gap and instantly increased his strength, pulled Shiryu over, and then raised his head and hit Shiryu with a hammer. Shiryu succumbed to pain. Gohan with both hands took the opportunity to kick Shiryu into the ground again. Shiryu quickly stood up and felt a hint of moistness under his nose, and a touch of purple blood came into view with his hand. It was actually a nosebleed that just hit Gohan's head hammer directly to Shiryu's nosebleed. Shiryu looked at the blood in his hand for a while, and Shiryu clenched his fists and said fiercely, "Monkey Gohan! You successfully angered me, and it won't be so easy next." As soon as the voice fell, Shailu's clenched fists suddenly radiated dazzling light and immediately raised his hand to instantly emit a Qigong wave. Gohan couldn't react as much as he was hit by the Qigong wave. The powerful force corroded Gohan's body, but Gohan was not a vegetarian either. Saw Gohan yelled a powerful breath and exploded out, directly offsetting Shiryu's attack. But that attack was only used by Shiryu to attract Gohan's attention. Shiryu took the opportunity to move at a high speed behind Gohan. The moment Gohan counteracted the impact, the flying kick hit Gohan and kicked Gohan out. "It's not over yet!" Shailu shouted loudly, and then fired Qigong bombs with both hands. Prince's warfare. Gohan immediately adjusted his posture while running and hiding. Shiryu immediately caught up with the Qigong bombs in his hand, but they were all evaded by Gohan. Although the Qigong bombs couldn't hit Gohan at all, these Qigong bombs were still behind Gohan. At this time, Gohan suddenly thought, "Isn't this move from Uncle Yamcha's madness? It's really difficult for Shiryu this guy to control so many numbers at once." Seeing through Shailu's moves, Gohan immediately turned around and fired Qigong waves to counteract the Qigong bombs, but there were too many Qigong bombs for a while, and there was no way to resist them all at once. In a blink of an eye, the Qigong bombs had surrounded Wufan group. Under the control of Shiru, all the Qigong shells from all directions attacked Gohan. Gohan could only raise his hand to resist. After a wild bombardment, the smoke dissipated. Gohan was wounded by the bombing, but Gohan's breath did not weaken at all. Gohan spit out blood. Is that the only thing? It doesn't hurt at all, it seems you can only do this kind of trick. Shiru sneered, Son Gohan, you really love to be brave. You don't have the ability to repair physical damage like mine. The trick just now caused you a lot of harm. Gohan raised his breath to demonstrate, this injury is nothing at all, my strength hasn't been weakened at all, and now I can still cut you off. Shiru set his posture, then you let me see what you are proud of. After talking about Shailu's old tricks, he used his hands to release a large number of Qigong shells and prepared to inflict serious damage on Gohan. Gohan smiled slightly, do you think I'll be hit by an attack I've seen once? Don't look down on people. Then Shiru flashed a magic flash, and Shiru immediately stopped releasing his Qigong bombs and opened the protective cover to counteract the magic. Flash! Gohan saw the right time and rushed to Shiru at the moment when the shield disappeared and threw a heavy punch. Gohan immediately followed the beaten Shiru and prepared to attack again, but he did not expect that Shiru turned around and used it. Swing kick! Kick Gohan away! The two are basically evenly matched, but Shiru has a lot of fighters in the cell and is stronger than Gohan. How can Gohan turn the tide and defeat Saru? Chapter 19, Earth-Shattering Battle. Shiru and Gohan set their eyes on each other, ready to go. A gust of wind blew through and raised the dust, and it finally started. The strongest versus the strongest. Shiru took the lead to step on the ground with the help of the huge monster force to instantly smash the ground. Shiru rushed to Gohan at high speed and launched Gohan, even hitting Gohan. He immediately raised his hand to see the trick. Shiru's attack like a beast was actually removed by Gohan. The situation has reversed. Gohan squatted quickly and powerfully kicked Shiru with a sweeping leg. Shiru lost the center of his body. Gohan seized this opportunity and gave Shiru another punch. Boom! Rugwaner's collision sound is louder than the cracking sound of the mountain wall. The powerful impact smashed Shiru into the huge rock. This time, there was no opportunity for Shiru to defend. The punch directly hammered Shiru into the rock. The rock swallowed Shiru like a beast that eats. Shiru was submerged in debris and buried alive by rocks. Gohan looked at Shiru, who was embedded in the rock, and suddenly realized that he stepped back, and it didn't take long for the mountain to shake violently. In an instant, the ground shook the mountain collapsed, and a strong aura erupted from the rubble. The stones flew around in a moment, and Shiru appeared in front of Gohan intact from the rubble. Shiru twisted his neck, moved his body, turned his head and said to Gohan, you should understand that this kind of attack can't hurt me at all. You use this kind of attack again and again to test me. Is it true? Or is your strength only like this? Faced with Saru's sarcasm, Gohan ignored him, and said to himself, in this life and death duel, after my father died of a heart attack, everything changed. You artificial humans appeared. Destroyed our peaceful life. In order to protect the earth and fight against you humanoids, Uncle Pick, Uncle Vegeta, Uncle Klin, Uncle Tianjin Fan, and Dumplings were all killed by you. Only me and Te Lanx relied on each other. That kid was the only thing I could rely on in this miserable world, but you killed him. Just because of your Budo club? There is no reason to kill innocent people. I have had enough, Shiru, no matter what. I will kill you no matter what means. After speaking, Gohan raised his chi to burst in an instant. With golden arrogance, gorgeous lightning, and angry expression, Gohan is going to do his best. Seeing this scene, Shiru was so excited that he burst into laughter. It's great! It's great! Is this your strength? Son Gohan? I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. So I can kill without any regrets. You are dead. After the two of them communicated deeply, Gohan clenched his fists, and the blue veins burst out. In the blink of an eye, Gohan turned into a white light, fast as lightning, and moved to Saru at a super fast speed that the naked eye could not detect, swinging his body and swaying himself. Full body strength punches. The fist was immediately close at hand, and Saru felt bad and immediately used every inch of his body's joints and every cell to barely escape the moment his fist touched, and the powerful fist instantly set off a gust of wind. The mountains behind Saru were razed to the ground by the fist wind. Saru coldly retreated quickly and pulled away from Gohan. Seeing that the damage Gohan caused, even if it was as powerful as Saru, I felt scared. If I didn't dodge just now, the consequences would be unthinkable. There is no doubt that this move can directly break me. My head makes me unable to regenerate. Gohan pulled his fist back and looked at Saru, who dodged aside, taunting, "Aren't you confident in your own power? What's the matter? It's embarrassing to run away in fright when facing my attack. Asshole! You are not ashamed!" Saru roared with an astonishing aura, the powerful aura swelling rapidly and almost as much as Gohan. Saru, who was insulted, rushed to Gohan, but he got in his arms. Gohan deliberately angered Saru to launch an attack. He was already prepared. At the moment of Saru's fist, he grabbed Saru's arm, then quickly rotated his body to throw Saru away, and then the magic flash shot and hit Saru firmly. Saru was too impatient. Although the strength of the two is not much different, Gohan's actual combat experience played a role at this moment to reverse the situation. After the demon flash was emitted, Gohan did not stop attacking quickly, and the Qigong bombs continued to destroy Saru's body. In less than a moment, Saru was completely wounded. But Saru would not let the butcher immediately adjust his posture and drive his body to block all Gohan's moves abruptly. The smoke dissipated and Saru showed a strong breath unabated. Saru spit out blood, "Son Gohan. I won't be irritated by you." As soon as the voice fell, Saru suddenly jumped up like a missile and bumped towards Gohan. Gohan immediately crossed his hands and raised it. Chest, boom! The powerful impact pushed Gohan straight to 100 meters away. Not to be outdone, Gohan immediately applied his feet on the ground and braked to stop it, but Saru suddenly smiled and the rays suddenly shot out in his eyes. Seeing that the situation was not good, Gohan ran sideways, but the distance was too close and the light still scratched Gohan. Blood flowed out of his cheeks. Saru triumphantly, "It's a pity, I thought I could shoot through your head directly." Gohan wiped off the blood on his face and was unmoved by Saru's words, because Gohan knew that the difference in strength between the two was very small and Saru's body had the ability to recover. If he loses his calm at this time, he will definitely lose. So Gohan, the purpose of suppressing anger is to keep calm and wait for Saru to reveal his flaws before he can win. Seeing that Gohan didn't respond to his words, Saru attacked again, only to see Saru's fingertips pressed against his forehead to gather energy. Gohan was shocked. Mo Guang Guang killed the cannon. It would be very troublesome to be hit by this. Gohan took advantage of Saru's gathering of energy and quickly threw out the Qigong bomb, but Saru only flicked and avoided Gohan's attack, still gathering energy in his hands. Seeing that Saru was still gathering energy, Gohan thought, "As long as I keep a sufficient distance, I can still avoid the magic light killing cannon, but if he wants to attack me, he can fire the magic light killing cannon long ago, why he still gathering energy?" Seeing Saru's actions, Gohan suddenly thought of something, shocked. "Oh! Could it be that this guy intends to take the earth as a hostage to force me to block this trick?" Gohan guessed that Saru wanted to use the earth to give Gohan a devastating blow. On the one hand, Saru himself could survive in the universe. On the other hand, Gohan would never let the earth be destroyed. At this time, the Magwang Guang killing cannon has gathered a very large amount of energy. If this level of energy hits the earth directly, the consequences will be disastrous. Saru issued a victory declaration, "I saw that I won the Monkey King. If you dodge, this level of energy can directly penetrate the earth. You should like this broken planet very much, maybe it won't let him destroy it." Gohan yelled badly, but he discovered Shiru's intentions too late, and it was too late to gather energy to resist. Gohan gritted his teeth. There was no time to regret it now, he had to take that attack or the earth would definitely be destroyed. Shiru fired the long-assembled magic light-killing cannon at Gohan. Gohan didn't shrink from the powerful attack before him, but he raised his breath and tried his best to resist. Fan forcibly changed the trajectory and flew out. Although the crisis was resolved, Gohan was seriously injured by the attack just now. Gohan knelt down on the ground with his left hand. The situation was too urgent just now. In order to deal with Shiru's magic light-killing cannon, Gohan concentrated all his power on his left arm and used all his strength to fly the attack, but with energy too huge, Gohan was hit his left hand and already lost consciousness. Shiru smiled triumphantly at Gohan, who was in distress before him. It's over, son Gohan. You can't beat me anymore. In an emergency situation, Gohan was hit hard and fell into a disadvantage. Is there really no chance of winning against Saru? Chapter 20, The Last Turtle Kigong. Despair. Gohan was seriously injured and his left hand was completely unconscious. Facing Saru in front of him, he had nothing to do. Gohan shouted unwillingly, "Damn! Everything is over. I'm sorry, Trunks. I can't avenge you. In the end, I still can't save everyone." Shiru didn't plan to show mercy to Gohan, who had lost his fighting spirit, and gathered energy in his hands to give Gohan a final blow. Take the sun, Gohan. I will use Turtle Kigong to kill you. I can die here. There is no regret in recruiting you. Gohan was ashamed and didn't intend to resist. Everything is over, I will be with your dad and Trunks right away. Shiru laughed loudly. What's the matter with Monkey King? Don't you plan to resist? It's really boring. After saying that, Shiru's breath expanded even bigger, everything around him was blown away by the air current, and the whole earth kept going. Trembling. The earth shook the house and collapsed. The end of the world is coming, people in the city are fleeing, and the TV station is also urgently broadcasting for everyone to take refuge. Bulma is uneasy watching the TV and feels that something is wrong. When Bulma was about to go to the refuge, he saw the picture with Gohan and Trunks on the table and smiled nervously. What am I worried about? Really, the two of them belong to Vegeta and Monkey King. Son. Bulma picked up the photo and turned and sat down. It's no big deal, we still have hope. They will definitely defeat Shiru and restore world peace. However, on Gohan's side, Shiru is about to gather enough energy to destroy the solar system, loudly proclaiming his victory. It's a shame. I want you to resist for the last time. Since you don't want to fight to death, I have to show you to Tran. That kid X. Gohan. What are you doing? A roar came into Gohan's mind. Gohan's expression was dull and he couldn't believe it. Couldn't this voice? It can't be wrong, this is Dad's voice. The Goku on the World King borrowed the power of the World King to talk to Gohan on the earth. Gohan couldn't believe that his father, who had been dead for many years, was talking to himself at this critical juncture. Why do you dad at this time? Gohan asked suspiciously. Gohan replied, just now the king of the realm told me that something serious happened to the earth. We rushed over from the underworld and Klin and Piccolo are here. Gohan lowered his head ashamed. I'm sorry, Dad, I didn't protect the earth. The earth will soon disappear and no longer exist. What nonsense are you talking about, Gohan? It's not the time to give up. We have all seen you fighting with robots all the time, and we have always believed that you can do it this time, no exception. But I can't use a hand and my anger has weakened a lot. I have no chance of winning at all. Piccolo put his hand on the Realm King and said to Gohan, who was far away on the earth, that's not the case, Gohan. When you were young, you burst out with amazing potential. As long as you use that power, you can definitely win. Don't let go. I'm disappointed. Gohan. Everyone will pin their hopes on me, how can I lose? At this time, Gohan's fighting spirit rekindled a strong aura and burst out from his body, and his right hand gathered strength, Turtle Pai Qigong. When Shiryu saw this, he laughed and said, "Finally, are you still going to be dying? Then you can stare at the gap in our strength." After that, Shiryu raised his hands and fired Turtle Qigong directly. Gohan was not to be outdone and let go of the Turtle Qigong. The two powerful forces collided instantly. The huge auras mixed and intersected, and suddenly the strong pressure from the discoloration of the wind and clouds on the earth even changed the shape of the earth's crust. But Gohan doesn't have much time to manage now. If he loses the earth, he still can't escape the fate of being wiped out. Now he must concentrate on hitting his power against Saru, thinking that Gohan has strengthened his energy again. Gohan's powerful energy slowly overwhelmed Shiryu, but Shiryu didn't rush to respond calmly. "I didn't expect that, son Gohan, you can actually use such power, but it's meaningless." Then Shiryu shouted angrily to strengthen the situation and instantly reversed. Shiryu's tortoise-style Qigong directly overpowers Gohan's tortoise-style Qigong. Gohan knelt down and almost couldn't hold it anymore. Gohan dragged his broken body and shouted unwillingly, "Damn it! I have reached the limit, and in the end I can't protect anything." "That's not the case, Gohan. In fact, you have saved me many times inadvertently. In the past few years, you have been fighting against robots by your own will and have never given up. I know very well that Gohan is not a weak person. Everyone believes that you have to win. Gohan," Wukong said earnestly. Gohan's words inspired Gohan again, and Gohan regained his confidence, and the potential in his body burst out again. Gohan stood up and burst out with a stronger force than before and pushed the Turtle Qigong back. Shiryu was a little unbelievable. What's going on? This guy is obviously injured, why does he still have this level of strength? He said that he increased his horsepower again. The situation is not good. Shiryu's tortoise-style Qigong once again beat Gohan and took the top spot. Gohan was suppressed by the powerful energy and retreated steadily. Seeing this scene, Piccolo anxiously said, "Son, how to deal with Gohan's anger is weak. Going down like this will not last long for Gohan. Wukong is also powerless. After all, he is already a dead person and has no way to participate in human affairs." When everyone was at a loss, Klin, who had no sense of existence next to him, suddenly said, "Angry. Gohan is not angry enough. Whenever you are angry, Goku, you Scions will burst out with unparalleled power, just like I was caught by Frieza. The time it was killed." Piccolo suddenly had an idea and shouted at Gohan, "Gohan! This guy killed Trunks, even for Trunks you can't let him go." As soon as the voice fell, Gohan's eyes showed a murderous look, and his breath expanded again even beyond what Super Saiyan 2 understood. It seems that Piccolo's stimulation had an effect, and Gohan's heart ignited again. "Trunks, in order to save myself, the scene of death in front of my eyes kept replaying in my head." Gohan gritted his teeth and roared, "Trunks, I will kill you even for Trunks." Anger is like a hook and pulls all of Gohan's power potential from his body, and Gohan uses an unprecedented power. The powerful force instantly reversed the situation. Shiryu felt uncomfortable. Gohan's powerful force completely suppressed Shiryu. Shiryu couldn't believe all this in front of him. How could this happen? "I am the ultimate perfect body, how can my strength be inferior to you? It's impossible." Strengthen the power of Turtle Qigong again, but face the absolutely powerful power of Gohan to no avail. With a roar from Gohan, Shiryu's sinful life was ended. A powerful force overwhelmed Shiryu in an instant. The huge tortoise Qigong swept across and buried Shiryu. Shiryu felt unprecedented despair. Impossible! Impossible! I'm Shiryu, how could the ultimate creature, how could it? Finally, Shuru was turned into ashes by the powerful energy. The turtle wave Kigong rushed out of the earth along the orbit, and Gohan fell to the ground due to exhaustion and passed out. On the king of the world, Wukong smiled comfortedly looking at Gohan's heroic posture. I knew you could do it, you can do it beautifully, Gohan. Chapter 21, Peaceful Life. After Gohan's unremitting efforts, he finally defeated Shuru, the monster that would endanger the entire universe. Although he defeated Shuru, Gohan was not happy because he lost his most important partner, Trunks. Gohan lay on the ground for a long time before he was relieved from the fight with Shuru. Gohan's pale complexion dragged his heavy body and slowly moved towards Trunks, which was more traumatic than physical damage and mental trauma. Serious. Just as Gohan headed towards Trunks, there was good news from Goku. Gohan, I haven't seen Trunks' soul after waiting here for so long. Why didn't Trunks go to heaven even if he died? It's really weird. Gohan was surprised and delighted when he heard this. Could it be? Could it be that Trunks? Regardless of his injury, Gohan rushed towards Trunks with all his strength. As time passed, Gohan finally came to Trunks, but there was another person who arrived earlier than Gohan. Gohan took a closer look. It turned out that Mr. Popo arrived first, and had already begun to treat the wounds of the dying Trunks. Bobo turned his head and found Gohan behind him, and his thick lips slowly opened and said, "It seems that Mr. Gohan has defeated Saru. It's amazing." Seeing Gohan returned victoriously, Popo quickly reported on Trunks. That's right. That's right. Although Mr. Trunks is seriously injured, he is still alive for the time being. It is really dangerous. The distance between the wound and the heart is a little bit closer. Mr. Trunks is really lucky. What? Gohan knew that Trunks was not dead. Tears of joy flowed out of his eyes uncontrollably, and as the ultimate warrior who defeated Saru, he couldn't help crying. It's okay, Mr. Gohan. Let's treat Mr. Trunks first, he can hurt a lot. Popo said while treating Trunks' wounds. Gohan controlled his mood and wiped away his tears. You're right. Mr. Popo. Everything is over. Let's take Trunks back to Aunt Bulma's house, where there are therapeutic equipment. Popo nodded, and then I didn't know where he took out a flying carpet to signal Gohan to sit. Gohan couldn't refuse Bobo's kind invitation because he was exhausted, so he sat down obediently, and the three of them rode. The flying carpet just flew towards Bulma's house. The other side. The radio host cautiously approached the ring when the vibration stopped. When he arrived, the scene was already empty, but he understood that Shuru should have been wiped out because he was still alive and the earth was not destroyed. The host shouted excitedly, "Dear friends in front of the TV! Shuru was knocked down. The unnamed Golden Warrior defeated Shuru. We are saved. The earth is saved." The host's exciting shout stunned the surrounding colleagues. Although I don't want to disturb you, the microphone is broken and no one can hear it. The colleague next to him interrupted. The host was a little embarrassed, and whispered, "You guy is really true, why didn't you tell me earlier, you made me very embarrassed by this." After the host and his team went back, they advertised the wonderful duel between the Golden Warriors and Shuru. In fact, they didn't see anything at all. They were blown away by the breath not long afterwards, so the story of the Golden Warriors versus Shuru later was there are many versions. Trunks has been sent to the treatment chamber by Gohan and the others for treatment. According to Bulma, Trunks was seriously injured. Even if he uses the treatment chamber, it may take 2 or 3 days to recover. Because there was only one treatment chamber, which was used by Trunks, who was seriously injured, Bulma had to simply bandage Gohan's wound, and then Bulma stared at Gohan fiercely. Gohan was surprised. Aunt Bulma looked at me like this. Couldn't it be that I didn't protect Trunks? Although it was indeed my fault, Aunt Bulma was really horrible when she got angry. Bulma stared straight at Gohan. Gohan felt a chill, but Bulma didn't scold Gohan, but turned her face into a smile. It's funny. I'm already satisfied if you can come back alive. After all, how can you not get hurt by fighting that kind of monster? Gohan breathed a sigh of relief, and then Gohan suddenly said, "That's right. Aunt Bulma. Can you make a spaceship that sails in space? It's better to be faster." Bulma looked at Gohan with a serious face, put away the joking attitude before, and replied seriously, "Did you say spaceships? It's not a big problem. Haven't we also used spaceships to go to Namek Star before? Just make another spacecraft from the previous one." Gohan was overjoyed. Can it really be made? That's great. Bulma straightened her chest, patted her chest, and said triumphantly, "Don't underestimate me, I am also a genius scientist anyway." "But Gohan-kun, what do you want the spaceship to do?" Gohan glanced at Trunks in the treatment chamber, turned his head and said, "I've been thinking since before, if there are Dragon Balls when fighting with androids, then everyone will not die, helpless. Because Uncle Big died in the battle, the gods died, and the Dragon Ball disappeared naturally, but we really need the Dragon Ball. I didn't say before because I didn't know where the Namekians moved. However, Dad talked to me while I was fighting Shiryu." Bulma was shocked. "What did you say?" "Sun Jun. He talked to you, but Sun Jun has passed away." Gohan said with a serious expression, and said solemnly, "Indeed. Dad died of a heart attack long ago, so Dad used the power of the King of the World to talk to me, because I thought Trunks was dead before, so I asked the world. Lord Wang helped to find the whereabouts of the Namek. It may be that he couldn't bear the stalking of my father. Lord Jawang told me the current location of the Namek, so I plan to go to the Namek. The current Earth you need gods and Dragon Balls." Bulma nodded, "I see. I will prepare now, give me some time, I will complete the spacecraft as soon as possible." After Bulma turned and walked into the laboratory. Time flies. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye, and after these few days of treatment, Trunks' wounds were basically healed. Trunks slowly opened his eyes. Bulma was overjoyed when he saw it, and hurriedly shouted, "Gohan-san! Trunks is awake, come here soon." Gohan rushed over and saw Trunks get up from the treatment cabin when he opened the door, and asked eagerly, "Where is Shiryu? How is Shiryu?" Gohan looked at Trunks, who had recovered, and said with relief, "Don't worry. Trunks. I have taken him away." Trunks was taken aback. "It's been cleaned up? I remember that Shiryu was not destroyed by us, but became stronger. Could it be that Gohan defeated Shiryu by himself? How did he do it?" Gohan smiled slightly, "Thanks to you, Trunks. Without you, I wouldn't have any chance of winning at all." Trunks was very puzzled. He clearly remembered that he was defeated by Shiryu. How could Gohan beat Shiryu because of him? In fact, this is not unreasonable. If Saru hadn't attacked Trunks, Gohan would not be so angry that he would awaken. Become Super Saiyan 2. There is no chance to win against Shiryu. Gohan scratched his head and smiled embarrassingly, "Trunks. Don't mention such inconsequential things. In short, Shiryu has been wiped out and everything is over." Seeing that Gohan didn't want to answer this question, Trunks didn't ask too much. Seeing that Trunks had recovered, Bulma hurriedly pushed Gohan into the treatment room. "Since Trunks is okay, Gohan-kun, you should also consider your injury now. Your hand injury has not healed, so go in and heal it." "I know. I will recover as soon as possible, and I also ask Aunt Bulma to get ready to go to the spaceship of Namek." Seeing that Bulma was so enthusiastic, Gohan didn't talk too much nonsense, so he hurried into the treatment room. Because Gohan had to go to Namek Star next time, it was not good to be hurt. Chapter 22, Go to Namek. After half a month of training, Gohan's body is no longer serious. Bulma is also ready for a spacecraft that can sail in the space. Gohan is ready to set off for Namek. Gohan packed his luggage and brought enough food and water to set foot on the spaceship, Trunks suddenly rushed out to stop Gohan. Wait for Gohan. I also want to go with you. As Gohan's Xiaomi really wanted to stick to Gohan all the time. Gohan smiled helplessly. Trunks, you have to stay on the Earth. If we all leave the Earth, what if there is another crisis in the Earth? Trunks lowered his head and felt a little disappointed, but he felt that what Gohan said was reasonable, so he didn't say anything. At this time Bulma came over quietly and gave Gohan a capsule. It will take at least 10 days for Gohan to reach Namek according to the coordinates you said. You can take this with you. You can also take it when you are bored. Pass the time. Gohan took the omnipotent capsule and asked suspiciously, Aunt Bulma, what's in it? Bulma gave a smirk. Very interesting stuff. Gohan-kun is an adult, he will definitely like the gift I prepared very much. Trunks was very puzzled, what the is in that mother? Bulma suddenly said solemnly, that's something adults use to entertain. You, a child, don't need to know. Trunks was overwhelmed by the question mark, and Gohan had no idea what to do with the universal capsule. At this time, Bulma hurriedly pushed Gohan onto the spaceship. Hurry up, Gohan-san. The journey is not far away. What? Be careful on the way and remember to come back early. Gohan was pushed onto the spaceship with a look of confusion and watched Bulma and Trunks say hello to him and started the spaceship with a slight smile. The spaceship ejected a lot of smoke and went straight into the sky and disappeared in front of Bulma and Trunks. At this time Bulma smiled smirkly, Gohan-kun is not young anymore. I hope he can understand my intentions when he sees what I have prepared for him and quickly find a good girl back. Sitting on the spaceship, Gohan was bored and unknowingly took out the universal capsule given by Bulma. I don't know what Aunt Bulma put in it, just open it and take a look. Gohan threw out the omnipotent capsule, and the sky full of books fell from the sky the moment he opened the capsule. Gohan caught one of the books, and his eyes were flushed. Gohan, who was already shy, quickly threw away the books. Gohan blushed and said shyly, isn't this an adult book? How could Aunt Bulma give me this kind of thing? It must be a mistake, how could Aunt Bulma show me this kind of thing? Gohan blushed and hurriedly put all the adult books into the universal capsule, and immediately threw the universal capsule on the side table. Gohan's heartbeat accelerated and immediately picked up the celebrity quotations next to him and looked at it, trying to suppress his nervousness. On the other hand, Bulma, who was playing with the machinery in the laboratory, looked up and couldn't help laughing. Maybe Gohan-kun has already seen the gift I gave him. Although Goku may not be interested in this kind of thing, Gohan should not be the same. Will be inspired by it. Trunks looked at Bulma who was laughing for no reason and scratched her head in confusion. Mom, I still want to know what you gave Gohan. Bulma touched Trunks' head with a smirk. I will tell you when you become an adult. As time goes by, Gohan has been in space for about 5 days. Boom. Suddenly a loud noise awakened Gohan who was sleeping. Gohan opened his dim eyes and looked at a huge battleship outside the window. Then Gohan was completely sleepy and quickly put on his clothes to check the situation. The battleship stayed in space and stood in front of Gohan. In front of the huge battleship, Gohan's spaceship was as small as an ant. Suddenly the battleship opened the warehouse door and Gohan was sucked in before he could figure out the situation. Gohan and the spaceship were sucked into the battleship before Gohan understood the situation and suddenly rushed out. Ordinary people aimed at Gohan with weapons. The leader suddenly spoke, "We are cosmic robbers. Your spaceship has been requisitioned by us. Get off and surrender." Gohan walked out of the spaceship with a look of confusion and saw a group of people holding weapons at him to signal Gohan to surrender, but where did Gohan take care of them? They just asked themselves, where is this place? Seeing that Gohan didn't put them in his eyes, the leading alien was instantly angry. Damn it! How dare you look down on us, let you see how good we are today. Gohan turned his head and glanced at the weapons in their hands and said disapprovingly, I advise you to put down the weapons, otherwise it is very dangerous and you will be injured. The alien laughed and mocked, what's the matter with this guy, Can't you understand humans? Everyone shot this guy into a stopper. Then the aliens fired at Gohan and suppressed the bombardment. Rolled up billowing smoke. The leading alien laughed triumphantly, haha. You deserve it. If you hand over the spaceship directly, you won't die so miserably, what a fool, ha ha ha. Wait for the captain, look at it, a little one suddenly interrupted. As the smoke cleared, a figure gradually emerged, Gohan. Gohan stood there unscathed, facing this level of attack. Gohan was lazy to dodge. With a light wave of his hand, Gohan rolled up the gust of wind and blew the band of cosmic robbers who didn't know the height of the sky before him and threw them to the ground heavily. Gohan slowly walked towards the leader of the robber. I told you it was dangerous and would get hurt. It turns out that Gohan said just now that he would be hurt, and it didn't mean him. How could it work? The alien who took the lead saw Gohan approaching himself and knelt down and begged for mercy. I'm sorry. I don't know you, beg you to spare me so much. Gohan's instinctual kindness looked at these guys begging for mercy and let them go. Gohan picked up the alien who took the lead and said, bring all your weapons. After hearing this group of aliens who claimed to be cosmic robbers, they quickly handed over all their weapons in order to save their lives. Gohan looked at the mountains of weapons in front of him and couldn't help sighing, how many bad things did you guys have robbed? Then he raised his hand and released the Qigong wave to instantly blow up the weapon in front of him, and there was no scum left. The group of robbers was frightened by the scene. They never thought that the young man in front of them had such terrifying strength. In fact, this level was nothing to Gohan. Seeing that all the weapons were destroyed, Gohan said fiercely, I will let you go this time. If there is another time, don't dare. We will never do this kind of trick, please don't kill us. The group of robbers shivered with fright. Gohan smiled slightly and thought that he was even more timid than I thought. This guy also came out to be a cosmic bandit? Then Gohan turned and left his mouth and complained, really? A waste of my time to go to Namek. Then Gohan started the spacecraft and left without looking back. Seeing Gohan leaving the bandit, one of the little guys said, isn't there any direction where the guy is going, don't you need to remind him? When the bandit leader saw that Gohan had gone away, he immediately recovered his previous invincible attitude. It was totally different from his kneeling begging for mercy. At this time, the bandit leader jumped up and punched the little girl who was just talking, aren't you stupid? Why tell him? He has made us cosmic bandits suffer humiliation. Let him go to the Nemesis. Those from the Lisha army will definitely kill him. Chapter 23, The Crisis of Namek. After 12 days of long cosmic voyages, Gohan finally arrived at his destination, Namek. Gohan looked at the beautiful green planet in front of him and couldn't help exclaiming, this planet looks much bigger than the Earth. It seems that Namek people have found a good place. Gohan operated the spacecraft to land and parked beside a river. Gohan opened the barn door and stood on the land of Namek, sucking in the fresh air and couldn't help saying, the air here is much clearer than the Earth. It seems that the Namek is still so simple and did not destroy the natural environment. Gohan moved his stiff body, have my body become dull after sitting in the spacecraft these few days. It's time to do business. As he said, Gohan closed his eyes and felt the breath of the Namekist. After a while, Gohan opened his eyes, I found it. The aura over there is stronger. After saying that, Gohan jumped high and flew in the direction of his breath. After a short while, Gohan had arrived at the destination, but he didn't find the trace of the mecher. Instead, he saw a group of aliens using the instrument to detect something. Gohan was very puzzled and hurriedly lay on the nearby rock wall to hide his breath. Why those guys are not on this planet, why not look at it? Gohan stared at them intently, and suddenly found that each of them was equipped with a combat uniform and equipped with a combat power detector. Gohan was taken aback, isn't that configuration worn by Frieza's men before? But Frieza has been killed by his father a long time ago. Explain that the Frisia father and son here were killed by Monkey King after they went to Earth because of the special future. Lanx did not overtake it. Gohan thought to himself, it won't help to lie here, let's go and find out their intentions. Speaking of this, Gohan immediately got up and moved quickly to the aliens and asked, who are you? What is the intention of coming to Namek? The people were startled when they saw Gohan, who suddenly appeared before them before they could react. At this moment one of the people said, who are you? You don't look like the Mecher. Sure enough. Are you guys aiming at Namek? Gohan smiled slightly. He could see through the intentions of the people in front of him, and 80% of them were also here for Namek's Dragon Ball. At this time, one of the little guys used the detector to observe Gohan's combat effectiveness, and the value appeared, and the corners of his mouth rose. You guy only has 1500 battle effectiveness, so you dare to provoke our Frisia army. Let me teach you a lesson. You. Talking about this lifeless little guy slowly walking towards Gohan, Gohan ignored the little guy in front of him and whispered, Frisia army? Hasn't Frisia been wiped out by his father? While Gohan was still thinking, the Frisia army's Xiao Ai suddenly shot a punch and showed a triumphant smile on his face, but it was useless. Seeing the youth in front of him unresponsive, Xiao Yu's expression instantly stiffened. What's the matter? This guy's combat power is obviously only 1500 and I have 2100. Why is there no effect? Xiao Yu looked at her fists tightly in disbelief. Then I used the detector to detect repeatedly, but the value kept showing around 1500. This little guy suddenly suspected that life was staying in place. The detector is definitely not useful for a person like Gohan who can control his breath at will. Obviously. The young man in front of him has never encountered such a situation before, so he is a little at a loss. Gohan looked at Xiao Ai in front of him with a light wave of his hand, knocking him out and hitting the nearby rock wall. Xiao's companion was taken aback and hurriedly went over to check the situation, and found that the hapless guy who was beaten up had passed out a long time ago. Gohan said nonchalantly, Don't worry, I've been merciful, he won't die. At this moment, the Frisia Legion members were trembling in fright, seemingly because the guy who was beaten by Gohan just now was the strongest of the group. They had never seen such a situation before. Obviously the combat power is very low, but they can easily kill people who are higher than their own combat power. Fortunately, they met the kind-hearted Gohan who might have killed them all if they were replaced by others. Seeing that this group of people had already subdued Gohan, he asked, Why are you here for the star? To save your life. This group of young guys honestly explained the purpose of coming to Nami Buster, as Gohan thought it was for Dragon Ball, but when Gohan asked them what wishes they wanted to make, they didn't know. Gohan had no choice but to. When he turned and left before leaving, Gohan blew up all their detectors so that they could not do evil. Gohan calmed down and sensed that there was a breath of living beings in both things. Gohan rushed to a place closer to him and saw that the Namek was fighting fiercely with Frisia's army. Without saying anything, Gohan hurriedly went up to help. With his super strength, he defeated all the Frisia's army. The group of Nameks saw that Gohan helped him to go up and thank him hurriedly. One of the older Namekers bowed to Gohan and thanked him, although I don't know who you are, thank you for your help. With such a scene, Gohan was a little embarrassed and quickly lifted up the nemesis in front of him, there is nothing you don't need to do. The old Namek raised his head and looked up and down Gohan, although I haven't seen you, I feel that you have a familiar aura. What are you? Gohan touched his head, that. My name is Son Gohan, who came to Namek a long time ago, but then Namek was destroyed by Frisia. After you changed your residence planet, I couldn't know your location anymore. Later, I learned about your position from Lord Realm King, because I needed your help to come here because of something. Hearing Gohan's self-reporting, the Namek star suddenly realized, You are Mr. Son Gohan? I have seen your heroic deeds against Frisia before with my own eyes. Then he said, This time I come to the beauty. Please tell me what the nemesis is for, and I will do my best to help." Seeing that the Namekians are so enthusiastic, Gohan was not polite and said, "Actually, this time I want to borrow Dragon Ball and find a new for the earth." After hearing this, the old man nodded, "So that's the case. If that's the case, I will take you to the great elders first. The dragon I collected before have all been sent there." After speaking, the old man led Gohan to fly in the direction of the great elder. Perhaps it was too old and the flying speed was so slow that even Gohan couldn't help complaining, but he followed him silently considering that the other party was also kind. After a long journey, the two finally arrived at the place where the elder lived. The old man asked Gohan to wait for a while before walking into the house by himself. After a while, the elder walked out of the house. The elder stared at Gohan and looked up and down, suddenly opened his eyebrows and smiled, "It's really you. Mr. Gohan didn't expect you to have grown up so much, when you were only so small on the old Namek star." Gohan also recognized that the old man in front of him was the original Elder Mullen, but he is now the Great Elder. "Ah! It's been a long time since I saw you, the Great Elder." "That Great Elder, how is Dandy?" As soon as he finished speaking, Dandy hurried over from a distance and shouted, "Gohan! Gohan! Is it really you?" Gohan was overjoyed, "Dandy! It's really been a few years." Dandy also danced happily, "I didn't expect to have another chance to meet Gohan." Boom! The loud noise broke the joy of everyone. Dandy turned his head and looked at the direction of the huge explosion, gritted his teeth in anger and said, "It's these guys again." Gohan looked at the place where the explosion occurred and knew that it was Frisia's army who was destroying again. The hateful Gohan clenched his fists, "You stay here and I will come." With a scream, Gohan disappeared in front of everyone, and the elders seemed to see through Gohan and exclaimed, "He has experienced a lot, he has grown so strong." Dandy asked curiously, "Elder, how did you know Gohan?" The great elder sighed, "If it weren't for any reason, he wouldn't have come to Namek to borrow Dragon Ball. Maybe something big happened to the earth." Chapter 24, The Leader of the Frisia Army. Gohan reached the destination at a very fast speed, and saw the Namek and Frisia army fighting together. Gohan definitely can't sit back and watch. No matter, he immediately moves forward and uses a speed far exceeding the naked eye, only in the blink of an eye. Therefore, all the Frisia army was knocked to the ground by Gohan, but the kind-hearted Gohan did not hurt the killer, but controlled his strength and just took them. "It's just knocked out." The Meekster, who was still struggling just now, couldn't help but sigh when seeing the young man in front of him so strong, so amazing. It just took all these guys away in an instant. Although Gohan had just helped the Namekushi people, they were very wary of Gohan because of the Frisia army, thinking that Gohan had come to Namekushi for some evil purpose just like them. Gohan looked at these Namekers as if he was a little afraid, that he hurriedly stepped forward to show, "Okay, I'm not a bad person. I'm Dandy's friend who is here to help you." When the Namekians heard Dandy's name, they let go of Gohan's heart and walked over to praise Gohan for how awesome. Gohan was a little embarrassed when his face was blushed by the Namek, but he didn't expect that Gohan, who has a strong ability, would be so shy. But everyone didn't notice that one of the Frisia soldiers who fell to the ground pressed the button on the detector and seemed to send a distress signal to whom. While Gohan was still talking happily with the Namekians, the sky suddenly darkened, and Gohan immediately looked up and saw it was a huge spaceship. The huge volume blocks the sun. "I don't know, I thought it was night." Upon seeing this, Gohan immediately heightened his vigilance and stared at the spaceship in front of him fiercely. When the door of the spaceship opened, countless Frisia troops flew out, and the sky was densely covered. Then 3 people came out on the stage and slowly fell from the sky and stood straight to Gohan. Before the Namek star next to him was shocked when he saw this. The 3 of them actually came to Namek. Gohan asked in confusion, "Who are they? Are they some great people?" Seeing that Gohan hadn't figured out the current situation, the Nameks quickly explained and introduced the 3. they are the current leader of the Frisia army. After Frisia was defeated, they took over the Frisia army. The shorter one on the left. It's Zord, who is known as the fastest in the universe. The big guy on the right is the galaxy's #1 Hercules Reese, and the strong man in the middle is Tyr, the strongest of the three. Gohan scratched his head disapprovingly. I've encountered this kind of guy before. It's similar to Frisia's Kainuit team, and it's nothing great. Hearing the name of Kainuit team, Reese said disdainfully, hey! Don't confuse us with that kind of trash, that guy over there. Our combat effectiveness is much higher than them. Zed looked at Xiaoai, who had been knocked to the ground, smiled, turned and spit, bah! A bunch of garbage can't do anything well. Turning around and turning on the detector to observe Gohan, oh! Your fighting power is obviously not good. What tricks did you use to bring down so many people? Oh! Let me see how this guy's fighting power is. What? It's only 1,500. Ha 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 ha, do you want to be a hero now with all the rubbish? Reese couldn't help laughing after observing Gohan's fighting power. Obviously, the other party looked down on Gohan at all, and it could be seen that they were as ignorant of the fighting power as these young people, which could be hidden and changed at will. I saw Tyr casually found a place to sit down and said indifferently, kill him quickly, don't waste time. Seeing Tyr's words, Reese disdainfully walked towards Gohan and said arrogantly and triumphantly, look at you if you are so weak, do you want me to let you do some tricks or say I bully you? Gohan smiled slightly, no, if I make the move first, you may not have a chance to perform. Seeing that the youth in front of him was so arrogant, Reese couldn't help but roared, since you want to die so much, I will fulfill you. Then he swung his huge body to attack, and Gohan looked extremely small in front of Reese's huge body. Reese swung his body into the wind and threw a punch. The huge fist was bigger than Gohan's head and blasted towards Gohan. Gohan raised his hand and caught Reese's attack easily. Reese was dumbfounded as he watched his powerful attack easily taken over, and quickly pulled his fist back, but he couldn't withdraw his hand that was blocked by Gohan no matter how hard he was. Gohan used some strength to firmly grasp Reese's fist and said nonchalantly, what's the matter? Why don't you continue to attack? Take your fist back quickly. Faced with Gohan's merciless taunts, Reese jumped into a rage and exhausted all his strength, but to no avail, as if his fist was tightly clinging to Gohan's hand, he couldn't get out. Seeing that the big guy in front of him worked so hard, he planned to tease Reese. Just as Reese stepped up his strength, Gohan suddenly released his hands, and Reese slammed into the ground without standing still. The Namek people who were still scared couldn't help laughing when they saw Reese's funny appearance. Where did Reese have been insulted like this, and immediately went crazy and rushed towards Gohan, you bastard! I'm going to kill you! Facing the madman in front of him, Gohan calmly hit Reese's abdomen with a heavy fist at the moment when Reese was approaching. Reese never felt so painful, holding his abdomen, and saliva pouring out of his mouth uncontrollably. The pain was unbearable and knelt down in front of Gohan. Gohan defeated the invincible Reese with just one blow. Zed and Tyr, who were watching the battle, were stunned and couldn't believe that Reese, who is known as the #1 strong man in the galaxy, was so vulnerable in front of Gohan. Gohan clapped his hands, okay. Whose turn next? Or you guys come together? Hey! I can still fight. Reese climbed up from the ground with difficulty and stared at Gohan. Gohan looked at Reese, who was obviously dying, and couldn't help sighing, idiot, haven't you seen the difference in strength? It's a waste of time to fight, I don't want to kill you. Gohan was so kind to persuade him, but the lunatic, Reese, went in and turned around and attacked Gohan. Gohan shook his head helplessly, you guy, your head is really bad. After that, he flashed his body and kicked it directly to make Reese unconscious and fainted. When Zord saw this, he panted and sweated. He claimed to be the fastest in the universe without seeing Gohan's movements clearly at that moment. He instinctively told himself that he would never fight the young man in front of him or he would end up with Reese. Seeing Reese Gohan, who had lost consciousness with one hand, he easily lifted him up and threw him up to Zed, who was watching the battle. Take this guy out of Namek. Zed caught Reese, who was thrown over, and looked at Reese's horrible situation. Zed trembles with fright, but for the sake of his own face, he confidently said, I will let you go this time. I won't be so lucky next time. Just as Zed was about to escape, Tyre stood in front of Zed. What do you want to do? Our purpose has not been completed yet. Zord whispered, Are you crazy? You killed Reese without seeing him? We can't beat him even if we go together. Seeing that Zed had no intention of fighting, Tyr roared, If you don't plan to go up to fight, I will kill you. Dilemma. Zed knows Tyr's strength very well, but Gohan's strength is even more terrifying. After thinking about it for a while, Zed decided to fight Gohan. Fighting with Gohan might have his subordinates mercilessly letting go of his life. But if he faces Tyr himself, there is no doubt that he will die. Seeing that the opponent didn't mean to retreat, Gohan could only put up a posture and prepare for the enemy. Tyr on the side stared at Gohan and thought, I can kill those two guys, but this guy may be better than me. Let these two trash fights first, so I can observe how this guy fights. Zed walked towards Gohan tremblingly. Gohan had already set his posture very calmly. After all, poor Zed was only Tyr's pawn, and he could use a that could be discarded without any use value at any time. Chapter 25, The Strongest Namek. Zed rushed to Gohan to show off his speed, moving at a high speed, but in Gohan's eyes, he was just a clown. Gohan easily caught up with Zed in a flash, and Zed was shocked that the speed he was proud of was actually in front of Gohan. So vulnerable. Immediately afterwards, Zed speeded up, but it was useless at all and couldn't shake Gohan. Seeing that his speed was not useful in front of Gohan, Zed raised his hand to gather chi and prepared to fire a Qigong bomb at Gohan, but he did not expect Gohan to take a step forward. He came to Zed and kicked a shot at the head in the blink of an eye. He kicked the foot directly and interrupted his attack. This kick was not light, kicking Zed hundreds of meters away. Even Zed's teeth were broken several times. Zed covered his mouth and had no intention of fighting again, and he knew very well that he was not Gohan at all. The opponent, let alone the opponent, Gohan didn't even take it seriously. Seeing that Gohan was so powerful, Zed immediately jumped into the sky and pretended to gather his chi to attack, and then fled. When Zed saw that he and Tyr had moved away from him, he turned and ran away. But how could Zed's careful thoughts be concealed from Tyr, who has experienced many battles? As soon as Zed ran out, he was caught up by Tyr, showing that Tyr's strength far surpassed Zed. Looking at Tyr, who was blocking his way, Zed couldn't believe it. Even if Gohan had a speed that surpassed him, even Tyr could easily catch up with him. It seemed that Riddy had been hiding his strength on weekdays. Zed looked at Tyr a little scared, and in order to conceal his inner fear, Zed smiled awkwardly, that Tyr is not what you want, I'm just enough. Don't make any more excuses for your useless trash. Tyr interrupted Zed's sophistry, and came to Zed's face and immediately made a move and directly hammered Zed into the ground. Immediately after, Tyr launched a wave of Qigong to hit Zed. Poor Zed was wiped out by Tyr before he even had time to scream. Gohan was a little surprised when he saw this. You guy is really heartbroken and actually gave his companion to. Companion? Make no mistake, this guy is the shame of the Frisia army. When facing the battle, he only wanted to escape. Bah! There is only a dead end for the useless waste. Tyr said with disdain. Gohan looked at Tyr in front of him so frantically, he clenched his fists and put on a stance. He's a trash? Then you have confidence in your strength? Then let me see. Tyr smiled when he saw Gohan's fighting spirit. I admit. You are very strong, I am not even sure to beat you, but the Frisia army will never take a step back. Wait a minute. The sudden words interrupted the two men who were ready to fight. It is Dandy who is here. Along with Dandy is a young and strong Namek. Gohan looked at Dandy, who rushed over and asked, "Did something happen, Dandy?" Dandy was short of breath and looked tired, and seemed really anxious to rush to Gohan. Dandy gasped and said, "Although the elder said that Gohan has no problem dealing with enemies of this level, I am still a little worried about you, Gohan, so I went to find the strongest warrior among the American nemesis. Mr. Luke. It seems that the strong Namek next to Dandy is the strongest Namek, Luke." Gohan smiled when he saw Dandy's helper for him. "Thank you, Dandy, for your kindness. But I can deal with this kind of guy, don't worry." When Gohan was about to fight, Luke stood in front of Gohan. Gohan was puzzled and was about to ask, but Luke said first, "Mr. Gohan, I know you are strong, but this time, please let me deal with this guy." Gohan scratched his head. "I said I can deal with Mr. Luke. Just watch the battle." "That's not the case. I'm not questioning your strength, Mr. Gohan. It's just that it's our Nemek's business and we must solve it by ourselves. Mr. Gohan is not a Namek, and it's impossible to protect Namek all the time. Nemesis is my hometown and must be guarded by ourselves," Luke said with a serious face. Seeing that Luke had such a tough attitude, Gohan couldn't say anything, so he retreated to the sidelines. Seeing that Luke was about to fight Tyr, Dandy couldn't help but worry about Luke. Gohan on the side saw Dandy's mood and said, "It's okay, Dandy, if Mr. Luke is in danger, I will take action." Seeing his opponent's replacement, Tyr immediately used the detector to observe Luke's combat effectiveness. "It's amazing. The combat effectiveness has reached about 200,000, and it seems that this battle will not be so boring." Gohan looked at Luno thoughtfully and said, "Mr. Luke is much stronger than Mr. Nira before. Nira was the strongest fighter of Namek in the Frisia chapter with a combat power of about 40,000. Dandy nodded. "After the incident of Frisia last time, our Namekians realized that we must strengthen our strength to protect our planet. Therefore, the combat-type Namekians basically train the most powerful of them all day." "It's Luke," said Dandy, who couldn't help but sighed. "I didn't expect us to practice so hard, but we still suffered heavy losses when we ushered in a strong enemy." Gohan patted Dandy on the shoulder and comforted him. "You don't need to blame Dandy, you have done very well." After Gohan comforted Dandy and turned his eyes to Luke, he saw that Luke was ready for battle. Suddenly Tyr attacked first and threw a few Qigong rounds. Luke immediately kicked off and jumped to avoid the attack. At the moment of dodging, he launched a counterattack and fired an energy cannon at Tyr. The energy cannon struck, but Tyr didn't dodge, but he kicked the energy cannon back with a kick. Luke naturally had a way to deal with the energy cannon he fired. Luke opened his hands to block the Qigong cannon and turned around. "Throw the energy cannon to Tyr again." Tyr sneered, "Don't play such boring tricks." Then immediately raised his hand and released the energy cannon, and the two energies immediately exploded when they collided. At the same time as the smoke was lifted, Luke launched an attack, using the smoke to block Tyr's sight, and then quickly rushed to Tyr, raising his hand and directly smashing Tyr's detector with a wave. Tyr looked at the broken detector and said disdainfully, "Is this your purpose?" Luke smiled slightly, "You are relying on this thing to find our position. If you have this kind of thing during the battle, it would be quite unfavorable to me." Tyr sneered, "Smart guy, I just used dust to block my sight, and because we were already very close, I didn't find anything wrong. It seems I was really careless." "Gata! Gata!" I saw Tyr twisting his body and making a strange noise. "But do you really think I can't deal with you without a detector? But it's a shame to kill you, you are stronger than Zed and Reese. Do you want to consider joining our Frisia army? As long as you join and hand over the Dragon Ball to us, we will leave Namek immediately so that your people will be safe. How about this deal?" Luke looked disdainful. "Humph! Stop dreaming, I will never join bandits like you, and the Dragon Ball will never give it to villains like you. Get out of Namek before I get angry. Since you have said so, I have no choice but to kill you and fetch the Dragon Ball myself. Seeing the failure of the win, Tyr said indifferently. The war is about to start. The strongest Namek fighter against the current leader of the Frisia army, who is the better one? Chapter 26, Tyr's Transformation. The battle between Tyr and Luke is about to start. Tyr slammed his feet on the ground and rushed towards Luke, saying that it was a long time before Luke passed by one by one. Luke grabbed Tyr's body and vigorously rotated himself like a spinning top to throw Tyr out. Because of inertia, Tyr was thrown out, and Luke immediately pursued the victory with his hands to gather energy. A huge energy cannon fired straight at Tyr, and Tyr reacted quickly and immediately adjusted his posture and avoided the attack within somersault. Tyr saw the strength of the Namekist in front of him. Then he praised, I really didn't expect that Mike would have an amazing warrior like you, which really excites me. Luke didn't want to talk too much nonsense and immediately launched a fierce attack on Tyr again. Several Kigong shells were fired in an instant. Several attacks came from all directions. Faced with this number of attacks, Tyr only smiled and looked very relaxed. But when the gas bomb was about to touch Tyr, he didn't dodge but only raised his breath and roared. Suddenly, a barrier appeared around the body to resist all the Kigong bombs. Luke was slightly surprised, this guy defuses my attack so easily. It seems that he is much stronger than I thought. It's really difficult. As soon as the voice fell, Tyr moved at high speed and came behind Luke. Luke noticed Tyr's movement and quickly turned around to counterattack, but he was still a step slower. At the moment he turned, Tyr gave him a heavy blow to his head. When he went out and hit a cliff not far away, the strong impact caused the cliff to collapse and directly buried Luke alive. Dandy, who was watching the battle with a nervous and worried expression, couldn't help shouting, "Are you okay, Mr. Luke?" But the only response to him was silence. Seeing that Luke did not respond, Dandy quickly grabbed Gohan by the corner of his clothes and begged, "Master Gohan, please help Mr. Luke, Mr. Luke." Before he finished speaking, Gohan interrupted, "Don't worry about Dandy, Mr. Luke's anger has not weakened at all." Just as Tyr was triumphant, Luke suddenly fell from the sky while Tyr didn't pay attention to throwing his hand was a blow. Hit Tyr directly. Immediately after that, he kicked Tyr's abdomen fiercely, and then Luke turned his palm into a fist and slammed Tyr directly into the ground. The strong impact made the ground sunken, Tyr was sunken in it and was covered by mud, and the ground was buried in the ground as if it was about to swallow Tyr. I thought that Tyr would suffer a little bit of damage from Luke's continuous attacks, but he didn't expect Tyr to jump out of the cave just now, and stand up like a okay person. Tyr patted the dust on his body and sneered, "You kid did a good job. The moment I hammered you into the wall just now, I could get out and run out because I destroyed my detector before and I couldn't know your location. The result was a sneak attack by you, which is already great for the Namek, but..." Before he finished speaking, Tyr's muscles began to swell rapidly, and his breath continued to rise. The body began to change, the originally strong body became stronger, and then Tyr's body emitted a strange light to block everyone's sight. Gohan was shocked. Could it be said that Tyr can still be transformed? If this is the case, Mr. Rook would be dangerous. Sure enough, Gohan expected it. After a while, Tyr reappeared in front of the crowd in a brand new posture. His body was larger than before, and his arms had similar blade spikes. A red pattern appeared on his body, and his whole body was dyed black. Very scary. After Tyr completed his transformation, his power expanded to another realm and was not at the same level before. Tyr closed his eyes and felt the power of his transformation, the powerful force exuding from the inside out. Tyr felt his own powerful power and couldn't help laughing, "I see it. This is my true power. Although the original state is enough to kill you, it's too much trouble. I will kill you instantly with all my strength. You just use your body. Feel the power of this power." Tyr came to Luke as soon as he finished speaking, and Luke was shocked when he saw it. Luke couldn't even see how Tyr moved. When he reacted, Tyr had already come to him. Luke swung his arm and punched hard. Hit Tyr's face head-on, boom. A loud noise. The fist hit Tyr's face sturdily, but it didn't work at all. The two of them are not at the same level. Tyr touched his cheek and grinned. What's the matter? Are you tickling me? Luke gritted his teeth and hurriedly threw out several punches, continuously bombarding Tyr with storm-like continuous attacks. But Tyr stood still and resisted all the attacks with his body. Luke couldn't believe it. The continuous attack with all his strength had no effect on Tyr, and Luke looked at his hands in disbelief. How is this possible? My attacks are actually useless. Tyr looked at Luke and smiled slightly. How is it? Have you hit enough? It's my turn. As soon as the voice fell, Tyr threw his hand and punched. The speed is so fast that you can only see the trajectory of the fist. Luke had no time to dodge and could only barely raise his hand to resist. Boom! With a deafening loud noise, even though Luke had raised his hand to resist, the powerful boxing force instantly knocked Luke away, and Luke was driven by the boxing force into the air like an out-of-control cannonball. But the attack was not over yet. Tyr had already predicted Luke's trajectory. He came to Luke's trajectory and kicked it with a kick. Then Tyr continued to move and attack, kicking Luke like a ball. Go with! Luke was beaten by Tyr's bursts until he could not fight back. He was vomiting blood and painful. Gohan couldn't stand it anymore. When Tyr attacked Luke again, Gohan shot and turned into white light. With a single punch, the invincible Tyr flew out and disappeared. Gohan quickly supported the injured Luke. How are you, Mr. Luke? Luke stubbornly pushed Gohan away. Mr. Gohan, you don't need to intervene. In this battle, I want to prove to these that the Namekians are capable of protecting their planet. Forgive my waywardness, please retreat to Mr. Gohan. Gohan knew very well that Luke could not be Tyr's opponent, but in the face of Luke's repeated demands, Gohan couldn't bear it but couldn't help it. Gohan looked at Luke, who was so persistent, with a kind smile. Mr. Luke, let go and fight. No need to think about other things. After speaking, Gohan slowly landed next to Dandy and continued to watch the battle. But then Dandy couldn't sit still. Gohan-san, why don't you help Luke? If this goes on, Luke he will. Gohan patted Dandy on the shoulder. This is something that Mr. Luke decides by himself. I can't intervene. If something happens to Mr. Luke, I will defeat this guy for Mr. Luke, and we still have Dragon Balls to resurrect Lu. Mr. K. Although Dandy was worried about Luke, he knew that it was Luke's own will and it was not easy to say anything. He could only cheer for Luke silently. At this time, the beaten Tyr finally flew back and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Asshole Namek! What the did you do? You actually hurt me, unforgivable. It turns out that Gohan moved too fast just now. Tyr didn't know what happened, and thought it was Luke who counterattacked him. Luke's strength is nowhere near as powerful as Tyr's response to the furious Tieruk. Chapter 27, Fight to the Death. Tyr, who was knocked into the air by Gohan, thought it was Luke's trick that seriously injured him, and his anger surged to his heart, and he launched a fierce offensive against Luke. Luke just resisted Tyr's attack and tried his best. Continuous attacks bombarded Luke. Luke gradually couldn't resist this fierce offensive. He was hit hard by Tyr several times, but Luke did not give up. Even if the battle was killed, Luke had to protect Namek. The dignity of the Nemesis. Perhaps it was dazzled by anger. Tyr's attack was completely unruly, although Tyr's strength was much stronger than Luke, but his anger still revealed a fatal flaw. Luke, who was still being beaten, quickly grabbed the only gap and shot. Luke actually scratched Tyr's eyes as he sprinted. Seeing such a scene, Dandy and Gohan couldn't help shouting, "Pretty!" For Tyr, an alien who can't catch his breath, his eyes are invisible but fatal. Although Luke was scarred, he still has the power to fight back. Tyr felt his eyes hurt fiercely, and he looked very painful while holding his eyes. Tyr furiously yelled, "You bastard! You're going to smash you into pieces! I'm going to slaughter you!" After saying that, Luke was not stupid enough to stand still and be beaten. "Keep the distance." Luke took advantage of Tyr's invisible opportunity. Using the characteristics of the Namek, stretched out his arms and grabbed Tyr's head and threw Tyr out. Then the Qigong bombs were fired. Tyr was hit by the Qigong bombs because he couldn't see Luke's attack. Tyr, who had lost his vision, quickly fired a huge energy cannon in the direction of his attack. A deafening noise raised a large mountain to the ground. Luke looked at the damage caused by the energy cannon, and couldn't help but shed a cold sweat and thought, if I was beaten just now, I would be done. This guy is really a strong horror and must defeat this guy when he can't see him. With this idea, Luke quickly gathered energy with his hands to condense his breath and prepared to use this trick to pay tribute to Tyr, but Tyr, who had lost his vision, didn't know it at all, and was still attacking at will. Tyr, who was irrational, fired energy cannons madly, and one shot flew straight towards Dandy. Dandy was shocked when he saw it. But fortunately, Gohan was beside him. He just raised his hand and waved the energy cannon and disappeared. Gohan stood in front of Dandy and said, "You don't need to be afraid of Dandy. I will guarantee your safety." Back to Luke's side, at this time Luke has gathered powerful energy and aimed at Tyr, and the Qigong wave in his hand came out. Tyr, who had no vision, didn't react to being hit by this huge energy head-on and burst instantly. He was heavily hit by Luke without any defense, although Tyr was extremely powerful, but the attack also injured Tyr. Tyr's veins are violent. The anger has long been suppressed and kept shouting, "Get out! You get out of me and die!" Luke looked at Tyr, who was extremely angry, and smiled. "No matter how you yelled, it won't help. I won't be stupid enough to get close to you. I will consume you with ranged attacks." Thinking that Luke was ready to go on fire again, there was nothing to do with Tyr, who had repeatedly fired Qigong bombs at Tyr. The mechanisms Luke immediately adjusts his position after every attack. No matter how Tyr fights back, but the visionless Tyr can't hit Luke at all. No matter how powerful the attack is, it doesn't make any sense if it can't hit people. Tyr could no longer stand being teased by Luke and immediately lifted his breath to the highest level. Strong energy overflowed from the body and wrapped Tyr's whole body, and then the breath revolved around Tyr and gradually formed a tornado with a huge breath. The tornado encircled Tyr to counteract all of Luke's attacks. Luke was shocked when he saw this. What kind of move is this? It can actually offset all my attacks. The tornado not only counteracted Luke's Qigong bomb attack, but also the tornado quickly approached Luke. Luke quickly jumped away, but the tornado kept following Luke as if he knew Luke's location. Luke looked a little panicked watching the tornado keep approaching him. Is this guy already visible? In fact, although Tyr could not capture the breath and had not recovered his eyesight yet, Tyr was at least a Frisia army who had experienced many battles, and had already figured out a way to deal with the problem of blindness. Tyr raised his breath and rotated his own airflow to create a gust of wind, and there would be a little noise when the wind blew past. Tyr relied on this faint sound to identify the position of Luke. But Luke didn't panic because tornadoes have a fatal flaw. Even the Namekians knew that the center of the tornado was empty, but Luke jumped high into the center and saw Tyr, who was in the center of the tornado, quickly gathering his energy to attack again. But at this time Tyr smiled evilly. "Hey! I finally caught you!" Said that it was too late, and Tyr lifted the tornado before Luke took the shot, and rushed to Luke as fast as he could, firmly grasping Luke's hands. The strategy succeeded. It turned out that Tyr had been waiting for Luke to attack above the tornado. As long as he knew Luke's position, even if he couldn't see him, he could definitely catch Luke instantly at Tyr's speed. Luke was caught tightly and couldn't get away. Luke yelled badly, but it was too late. Tyr locked Luke with his hands and kept hitting Luke's abdomen with his knees. Luke vomited blood when he was beaten. Luke thought that he couldn't sit still and struggled desperately and tried his best to retreat from Tyr's control, but he was struggling for a long time because he was Tyr's opponent, but it didn't help. Tyr was angry when he thought of Luke's teasing just now. If he keeps hitting Luke with his knees and head, Luke understands that he will die if he continues like this. Then he made a move that shocked everyone. Luke gritted his teeth and pulled his own hands with all his strength and finally got out. Luke looked at his bleeding arm and just shouted. The arm grew back in an instant. But Gohan felt bad. Oops. Mr. Luke originally had a huge gap with that guy. This time he broke his hand and escaped and consumed a lot of his chi. Now the gap is even bigger. Dandy was very worried about Rook when he listened to Gohan's commentary, but when he remembered Rook's determination and what Gohan had said, Dandy could only control his feelings and cheer for Rook silently. Luke gasped for breath. It seemed as if Gohan said that the broken arm escape power was huge, but Luke had to fight again before he gave up. But the most desperate thing is not that Luke's aura has been consumed too much, but that Tyr's eyes have recovered. Tyr opened his eyes and stared at Luke viciously, wishing to tear him to pieces immediately. Tyr has the strength to crush Luke, but being injured by such a guy is a shame for Tyr. Tyr roared and disappeared in front of Luke for an instant. Upon seeing this, Gohan immediately reminded, Mr. Luke. That guy is above you. Hearing Gohan's reminder, Luke quickly raised his head. Boom! An elbow hit Luke's forehead fiercely. Luke's head was sunk directly under the heavy blow. A fatal blow. Luke fell to the ground by himself. Looking at the fallen Luke, Tyr originally wanted to smash Luke into pieces, but decided to deal with Gohan first. He turned and stared at Gohan and said viciously, Wait for you, I want to kill you. There is not even dregs left to bombard your corpses. After saying that he was about to walk towards Gohan, and when Tyr was about to take a step, he found someone was holding his ankle. When he looked back, it was Luke, but he suddenly jumped up and hugged Tyr with a slight smile. This scene stunned everyone present. Luke clung to Tyr and smiled, If you are going to die, then die together. A huge breath broke out just after the words fell on Luke. Seeing this, Gohan quickly grabbed Dandy and flew high into the sky. No way! Mr. Luke, he wants. Seeing Gohan taking Dandy away from him, Luke was relieved. In order to protect the dignity of the Namekians, Luke finally chose to blow himself up with Tyr. Looking at Luke who was about to explode, he knew that he could be resurrected with Dragon Ball, but Dandy still shed tears. Tyr learned that Luke intended to shake his body vigorously, but it was too late. Boom! The powerful energy bursts instantly. The light emitted is so dazzling. This is the last force Luke used to protect Namek. He is a respectable warrior. Chapter 28, Overwhelming Power. Luke in order to protect Namek. In the end, he chose to use self-destruction to die with Tyr. Gohan looked at the self-destructed Luke with respect. Mr. Luke, he is such an amazing person. At this time Dandy was already crying, and Gohan quickly comforted him when he saw it. It's okay Dandy, let's go to the Elder to use Dragon Ball to resurrect Mr. Rook. After that, he was about to leave with Dandy. Hey! Don't leave! Tyr dragged his body and rushed to catch up. Dandy looked at Tyr and couldn't believe it, but Rook's self-destruction at the expense of his life didn't kill him. Tyr didn't seem to care about his injuries and provocatively said, What's the matter? Do you cowards want to escape? Gohan looked at Tyr with a serious expression. Mr. Luke's blew up just now didn't kill you, you should be grateful and live alive. Tyr laughed loudly, let's steal your life? When I entered the Frieza army, I vowed to be loyal to Lord Frieza. This time, the plan to resurrect Lord Frieza would even fight for his life. Gohan looked at Tyr, who was scarred in front of him, and said without disdain, Is it really to revive Frieza? But it's not wise for you to run out to fight me without hiding and recovering from your wounds. Tyr roared, Hide! Who do you think I am? I am a soldier. There are only two ways for a soldier to defeat the enemy or die on the battlefield. Gohan shook his head helplessly, humph. There is no cure. Tyre slowly approached Gohan and the others. I would have killed you if it wasn't for that trash messed up me like this. Tyr thought that as the leader of the Frisia army, he was so badly injured by a Namek, he cursed, that bug didn't dare to fight me head on, knowing to use some dirty ones. Means. Mr. Luke is not a bug. He is our greatest fighter of the American nemesis. Dandy couldn't bear Luke's death in the battle and he would be vilified and retorted directly. Gohan clenched his fists and looked serious. Enough. You are not qualified to insult Mr. Luke. Mr. Luke can sacrifice his life to protect his companions. However, you indiscriminately kill innocents for your own purposes, regardless of your subordinates, and even kill yourself. Your companion, you are the real rubbish. Don't be fast here. There is a kind of fight with me to speak with strength. Tyr stared at Gohan fiercely. Gohan looked at Tyr, who was badly injured, and didn't want to bother turning around and preparing to leave. At this moment, Tyr, who was reluctant to live and die, spoke again, don't you dare to fight a coward? If you don't hit me, you will kill all the Namekians. I tell you that even if I am injured, I can easily kill those Nameks. People are pinched to death. Because the weak should surrender to the strong, and the strong can do whatever they want. This sentence completely angered Gohan. Gohan remembered that he had been unable to stop the cyborgs from causing the cyborgs to kill the Earth because of his lack of strength. Thinking of the human beings slaughtered by the cyborgs, he turned his head and said, the power is to protect everyone, not you. Tools for evil. Tyr laughed loudly, how could you say such a stupid thing? I thought that you and I were both strong and ended up saying the same nonsense as those who were killed by me. If it is true, then use it. Let me be convinced by your strength. My current state is better for you. Gohan said faintly. Since you want to fight, I won't take advantage of you. Gohan turned to look at Dandy and said, Dandy, you go and heal him. Dandy vaguely said, but. Nothing. Do as I said. Gohan roared. Seeing Gohan's attitude so resolute, Dandy had to approach Tyr carefully and use his abilities to heal Tyr's injuries as Gohan meant. Within a moment, Tyr's body returned to its heyday. Tyr was overjoyed to see that the other person was actually healing himself and couldn't help laughing, idiot. Now you have lost the only chance to beat me. Gohan sneered, stop talking nonsense. If you have any ability, just use it. Tyr recovered from his injury and was ready to go, and Gohan motioned to Dandy to stay away from here to avoid being affected by the battle. Gohan descended to the ground quickly, Tyr followed in Gohan's footsteps, and the two of them fought each other with their eyes on each other. Tyr first launched an attack and fired energy cannons toward Gohan, only to see Gohan calmly dealt with it without dodge or dodge, and kicked the energy bombs into the sky. However, the energy cannon was just a fictitious move. Tyr took the opportunity to approach Gohan and attack. Tyr quickly hugged Gohan's waist and rushed back, but he didn't push far enough before Gohan tried to fix himself firmly. Tyr immediately increased his strength when he saw this, but it was still to no avail. Gohan was stuck on the ground, and he couldn't move even with much force Tyr used. Gohan looked at Tyr so hard and disdainfully said indifferently, are you the only one like this? Then his knees slammed directly away from Tyr, and then he kicked Tyr out again with a kick. Tyr, who flew out, immediately braked with both feet on the ground, but the strong impact force forced Tyr to move several meters away, leaving two long and deep tracks on the ground. The opponent showed such a big gap, but Gohan didn't take advantage of the victory, but just stared at Tyr. Tyr felt insulted and immediately adjusted his posture and attacked Gohan again. Gohan was motionless and did not have the slightest defensive action. Tyr came to Gohan and threw a punch quickly, just as Tyr's fist was about to touch Gohan, bang! With the sound of Tyr, he was knocked out directly. Tyr stabilized his body and felt an abnormal pain in his jaw. A wipe of the blood that he vomited with his hand. Tyre looked at the blood in his hand incredulously. What's the matter? What happened just now? Am I being attacked by that guy? When Tyr was puzzled, Gohan said, what are you in a daze? The punch just now wasn't that powerful, right? It turned out that when Tyr approached Gohan just now, Gohan threw a punch at a very fast speed and easily repelled Tyr. What's even more incredible was that Tyr was beaten into the air without even seeing Gohan's move. The difference in strength between the two can be imagined. Tyr spit out blood and then raised his breath, asshole. Let you see my full strength. Tyr's breath rose again, and Tyr moved behind Gohan at an extremely fast speed and threw a punch with all his strength. The fist wind drove the airflow and slammed it at Gohan, boom. With a deafening noise, the ground shattered and Gohan's feet fell deeply into it. Dandy watched the battle between the two intently, feeling incredible and could not help exclaiming, block, blocked. Gohan didn't even look at Tyr, and faced Tyr's full strength attack from behind. He could only resist by simply raising his hand. Tyr couldn't believe what happened before him and said tremblingly, it's not, impossible, impossible. How could this guy be so strong? How could there be such a big gap between us? I don't believe it. Tyr had lost his mind and smashed at Gohan like crazy. However, Gohan could easily block all the attacks with just one hand. Then Gohan jumped up and kicked out quickly. Tyr was kicked out again and fell heavily to the ground. Tyr got up with difficulty and looked at Gohan in disbelief. Who are you? Who are you? Gohan ignored him and looked at Tyr, who had no room for counterattack, and turned and left. Tyr looked at Gohan's back and suddenly thought of something and slowly said, couldn't you be the Super Saiyan who defeated Lord Frieza? Right. Hearing these words, Gohan suddenly paused and then said, it was not me who defeated Frieza, but my father. After speaking, Gohan walked to Dandy. Let's go Dandy, we have to revive Mr. Luke. Dandy glanced at Tyr and said, Gohan. What will that person do if he is let go? He will definitely come back to attack Namek in the future. Gohan sighed and said calmly, I can't feel his anger anymore, he is dead. Sure enough, as Gohan said, Tyr stood motionless and there was no sign of life. Gohan did not attack with a dead hand, but Tyr himself exhausted his whole body strength and physical strength, plus the injury caused by Gohan's attack. Finally died of exhaustion. Chapter 29, Return. Departing to the Earth. After Gohan defeated Tyr, the battle of the Namekians against the Frieza army was finally coming to an end. The little ones of the Frieza army knew that Tyr had been defeated and surrendered and all fled the Namek. Namek Star won the battle, and all the Namek Stars danced like a group of children happily. The Grand Elder ordered all the Dragon Balls collected from Namek to be given to Gohan, and Gohan made a wish. Gohan looked at the Dragon Ball in front of him and sighed, is that the Dragon Ball on the star? I haven't seen it for a long time. It's still such a big one. If there was a Dragon Ball before, it wouldn't be so hard to deal with cyborgs. At this time, the Elder walked to Dandy's side and signaled Dandy to help Gohan use Dragon Ball. Dandy walked to Gohan's side and chanted a spell to the Dragon Ball in front of him. Dandy spoke in Namekian language, come out and fulfill my wish. Palunga. The voice just fell. The sky that was still sunny just now suddenly went dark, and then the 7 dragon emitted beams of light at the same time, and the 7 beams of light went straight into the sky and merged with each other. In the sky, a huge body appeared in the sky, the Dragon Barunga of Namek. At this time, Palunga slowly said, he who has collected the Dragon Balls. Tell your wishes. Any wish can be achieved. You can make 3 wishes. Gohan looked at the huge Palunga with a slight surprise, although I have seen it once before, this kind of aura is still shocking. Dandy turned his head and asked Gohan, has Gohan-san's first wish decided what? Gohan smiled and replied, does this still need to be said? Dandy. You should be very clear about what your first wish is. Gohan and Dandy looked at each other and smiled. Dandy said to Palunga in Namek, "My first wish is to revive the dead Mr. Luke." Palunga made an okay gesture, "No problem. It's just a trivial thing." Then a white light flashed, and Palunga spoke again, "Your wish has been fulfilled. I have resurrected him and made it special. Helped him reshape a body. I can feel Mr. Luke's anger already, and he seems to be resurrected," Gohan said excitedly. "Then please state your second wish," Palunga asked. Gohan lowered his head and thought for a moment and suddenly said, "My second wish is to help me recover the damage that I caused to the Earth when I fought against the androids." Dandy immediately repeated Gohan's wish in Namek. Another ray of light flashed, and then Palunga said, "The Earth has recovered as you wished, and there is one last wish, please tell me." Gohan smiled and said, "I thought about my last wish for a long time, and I decided to bring back all the good people who died because of artificial humans." Dandy said regretfully, "I'm sorry, Gohan-kun. We haven't improved Bolunga's ability to only resurrect one person at a time. You still have other wishes." Gohan was taken aback, "What? I have forgotten this, what a mistake. Otherwise, let him resurrect him first." The voice just fell. Goku's voice came through Gohan's head. "I don't need it anymore, Gohan. I and everyone are living very well in the underworld. We are all used to the life here. We don't need to resurrect us, and you have enough strength to protect the Earth. We are all at ease." "You?" Gohan sighed, "Isn't it necessary? It's really like Dad's style, so what's your wish?" At this time, Palunga urged impatiently. "Has the third wish not been thought of yet?" Gohan racked his brains and couldn't think of any other wishes. After all, Gohan didn't have any desires, and he didn't have any special desires. Seeing that Gohan had no other thoughts, Dandy said, "Gohan-san, if you have no other wishes, can you give us the last wish?" Gohan gave up his wish to Dandy without desire, and Dandy made one last wish, "Bolunga. I hope Namek can become secretive so that other people can't find us." Palunga slowly said, "No problem." Finished. Palunga used his divine power again. After a ray of light passed, Palunga said, "I have changed the atmosphere of Namek, and the existence of Namek is invisible from the outside of the universe. All your wishes have been fulfilled. There will be a period later." Finished. Palunga turned into light and disappeared, and the Dragon Ball turned into stone and flew around Namek. Gohan couldn't help complimenting Dandy, as expected of Dandy. In this way, the invaders will basically be unable to find Namek, and then Namek will be safe. Dandy touched his head shyly, "No. That's right, Gohan. Do you have any other things that we need help from the Mike Star?" Gohan did have something to ask for, but just after using someone else's Dragon Ball and asking for other requests, Gohan was a little embarrassed, but this matter was very important, and Gohan had to say it brazenly. In fact, since the death of Uncle Piccolo, the gods have also died, and there is no protection from the gods on the earth. This time I came to Namek, in fact, I want to find someone to go to the gods of our earth. I don't know if it is possible." The elder saw that Gohan was a little embarrassed, so he directly said, "Of course it's okay. Your father saved our Namek star before, and today you helped us again. I will help you arrange this kind of trivial matter." Facing Gohan's request, the elder patted Dandy on the shoulder and said, "Gohan-san. If you need a god, Dandy is a very suitable candidate, although Dandy is not a combat type. Mixture, but a very good dragon race. We can rest assured that he is with you." Immediately afterwards, the elder turned his head and asked Dandy, "Dandy, would you like to go to Earth with Gohan?" Dandy nodded quickly, and Gohan looked at Dandy overjoyed. If it were Dandy, he would be qualified for the position of a god. Gohan's everything was done. The Grand Elder held a grand banquet for Gohan and Dandy to practice. Everyone sang and danced. Although there is no food, Gohan is a little unhappy. After all, the Nemebusters only need to drink water will do. The next day, when Gohan took Dandy to return to Earth, all the Namekians waved goodbye. Luke on the side walked to Gohan and said, "Gohan-san. Thank you for saving Namek, I didn't expect to solve it by myself." Seeing Luke, who was a little self-blaming, Gohan quickly stepped forward and comforted him, "Mr. Luke. Don't take it to heart. If you work harder in the future, you will definitely be stronger." Luke smiled when he heard Gohan's words, "Thank you, Gohan-san. Then Dandy will ask you." Gohan nodded and responded, "Of course. You all have to take good care of your health. I will come back to see you when I have time in the future." Luke smiled, "Goodbye, Gohan." The two looked at each other and smiled, and Gohan took Dandy into the spaceship, and immediately after Gohan pressed the return button for a meal. The spaceship immediately started flying to high altitude. After the spacecraft rushed out of the atmosphere, Dandy lay on the window and looked at his hometown. Sure enough, Palunga made Namek disappear, and there was no way to discover the existence of Namek with the naked eye. Dandy looked at his hometown with some dismay, then sighed, "Goodbye, Namek star." The spacecraft sailed for a while. Maybe it felt too boring. Dandy has been wandering around inside the spacecraft. Suddenly Dandy discovered the universal capsule that Gohan had thrown on the table. Curiosity trend Dandy opened it. Gohan hurriedly stopped when he saw it, but it was too late. The sky full of books popped out of thin air, and yes, this universal capsule was the one given by Bulma. Dandy picked up a book and opened it, then turned around and asked, "Gohan-san. What is this?" Gohan quickly explained, "These are ordinary books and nothing more." Fortunately, Dandy, who was a Namek, couldn't understand the contents of the book and was confused by Gohan. Gohan hurriedly filled the book into the universal capsule, and then hid the universal capsule. Maybe it's nothing to do. Dandy has been telling the story of Namek with Gohan. The two kept chatting along the way, and the two of them just drove toward the Earth. Chapter 30, Encounter Xiao Wu. Gohan is still drifting in the vast universe at this time, and Trunks on the Earth feels nothing to do because the Earth has restored peace after Shuru was defeated. After exercising, Trunks felt bored at home and wanted to go for a walk. At this time, Bulma came over and said, "If you want to go out, Trunks, don't cause trouble. Now there are rumors about the Golden Warrior saving the world and defeating Shuru. You must not expose your identity and cause unnecessary trouble." "Have." Trunks interrupted Bulma's perfunctory answer, "If you know your mother, you can do your research at home without worry. I will be careful not to reveal your identity and cause you trouble." When Bulma was about to say something, Trunks hurriedly pushed Bulma into the laboratory. After the door of the laboratory was closed, Trunks couldn't help complaining, "Really? Since Gohan went to Nami after the Nemesis, her mother is getting more and more verbose." Trunks walked out the door impatiently. After all, Trunks is now in adolescence and some rebellion is normal. Bored Trunks was going to go shopping in the city center, but he was afraid to expose his identity and dare not easily use his power, but he had no choice but to take a taxi. Trunks stopped a taxi and got in. Trunks stared at the window and recalled the scene of the fight with Shuru. He didn't notice that the taxi price list jumped quickly. It was obvious that this was a black car. The taxi driver wanted to blackmail Trunks a lot, but he provoked the wrong person. It didn't take long for the taxi to reach the destination. Trunks got out of the car and asked for the price. He saw the taxi driver approaching Trunks with a kind smile on his face and bursting out a shocking price. Trunks was shocked when he heard this. "What? It takes so much for a little distance? Are you blackmailing me?" Although the Trunks family is not as rich as the Trunks in the main world because of the artificial humans, they are completely rich and can fully afford the car, but Trunks does not want to suffer from this dumb loss. Seeing Trunks reacting in this way, the taxi driver still didn't change his face. It was obvious that he had done this kind of activity. Seeing that Trunks didn't mean to give money at all, the insidious and cunning taxi driver suddenly changed his face and showed a fierce look. "This guest, do you want to ride in a bully car? The price tag clearly shows that the price is if you have it. Why don't you just get off the bus and wait until you reach your destination and talk?" Trunks was angry and pointed at the taxi driver and shouted, "I don't have the time to pay attention to that kind of thing, and it is obvious that there is a problem with the price. You are extortion. I will never pay." The taxi driver's smirk may be because he thinks that children like Trunks are easy to deal with. The current Trunks is only 13 years old by the legal age, but Trunks is actually 15 years old because of the 2 years of training in the spiritual time house. Scratching the collar and threatening, "Will you give me the smelly kid? Believe it or not, I'm talking to you," with his fist. Hearing this, Trunks laughed loudly. "Really? You want to beat me? You can try it." The taxi driver saw that the boy in front of him was so arrogant, rolling up his sleeves and preparing to teach Trunks, "You are so arrogant. I tell you that even if you call the police afterwards, this license plate is all forged by me. You taste the beating of society." The taxi driver threw a punch at Trunks. It hit Trunks' forehead heavily. Click. I only heard a crisp sound of broken bones. I saw Trunks in front of the taxi driver unscathed, but the taxi driver was not so relaxed. His hand was directly broken and fractured as if he was hitting a rock hard. Trunks smiled upon seeing this. "This is your own self-inflictedness, but it has nothing to do with me." Then Trunks turned his head and walked towards the city, ignoring the verbal abuse of the taxi driver. Looking at the city that has already begun to rebuild, Trunks can't help but sigh. After defeating the cyborgs, everything has begun to recover. Because of the rapid development of science and technology in the future, many houses have been rebuilt within a few days, and there is no trace of being attacked by artificial people. Trunks was walking and suddenly ran into a girl head-on. The girl was knocked to the ground by Trunks. Upon seeing this, Trunks hurriedly stepped forward and helped the girl. The girl had black hair, black eyes, and long hair. Over the shoulders, the big tender eyes look very cute. Trunks quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, I was thinking that I didn't see you, accidentally bumped into you, right?" The girl patted the dust on her body and said blankly, "I'm not that vulnerable, so I get hurt so easily. I have to leave if I have something urgent." The girl turned her head and ran. Trunks hadn't seen the girl before he could react. Trunks scratched his head. "A pretty cute girl, but she's so reckless." Trunks was complaining and suddenly smelled a scent. Trunks was overjoyed. "It smells so good, it's small octopus balls." The scent on the stall next to him attracted Trunks, who hadn't eaten this kind of food for a long time because of the human beings. Trunks's greedy saliva hurriedly took out his wallet to eat, but when Trunks touched the wallet, he accidentally found that the wallet was missing. Trunks was completely stunned. How could it be that all my money was in my wallet, and when did I lose it? Suddenly Trunks had a flash of inspiration. Apart from contacting the taxi driver who blackmailed me, I only talked to that girl. Could it be the girl just now? That guy is a thief. Thinking of this, Trunks hurriedly chased in the direction where the girl fled. At this time, the girl was hiding in a small alley, picking up the amount in her purse. The girl happily said, "I didn't expect it. That kid is really rich. Xiao Wu. It seems that your harvest today is not small. Take some filial piety to this uncle." 6 men of 5 big and 3 thick gathered around the small dance troupe in an instant. It turns out that this girl is Xiao Wu, who used Dragon Ball to rejuvenate. Xiao Wu hurriedly put away the wallet in her hand and said nonchalantly, "How can I gain anything? Don't be kidding me, big brother. I said so, but I was cursing secretly in my heart. If I hadn't used Dragon Ball to make a wish at the beginning, I became too young and now I am a child." Although she was dissatisfied in her heart, it was impossible for Xiao Wu to be able to deal with the 6 faceless big men in front of him at the age of only 12 years old. These big guys slowly approached Xiao Wu, who seemed weak and helpless at this time. Just as these people were about to attack Xiao Wu, a small stone suddenly flew and hit one of the big guys on the head, making him rolling all over the floor with pain. "Don't you feel ashamed of a few big men bullying a little girl?" It was Trunks who was talking, and he was full of domineering hands on his hips. Xiao Wu hurriedly ran to Trunks as if she saw a savior. A few big guys saw that their good deeds were disturbed by a little devil and went forward to teach Trunks, but they picked the wrong opponent. Although Trunks is just a kid, he is a Super Saiyan who has fought against Chiru. Faced with these ordinary people, Trunks beat them all the time. Several big guys were also bullying and fearing that Trunks was so powerful and fled in a panic. Seeing that Trunks had run away from the little bastards, Xiao Wu wanted to drive away, but was caught by Trunks. Trunks stretched out his palm to signal Xiao Wu to return his wallet. At this time Xiao Wu was still pretending to be stupid. "Thank you for killing these hooligans. I'll leave if I'm okay." Trunks was a little impatient to see that Xiao Wu didn't mean to return the wallet. "Miss, I just saved you, but thank me for returning my wallet." Xiao Wu looked innocent. "What wallet?" "I don't know." Hearing that Xiao Wu was still fooling herself, Trunks threatened a little angrily, "Hurry up and return the wallet to me and don't force me to be rough." Upon seeing this, Xiao Wu showed a grieved expression with tears in her eyes. "I said I didn't take your wallet anymore, oh." Seeing Xiao Wu's grievance, Trunks was about to cry, thinking that he had blamed the girl in a panic and let go of her hand. Xiao Wu took the opportunity to push Trunks away and ran into the crowd and disappeared. The escaped Xiao Wu looked smug. No matter how powerful it is, she is still a kid. It turned out that everything was pretending just now, and Xiao Wu played Trunks fiercely. At this time, Trunks was still thinking about where his wallet had gone. Chapter 31, Meet Xiao Wu again. After losing his wallet, Trunks was preached by Bulma. Bulma said with a joking tone with his hands on his hips, "I didn't expect that an invincible Super Saiyan would also be stolen by a pickpocket." Trunks felt very embarrassed and blushed and defended, Mom, I just didn't pay attention." "Forget it. A little money doesn't matter." Bulma interrupted Trunks and said first. Immediately afterwards, Bulma gave Trunks a little more money. "Trunks, you should be very unwilling. According to what you said before, the girl who stole your wallet was the one who stole your wallet. I didn't expect this little girl to be so young. Not big but very clever." Trunks scratched his head. "Should not? She was almost crying when I pressed her before." When I heard this, Bulma was a little speechless, and she taught Trunks earnestly, "So you are still too naive to say, Trunks. I really don't understand if it's fighting, but if you are better than your IQ, I won't lose. However, it is obvious that the girl deliberately pretended to be that way in order to win your sympathy. Didn't you say that she pushed you and then ran away? If it wasn't a guilty conscience, why did you leave in a hurry?" Trunks thought for a moment and felt as if it made sense, and then said, "That's it. It seems that I was really deceived." Trunks, who knew that he had been deceived, clenched his fists and vowed, "Damn it! I was teasing me. This time I will get my wallet back anyway." Speaking of this, Trunks was about to seize the door to seek justice but was stopped by Bulma. Bulma smiled slightly, "Trunks just happened to be going out and I will prepare a good thing for you." Speaking of Bulma, he took out a watch-like machine and explained, "Because the scene where you and Gohan become a Super Saiyan fighting against Chiru has been filmed by reporters, so in order to prevent you from revealing your identity, I will develop this." Trunks took the instrument and looked confused. "Mom, how should I use this thing?" Bulma triumphantly said, "This is a machine that I developed that can be changed at will. Just press the button to complete the transformation. It will not reveal the identity and use the power at will. And the battle suit inside is absolutely carefully designed by me. Very handsome." After listening to Bulma's explanation, Trunks left the house directly with the machine regardless of the situation. Even if I have experienced a battle with a human being, I still have such a short-term attitude. I really can't help him, Bulma said flatly. After the lesson last time, Trunks got on the taxi and stared at the meter with wide eyes. This time there was no accident. Trunks successfully reached the location where he lost his wallet before reaching the city center. Trunks found a place to wait for Xiaowu's appearance. Time flies, Trunks is waiting to be sleepy and ready to go home without seeing Xiaowu's trace. Just as Trunks was about to go home, Xiaowu, a man of hard work, finally appeared. It was still before a routine Xiao who deliberately collided with a passerby and then walked along the passerby's wallet. Trunks, who was observing from the side, saw clearly this time, skillful methods should be done often, and what my mother said is that she stole my wallet. Trunks stepped forward quickly. At this time, the clever Xiaowu had already noticed the existence of Trunks, made a grimace at Trunks, and immediately rushed into the crowd and disappeared. Si looked at the vast crowd in front of him and began to doubt life. Trunks just wanted to retreat, but suddenly remembered that he had promised Bulma that he would get his wallet back. It was too embarrassing to flinch, and then Trunks calmed down and sneaked into the crowd to look for. However, it is very difficult to find someone in the vast crowds. In addition, Xiaowu's small figure is simply a needle in a haystack and there is nowhere to find Xiaowu's trace. Just as Trunks was at a loss, suddenly, the sound of a machine gun drew Trunks's attention. It turned out that a group of gangsters were racing on the street and firing their guns to drive away pedestrians. Passers-by fled after hearing the gunshots. When Trunks saw this, he couldn't help saying, "Some people are restless just after the cyborg thing, it's true. These people make trouble all day long." The culprit was about to escape but was surrounded by the police corps. The culprit had nowhere to go and grabbed passers-by as hostages. Trunks thought that there was a policeman who didn't need to take action but discovered that one of the hostages taken by a gangster was actually Xiaowu. Trunks gleefully said, "Who makes you do all these things all day? This time it's your turn to be unlucky." Although Trunks said so, he felt a little sorry. Even though she stole my wallet, I couldn't just sit back and watch it ruthlessly. At this moment Trunks suddenly thought that Bulma ran his machine into the alley and used the device to disguise it. After the transformation, Trunks was about to rush out to save someone, when suddenly he found a glass behind him with the appearance of Trunks printed on it. Trunks looked at himself flushed in the glass and felt very embarrassed, with a strange helmet, a red cloak, a green jacket, and a black tights. Trunks couldn't help but vomit. "Mom, her taste is really bad, why should I be embarrassed to go out like this? Help!" The hostage's cry for help came into Trunks' ears. Trunks calmed down and sighed, "This is not the time to be ashamed." As he said, Trunks immediately rushed to the alley and came to the culprit. The culprit was surprised when he saw the sudden appearance of Trunks, and then he roared with laughter at Trunks' strange attire. "Ha ha 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 ha! What are you wearing? Halloween costumes?" The kid rushed back. "Drink milk at home. Face the ridicule of the gangsters." Trunks felt very embarrassed and blushed and wanted to find a place to sew in. The gangsters were still mocking Trunks, and even the police couldn't help laughing. Trunks was so angry that he couldn't hold back his strength and kicked the ground hard with his feet. "Don't laugh." The powerful force directly stepped out of a big hole, and everyone present was caught by Trunks' move. Shocked. Then Trunks walked to the culprit. The culprit saw that Trunks approached and fired several shots. Trunks just reached out and caught all the bullets. The culprit was shocked when he saw it, and then Trunks flashed away at an extremely fast speed. Appearing behind the culprit in an instant, the culprit was slapped by Trunks before he knew what had happened. When Trunks made the move, he shouted angrily, "Make you laugh." Seeing that Trunks was so powerful, the other gangsters were very scared and quickly covered their mouths to prevent themselves from being amused by this strange attire. Seeing Trunks's extraordinary skill, the gangsters directly raised their guns on the hostage's forehead and threatened, "Asshole! You give me back or this guy will die." When the police saw the culprits threatening with hostages, they just wanted to ask Trunks to calm down and not hurt the hostages, but before they could say anything, Trunks knocked down all the culprits one by one and saved the hostages at a very fast speed. The police couldn't even believe what was happening in front of them, staring blankly at the gangster who fell on the ground, and when they realized that Trunks was gone. Trunks, who disappeared by the police, quickly stepped forward and arrested all the disabled gangsters. But no one noticed that a hostage other than Trunks had also disappeared. Chapter 32, Trunks and Xiao Wu. Two people were arguing about something above a tall building in the distance. It turned out to be Trunks and Xiao Wu. After Trunks defeated the culprits, Xiao Wu wanted to escape while he was in trouble. Trunks noticed that Xiao Wu, who wanted to sneak away, abducted Xiao Wu and took Xiao Wu to a high-rise building roof. Trunks just wanted to say something. "Hey! What do you guy want to do to this lady?" Xiao Wu asked Trunks first. Trunks was asked with a dumbfounded look, "Hey? What is your attitude? I just saved you." Xiao Wu's attitude with her arms akimbo was very arrogant. "I don't care so much, you hurry up and let me down." Trunks smiled slightly, "It's not impossible to let you down, but you should return my wallet to me first." Seeing that Trunks was still thinking about the wallet, Xiao Wu stretched out her hands and played a rogue, "I didn't take your wallet at all. If you don't believe it, look for it." Faced with Xiao Wu's behavior, Trunks said in a panic and shyly, "Since this is the case, I will look for it." "You told me to look for it." In order to get back his wallet, Trunks can't be shy anymore. "Prepare to search Xiao Wu." When Trunks was about to approach Xiao Wu suddenly said, "You can be regarded as sexual harassment like this." Hearing this, Trunks was so frightened that his heart beat faster, his face flushed, and he backed away. "In that case, you should return the wallet to me. Otherwise," Trunks said with a blushing face and hesitated. Xiao Wu gave a smirk, "Hey! I didn't expect you to be so shy as a kid. You have been following me, I thought you liked me precociously." Trunks retorted with a blushing face, "I'm the only one who hasn't followed you all the time. And you said I'm a child, aren't you also a child? And no matter how you look at my age, I am older than you." Although Trunks did look older on the outside, in fact, the little girl in front of her was older than Bulma, the mother of Bitrams. Xiao Wu smiled and teased Trunks, Yes. You are indeed older than me, what a great hero." When he heard this, Trunks's face turned even more red. It turned out that he forgot to put away his funny clothes. Trunks panicked and pressed the button to put away the clothes. Seeing Trunks' panicked expression, Xiao Wu found it very funny and laughed, "Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Let's return the wallet to you because you saved me," she said and took out her wallet. Trunks snatched the wallet, "Really? You can just return it to me earlier, it's a waste of my time." Trunks got the wallet secretly in his heart, but suddenly realized something was wrong. The original thick wallet became flat. Trunks quickly opened the wallet. As Trunks expected, the wallet was empty and there was not even a dime in it. Trunks was a little angry, "Hey! Where's the money? Where is the money inside?" Xiao Wu leaned on the fence and said nonchalantly, "Aren't you nonsense? Of course it is used. That's right. You ran out of my money in just one day. How did you spend it?" Trunks said flatly. Xiao Wu pretended to be very aggrieved, "I can't help it, because I also want to live, oh." Xiao Wu looked like she was about to cry. Trunks was at a loss and said, forget it, I don't want to look after the flowers and they're all spent." As soon as the voice fell, Xiao Wu put away the aggrieved face and smiled immediately, "Since you have said so, then it's okay. You can let me go now." Seeing Xiao Wu's expression, Trunks knew that he had been deceived, but there was no way he said that he was not going to pursue this matter. The masculine man had no choice but to take Xiao Wu downstairs and let her go. As soon as Xiao Wu reached the ground, she stared at a passerby who was about to try her tricks to steal money, but when she was about to do it, Trunks reached out and grabbed it. "It's true that I promised not to pursue the purse, but I didn't say that you don't care about stealing things on the street all day," Trunks said solemnly. Xiao Wu struggled free of Trunks's hand and said righteously, "If you don't do this kind of thing, how do you want me to be a child to support yourself? At my age, I can't find a decent job and no one can use it." Trunks asked with a puzzled look, "Don't you have any family? How about your parents?" Hearing that Xiao Wu was stunned, the Pilaf trio was attacked by humanoids not long after they used the Dragon Ball to become smaller. They turned into children without time to escape. The remaining two people except Xiao Wu were tragically man-made. The man's poisonous hand is dead. Thinking of this, Xiao Wu's face solemnly clenched her fists. "All my family members have been killed by robots." Trunks realized that he had said something wrong and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't ask this kind of question because I talk too much." Xiao Wu sighed, "Forget it. Things have passed for so long and the cyborgs were also wiped out by the unknown Golden Warrior. It doesn't matter." Trunks thought for a moment and suddenly a flash of inspiration and shouted, "That's right. Or come to my mother to lay hands. My mother lacks an assistant. Although I usually help, I am not good at those things." Listening to the conditions given by Trunks, Xiao Wu thought, "Anyway, I am helpless now. This kid seems to have a lot of money at home, maybe it's a good idea." The corner of Xiao Wu's mouth raised, "Yes. But your mother must give me enough salary." Trunks said indifferently, "Salary is nothing more than a trivial matter. My family is actually quite rich." Xiao Wu thought at this time that she hadn't known Trunks's name to refer to others as a kid, so she introduced herself, "My name is Xiao Wu, how about you?" Trunks replied, "My name is Trunks. I will give more advice to Xiao Wu in the future." In this way, Trunks brought Xiao Wu home. Bulma was surprised and delighted when he saw Trunks bringing back a girl. He approached Trunks's ear and whispered, "Trunks, you kid promising." Trunks didn't understand Bulma's meaning at all, and he was puzzled and explained the ins and outs of the matter. After hearing this, Bulma looked disappointed. Was it just here to work? It made me look forward to it." Trunks had more doubts after hearing this, and the 14-year-old Trunks couldn't understand what Bulma was talking about. Just as Trunks was puzzled, Bulma walked up to Xiao Wu and looked up and down. Bulma always felt that Xiao Wu in front of him had a sense of déjà vu and asked, "That Xiao Wu, have we met there?" At this time, Xiao Wu had already recognized the uneasy heart of Bulma in front of her. Wasn't this woman ganged up with the gorilla, the former Monkey King turned into a gorilla and demolished Pilaf's castle? She is Trunks' mother, but fortunately I am getting younger now and she shouldn't recognize me. Xiao Wu smiled awkwardly, "Auntie. You remembered it wrong, right? I haven't seen you before." Bulma touched her head, "Yes. How could I know such a young child? It's an illusion." In this way, Xiao Wu settled down in Bulma's house. Since then, Bulma has an assistant and Trunks also has a friend. Chapter 33, New Tenjin. After a long space voyage, Gohan and Dandy finally reached the sky above the Earth, and Gohan skillfully operated the spacecraft to prepare for landing. Bulma and Trunks also got up early in the morning to prepare to welcome the returning Gohan. Bulma glanced at the time. Gohan is almost here. Within a moment, Gohan drove the spaceship through the atmosphere and appeared in front of everyone. Trunks looked at the spaceship ecstatically, "Mom, look at it. Gohan is back." The spaceship in the sky gradually grew from a black spot and finally landed slowly on the ground. Trunks hurried over to greet Gohan. At this time, the barn door opened, and Dandy walked out of the spaceship. Trunks said excitedly, "You finally came back to Gohan, isn't the journey interesting? Bulma smiled slightly and said to Gohan, Gohan-san is very hard to travel in space. Gohan touched Trunks' head and smiled, thanks to Trunks you are on the earth, I can leave safely. Turning his head and saying hello to Bulma, I'm back Aunt Bulma. At this moment, Dandy was a little shy with these unfamiliar people in front of Gohan. Upon seeing this, Gohan hurriedly pulled Dandy in front of him and introduced him, he is Dandy. He is willing to be the new god, so I brought him back from Namek. Trunks was very curious when he saw this. Looking up and down Dandy, after all, whoever sees this kind of alien for the first time will care. Trunks cared very much about the lush green Namek. When he first saw Piccolo, Trunks was just a baby and didn't remember Piccolo. Bulma walked over and looked at Dandy, Dandy. Do you remember me who we met before? You guys from Mike have stayed in my house temporarily before. Dandy looked at the Bulma in front of him and thought for a while and suddenly realized, you are Ms. Bulma. It's been a long time, I'm sorry you are a lot older than before. I didn't recognize it for a while. Hearing this, Bulma froze, a lot of age. Am I really that old? Gohan was shocked when he saw this and quickly covered Dandy's mouth and whispered, how can you talk like this, Dandy? The women of the earth care about their age. It's fine to tell others, but she is Aunt Bulma. She will end up terribly if she gets angry. Dandy whispered, I don't know that you can't say this on the earth, because our Namek people have no gender. Seeing that something was wrong, Trunks quickly changed the subject and said, by the way, Mom. Where did Xiao Wu go? Gohan-san hasn't seen Xiao Wu before. Gohan cast an appreciative look at Trunks. The good Trunks just attracted Aunt Bulma and fooled him. Speaking of Xiao Wu, that little girl is really a genius. She knew so much about machinery at a young age, so I went to buy the materials needed for the experiment early this morning. Bulma couldn't help but praise. Of course, Xiao Wu understands the machine. In the past, when he competed with Wukong and the others for Dragon Ball, he drove robots more than once, but these Bulma were unknown. After all, Xiao Wu is just a little girl. People group. Speaking of this, Bulma suddenly walked towards Gohan with a smirk and whispered to Gohan, how about it? What I asked you to bring is very interesting, right? Hearing these words, Gohan remembered the universal capsule that Bulma had given, and immediately blushed and said in a panic, don't fool me Aunt Bulma. I am not interested in those things and have not looked at them. With a smirk on his face, Bulma pressed his elbow against Gohan's chest, Gohan-san, you will lose to Trunks if you go on like this. Gohan looked confused and didn't understand what Bulma was saying. Gohan thought, Aunt Bulma was saying something inexplicable again, but Aunt Bulma would be furious if she remembered what Dandy said just now, I must divert Aunt Bulma's attention. In order to prevent Bulma from taking a grudge against Dandy just now, he quickly replied, okay. I see, I will cheer. Bulma was overjoyed when he heard it, and Gohan was finally awakened. Trunks has brought back a girl, and he doesn't know when Gohan will bring one back. Gohan and Bulma's thoughts were not on the same channel at all. When Gohan answered casually, Bulma thought that Gohan would find a girlfriend to bring it back when he understood what he meant. Then everyone gathered together for a party for Gohan's return. At this time, Xiao Wu also came back from the outside looking at Gohan and Dandy, who had never seen him in the house, and asked Bulma, what's the matter? Are you here today? Gohan looked at the little girl in front of him and said, you're the Xiao Wu that Aunt Bulma said, I'm son Gohan, please give me more advice. Xiao Wu didn't care about Gohan but Dandy on the side. Seeing Dandy, Xiao Wu showed a horrified expression. The green guy looked like Big Devil Bick. Xiao Wu tremblingly raised her finger and pointed at Dandy and asked, Trunks, this is... Trunks saw Xiao Wu's face with horror and thought that Xiao Wu was scared because he hadn't seen Namek. Upon seeing this, Trunks quickly introduced Dandy, this is Dandy from Namek, and he will soon become the of the earth. Xiao Wu looked blank, you said this green man is a heaven god? Are there real gods in the heaven? Trunks replied at this time, of course there are gods in the sky. Dragon Ball is not made by the gods, the previous gods died, so Gohan went all the way to Namek to ask him to be the new god. Xiaowu couldn't believe it, the of the earth is an alien. And the Dragon Ball disappeared. But when it comes to Dragon Ball, Xiaowu suddenly realized that Dragon Ball disappeared. That's it. No wonder we waited for a year after making a wish and still couldn't detect the position of Dragon Ball because of this. In this case, King Pilaf and Ashihu might be resurrected. Xiaowu hurried forward to say hello to Dandy. After all, they needed Dragon Ball to resurrect Pilaf and Ash, and they had to make a good relationship now. After a full meal, Gohan was about to take Dandy to the temple. The two were about to leave when Trunks and Xiaowu said they would also go with them, but Gohan had no choice but to agree to take them both. Gohan and Dandy are ready to go. Trunks just wants to follow Xiaowu but suddenly grabs Trunks. Trunks asked, "What are you doing?" Xiaowu. Xiaowu looked helpless, "Didn't you say to take me? I can't fly, so I want you to carry me." Trunks was a little shy, "I'm sorry, I have forgotten that you can't use chi, but it's a bit." Xiaowu jumped directly on Trunks' back with a look of indifferent expression, "I don't mind, I don't think you will." Trunks had no choice but to fly towards the Temple of Heaven with Xiaowu on his back. Within a moment, a few people arrived at the Temple of Heaven, and Bobo immediately came out to greet Gohan and the others. Gohan quickly introduced Dandy to Bobo. Bobo looked at Dandy with a happy expression, "Are you the candidate for the new Ninten God? It looks very similar to the previous Ninten God." At this time, Gohan asked Dandy, "By the way, Dandy, can you revive Dragon Ball now?" Dandy was full of confidence, "It only takes 100 days for me to make a Dragon Ball." Gohan touched his head, "It will take 100 days. Does it take so long?" At this time, Dandy lowered his head to meditate and suddenly a flash of inspiration, "By the way, if you have the prototype of the previous Dragon Ball and the model of the dragon, you can immediately make a Dragon Ball." Gohan replied, "Dragon Ball's words should be turned into stones and scattered all over the world. I will make the model of Shenlong. Just give me 1 day." Bobo said. Gohan nodded, "Is it all right for 1 day?" "As expected, Mr. Bobo, in this case, Trunks and I will go home first and come back tomorrow." Xiaowu is thinking, "Does it take a day? When the time comes, Lord Pilaf and I must be repaired." After saying goodbye to Dandy and Bobo, Gohan left the temple and planned to come back tomorrow. There is finally a new on Earth. The people killed by cyborgs can finally be resurrected. Chapter 34, Dragon Ball Resurrection. 1 day is fleeting. This day, Gohan and others came to the Temple of Heaven and waited early. Bobo holds the made model of the dragon in his hand. The model is very exquisite, and the dragon carved by Bobo is vivid. I saw Dandy cast a spell against the dragon model made by Bobo. At this time, Gohan asked, "If the Earth's Dragon Ball is resurrected, will it be the same as the Namek Star Dragon Ball? You can make 3 wishes." Dandy nodded, "Of course. After Dragon Ball is resurrected, all functions will be exactly the same as Namek's Dragon Ball." Gohan felt that it was wrong. After all, the Dragon Ball could only resurrect 1 person at a time. In this way, how long can Gohan resurrect all the people killed by the cyborg? Gohan said with a serious face, "Dandy, wait a minute. If you can only resurrect 1 person at a time, like the Dragon Ball of Namek, it doesn't make sense, Dandy. Can you transform the Earth's Dragon Ball into 1 time? A group of people can be resurrected." Dandy replied, "It's okay, but if you do it this way, Dragon Ball's wishes will be reduced to 2, and people who have died once will not be able to resurrect." Bobo was a little surprised, "Can you still make 2 wishes like this? The previous Dragon Ball can only make 1. It seems that you are better than the of office." Gohan smiled, it doesn't matter how many wishes there are, but I need to resurrect all the people killed by the cyborgs at once, so Dandy. Could you please transform the Dragon Ball into what I said? Dandy nodded, since Gohan, you know what you said, just do what you said. According to Gohan's meaning, Dandy began to resurrect Dragon Ball and chanted the spell, and the voice just fell off. The Shenlong mold flew into the air to emit a dazzling light. The rays of light rushed straight into the sky to form a beam of light, and then the beam of light scattered into 7 rays of light and flew around the world. Trunks and Xiaowu on the side had never seen such a magical scene before, so they couldn't help but stare. Gohan looked at Trunks and smiled. No wonder the two of them were so surprised, after all, they hadn't seen Dragon Ball. Actually, Xiaowu had seen Dragon Ball, and Xiaowu was shocked by the scene of Dragon Ball's resurrection. The ceremony of resurrecting the Dragon Ball is complete. Looking at the disappearing light, Dandy breathed a sigh of relief, it's a success. Now the Earth's dragon should all be resurrected. Gohan clapped his hands and applauded, as expected of Dandy. The Dragon Ball has been resurrected so soon. I still think it will take at least an hour or two to get it done. Dandy looked at Gohan and asked, now the Dragon Ball has been resurrected, but what method should I use to find the Dragon Ball? There are just a few of us here, so I don't know when to find it. Hearing this, Gohan showed a proud expression. I was ready to find Dragon Ball. I asked Aunt Bulma for this. Gohan took the Dragon Ball radar out of his pocket. Dandy's eyes widened, and he looked at the Dragon Ball radar in Gohan's hand in surprise. I remember this thing. Gohan, you used this machine to find the Dragon Ball of Namek. To be honest, sometimes I really feel that you people on Earth are very powerful, and you can make anything. Gohan smiled slightly, okay. Just wait here for a while, and I will go back. The voice just fell. Gohan disappeared in front of everyone at an extremely fast speed. Trunks looked at Gohan, who was going away, and sighed. It turned out that Trunks also wanted to find Dragon Ball with Gohan, but if he followed, Xiaowu would definitely clamor to follow. It seemed that Xiaowu was a little scared of Dandy and didn't want to be alone with Dandy. Gohan looked at the Dragon Ball radar in his hand, it's really great. There is a Dragon Ball very close to me, so let's go and get the Dragon Ball back. As he said that, Gohan immediately increased his speed and flew to the position marked by the radar. Gohan came to the sky above a sea, the radar display is right here. It seems that this Dragon Ball is in the sea. In that case, then I'm going to go into the water. Gohan looked around and breathed a sigh of relief, fortunately no one, otherwise I would be embarrassed to take off my clothes. In order to prevent the clothes from getting wet, Gohan took off his clothes and hung them on a tree nearby. Thump! Gohan was completely stripped and jumped straight into the water, constantly diving to find the location of the Dragon Ball. Gohan looked at the Dragon Ball radar and was surprised to find that the position of the Dragon Ball was constantly moving. Gohan was a little confused and thought, wouldn't someone find Dragon Ball first? What if you see me like this? While Gohan was still thinking, a series of sounds interrupted Gohan. Did it die? The Dragon Ball radar showed that Dragon Ball himself was approaching Gohan, and Gohan stared at the direction indicated by the radar. Suddenly a big fish sprang out, and Gohan jumped. This big fish is exaggerated in size, just like a submarine. Rampage in the water. Big fish opened his blood basin and rushed towards Gohan. It seems to use Gohan as food, but a fish actually wants to eat a Super Saiyan. It's hilarious. Faced with the attack of the big fish, Gohan moved up quickly and easily escaped. At this time, Gohan had guessed that Dragon Ball was eaten into his stomach by the big fish 80% of the time, but Gohan was kind by nature. If he didn't want to eat this big fish, he would not kill it, which made Gohan very embarrassed. At this time, Big Fish opened his mouth and rushed over again, and Gohan had a brainstorm. Directly thrown into his arms, rushed into the big fish's mouth, and came into the big fish's body. After the big fish had a full meal, he licked his lips and was very satisfied, but after a while, feeling very uncomfortable in his stomach, he opened his mouth and vomited Gohan out. It turned out that after Gohan entered Dayu's belly, he quickly found Dragon Ball, and then Gohan kept tickling in Dayu's belly. Dayu couldn't stand Gohan's tickling offensive, so he had to throw up Gohan. "Come out!" Big Fish saw Gohan's anger. He opened his mouth and rushed towards Gohan, but Gohan didn't want to play with this big fish, so he rushed out of the water at a very fast speed. Escape from the mouth of the fish. Gohan leaped out of the water and looked at the 6-star beads in his hand, ecstatic. "Great! I have successfully found one, let me see where the remaining dragon are." Gohan got his clothes back and immediately set off to the next location. The radar showed that the Dragon Ball was in the jungle, and Gohan quickly found the 2-star ball in the hands of a monkey as instructed. Regardless of whether the monkey could understand or not, Gohan asked, "That, little monkey, can you give me the 2-star bead in your hand? I will ask you to eat a banana." The monkey didn't understand Gohan's words at all, and kept yelling and tossing Dragon Ball around like a plaything. Gohan scratched his head in distress. "If this is the case, then there is no way, I can only grab it." The monkey once again threw the Dragon Ball into the sky, and then stood there waiting for the Dragon Ball to fall, but it was not the Dragon Ball that fell but turned into a stone. It turned out that when Gohan saw that the Dragon Ball was thrown into the air, he surpassed the naked eye to steal the beam and replace it with a stone. This ordinary monkey didn't know what was going on. Staying where he was and yelling, Gohan took the opportunity to take the 2-star beads and slipped away. "Okay. 2 have been found, let's find the next one." Gohan looked at the Dragon Ball radar in his hand, and soon came to the location of the next Dragon Ball. This time the Dragon Ball is a 5-star ball, being held by a child as a toy. Faced with the child, Gohan was embarrassed to grab it, so he asked politely, "Child, can you give me the beads in your hand?" There was a pinch of snot hanging on the child's nose, looking dull and stupid, and he didn't care about Gohan at all. Now Gohan was stumped, and Gohan offered to exchange candy, toys, and money one after another, but the kid didn't care about Gohan at all. Gohan couldn't help but scratched his head. "Kid, can you tell me what you want? I will definitely bring it to you, as long as you give me the bead." At this time, the child finally had a reaction. He picked up the book beside him, pointed to the book and said, "I want to see the Golden Warrior mentioned in the book." Gohan took a closer look. The book the child was holding was Golden Warrior vs. Shuru. Gohan was in a cold sweat. "I didn't expect that I would have published a book before I defeated Shuru a month ago." Gohan glanced at the child, and felt that it would be nothing for such a small child to let him see his true colors, and then he burst into gold and turned into a Super Saiyan. The child was shocked when he saw this. So scared that the 5-star beads he held in his hand fell. Gohan felt that someone was approaching here, so he immediately reached out and took the Dragon Ball away, and then disappeared in front of the child at an extremely fast speed. At this time, the child's mother came back from buying ice cream, and seeing her son sitting there stupidly, she hurried over to check the situation. "My dear son, what's wrong with you?" I saw the child pointing to the horizon and constantly saying to his mother, "Mom, I saw the Golden Warrior just now, much more handsome than the picture in the book." This scared the mother very much. I was frightened to think that my child was irritated. Gohan has successfully collected 3 Dragon Balls. Gohan looked at the Dragon Ball radar in his hand and smiled and moved on to the next destination. Chapter 35, Looking for Dragon Ball. Then follow the Dragon Ball radar display. Gohan came to the sky over a city. Gohan looked at the crowd at the bottom of the crowd with a little trouble. Dragon Ball should be nearby, but where should I find so many people? There is no way that although Gohan is superb, he can't destroy everywhere to drive people away like cyborgs, so he can only slowly find the whereabouts of Dragon Ball with his naked eyes. When Gohan saw a pedestrian passing by, he took out the Dragon Ball and asked if he had seen a similar one. Hard work pays off. After a long period of questioning, he finally learned the whereabouts of Dragon Ball among a population. Gohan was overjoyed and quickly asked, "Sir, is what you said is true? I really saw a bead similar to the one in my hand." Passers-by were a little overwhelmed to see that Gohan was so excited. Isn't it just a yellow bead that he is so happy? 2. How can ordinary people understand the value of Dragon Ball? However, the kind person pointed out the direction to Gohan. The passerby pointed to an old shop and said, "The beads you want are in the antique shop, but I advise you not to go into the dark one." After hearing this, Gohan nodded and thanked, "I see. Thank you very much." As soon as the voice fell, Gohan disappeared in front of passers-by. Passers-by were stunned in place. This guy ran too fast. They all said that the store is very dark. Gohan came to the store as instructed. The manager was an old man lying in a rocking chair and blowing on the electric fan leisurely. There are a lot of tattered things in the store, covered in dust and looking very old. Gohan looked around and finally found the 7-star bead on the shelf. Gohan ecstatically picked up the 7-star bead and asked the manager, "How much does the boss cost for this bead?" The boss yawned and glanced at Gohan. He absently replied, "That bead suddenly glowed from a stone this morning to a bead with a pattern of stars. I don't think the little brother is like a rich man or not. Pay attention to this bead." Gohan's dress is indeed a bit shabby, no wonder the boss looks down on Gohan. When Gohan heard this, he patted the table lightly. If he patted with Gohan's power, the table may be scrapped. "Hey! Boss, I am a customer anyway, so please tell me this bead. How much is it?" The boss smiled slightly, "Since you are so ambitious to get me, I will make you cheaper." Although he said so, the old man who was greedy for money still quoted a very expensive price. This can make Gohan difficult. In the past few years, Gohan has been fighting with cyborgs and has no time to make money. He is empty-handed. Although Bulma gave Gohan a card, Gohan doesn't spend other people's money at will, so he doesn't. As a last resort, Gohan didn't want to use the money Bulma gave, but it was impossible to grab it, so he had to take out his card. Gohan took out the card, and the boss immediately put away his arrogant attitude and smiled, "I'm so sorry just now. So you are the son of the Universal Capsule Group? Blame me for not knowing Tarzan. In the world of Dragon Ball, Magnum Capsule Company is the most powerful company in the country and even in the world. Although there is no income in recent years due to the artificial humans, it does not affect the status of Universal Capsule Company." The card in Gohan's hand is the black card issued by Universal Capsule Company, which can be used all over the world. The card in Gohan's hand, except for the one in Bulma's hand, only the one in Gohan's hand. Because Trunks was still young, he was afraid of spending money, so before Trunks became an adult, Bulma would not give it to him. There are only 2 copies in the world. No wonder this greedy snobbish boss mistook Gohan for the son of the Universal Capsule Company. Seeing that the boss's attitude has changed so much, Gohan couldn't help but praise Bulma. As expected, Aunt Bulma, just a card made others change their attitude. In order to get Dragon Ball Gohan, he had to take a card and buy the 7-star orb. The snobbish boss made a fortune and was very happy. Respectfully sent away the boy of the Universal Capsule Company in front of him. Gohan looked at the Kixingzu in his hand and sighed, "Although Aunt Bulma said that this card can be swiped at will, I am embarrassed for such a large sum of money. Aunt Ma." Having collected 4 Dragon Balls, Gohan took out the Dragon Ball radar and hurried to the next Dragon Ball location. According to the radar, the position is right here. Gohan followed the radar's instructions and came to a tropical rainforest. Gohan used the radar to keep approaching the destination and finally found Dragon Ball in a lair. Gohan looked intently, found it. This time it's a star ball. It seems that some animal in the lair is regarded as his own egg, and now the owner of the egg hasn't come back to get the Dragon Ball. When Gohan just wanted to reach out for the Dragon Ball, it happened that the owner of the lair came back. It is a huge pterosaur. Dinosaurs exist in the world of Dragon Ball. Pterodactyl stared straight at Gohan, thinking that Gohan was trying to trick his child, and immediately screamed loudly. Gohan knew that he had been misunderstood. He just wanted to say something helpless and can't speak animal language, he could only watch the pterosaur rushing towards him. Gohan felt sorry when he saw the pterosaur attacking himself, but he could only counterattack. Gohan reacted quickly and grabbed the pterosaur's mouth and threw it out and hit the wall next to the lair and fainted. Gohan was a little embarrassed and walked to the pterosaur and touched the pterosaur's head. "I'm so sorry. I will only take the Dragon Ball and don't do anything to your egg, so you can sleep here with peace of mind." After saying that, Gohan picked up the Dragon Ball and was about to go away, but I didn't expect that there was more than one pterosaur. In addition to the one that was stunned by Gohan, there was also a larger pterosaur. It seems that this is the pterosaur father. Got it. Gohan was a little embarrassed in a cold sweat. "That? Your wife just fell asleep, so don't worry too much." Gohan wanted to explain, but the pterosaur could not understand it. The pterosaur yelled at Gohan. Gohan moved quickly to avoid the attack and shouted, "Wait a minute. It's dangerous. I don't want to hurt you." Pterodactyl couldn't understand people and thought that Gohan had stolen his own egg and injured his wife, so annoyed that he rushed to Gohan. Faced with the attacks of the pterosaurs, Gohan kept dodges. Seeing that the pterosaurs could not fight, Gohan became furious and began to attack randomly. Slip in the nest. The pterodactyl didn't even pay attention to the constant yelling. By the time the pterodactyl reacted, it was too late. The egg was about to smash on the ground. At the moment of his death, only Gohan slammed and easily caught the falling egg. Gohan exhaled, "It's so dangerous." Gohan carefully held the egg and returned it to the pterodactyl father. The pterodactyl father hurriedly grabbed the egg and put it back into the lair with a sigh of relief. Although he couldn't understand people's words, the pterosaur still knew that Gohan had just saved his egg and shouted happily. The pterodactyl flew to Gohan's side and took a serious look at the Dragon Ball in Gohan's arms. It was indeed not his own egg. After all, his egg was much bigger than Dragon Ball. In order to thank Gohan, Pterodactyl asked Gohan to take the Dragon Ball and lick Gohan continuously, making Gohan wet all over. Gohan couldn't stand the pterodactyl and thanked himself for taking a planet he had just found and leaving to find the Dragon Ball in the next location. Chapter 36, Collect the Dragon Balls. Gohan has collected 5 dragon and can collect all dragon immediately. Gohan looked at the Dragon Ball radar in his hand and was surprised to find that the remaining 2 Dragon Balls had gathered together. Gohan lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Could it be that anyone besides me was collecting Dragon Balls? Soon after the Dragon Ball was resurrected, someone had already begun to collect all the Dragon Balls. All the dragon had to be recovered quickly. It would be bad if the dragon fell into the hands of the unruly people. In order to resurrect the people killed by the cyborgs, Gohan immediately set off and flew to the direction indicated by the radar. Sure enough, as Gohan expected, someone else had already started collecting Dragon Balls. In a mansion in the distance, a short and small fat man holding 3-star beads and 4-star beads in his hands kept praising a man with a semi-mechanical body and pigtails in front of him. The chunky man grinned and said, as expected, "Mr. Tao Bibai, the world's #1 killer, has collected 2 dragon in just half a day." Tao Bibai smiled after hearing this. "Isn't it easy to collect Dragon Balls? But don't forget my reward." "Mr. Tao Bibai, don't be so anxious about the reward for these 2 Dragon Balls. I have already called your account. I will pay you the rest when I find other Dragon Balls, but Mr. Tao Bibai's Dragon Ball is really as you said. Can any of my wishes come true?" the short, fat man questioned. Tao Bibai waved his hand, "Of course. As long as you gather 7 Dragon Balls, you can realize any wish." The pudgy man looked cunning. "Oh. Really? But if that's the case, why don't you gather the Dragon Balls by yourself, Mr. Tao Bibai, and realize your wish? Tao Bibai smiled and shook her head. I don't need it. I'm just enjoying the fun of killing and making some money by the way. I don't have any other wishes. The chunky man laughed loudly. In this case, Mr. Tao Bibai is happy to cooperate. Just as the two were talking and laughing, Gohan had already followed the coordinates given by Dragon Ball radar to where they were. Gohan stood at the door of the mansion and looked around. It seems that Dragon Ball is in this house, but wouldn't it be rude to go in directly? Just press the doorbell. Ding dong! Ding dong! The crisp doorbell broke the conversation between the short fat man and Tao Bibai. The short fat man motioned to go down and see who was ringing the doorbell. When he came to the door, the hand of the pudgy man looked at the strong young man in front of him and asked, "What are you here for?" Gohan smiled, "That. I'm here to find a kind of yellow bead." He took a Dragon Ball out of his bag and showed it to the pudgy man in front of him. He was shocked when he saw this, but still forced his composure and ran back to the room to inform the short fat man. The short fat man grinned and showed a very wretched expression. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect Dragon Ball to take the initiative to send it to the door. When the short fat man ordered his subordinates to invite Gohan to the house immediately, Gohan was invited into the mansion with a dazed expression and found a place to sit down. After a while, the chunky man came to Gohan with a smile on his face. Gohan just wanted to ask about Dragon Ball. Unexpectedly, the chunky man said first. Listen to my subordinates that you have Dragon Balls on your body? It just so happens that I need Dragon Balls very much now. You can ask for a price and I will pay as much as possible. For you. Obviously, the other party already knows that the purpose of the Dragon Ball is not so simple to hand over the Dragon Ball. Seeing the short fat man in front of him asked for Dragon Ball, Gohan quickly said, "No. I also need Dragon Ball, so I won't sell it and I came here for Dragon Ball." The chunky man looked treacherous. "Don't refuse so quickly, or else stay for dinner today. How about we talk about Dragon Ball while we eat?" Gohan just wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it, he might be able to convince him to give the Dragon Ball to himself and he was really hungry. In search of Dragon Ball Gohan, haven't you eaten any food today? In addition, Scions are big stomach kings. There is no reason to refuse. Soon it was lunchtime. At the gesture of the short fat man, bowls of delicacies were brought up. The table full of delicacies made Gohan dazzled and didn't know which one to eat first. Gohan looked at the food in front of him, drooling, and immediately gobbled it up. The pudgy man looked at Gohan who was eating and smiled treacherously. "Don't worry, there is still a lot of food." Bowl after bowl of food was delivered to Gohan, and it was wiped out by Gohan at the speed of light. The short fat man was taken aback when he saw this and quickly called his subordinates and whispered, "What's going on? Didn't you ask you to put drugs in your food?" He had an innocent look on his hand. "We have put the drug on your boss, and the dose that can fascinate the elephant is useless. This guy shouldn't be a monster, right?" The short fat man watched Gohan take the drug but didn't react at all. The chunky man overturned the table, which shocked Gohan who was eating. The chunky man gritted his teeth and said, "Smelly boy. Since you don't hand over the Dragon Ball obediently, don't give it to me." Then he clapped his hands. "Mr. Tao Bibai, take the Dragon Ball for me." Gohan looked dumbfounded. He was having a meal together just now, and now he had to do it with himself, which really made Gohan puzzled. Between the sparks and flints, Tao Bibai rushed out of the dark room to attack Gohan, but Gohan reacted quickly and escaped the sudden attack with a backflip. Gohan chewed the food in his mouth and swallowed. "Hey! What are you doing?" The chunky man laughed loudly. "Stop talking nonsense. You guy quickly hand over the Dragon Ball, don't force me to be rough." At this moment, Gohan understood that the other party hadn't planned to discuss with Gohan and amicably since the beginning was just to the Dragon Ball. In this case, Gohan didn't plan to talk nonsense to the guys in front of him, so he saw Zhenjiang use force to force the other party to hand over the Dragon Ball to himself. Seeing that Gohan didn't mean to hand over the Dragon Balls, the short fat man roared, "Since you don't want to hand over the Dragon Balls, then you must die for me. Mr. Tao Bibai killed this guy for me." Tao Bibai smiled slightly, "Of course. But you must pay me to kill this person afterwards." As soon as she finished her words, Tao Bai removed her right hand, exposing the blade, and attacked Gohan. Gohan won't dodge when he sees this. Using his body to resist Tao Bibai's attack, the blade broke into two at the moment when he stabbed Gohan. Tao Bibai was shocked. I couldn't believe that his attack was useless, but Gohan took everything for granted. Tao Bibai did not believe in evil and immediately launched a super cave wave at Gohan, and the cave wave came head-on, but Gohan still stood there and didn't mean to dodge at all. Boom! The super cave wave hit Gohan firmly, and suddenly smoked up. Tao Bibai triumphed, "Deserve it. I was a little surprised when you blocked my attack just now. I didn't expect it to be solved so quickly that it was really vulnerable." As soon as the voice fell, I saw that Gohan had come behind Tao Bibai and patted Tao Bibai's shoulder. Tao Bibai was startled when she saw this and jumped up and pulled away. Tao Bibai looked at Gohan, who was unscathed after hitting him with a super hole, was frightened and sweated. Tao Bibai stared at Gohan and looked up and down, feeling familiar. Tao Bibai gasped and asked, "Hey! What's your name?" Gohan replied, "Monkey Gohan." When she heard the name Monkey Gohan, Tao Bibai instantly became nervous and asked, "What is your relationship with the Monkey King?" Gohan was a little confused when the guy in front of him mentioned his father's name. "Do you know my father?" I was shocked when I heard this. This guy is the son of Monkey King. At this moment, Tao Bibai remembered the experience of being beaten to death by Monkey King, and she was pale and sweaty. Seeing that Tao Bibai had no action, the short fat man yelled, "What are you guys doing? If I pay you, you will do things for me and kill him quickly." Tao Bibai calmly scratched his head, "Sorry. I thought about it carefully and felt that I still don't want to do murderous things, so I will leave today." After speaking, he dismantled the door of the mansion and threw it hard, then jumped up and stood on the door and flew into the distance without looking back. Seeing Tao Bibai leave, the short fat man was frightened and even Gohan looked confused and couldn't understand Tao Bibai's operation. No matter how many Dragon Balls are the main goal, Gohan walked to the short fat man and shouted, "If you don't want to get hurt, give me the Dragon Balls." Where is the stocky man willing to surrender the Dragon Ball and quickly instructed all his hands to the Dragon Ball from Gohan's hand, but how could these stinky fish and shrimps be Gohan's opponents? Gohan knocked them to the ground. The short fat man couldn't believe everything in front of him, and he waited silly on the spot when he recovered. Gohan was already standing in front of him, and Gohan stretched out his hand to ask for Dragon Ball. Face the mighty Gohan. Although the short fat man was very unwilling to do anything, he had to obediently hand over the two dragon in his hand. Gohan, who got the dragon, was ecstatic. After a whole day of hard work, he finally gathered all the Dragon Balls, and the Gohan who got all the dragon rushed to the Temple of Heaven without stopping. Seeing Gohan's departure, the short fat man gritted his teeth and stomped his feet, but he had no choice but to watch the Dragon Ball being taken away by Gohan. Chapter 37, Calm Life. Gohan brought the 7 dragon he collected to the Temple of Heaven. Trunks was obviously impatient and complained, "Gohan, your speed is too slow, you can keep me waiting for a long time." Gohan scratched his head, "I'm so sorry, Trunks. Something happened while looking for the Dragon Ball, and it took some time. Fortunately, I brought back all the Dragon Balls." Speaking, Gohan took out 7 dragon from his pocket and placed them on the ground. "Since the dragon have been collected, then call out the dragon now." Seeing Gohan is about to summon the dragon, Trunks and Xiao Wu, who were still lifeless just now, immediately raised their energies. After all, Trunks hadn't seen Shenlong and felt curious, but Xiao Wu thought that Pilaf and Ash would finally be resurrected. The Earth's Dragon Balls are much easier to use than Namex Dragon Balls. Gohan yelled at the Dragon Ball, "Come out, Shenlong! Come out and fulfill my wish!" As soon as the voice fell, the 7 dragon flashed a dazzling light, and the sky that was still sunny just now suddenly became gloomy. The light from the 7 dragon merged into one, and the green dragon appeared out of thin air. Trunks looked at the huge dragon in front of him, stunned. Is this the dragon that Gohan said? It's much bigger than I thought. Shenlong watched Gohan and the others slowly said, "You called me out. In this case, say your wishes. I can fulfill your 2 wishes at will." Gohan smiled slightly and looked at the dragon who had not seen him for a long time and said, "Hello, long time no see the dragon. This time I have to ask you to fulfill our wish, then. My first wish is to let everyone who died because of artificial humans can be resurrected." "No problem. But those who have been resurrected once can't be resurrected." Said that the Shenlong released the divine power and easily resurrected the people who died because of the artificial humans. Although Shenlong said that people who died once cannot be resurrected, Gohan tried to sense the breath of Wukong and others, but as Shenlong said they were not resurrected. Gohan sighed, "Sure enough, Dad and the others can't resurrect, even though they don't want to be resurrected. There is one more wish," Shenlong reminded Gohan. Gohan returned to his mind and quickly said, "The previous battle with the humanoids caused a lot of damage to the buildings on the Earth. Although some rich areas have been rebuilt, there are still some places that have not yet been rebuilt. Construction, many people are homeless, so I hope Shenlong can restore the buildings destroyed by man-made people. It's a little thing." As soon as the voice fell, Shenlong used his supernatural power to restore the devastated city to its original state in an instant. Seeing that both wishes have been fulfilled, Shenlong said, "Goodbye, the 2 wishes you promised have been fulfilled. Then goodbye. There will be some time later." After talking about the dragon, it turned into 7 white lights and scattered around the world, and the Dragon Ball turned into a stone and entered a year of sleep. Trunks smiled slightly, "Great Xiao Wu. Your family should be resurrected like this." Xiao Wu also smiled a long-lost smile, "Yes. I can go to them later, but I want to ask you one thing." "Trunks? You say. As long as I can help." Trunks swore, slapped his chest. Xiao Wu said embarrassedly, "That's. My family doesn't have a place to live like me, can they come to your house? I thought it was something. There are so many rooms in my house. It's okay to stay as long as you want." Trunks said indifferently. Now that Gohan has gone back to Bulma's house after bidding farewell to Dandy and Popo, Xiao Wu takes Trunks to find Ash and Pilaf. On the way back to Bulma's house, Gohan looked at the restored city with a gratified smile. Since the eradication of the cyborgs, the world has finally returned to its original appearance. You no longer have to hide in the terrible things. Live. Gohan, who had returned to Bulma's house, was relieved and lay on the bed, ready to rest. At this time Trunks and Xiao Wu also returned with Pilaf and Ash, and the Pilaf trio finally returned. Although Xiao Wu had explained to Trunks before, Trunks still felt a little strange looking at Pilaf and Ash. Trunks whispered to Xiao Wu, "I still find it strange, why is your family a dog and such a strange looking guy?" Xiao Wu smiled awkwardly, "That. Actually, I'm an orphan. We have depended on each other since I was a child. They are my family." Because her age and body are not growing after death, Xiao Wu, who has not died before, looks much older than Pilaf and Ashiu. At this time, Bulma also walked out of the laboratory and looked at the Pilaf trio behind Trunks and felt very familiar, and felt that these 3 people standing together gave him a feeling of déjà vu. While Bulma was wondering, Pilaf had recognized Bulma and whispered to Xiao Wu, "What's the matter, Xiao Wu? You said there is a place to live, but isn't this guy the same woman who was with Monkey King in the first place?" "I can't help it. We are children now and no one will take us in except them. It's better to live here than sleep on the street, Lord Pilaf. Xiao Wu responded in a low voice. Ashio looked at Bulma and remembered that Monkey King who became a gorilla back then was a little scared and hesitated and said, if she recognizes us, we will be done. We used to fight against them. Do you still remember that Monkey King made us up? How miserable! Speaking of the Monkey King, the three of them turned pale and remembered that the huge orangutan was so frightened that night on the full moon night. It was really scared of being bitten by a snake for 10 years and afraid of the rope. Xiao Wu immediately reacted and said in a low voice, the Monkey King. I heard them say that he had died of a heart attack before, so don't worry. Hearing this, Pilaf breathed a sigh of relief and whispered to Xiao Wu and Ashiu, since Monkey King is dead, then we have nothing to be afraid of. Seeing that this guy seems to be very rich, let's do a big vote, Xiao Wu. Ash. Unexpectedly, after so long, Pilaf would still keep thinking about doing some sneaky things all day long. Are there any guests? Gohan walked out of the house when he heard the movement outside. Pilaf looked at Gohan and was so frightened, this face is not Sunday. Sun Wu. Xiao Wu quickly covered Pilaf's mouth and whispered, Master Pilaf, don't be so nervous. He is not Monkey King, he is Monkey King's son. Hearing Xiao Wu's explanation, Pilaf was relieved, fortunately, it's not Monkey King. It scared me to death. Gohan looked at the strange-looking child next to Xiao Wu and asked, is Xiao Wu your family? I always think it looks strange. Seeing that Gohan became suspicious, Xiao Wu quickly said, that's it. We used to live in an orphanage and then we were humans, and that. Xiao Wu really couldn't make up anymore and watched Gohan smile awkwardly and wanted to fool around, but fortunately, Gohan could only talk casually and didn't care. Although Bulma felt that the three people in front of him were familiar with each other, she just couldn't remember, and she didn't have the impression of Bulma. Otherwise, Bulma's character would definitely take revenge. In this way, the Pilaf trio moved into Bulma's home without any risk. Bulma also felt that there was no loss in having a few more subordinates who could be used for other tasks. After that, Pilaf always thought about playing the Bulma family's money, but was told by Xiao Wu that Gohan and Trunks were amazingly strong and persuaded Pilaf not to make small moves, so the Pilaf trio had to be obedient. After all, staying at Bulma's house and doing miscellaneous work is better than having a place to stay, eating and sleeping outside. Chapter 38, Teacher Gohan. After the downfall of the android Shuru, the world has restored its long-lost peace. 2 years have passed since time flies. In the past 2 years, Gohan was admitted to a doctorate by virtue of his extraordinary talents as a scholar and is now working as a special teacher in a private high school in the city center. Although the school where Gohan works is pretty good, the students who are enrolled are dandies. Although Gohan is interested in teaching, these guys can't listen to eating, drinking, and having fun all day long. On this day, the principal asked Gohan to teach the freshmen who had just enrolled this year. I heard that these freshmen are very stubborn. They are either rich or related. They come to school just for fun and have no intention of studying. But Gohan still vowed to take this class and said that he would teach them well. On the first day of school, this group of students came to the classroom early to plot something. After a while, Gohan was late to arrive, the moment he opened the door. There was a bucket full of water that fell off the door, but fortunately, Gohan's skillful skills quickly avoided. It seemed that this prank was a gift from the students to Gohan. The students looked very unhappy when the prank failed, and Gohan looked up and down at these students, as the principal said they were all fools. However, in the future, I will get along with these students day and night, and Gohan started to introduce himself. Hello classmates. I will be your teacher from now on, my name is Son Gohan. Gohan took out the information sheets of these students. I have read all of your materials, so let's start calling. Gohan was about to call his name and looked at the information sheet and suddenly found something abnormal. One of the students was a little different from the appearance on the message. Gohan called his name, "Student Mogan, stand up." As soon as the voice fell, a student with a golden hair stood up among the students. It seems that he has just ground his roots. Mogan dealt with a little impatiently. "What are you telling me, Teacher Gohan?" Gohan pointed to his hair and asked, "According to your photos, your hair color shouldn't be golden. Give me a reasonable explanation." Mogan touched his hair and said triumphantly, "How cool is it? This is what I just dyed yesterday." "Hey! Mogan-san, how can you dye your hair as a student?" Gohan said angrily to the boy in front of him. "Golden is the trend now. Many people dye their hair blonde now." "Teacher, haven't you heard of the Golden Warrior who defeated Shiru?" "Then teacher, are you really ignorant? By the way, Gohan-sensei looks like one of the Golden Warriors, shouldn't it? How can it be that Gohan teacher doesn't have the domineering aura of a Golden Warrior at all? He looks like a weak scholar without the power to bind a chicken." When it comes to defeating Shiru, the students under the Golden Warrior began to whisper. Gohan pushed his glasses and said awkwardly, "Well, don't discuss things that have nothing to do with learning in class. Let's start calling now." Jingle bell. As the bell rang after class, these dudes also left the classroom one after another. Gohan also breathed a sigh of relief. "It's really dangerous. If you recognize me as the Golden Warrior who defeated Shiru, it will cause panic." Gohan walked to the office and sat on the sofa thinking about how to better hide his identity, because Gohan didn't want to show his face as a hero, but just wanted to be an ordinary person. "Hello. Are you Son Gohan teacher?" a woman with a double ponytail asked Gohan. Gohan returned to his senses and looked at the woman who was about his own age and responded, "Yes. I'm Gohan. Is there anything wrong?" The woman smiled slightly. "Hello, Teacher Gohan. I'm the new physical education teacher Vidalai. We will be colleagues from now on. Please advise." Gohan looked at Vidalai and smiled. "Please advise Vidalai. Right. I still have classes to take next, so I'll go to the stadium first, and see Gohan teacher." After saying that, Vidalai turned and left. I am idle. Gohan also plans to go to the stadium to have a look, so he walked out of the office and came to the stadium to see the group of students he taught playing baseball. Mogan and others also saw Gohan and changed their minds to prepare to tease Gohan. Mogan shouted to Gohan, "Master Gohan! We are just short of one person for organizing the game here. Can you come over and pool the number of people? Gohan is not good at baseball." He wanted to refuse but thought it was a good opportunity to interact with the students. Maybe he could take the opportunity to improve the teacher-student relationship and agree to it. When Mogan saw that Gohan agreed to be ecstatic, he arranged for Gohan the position of the batter, and Gohan picked up the baseball bat and was ready. Mogan smiled when he saw this. "Teacher Gohan. You have to catch my ball well." People who watched this scene began to talk about it. "Do you think Gohan-sensei has a ball that he can take to grind the roots?" Impossible. Mogan motor nerves are very developed. If you look at Mr. Gohan, it doesn't look like a person who exercises regularly. That's not necessarily. When I went to the locker room before, I happened to see Gohan-sensei changing his clothes. Gohan-sensei is full of muscles. No way. Is that Gohan-sensei's figure that good? Game start. Grind the leg up and make a throwing posture, then step on the ground and lean forward with your arms and throw a ball at high speed. What a high-speed straight shot! Baseball moves at high speed, and Gohan doesn't rush to lift his hips and tuck his abdomen to get ready. Perhaps in the eyes of others, the ball is extremely powerful, but in Gohan's eyes it is like a turtle speed. When the ball came in front of Gohan, Gohan swung his club instantly. The powerful force even caused a hurricane. The moment the bat hit the ball, the baseball rushed into the sky like an out-of-control rocket, and the strong wind blew all the people present, watching the students froze in place. A moment later, cheers came from the audience. Home run! It's a home run! Teacher Gohan hit a beautiful home run! That's amazing! Teacher Gohan is so handsome! Teacher Gohan, NB, I took a look at him. It seems that this wave of operations has raised Gohan's status in the hearts of the students to a higher level. At first, everyone thought that Gohan was a nerd who could only read books. They didn't expect that exercise would be so powerful. But besides the students, there are people who have noticed Gohan, and this person is Vidalai. In the distance, Vidayari was attracted by the cheers just now and stared at Gohan intently. Immediately after the start of the second round, Emogen took a breath and said, "He was merciful just now. Since Gohan-sensei is so good, I must be serious." Gohan set his shot to hit the ball. You don't need to keep your hands and ground your roots. You can attack with all your strength. As soon as the voice fell, Mogan quickly threw his hand and threw a ball. Gohan smiled and swung his club vigorously when he saw it. The moment the bat hit the ball, unexpectedly exploded. The powerful impact lifted the lawn. Gohan was shocked. "It's awful. I was too invested just now and I forgot to take back the strength. The big thing is not good." This great power stunned everyone. Gohan looked at the raised lawn and smiled awkwardly. "The wind is so big today. The wind is too big. Let's stop here today, let's play together in the future." After that, Gohan hurried away, leaving behind the dazed-faced students, especially Emogen, who seemed to be scared and delirious. But all this was seen by Vidalai. The hurricane that blew up the moment Gohan hit the ball even overturned the lawn. Vidalai saw that Gohan was definitely not an ordinary person who was hiding something. Watching Gohan leave, Vidayari became curious and immediately followed the unknown power that followed Gohan to find out. Chapter 39, Participate in the world's #1 martial arts club. Gohan, who messed up the baseball field, hid in his office. Gohan was anxious. What should I do? What should I do? Just now I accidentally damaged the lawn with too much force and I was still in front of the students. Forget it. At that time, it was said that the wind caused the accident. You should be able to fool around, right? Just as Gohan was thinking about countermeasures, he suddenly patted Gohan's shoulder with one hand, which really scared Gohan. Gohan turned around and looked at him and he was relieved. "So it's Mr. Vidalai." I was taken aback. Vidalai stared at Gohan and smiled. "What happened to Mr. Gohan?" Panicked. Gohan scratched his head and said casually, "Nothing, just feels that the current students are too naughty and not good at teaching and a little tired. That's it." Vidalai looked at Gohan intently. "That's right. Teacher Gohan will go home soon after school. I have some questions and I want to ask you about Gohan." Gohan thought that Vidalai wanted to ask about academic matters and said, "No problem. Let's go together later." The two wanted to meet after school. Soon the school bell rang and the students left one after another. Gohan also came to the door to wait. After a while, Vidayari and Gohan met and they walked on the path home. Vidalai was silent all the way, and Gohan asked first, "What's wrong with Vidalai? Is there anything important to ask me to meet?" Vidalai smiled slightly. "I do want to ask Mr. Gohan about something. It's about the baseball stadium just now." Hearing this, Gohan trembled all over. He quickly perfunctorily said, "Actually, it was just because of..." Before finishing speaking, Vidalai suddenly slammed a punch, but fortunately, Gohan quickly retreated and dodged after all the battles. Gohan asked puzzledly, "What are you doing, Mr. Vidalai? This is very dangerous." I saw Vidalai put on a stance. "Very dangerous?" For Gohan teacher, my attack just now shouldn't be a big deal. Then, Gohan teacher, you have to be careful. As soon as the voice fell, Vidayari attacked Gohan, attacking quickly and fluently. Gohan was a little at a loss in the face of this sudden attack and could only dodge left and right. Seeing that her streak had no effect on Gohan, Vidalai immediately changed his combat strategy. I saw Vidalai leaping high and kicking. Seeing this, Gohan disappeared before Vidalay's eyes with an extremely fast speed. The Gohan who was still in front of him suddenly disappeared. Vidalai was very puzzled. Just as Vidalai was puzzled, Gohan suddenly appeared behind Vidalai and locked her tightly. Gohan blushed and was very nervous. Perhaps it was because Gohan was embarrassed to have such close contact with a girl for the first time, but the question of shyness still needs to be asked. Gohan wondered why Vidalai suddenly attacked himself and asked, "Master Vidalai, what are you doing? Did I offend you in any way?" Hearing Gohan's question, Vidayari did not answer, but raised both hands and squatted to break Gohan's restraint on him, then immediately turned around and kicked it. Gohan hurriedly kicked the ground to take advantage of his strength to retreat. Looking at Vidalay's vigorous skill, Gohan couldn't help sighing, this level has completely surpassed ordinary people. Vidalai looked at Gohan and shook his hand, with this skill. As I thought, Master Gohan, you are also a martial artist. Gohan was a little surprised. Could it be that she noticed me because I tried to the baseball field? Indeed. The power and speed that Gohan exploded when he swung his stick just now attracted Vidalay's attention, and Vidalai attacked Gohan in order to make sure that his thoughts were correct. Gohan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Teacher Dili only thought that I was a martial artist, and did not associate me with the golden warrior who defeated Saru. Yes. Teacher Vidalai, I did practice martial arts for a few years before, but I haven't been a martial artist for a long time. Gohan defended helplessly. Vidalai smiled slightly, it is indeed my fault for me to attack suddenly, but Gohan-sensei said that he hasn't practiced martial arts for many years, but he can easily escape my attacks. Obviously Gohan-sensei is a very strong martial artist, right? Vidalai put on a stance, Teacher Gohan, let me see how strong you really are. After saying that, Vidalai launched an offensive again and wanted to test Gohan. Gohan didn't want to fight Vidalai in a hurry and actually jumped high into the air to avoid the attack. Vidalai was taken aback, Master Gohan, how can you fly in the air? Gohan looked at Vidalai on the ground and was shocked. Oh no! How did I fly? How should I explain now? Since Vidalai had seen Gohan, he had to tell the truth. Gohan fell to the ground and smiled awkwardly, actually this is a martial art called Dancing Sky which my father taught me. Vidalai looked at Gohan thoughtfully, Father. After thinking about it for a long time, Vidalai suddenly realized, it turns out to be like this. I remember my dad said before in the 23rd world's #1 Budokai that some people could fly. Although my dad said it was a trick, but today I saw it with my own eyes. Gohan nodded, yes. That's the kind of martial arts. Vidalai stared at Gohan intently, Teacher Gohan, your surname is Sun, right? It just so happens that Sun Wukong, the champion of the 23rd world's #1 Budokai, also has the surname Sun. Isn't he your father? Gohan was surprised. Unexpectedly, she could guess so much just based on the little information I said. Seeing that Vidalai had guessed his own life experience, Gohan was not concealing it and said, yes. Monkey King is indeed my father. Great. Forgot to tell you Teacher Gohan, my father Satan is the champion of the 24th world #1 Budokai, and I have participated in the world #1 Budokai. I was the champion of the junior division at that time. Gohan was shocked. I've never paid attention to the world's #1 Budo Club before. I only know that my father is the champion of the 23rd World Budo Club. I didn't expect to have held the 24th tournament. No wonder Vidalai is so skilled since she was a child. Incredible. Vidalai said with hands on his hips, since Gohan-sensei is unwilling to fight me here, then join the world's #1 Budo Club. The 25th world's #1 Budo Club will begin soon. There is also the 25th. Gohan was shocked when he heard the news. Gohan always thought that the world's #1 martial arts club would not be held because of the cyborg. He did not expect the 25th world's #1 martial arts club. It will open soon. Seeing that Gohan was so shocked and puzzled, Vidalai asked, could it be that Master Gohan, as a martial artist, doesn't care about the world's #1 martial arts club? Isn't the world's #1 Budokai held for a long time because of humanoids? Gohan was a little at a loss. Vidalai sighed and explained, it is true that the world's #1 martial arts club has not been held for a long time because of man-made humans. However, 2 years ago, because the Golden Warrior defeated Shiru, the national government decided to unearth the powerful hidden in all parts of the world. Supporting such activities as the #1 Budokai in the world, I prepared for 2 years and finally decided to convene the 25th #1 Budokai in the world. Gohan smiled awkwardly and thought, he didn't expect the 25th world's #1 Budokai to be reconvened because of Trunks and I. Vidalai patted Gohan on the shoulder and threatened, Master Gohan doesn't seem to want the students to know that he knows martial arts? Let's do it. If Master Gohan participates in the world's #1 martial arts club, I will help you keep a secret. In the face of Vidaiari's threat, Gohan can only submit. After all, if he knows how to martial arts, it may reveal that he is the Golden Warrior who defeated Shiru. Vidalai looked at Gohan and agreed with a smile, in this case, I will help you sign up. I also want to see if the son of the 23rd world's #1 Budokai champion is amazing or my 24th champion daughter is amazing. In this case, see you later. Gohan just breathed a sigh of relief and suddenly reacted, wait. See you later. Vidali smiled at Gohan, it is unfair to me that only Gohan can fly. I will go to the Zeta Magnum Capsule Company tomorrow, so I will trouble Gohan to teach me. Gohan looked at Vidaiari who was going away and sighed helplessly, this time the trouble seems to be a bit big. Chapter 40, Use of Chi. Gohan, who returned home, was very troubled thinking about Vidaiari's request to participate in the world's #1 martial arts club. If you don't participate in the competition, Vidalai will tell you about his knowledge of martial arts, and I am afraid that it will cause panic. If you go to participate, it will still cause chaos if you are found out of your ability. I want to be an ordinary person. Difficult. Bulma saw that Gohan was worried and walked to Gohan's side and cared, what happened to Gohan? With an unpleasant look, did the students in the school cause you trouble? Gohan sighed helplessly, no. I just want to participate in the world's #1 martial arts club but I don't want others to know who I am. Bulma was a little confused, Gohan-san is so good about why you want to participate in the world's #1 martial arts club? But since you want to participate in the competition without revealing your identity, I still have a good way. Gohan was overjoyed, is it true? Aunt Bulma, do you really have a way? Bulma smiled, the world's #1 Budo Club does not require players to participate in real name competitions. Gohan-kun, you only need to change a suit to disguise yourself and then choose a name to participate in the competition, right? Gohan suddenly realized, so there are such rules. Thank you for reminding Aunt Bulma. What happened to Gohan? Trunks heard Gohan's voice slowly walking out of the room. After 2 years, Trunks has matured many handsome guys who have grown into a talented person. Although the current legal age of Trunks is 15 years old, Trunks is already 17 years old in the 2 years when he counts in the mental time house, and he has fully grown up to look like an adult. Bulma looked at Trunks in a lazy look and asked, Trunks, you practiced until midnight yesterday and got up so late. Trunks swayed his shoulders, in order to prevent the appearance of an enemy stronger than Shiru. I must work harder. After these 2 years of hard practice, I have caught up with Gohan, and now I can become Super Saiyan 2. You really worked hard, Trunks. Gohan looked at Trunks and said with satisfaction. By the way, Gohan, I just heard you talk about the world's #1 martial arts club. Could it be that Gohan you want to participate? Gohan nodded, yes. I have some last resort reason to participate in the world's #1 martial arts club. Trunks was overjoyed, great. Since Gohan is going to participate, I also want to participate. It's been a long time since Gohan has discussed with Gohan. This is a good opportunity. Gohan smiled and vowed, I look forward to fighting with you, Trunks. Since you two are going to participate in the world's #1 martial arts club, then put on this. Bulma said, took out the cross-dressing device. Trunks looked at the cross-dressing device and remembered that he wore this scene that was ridiculed by everyone 2 years ago, and quickly shook his head and refused, Mom, thank you for your kindness, but I have my own combat suit. So no need for it. Bulma sighed and was a little disappointed when he heard Trunks say this, really? I made this carefully for you. Gohan took the dressing device in Bulma's hand, can I try, Aunt Bulma? Of course. It was originally tailored for you. Bulma replied. Gohan took the dressing device in his hand and pressed the button and changed into the suit in a blink of an eye. The strange helmet, the red cloak, the green jacket, plus the black tights and the original Trunks. The one is exactly the same. Gohan looked at himself in the mirror with excitement, it's really good. You're so handsome. Trunks, are you sure you don't really wear such beautiful clothes? Of course. I did it after all. Bulma said proudly. Trunks looked at Gohan dumbfounded, Gohan, do you think this dress looks good? Gohan, your taste really compares with my mother. Gohan was very satisfied with the clothes, but the #1 Budokai in the world did not allow helmets and the like. Gohan took off his helmet and turned his head to ask Bulma, Aunt Bulma, has anything to replace this helmet? The #1 Budokai in the world does not allow helmets. After thinking for a while, Bulma brought a headscarf and sunglasses to Gohan and looked at Gohan very satisfied, perfect. That's it. Gohan made a few moves in front of the mirror, it looks really handsome. Trunks, are you sure you don't want to try it? That, I don't need it anymore. Trunks was stupid, he had no way to understand the aesthetics of the two men in front of him. The next day Vitalai came to the Universal Capsule Company to find Gohan and asked Gohan to teach him how to fly in the air. When Bulma saw a beautiful girl approaching Gohan, she pressed Gohan's chest with a smirk, Gohan, you are quite capable. Gohan was confused and couldn't understand what Bulma was talking about. Bulma said to the two of them, I won't bother you on the date. I'm leaving now. Gohan and Vitalai both blushed when they heard this, and Gohan quickly explained, don't worry about it, Aunt Bulma likes to joke like that. Videli walked to the side in silence. Looking at Vitalai, Gohan felt a little embarrassed and immediately changed the subject, right. Vitalai, I will teach you how to fly in the air now. Just call me Vitalai outside the school. Vitalai said with a blushing face. She seemed to care about what Bulma said just now. Then I will now teach you dancing in the sky, which is the method of flying in the air. That. Simply speaking, controlling chi is not that difficult, but if you want to fly fast, it is not that easy. Now. Gohan said seriously. Videli looked puzzled, controlling chi? What is chi? Ah. You ask me what chi is? How should I say this? It's the energy hidden in the body or qigong or something. Gohan explained. Vitalai still couldn't understand and continued to ask, hidden energy? What is that? It's just that it's hard to understand what I said, Vitalai, you look carefully. This is chi. As Gohan stretched out his right hand, he condensed a small amount of energy and threw it aside, directly blasting a boulder. Vitalai was taken aback, blasted the stone to pieces out of thin air, this kind of thing, how is this possible? Gohan looked at Vidiri and said, don't you understand? So how do you describe this power? Vitalai scratched her head, juggling or something. Juggling? It's totally different from conjuring, without any devices. After all, I can't understand this kind of power like magic. Can't understand? That's a headache. Vitalai leaned close to Gohan and asked, can you not fly if you are not angry? Seeing Vitalai's begging eyes, Gohan said quickly, no problem. No problem. Everyone has anger, but it's harder to control. Really? Of course it is true. In this case, I will teach you how to use chi first. Gohan's hands condensed his breath again. Just calm down like this and slowly guide the power in his body. Vitalai stared at Gohan intently. Gohan was a little bewildered by the stare and took a step back and quickly said, Vitalai, try it yourself. Vitalai tried to learn Gohan's movements for a long time, but there was no way to condense the chi like Gohan. Gohan saw the problem with Vitalai and quickly corrected Vitalai's mistake. No way, no. You used too much Vitalai. You are so nervous but you can't feel the breath in your body, so calm down and feel it with your heart. The energy flowing in the body is then directed out of the energy in the body little by little. After listening to Gohan's instructions, Vidayari sighed and calmed down. After a long time, she finally condensed a faint breath in her hands. Gohan was ecstatic. Great! You succeeded, Vitalai. Vitalai exhaled. It's not easy. I didn't expect it to be tiring to do this. Gohan smiled slightly. Now that you have learned how to use chi, then we can start to learn how to dance the sky. Chapter 41, Pre-Match Preparation. After hard work, Vidayari has successfully guided his breath out of his body. Seeing this, Gohan immediately began the next step of teaching. Gohan sets an example to show off his dance skills. Gohan's body floated slightly. If you want to fly, you must first master the chi in your body, then relax your body and release the chi under your feet, so that you can fly in the air. Vitalai watched Gohan learn in a modest way, but because he couldn't control his breath like Gohan, there was no movement under his feet. Vidali, don't be too anxious to try it slowly. Gohan carefully taught from the side. Listening to Gohan's meticulous teaching, Vitalai finally mastered the skills of the sky dance after an hour of repeated attempts, and his whole body slightly floated. Seeing this, Gohan yelled with excitement and joy, Great! It has floated! I can float! Please! Gohan-kun is quiet, I can't concentrate anymore. Vidayari said solemnly. After hearing this, Gohan quickly covered his mouth. Then Vitalai floated in the air for a while and then slowly fell down. Seeing this, Gohan quickly praised, It's amazing. It only took such a short time to float. As expected, people who practice martial arts seem to have mastered the skills. Is that really the case? I think I'm slow to learn, Gohan-kun, you don't think I'm very troublesome, so you say nice things. Vitalai said in a questioning tone. Gohan shook his head constantly after hearing this, Nothing. It's already a great thing for you to do this, and the rest will be able to fly in the air soon if you practice more. Vidali lowered her head, Then I will come back tomorrow. Why? Why? Come over tomorrow and do the same thing. Then you can practice at home. Because I want to know more about how to use chi, or will I cause you trouble here? No. No, why would I think so? See you tomorrow. Bye. After speaking, Vitalai took out the universal capsule from his pocket and threw it to the side. Boom! A helicopter appeared from the omnipotent capsule. Vidayari and Gohan waved goodbye and drove the helicopter away. Seeing Vitalai go away to Gohan, he breathed a sigh of relief, It's finally over. It's almost time to practice with Trunks. Is that elder sister gone? But Gohan really kept me waiting long enough. Trunks walked out from the side and complained. It turned out that Gohan had agreed to practice with Trunks, but he didn't expect to be one step ahead of Vidali. Trunks had no choice but to wait quietly, but he finally left Vidali. Trunks exhaled, Come on Gohan. We haven't done sparring training for a long time. Gohan swings his arms to get ready, Let me see how much you have grown in these 2 years. Trunks. Trunks set his posture, Gohan, if you underestimate me, you will suffer. As soon as the voice fell, Trunks took the lead, swinging his arm and hitting an uppercut. Gohan moved quickly to avoid the attack on his right side, and then Gohan threw several punches at Trunks and hit high-speed attacks. But Trunks had long been prepared to raise his hands to resist Gohan's attack. After blocking the attack, Trunks immediately raised his leg and wanted to kick, but Gohan was even better in terms of reaction and speed. Quickly stepped on Trunks's feet and blocked Trunks' actions. Then Gohan swung his shoulder and punched quickly. A powerful and fast punch straight to Trunks. Trunks was unable to move because his feet were firmly stepped on by Gohan, so he had to raise his hand to resist. Boom! A powerful punch knocked Trunks away. Trunks, who flew out, immediately adjusted his posture and stepped heavily on the ground with his feet, using friction to offset the impact. Gohan was secretly surprised. Whether it was speed, strength, or reaction ability, it was much better than before. It seems that Trunks has practiced very hard in the past 2 years. It's Gohan, brother. I thought the attack just now would definitely hit you, so I'm going to speed up. Trunks set his posture and was ready to go. The corner of Gohan's mouth raised. Use all the power you have cultivated in the past 2 years. Trunks. Boom. Suddenly Gohan leaned forward with his feet on the ground, and the exaggerated force directly smashed the ground. It's too fast. In just an instant, Gohan had arrived in front of Trunks. Trunks immediately swung his body and fisted to attack, but Gohan was faster. He grabbed Trunks by the collar and then Gohan used his inertia to flip Trunks out. Trunks, who was thrown into the air, turned for several times in the air and finally raised his breath. His body shook and finally stopped. Trunks looked at Gohan thoughtfully, and it seemed that not only I was practicing, but Gohan also secretly practicing. In that case, I'm not welcome. I saw Trunks gather his chi with both hands to prepare for a powerful attack. Gohan vowed to take this trick and suddenly realized that he yelled, "Wait, Trunks! You can't use such powerful moves here." The two of them fought so ecstatically that they had forgotten that this was at home, and it was too late by the time the two of them reacted. Trunks' energy cannon has been released. Although Trunks has reduced his strength, the power of this trick cannot be underestimated. If it touches the ground, it will definitely destroy the house. Seeing that the situation was bad, Gohan quickly became a Super Saiyan and kicked this energy into the air. The powerful energy burst in the air and stirred up a gust of wind. Although the house was not damaged, it still made a mess of the yard. Gohan looked at the yard and lost his face in shock. Sorry. If Aunt Bulma finds out, we will give Aunt Bulma a scolding. Both Gohan and Trunks had their eyes facing each other, and both imagined the scene of Bulma's rage, so scared in a cold sweat. Seeing that the situation was bad, Trunks and Gohan started cleaning the endgame, and the two returned the yard to its original appearance as quickly as possible. Gohan cleaned the yard and taught Trunks, "True Trunks. Your power is too strong now. You must pay attention to using your power or it will be unthinkable. Don't teach me, brother Gohan. Clean up quickly, or we'll be finished if Mom finds out." Trunks took the broom and cleared the rubble. Fortunately, Gohan and Trunks moved quickly and cleaned up the yard and restored it to its original appearance before Bulma noticed it. Gohan breathed a sigh of relief. It's really a risk. But then again, Trunks, how could you use such a strong move at home and almost got into trouble? Trunks looked helpless. Sorry. The battle just now was so ecstatic that I accidentally used it. Gohan scratched his head. That's what I said. I was like this in school before. I can only blame both of us for becoming too strong now. If we accidentally become like this, it seems we must pay attention to control strength. What's the matter with the movement just now? Bulma walked out slowly from the house. No. Nothing. Gohan and Trunks said in unison. Bulma stared at the two with a puzzled look, and Gohan and Trunks were guilty of not daring to look at Bulma and could only smile awkwardly. Bulma looked puzzled. What are you two laughing at? It's weird. Seeing this, Gohan quickly changed the subject. By the way, it's almost time to eat. Let's go, Trunks. The two hooked their shoulders and slid off quickly, leaving Bulma staying in place with a dumbfounded look. The next day Vidalai came to ask Gohan to teach herself the air dance as scheduled. After yesterday's practice, Vidalai was able to master Chi skillfully. Vidiri, who has learned to master the breath, can finally float in the air after Gohan's guidance. Gohan looked very pleased and couldn't help but praise, "It's great and finally succeeded. Then, as long as you practice more, you can fly in the air at will." Vidalai landed slowly, finally succeeded. Vidalai exhaled, "That's right. The 25th World #1 Budokai will begin in a week. How are you going to participate in the World #1 Budokai, Gohan? You don't want everyone to know that you can martial arts. Let's do it." Gohan smiled slightly, "I have already thought of a countermeasure for this, and you will know it by then." Chapter 42, The World's #1 Budo Club opens. In a blink of an eye, the 25th World #1 Budokai officially opened. Gohan put on Bulma's meticulously prepared battle clothes and set off to the venue to compete. This year's World #1 Budo Club is different from the usual selection mode. In order to prevent the selection of strong players from being eliminated, the rules have changed and the selection competition before the official competition is not used. When all the players participating in the #1 Budo Club in the world were all gathered, the host took the microphone and spoke passionately, "Everyone present. The preliminaries for the 25th World #1 Budo Club are about to begin. The contestants will be excluded from the youth club. Among the 153 contestants, only 16 contestants can pass the qualifier. But Mr. Satan, who was the last champion, directly advances to the final. The remaining 15 contestants will be selected now, and for the sake of fairness, the pre-selection will be tested. The 15 players with the highest value measured by the boxing machine will pass the pre-selection." What is the boxing machine? Gohan was thinking about what suddenly he saw Vidalai, who was looking around and shouted, "Here Vidalai! Here!" Vidalai heard Gohan's voice and heard the reputation, and was shocked when he saw Gohan in strange clothes. Is Gohan-kun you? Why are you wearing such strange clothes to compete?" Gohan looked at his dress. "Strange? Don't you think my clothes are handsome? This is my carefully selected battle suit. And don't call my name in the world's #1 Budokai, I participated in the competition. The name is Masked Scion Superman. You can call me this name." Vidiri smiled awkwardly, "It's not just the clothes that are so distinctive, even the name, you have to say Gohan-kun, your taste is really unique." Just as the two were talking and laughing, several staff members took out the boxing machine. The host also shouted excitedly, "Then, as a reference for all the players, let the previous champion Mr. Satan use the boxing machine to test, then please our champion Mr. Satan." As soon as the voice fell, Mr. Satan walked out of the hallway and shouted, "Yet! How are you guys? Is there anyone who can surpass me in this competition?" The moment Mr. Satan appeared on the stage, cheered and cheered. Everyone shouted the name of Satan. It seems that Satan is really popular. Gohan whispered to Dili, "Your father is so popular, he is so popular." Vidalai said indifferently, "After all, he was the champion of the previous session, but my father was too proud of him. This time I will defeat him and become the champion of the 25th World's #1 Budokai." Gohan smiled awkwardly, thinking that the relationship between the father and daughter didn't seem to be very good. I saw Mr. Satan approach the boxing machine and set up a punch posture and took a deep breath. Suddenly, the whole venue was quiet. Everyone stared at Mr. Satan and looked forward to his performance. "Drink!" I only heard Mr. Satan yelling and slamming a punch on the boxing machine. The machine quickly began to calculate the value and finally showed a value of 137. Upon seeing this, the host shouted excitedly, "The value is displayed. 137. It's 137 points." As expected, Mr. Satan, the champion. Satan triumphed with his hands on his hips. Then it's the other players' performances. Everyone has to work hard. I look forward to your performance, so I will take a rest first. Satan's performance is over, now the preliminaries begin. Gohan looked around and didn't see that Trunks had no choice but to participate in the preliminaries first. Vidiri and Gohan took the number cards and followed the team to prepare for the test. The team kept advancing, and soon it was Vidali's turn, and Vidali swung his body and punched quickly. The final test result is 112 points. This achievement is quite remarkable among ordinary people. The host looked at Vidali and said faintly, "It's no wonder that it is Mr. Satan's daughter after all." Then it's the turn of the masked Saiyan Superman, please come on stage. Gohan walked to the boxing machine and watched the machine in front of him stretch out his hand and slowly approached. Be careful. Be careful. But I didn't expect Gohan to get a high score of 235 just with a tap of his fist. Everyone around was stunned. The host looked at the value and couldn't believe it and said quickly, please wait a moment. The machine seems to be broken. The host called the staff to check the boxing machine, but it was useless to find out where there was a problem and had to ask Gohan to test it again. This time Gohan was more cautious, focused on controlling his power a little bit, but still scored a high score of 185. Although the host was surprised by this number, he still let Gohan pass. Vidali asked Gohan, "How do you usually practice your strength to this level, can you teach me?" Gohan panicked and danced, "It's a fluke. It's just a fluke. I have something else to do. I'll find you later." After speaking, Gohan ran away quickly, leaving Vidiri with a bewildered look. Gohan, who passed the test, breathed a sigh of relief, "It's really dangerous. Fortunately, I passed the blunder, but I didn't expect it to be difficult to control." At this time, Gohan suddenly remembered that Trunks had said that he was going to compete with him, but he hadn't seen Trunks, so he found Trunks through his anger. I saw Trunks sitting on a chair in the conference hall and sighing very disappointed. Gohan hurriedly stepped forward and asked about the situation, "What's wrong with you, Trunks? What happened?" with an unhappy look. Trunks sighed, "It's Gohan. The host told me that I can only participate in the junior competition at 15 years old, but in fact I am 17 years old, but my information shows that I am 15 years old. No matter what I say, I will not let me participate in the adult group competition. I just want to fight with Gohan and I am not interested in playing games with a group of children, so I can only abstain." Although Trunks stayed in the mental time house for 2 years, he was not considered an official age, so he couldn't participate in the adult group competition. Gohan smiled and said, "What? Just because of this kind of trivial matter, I'm downcast. Even if I can't participate, there will be opportunities in the future anyway." Seeing that Trunks was still sighing there, Gohan pushed Trunks with an idea, "Let's go, Trunks. I'm a little hungry. Anyway, there is still some time before the adult group game. Let's go to dinner, eat." Although Trunks felt sorry for his inability to participate in the game, he still obediently left with Gohan when he heard something to eat. After all, Saiyans are all foodies. The two went to the lounge and ordered a lot of food. Anyway, Gohan is free for the contestants to eat, and the competition for the junior group has just started, and the adult group has not yet had enough time to eat. Gohan, who came to the lounge, saw Vidiri who had been waiting here early and shouted, "Vidiri! Would you like to eat something too?" Vidali shook her head, "It's not good to eat too much before the game. I don't need it anymore." When Gohan saw that Vidiri didn't eat, he didn't care about her. Then the two of them gobbled up the food and looked dumbfounded at Vidiri. This is the first time Vidali has seen Saiyan eating. He feels that the food of Gohan and Trunks is even more terrifying and exaggerated than the beast that has not eaten for a few days. Vidali looked at the two of them and said, "I really don't know what your stomach is made of." Vidali looked at Gohan helplessly, "Gohan-san. You will be in our adult group after the junior group is over. You are still in the mood to eat. Aren't you nervous? At this moment Trunks interrupted and said, I think it is easy to win the championship with Gohan's strength. Gohan hurriedly covered Trunks' mouth, don't listen to this kid's nonsense, of course I'm nervous. It's just that the nervousness should be filled with the stomach, or else I have the strength to compete. Gohan pulled Trunks to the side and whispered, Videli doesn't know our strength yet. Pay attention to Trunks. Otherwise, our identities will be exposed. Then Gohan said, do you really not eat Videli? The food here is delicious. Videli looked at the two people not feeling the tension at all and sighed, no, you can eat first. I'm going to warm up. Turning his head and walking towards the door. Gohan didn't care that he was only being threatened by Videli to participate in this game, and he was going to play a few rounds and then deliberately lost. But what Gohan didn't expect was that this game would lead to a huge crisis on the Earth. Chapter 43, Unexpected Development. After Gohan has a big meal, the adult competition will start soon. Gohan and Videli walked to the ring to prepare for a draw. On the way to the venue, two strange-looking people blocked Gohan and their way. Among the two people in front of them, one with red skin and white hair is tall and mighty, the other with pointed ears and white hair is small and thin floating in the air. Videli leaned in Gohan's ear and said, Gohan-san, look at this person, he is also floating in the air. Gohan looked serious, I have a bad premonition and feel that something big will happen. Gohan felt that the weird breath exuding from the thin and small person in front of him should not be an ordinary person, and he felt a little uneasy. I saw the young man with sharp ears and white hair smiled and said, hello. You are Mr. Monkey King. Gohan looked puzzled, who are you? Why do you know my name? The sharp-eared boy with a smile on his face slowly floated in front of Gohan and said, I have heard about you science, and have always wanted to try against you. I also passed the qualifiers. If luck can play with you. Just fight, although I don't have the confidence to beat you, but I want to know how good you are. Please be sure to shake hands with me, Mr. Son Gohan. Speaking of the white-haired boy reaching out his hand, even though Gohan was wary of the two in front of him, he stretched out his hand to show friendship when he saw that each other was so enthusiastic. Gohan reached out and clasped the white-haired boy's hand tightly. The moment the two touched, Gohan felt a sense of pressure from each other that he had never felt before. The white-haired boy in front of him is not a general one. The white-haired boy smiled slightly, sure enough. As strong as the rumored one. Gohan was surprised, what is the origin of this guy? I have reduced the air pressure to the lowest level, but he has already sensed my strength after shook hands with me. Then I will retire first. The white-haired boy bowed and turned and left. Gohan exhaled, it seems that something big is going to happen. This game is not as simple as I thought. Videli looked at Gohan with a serious face and was a little uneasy, and immediately asked, Gohan-san. Who was that just now? That's a bunch of inexplicable things. I don't know. But this time the number one Budokai in the world may not be that simple. It seems we won't win easily. Gohan clenched his fist and said with a serious face. Videli hands on hips, is that right? They don't look very strong either. Gohan smiled slightly, let's go. The draw will begin soon. After speaking, the two also walked to the ring, and when they arrived, the host greeted the players to draw lots. Gohan looked around and felt a little uneasy. In addition to the two people who greeted him just now, Gohan also noticed the other two people. The two men gritted their teeth and looked terrifying. One of these two people is huge and full of muscles. Although the other is not so tall, the muscles are also abnormally swollen. Both of them have bald heads with strange letters on their foreheads. Although it seemed strange, Gohan didn't think the two bald heads were any threat, but what happened later would tell Gohan that he was wrong. All the players are ready to draw the lottery. From the process of drawing lots, Gohan learned that the white-haired boy who shook his hand just now was called Xin and the red-skinned boy behind the white-haired boy was called Jabit, which happened to be Gohan's opponent. And the person Vidalai had to face was Spapabik with strange letters printed on his forehead. The person with him was called Yam, which was the smaller one. After deciding the opponent by drawing lots, the referee took the microphone and said excitedly, "The competition of the 25th World No. 1 Budokai is about to begin. Guests. Here again, I will emphasize the rules of the game. Those who surrender actively, the 10 seconds countdown did not rise. If the opponent is killed off the court, it will be judged as a loss. Because there are more matches to be played, the time limit is 30 minutes. If the winner is not determined within 30 minutes, the referee will decide whether to win or lose. Come down and start the first game. Player Vidalai will play against Spabo Beach. It's time for me to play. Gohan-kun is waiting for the good news of my victory." Vidiri was ready to go to the ring. Although Gohan knew that Vidalai was far better than ordinary people, he still said with concern, "Be careful. Vidalai." Vidalai smiled slightly, "Don't worry Gohan-san. I'll be waiting for you in the second round." Gohan nodded and the two looked at each other and smiled. Vidalai is on the court. The cheers of the audience showed that Vidalai's popularity is so high that even the referee took up the microphone and introduced excitedly, "The Vidalai player is known to be Mr. Satan's daughter. The police have helped the police to catch many prisoners. Righteous partner. In the 24th World's No. 1 Budokai, this weekly crowned girl won the junior division." After introducing Vidalai, the referee quickly introduced Spapabik, but his tone of voice was not as excited as he was just now. The referee took the microphone and said faintly, "Vidalai's opponent, Spapabik, failed in the first round of the previous conference. Now change his image and challenge again." The two were on stage at the same time, and Spabo Beach's huge body contrasted sharply with the thin Vidalai. Spapabik's veins violently grind his teeth and look fierce and vicious, and Vidalai can't help but feel that Spapabik is a little sick in front of him and wants to make a quick fight. The white-haired young man on the side stared at Spapabik intently, and seemed to be very wary of him. The game officially begins. Vidalai sprinted forward and launched an attack. In a punch, Spapabik's lower abdomen immediately kicked him away. Spapabik was single-handedly slammed by Vidalai without the strength to fight back. After that, Vidalai knocked Spabo Beach to the ground with another heavy punch. The referee couldn't help but vomit when he saw this. No. The Spapabik player with such a strong body was knocked down all at once. Now the countdown begins. Before the referee had finished speaking, Spapabik got up and looked unscathed. I saw Spapabik roaring, dragging his huge body and rushing towards Vidalai and throwing a heavy punch. Unexpectedly, Vidalai raised her foot and blocked her knees, and then Vidalai immediately counterattacked with both fists in the center of Spabo Beach's face, and then jumped into the air and kicked out a kick and knocked Spabo Beach into the air again. "Get out!" Upon seeing this, the referee quickly explained, "It's another fatal blow. As expected of Mr. Satan's daughter. Even the sturdy Spapabik player is not an opponent at all." After a set of attacks, Vidalai had consumed a lot of physical strength and had already begun to pant, but Spapabik, who had been hit hard by Vidalai several times, stood up again as if he was okay. Vidalai gasped, "It's so difficult." Then he flew a kick in the center of Spapabik's face, and then used an elbow to beat Spapabik to the ground again. After receiving a heavy blow, Spabo Beach held on to the ground with both hands and was about to get up again. Upon seeing this, Vidalai rushed to Spoon Beach and connected to a set of hits that had not yet stood up and defeated Spabo Beach again. Seeing Vidiri's performance, Gohan was very excited and couldn't help but yelled out, "Win! The winner has been decided." The referee also exclaimed excitedly, "Under Vidalai's fierce offensive, Spapabik is not an opponent at all. Is it over already? Then start counting down." Before he was finished, Spapabik stood up again like a monster that couldn't be killed at all. Gohan's expression was taken aback. Impossible. Normal people should have fallen long ago after such a blow. Spapabik stood up, smiled evilly, and then kicked Vidalai directly. Perhaps it was because the attack was too violent and consumed too much physical strength, which caused Vitalai to be kicked out of the ring without evading the attack. Just when everyone thought the game was about to end, Vitalai did not fall off the ring but was suspended in the air. Fortunately, Deely had learned the dance from Gohan before, or she would just drop off the ring and end the game. Vitalai returned to the arena again with the use of dance skills, and saw Vitalai did not lose the game. All the spectators were cheering for Vitalai except for the white-haired teenager and his companion Jebite who were watching the battle. The young man slowly said, "Maybe it would be better to fall just now. This Spopbeak is very strange. He suffered such a serious injury but didn't react at all. It seems that this guy is really... Then what should we do?" "Lord Realm King God?" asked Jebite on the side. The white-haired boy said faintly, "In order to know where that guy is hiding, don't rush to take Jebit, wait for the opportunity." It turns out that this mysterious white-haired boy is the Realm King God. Above the gods is the Realm King, above the Realm King is the Great Realm King, and the Realm King is the above the Great Realm King. No wonder Gohan felt oppressed. Back to Vitalai. Vitalai used the air dance technique to fly into the air and then used the power of falling to attack and kick out. The mighty force actually broke Spopbeak's neck directly. Everyone was taken aback. But what was even more shocked was that Spopbeak's hand returned his sprained neck to its original position nonchalantly. Gohan was shocked. What the is going on with this guy? Is he really a human? Vitalai's battle is still going on facing Spopbeak, who is completely unkillable. How should Vitalai face it? Chapter 44, Vitalai defeated. Seeing that Spopbeak was like a monster, she couldn't kill it no matter how she fought, so she flew into the air to avoid Spopbeak's attack and thought about the countermeasures by the way. But to everyone's surprise, Spopbeak also flew to a high altitude and even surpassed Vitalai. Gohan off the court was taken aback. This is impossible. How could this guy fly? This is completely beyond the range of ordinary people. Spopbeak flew up to the sky to face Vitalai, and Vitalai was stunned to see such a scene. I saw Spopbeak stretch out his hands and smile slightly, and he gathered energy. Trunks in the audience was surprised to see such a scene. Impossible. There is no reason. Why does this Spopbeak possess such a degree of anger? Isn't this guy an ordinary person? What the is this? What's going on? Spopbeak's hands instantly released a wave of Qigong to attack Vitalai, who was already scarred and unable to avoid this attack and was hit by the front. The powerful impact directly smashed Vitalai on the ring. Trunks in the auditorium saw this with a cold sweat and a solemn expression. Although the power is not great, but this guy really used the Qigong wave. If it is bad, if it continues like this, Vitalai will lose. Gohan, who was watching the battle, clenched his fists. It's really weird. Why does this guy have more power than himself? It is logically impossible for this guy to be able to dance air and Qigong waves with his aptitude. Why? The match in the ring was still going on, and Vitalai was not defeated because of the Qigong wave. Although already scarred, Vitalai was stubborn and refused to admit defeat and climbed from the ground with difficulty. Seeing that the corners of Spopbeak's mouth rose and fell from the air, his huge body smashed into the ring and even shook the ring. Vitalai did not want to surrender and started offensively with a roar and dragging his broken body. All the smashed into Spopbeak's face, but it was useless as before. Spopbeak looked at the weak girl in front of him with a very wretched smile, and then punched Vitalai in the middle of the abdomen. Vitalai suffered a heavy blow and vomited blood. She was beaten up and flew. Seeing that he was about to fly out of the ring to end the game, who knew that Spopbeak grabbed Vitalai and threw Vitalai back into the ring. It seemed that Spopbeak didn't want to end the game so soon. Vitalai stood up again, breathing heavily. Vitalai jumped up and kicked out a kick, but Spopbeak immediately reacted to use his huge body advantage to swing before Vitalai hits him. Vitalai flew away with a punch. Vidiri! Gohan called out nervously. The beaten Vitalai moved to the top of Vitalai at a very fast speed before it even landed on Spopbeak, and punched Vitalai into the ring with a punch. Vidalai was like a sheep facing a beast. Generally, there is no way to fight back. Vidalai was severely injured, and his broken body was already unable to move, but Spopik did not intend to let Vidalai go. Faced with Vidalai, who was already powerless to resist, Spopik still tortured Vidalai with his fists and attacks. The scene was so cruel that even the audience couldn't stand it and called Spopik too vicious. Gohan gritted his teeth and angrily poured out from his heart, "Asshole! Enough, Vidalai! Hurry up and surrender!" Vidalai is a woman with strong self-esteem. Maybe she would rather be killed than surrender. But maintaining her self-esteem comes at a price. I saw Spopik smile with a very arrogant expression, stretched out a hand and grabbed Vidalai's head and picked up Vidalai as if showing off her masterpiece to the audience, and then kept giving to her abdomen. Vidalai punched hard, vomiting blood and pain. The audience in the auditorium can't stand it anymore. Everyone is worried about Vidalai's safety and keeps yelling, "Beast! Hurry up and stop! Vidalai will die if this goes on. Too much! How can this be done to girls? This bastard! It's so cruel! Does he really want to kill?" But where did Spopik care about these verbal abuses in the audience? He kept attacking Vidalai, and saw Spopik let go and grab Vidalai's hand, then kicked out and kicked Vidalai directly to the edge of the ring. Gohan couldn't stand it anymore and quickly shouted, "You have worked very hard. Don't fight. Surrender. Surrender quickly. Vidalai." But how could the stubborn Vidalai surrender, staggering and standing up? The referee on the side couldn't bear to come over to dissuade him and said, "Miss Vidalai, I also agree with what the masked Saiyan Superman said. You should surrender. Don't fight." Vidalai stood up, breathing hard, and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. "No. No. I will never surrender." Gohan was anxious, "Don't try to do it. The guy Spopik is not normal at all. You will really be killed. That guy will not show mercy to you just because you are a woman." Vidalai was panting and ignored Gohan's words, and Vidalai put on her posture and continued to fight. Spopik walked up to Vidalai and threw a punch mercilessly, but at this time Vidalai had no power to move, let alone an attack, and was directly knocked down by Spopik's punch. Spopik even stepped directly on Vidalai's head to demonstrate to the audience, and continued to increase his efforts to torture Vidalai, seemingly to really kill Vidalai. Gohan gritted his teeth and his veins violently. He couldn't stand Spopik's evil deeds anymore. The anger in the heart reached its limit, and the powerful force burst out instantly. The radiated power set off Chen Chen's violent wind. If Spopik dared to do something against Delia again, Gohan would definitely rush to the ring and beat Spopik in his current state. Gohan clenched his fists and shouted, "I can't bear it. This beast!" The powerful energy fluctuations attracted the attention of everyone present. Seeing that Gohan was about to lose control, Trunks rushed from the auditorium to Gohan's side. Trunks stood in front of Gohan to persuade him, "Calm down, Gohan. You will reveal your identity." Gohan pushed Trunks away and roared, "You let me go, Trunks." Then Gohan ignored the rules of the game and rushed directly to the ring. Vidalai on the ring shed unwilling tears, "I don't want to lose. I don't want to lose." Just when Spopik was about to kill Vidalai, he was interrupted by someone who was not Gohan but Yam, who was with Spopik. Yam said, "You've played enough, Spopik. Don't forget our purpose, don't waste time and win the game quickly." Spopik looked disdainful but obediently obeyed Yam's words and kicked Vidalai out of the field to end the game. Upon seeing this, the referee hurriedly yelled, "Vidalai player fell out of the field, and Spopik wins." Then he shouted to the staff present, "Hurry up and send Vidalai player to the emergency room." The staff was about to put Vidalai on the stretcher. Unexpectedly, Gohan picked up Vidalai directly. Gohan looked at the fainted Vidalai and said viciously to Spopik, "Spopik, you bastard! I will never let you go." Spopik sneered and left with "I am." Gohan ignored Spapix and rushed to the emergency room with the badly injured Vidiri. After seeing everything in his eyes, Trunks suddenly remembered that he could use fairy beans to heal Vidali's injury and immediately flew to Taranta to seek fairy beans. Satan, who was hiding in the lounge, also learned that Vidali was badly injured and lost the game. Mr. Satan, who originally thought his daughter was sure of winning, jumped up from his chair in shock. WH. What? She actually lost the game and was seriously injured. The staff member reporting the situation nodded. Satan couldn't believe it, clutching the collar of the staff member and shouting, "How is this possible? Vidali is second only to me in strength. Even if she makes a mistake by underestimating the enemy, she can't lose to a guy of that level." Later, Mr. Satan, who was worried about his daughter's safety, directly ran away from the staff and ran to the emergency room in a panic. Mr. Satan rushed into the emergency room and looked at Vidali, who was lying on the sickbed with scars, and yelled nervously, "How could this happen? This injury actually hurts like this. It's too much." Gohan looked at Mr. Satan, who was anxious, and said, "It's okay. Vidali is not life-threatening." The furious Satan directly pointed the finger at Gohan and dragged Gohan and shouted, "Who are you? Are you the one who beat Vidali like this? It's not like that. This young man brought Miss Vidali over. Miss Vidali's opponent is Spabo Beach." The staff relieved Gohan. Mr. Satan clenched his fists. "Is that so? Did Spop Bitch do it? This had better not let me run into him, or I would beat him hard." Mr. Satan looked at Gohan on the side. "Thank you so hard. I will give you a photo of my autograph at that time." Gohan smiled awkwardly. No need." Mr. Satan looked at his beloved daughter being beaten up like this, very distressed, and said to Gohan, "Hurry up and let Vidali have a quiet rest." After Gohan heard this, he turned around and prepared to leave. When Vidali suddenly stopped Gohan, Gohan-san. Please, you must defeat that guy." Gohan smiled slightly. "Don't worry, leave it to me. I can run into him in the second round as the game goes on." Then he walked out of the room. Satan glanced at Gohan and compared Deely and said, "What are you talking about then, Deely? That kind of weak man is not worth relying on. Dad, I will take down Spapabik for you and take revenge for you. You are here. Have a good rest, Vidali." After hearing this, Vidali didn't say anything but closed his eyes and took a break, because Vidali knew very well that Gohan would defeat Spabo Beach for herself. Vidali believed in Gohan. Chapter 45, Inexplicable Request. At this time, Trunks had come to the Temple of Heaven to look for Mr. Bobo for fairy beans. Trunks was very anxious and said quickly, "Please Mr. Popo. I am in urgent need of fairy beans, please give me one quickly." Mr. Popo grinned and said, "I don't have fairy beans here. You should go to Kalanta below the Temple of Heaven to find the cat fairy, because Gohan's wish with Dragon Ball to make the cat fairy has been resurrected. You can get it from him." Trunks nodded, "Thanks Mr. Popo. Then I will go first." After speaking, he rushed down to the temple and came to Kalanta. Trunks came to Kalanta and saw a white cat and a little fat man and thought, which one is the cat fairy? One is this fat guy. Although it is called a cat fairy, it can't really be a cat. The cat fairy glanced at Trunks. "With this level of power, you seem to be the Trunks," Mr. Popo said. Trunks was taken aback. "I heard you right. You can actually talk." The cat fairy laughed. "That's not enough. Because I am a fairy." Trunks smiled awkwardly. "No way. The cat fairy is really a cat." The cat fairy looked at Trunks and said, "Thanks to you I can be resurrected." Trunks looked at the cat fairy in front of him and still couldn't believe it. "If you are a cat fairy, is that your friend over there?" At this time, the little fat man on the side also said, "My name is Akalapi. I heard that you and Gohan defeated the cyborg and you are still Vegeta's son." Trunks touched his head. "It's true that we defeated the cyborgs. After all, Only me and Gohan could fight at the time, but that's all the same. Speaking of Trunks, he suddenly remembered his business and quickly asked, "That's right. Cat Fairy, do you have fairy beans? I need fairy beans very much now." The Cat Fairy narrowed his eyes and smiled, "Yakilobe. Go and get all the remaining fairy beans. Really don't call me." Akilobe complained, but he obeyed the Cat Fairy and took out the fairy beans obediently. Yakilobe looked indifferent and threw the bag containing the fairy beans to Trunks. "There are still 3 fairy beans left. This is a hard time to grow out. You can use it well." The Cat Fairy knocked on the floor with a cane. "You guys are so embarrassed to say. Otherwise, you used to eat fairy beans as a snack and eat so little now. Ha! You don't have anything to eat in this broken place. Do you want me to starve to death if I don't eat fairy beans? You can go if you don't want to stay. I won't keep you." Looking at the two arguing in front of him, Trunks smiled awkwardly. Sorry. I have to leave if I have an urgent matter." Then Trunks took the fairy beans to the world's #1 martial arts. Rushed to the meeting place. Coming to the scene of the world's #1 martial arts club, Trunks quickly handed Gohan the fairy beans he had just obtained from Kalen Tat. "Brother Gohan. I brought the fairy beans back, and you quickly give them to Vitalai. Take it." Gohan took the fairy beans and smiled. "You are so thoughtful, Trunks. I forgot that there are fairy beans available. Thank you, Trunks." After speaking, Gohan rushed directly to the emergency room where Vitalai was. The referee also received the news that Vitalai was not in danger of life and immediately reported to the audience that he was safe. "Before the next game, I will explain to everyone." Although the Vitalai player in the previous game was seriously injured, his life is not in danger. What a blessing in misfortune! Please don't worry about Vitalai fans. Hearing what the referee said, the hanging hearts of the audience finally let go, and the audience suddenly cheered and everyone was happy for Vitalai's safety. The other half of Gohan rushed through the crowd and squeezed into the emergency room and shouted, "Videli! Look what good thing I brought!" At this time, Satan was unhappy and roared, "Hey! Who let you in is now better than Dealey to rest." Satan was about to drive Gohan away but was pushed away by Gohan. "I'm so sorry. I'll wait for the game time to be more urgent, so don't disturb me." Immediately after Gohan came to Bidali's bed, he picked up the fairy beans and fed them to Bidali. "Bidali, you regard this as a special medicine for treating wounds. Eat this bean quickly." At this time, the staff stopped and said, "Wait a minute. You can't give the patient this strange thing now." "Fool! It's not time for snacks," Satan yelled, grabbing Gohan's shoulder. Gohan ignored Satan and continued, "Come on. Eat Vidiri as soon as you eat it, it will be better soon." Satan continued to stop and said, "I can't say no more. I want to eat." At this moment Vitalai said suddenly. When Satan heard this, he was shocked. "Vitalai, you can't eat this kind of mess right now, just lie down obediently." Bideli ignored her father and said to Gohan in a very weak tone, "Because it is you. There must be unexpected results." Gohan nodded, "Come on. Eat it." "Hey! Vidiri, don't be fooled by this kid's rhetoric." Satan still didn't trust Gohan to stop it. But Vidiri opened his mouth and swallowed Gohan into Doxiandu. Seeing Bideli eating fairy beans, Gohan smiled slightly. "Next, my game is about to start. I'll go first." As Gohan rushed out of the emergency room and ran towards the ring. When Satan saw that Gohan ignored him and left, he immediately rushed to the door and yelled, "Damn stinky kid! It will make you look good later." Vitalai, who had eaten the fairy beans, suddenly jumped out of the bed. Looking at his body in surprise, the body that was already scarred suddenly recovered as before and there was no trace of injury at all. Vitalai jumped up from the bed happily. "Great! I'm completely healed." Satan and the staff on the side were stunned when they saw this. They had never seen such a miraculous thing. It was obvious that Bidali was dying just now and suddenly became more energetic. This scene really shocked the two of them. Gohan returns to the game, so the next game is Gohan vs Jebit. As soon as Jebite came on the field, he exuded a powerful aura that stunned Gohan. Gohan was surprised. This guy is not an ordinary person, but in order to avenge Vidali, I must defeat this guy to fight Spabo Beach, but the world's #1 Budo club is broadcast live in the country. If I act too powerfully, the power of identity will be exposed. The opponent is not the kind of role that can be solved simply. Seeing that Gohan hasn't moved for a long time, Jebite said, "Son Gohan, you will become that Super Saiyan. I want to see if you can become our strength." Gohan was taken aback. "What? Why do you know about Super Saiyans, and what else does it mean to become your power?" Jebet said with a straight face, "You will know this later, but you seem to be very upset. Don't you dare to use real power? Then I will help you. All the cameras in the worlds know." One martial arts venue suddenly exploded. Gohan looked at Jebite in front of him and instantly understood that it was his masterpiece. Gohan looked at Jebite and smiled slightly, "Thank you. Since you want to meet Super Saiyan so much, let you see it." Another Border King god also found Trunks and warned, "Mr. Trunks, don't do anything later, no matter what happens." Trunks looked at the white-haired boy in front of him with a puzzled look, "Do you know me? What will happen later?" The King God said with a serious face, "Wait for Mr. Gohan to become a Super Saiyan." Unexpectedly, Spopbeak and Yam will attack Gohan, but they will not be life-threatening. It's just energy, and I hope you don't make a move when that happens. Wait a minute. I don't understand what you said. You need energy or something. And why should I believe what a person you have never met said?" Trunks retorted. The god of the Realm King explained, "I am the real god of Realm King. You can understand it as a higher than the god of your earth." Trunks looked dumbfounded. Why did the Realm King come to the earth? What are you here for? The Realm King said with a serious face, "Others will explain to you later, but then please believe me. Please." Back to the ring. After repeated requests from Jebit, Gohan finally decided to show his power and transform into a Super Saiyan. Chapter 46, New Crisis. The match between Gohan and Jebit has officially begun. Jebite stared at Gohan, "Come on. Let me see your power." Gohan smiled slightly, "Although I don't know what's going on, but since you have said so, let you see my strength. The power to break the limit of Super Saiyan." Jebit was slightly shocked. "Break the limit of Super Saiyan." As soon as the voice fell, Gohan yelled. The powerful aura burst out instantly, blowing away the turban on Gohan's head. The immense energy burst instantly and even lifted all the floors on the world's #1 Budokai ring. The scene was very magnificent. Gohan's hair turned golden and stood upright, and tide-like energy poured out of his body. The powerful breath was mixed with gorgeous lightning. Gohan broke the limit of Super Saiyan and became Super Saiyan 2. Everyone present was taken aback, and the audience stared at Gohan intently and talked about it. "That blonde hair shouldn't be. It's a golden warrior. It's really the golden warrior who defeated Shuru. Today I actually saw the golden warrior. This masked Saiyan Superman is actually a golden warrior. I will get an autograph from him later." Gohan's transformation is complete. Jebit was surprised when he looked at Gohan in Super Saiyan 2 state. "It's so strong. It's even more powerful than I thought." Spopik and Yam, who were hiding by the side, were shocked by Gohan's powerful power, and quickly looked at the unknown machine in their hands. Seeing the dial on the machine turned frantically, Yam clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. This amazing energy. It's this guy. On the ring, Gohan smiled slightly. "This is the Super Saiyan you are looking forward to. Then what's next? Is this the game?" Trunks on the side felt an unprecedented power radiating from Gohan. Some people even couldn't believe it and were amazed, is Gohan's strength actually reached this level? Although I have been working hard for the past 2 years and have reached the level of Super Saiyan 2, Gohan is just as good as me. It's going to be strong years ago. The World King looked at Gohan intently. This power completely surpasses my imagination, maybe he can really stop that. I am outside the court took out a strange instrument to warn Spapabik, you have to catch that guy well later, do you understand Spapabik? We will accept this powerful force. As soon as the voice fell to Spapabik and Yam, they rushed directly into the ring, but their actions were immediately noticed by Gohan. Gohan turned around and rebuked, what do you two want to do? Just as Gohan was about to attack, the Realm King God in the distance screamed and used unknown power to suppress Gohan. Gohan was restrained by this force and couldn't move, then Spapabik took the opportunity to lock Gohan, and Yam also used that strange instrument to insert Gohan's body to absorb the huge energy in Gohan's body. At this time, Vidalai, who had recovered from his injuries, saw this scene and rushed to the ring, what do you two want to do to Gohan? Fortunately, Jabit's eyesight quickly caught Vidalai who wanted to help Gohan. Vidalai, who was caught by Jabite, desperately broke free, hurry up and let me go. Gohan-kun is about to be killed. Facing the scene in front of him, Jabite just said with a blank expression, with his strength, it's not that easy to die. Trunks looked at the scene in front of him with a shock and wanted to rush to help, but was blocked by the Realm King God. The Realm King said with a serious face, trust me. Mr. Gohan will be fine. Trunks looked solemnly, if something really happened to Gohan, I don't care what you are. I will definitely not let you go, do you understand? Gohan's energy has been absorbed by that strange instrument and has returned to its normal state. Yam ha laughed, great. It's full. It's easier than I thought. Then he pulled out the instrument. Spapabik and Yam met their purpose and smiled and then flew directly into the distance. The meeting place became chaotic because of the sudden attack of the two, and Gohan also fell directly to the ground because of the energy absorbed by the strange instrument. The Realm King God looked at Spapabik and Yam who had gone away and said, I'm going to follow now. Are you going to come with Mr. Trunks? But Gohan brother. Trunks is now very worried about Gohan's safety. The Realm King smiled slightly, don't worry. Jabit will heal Mr. Gohan. After speaking, he chased in the direction where Spapabik and Yam fled. Trunks glanced at Gohan, but still followed in the footsteps of the Upper Realm King God, and Trunks was very puzzled that he wanted to figure out what happened. Gohan fell to the ground motionless, looking very tired, with the absorbed energy. Jabit walked to Gohan's body and touched Gohan's body to show his abilities, I didn't expect you to have this level of power. No wonder the two guys rushed to grab your power. Within a moment, Gohan had recovered all his strength and body as before. Gohan looked at Jabit incredulously, who are you? Why do you have this special ability, and what are those two guys doing for taking my energy? You better explain. Son Gohan, if you want to know, come with me. I'll tell you everything. After finishing talking, Jabite chased in the direction where the Realm King God had left. Gohan just wanted to keep up, when Vidalai on the side suddenly said, I want to go to Gohan-san, too. I have a lot of things I want to know. Gohan looked serious, no. You'd better not follow. It will definitely be dangerous, I feel like this. After saying that Gohan wanted to leave directly, he was blocked by Vidalai. Vidalai said righteously, I won't hinder you, I'm just going to take a look, even if you don't agree, I will go. Gohan couldn't bear Vidalai's soft and hard bubble, but nodded and agreed, I know. You can follow, but you have to promise me to run away if I'm in danger. Vidalai nodded, and the two chased in the direction where Jabit had left, leaving behind a bewildered audience. Gohan and Vidalai soon caught up with Jabit, the god of the realm and Trunks, and the five of them gathered together, and the god of the realm finally began to explain all this. The Realm King said with a serious face, Spopik and Yam were both used by an evil and cunning magister. A long time ago, when humans on Earth just learned to walk upright, there was a call from the other side of the universe. Bibidai's evil magister, one day, by chance, Bibidai created a terrifying monster called the puppet. The devil puppet has no reason or any emotions. He is just a man. Knowing that destruction and killing bring fear to creatures, hundreds of planets have been destroyed and turned into Death Stars within a few years. Is this guy called Majin Buu strong? Destroying the planet can also be done by Frisia, who had dealt with Namek. Gohan asked. The Realm King God looked serious. You are wrong, Sun Wufan. At that time, there were 5 Realm King Gods. In terms of power, no matter which Realm King God was, he could easily defeat Frisia with a single blow. But all 4 of the powerful World King Gods like this were killed by the Demon Buu. Gohan was taken aback. According to you, this Majin Buu is really strong. The World King God nodded. Majin Buu's troublesomeness can't even be controlled by Bibidai, who made him. When he must rest, he will temporarily seal Majin Buu in the egg for a period of time to let him rest well. Bibidai brought the sealed Demon Buu to the Earth because the Earth is his next target. Trunks looked surprised. It's actually on the Earth. How could it be like this? The Realm King smiled slightly. I was indeed brought to the Earth at the time. But this is a good opportunity. I killed Bibidai directly before Majin Buu's seal was unlocked. But sealing Majin Buu's egg has been placed on the Earth. Gohan was puzzled. Why didn't you just destroy the sealed Demon Buu's egg at the time? The Realm King God said with a serious face, if too much stimulation is given to that egg, it may break the seal, and Bibidai should be the only one who can unlock the seal, so he has kept Majin Buu on the Earth. Trunks was a little puzzled. Then that. Why do you come to Earth this time? Didn't it mean that no one but the guy named Bibidai can unlock the seal of Majin Buu? The Realm King God looked solemnly. I thought so before, but recently I learned a very horrible thing, that is, Bibidai has a child. And like his father, the Magister Ba with an evil heart. Biddy. Gohan was taken aback. There is such a thing. If this guy is allowed to lift the seal, the Earth that has finally been restored to peace will be destroyed again. Gohan looked at the Realm King God and asked, it's Babadai who controlled Spopik and Yam. What did those 2 guys do to me? Jebite explained to the Realm King God, because Majin Buu needs pure energy to lift the seal, those guys will join the world's #1 martial arts club to find pure energy. Obviously they found it. They learned from you. I have taken the energy from my body, and I should be returning to Babadai now. Sorry, Mr. Gohan. Because Babadai is very cunning and hides his aura, so I can't find it, so I can only take advantage of you. At this time, the Realm King suddenly apologized. It doesn't matter. After all, it is a major crisis related to the safety of the Earth. Gohan responded. Majin Buu and Babadai. After the Earth has passed the artificial man, a new crisis has appeared. Chapter 47, King of the Devil Dopura. Gohan and others are following Spopik and Yam following the World King God. At this time, the Realm King God seemed to feel something and said to Gohan and the others, let's speed up. I feel that I will reach my destination soon. Everyone speeded up, but Vitalai obviously couldn't keep up and fell behind. At this time, Gohan noticed that Vitalai was struggling and slowed down. You still don't force Vitalai. Vitalai gasped hard, I'm not reconciled. But this speed is already my limit, and the speed is so fast that I can't even open my eyes. Gohan comforted, because you just learned to fly, it's normal that you can't keep up for a long time. Then Gohan said again, sure enough, it's better to go back. I don't know what will happen afterwards. Maybe it will be very dangerous. Videli smiled far-fetched, it seems that I can only give up, no matter what I think I am getting in the way. It's a pity. Gohan smiled, thank you Vitalai. After we go back, please tell Aunt Bulma about our current situation. Vitalai nodded, no problem. She thinks that we will definitely win the championship of the world's #1 Budokai, so if we didn't come to watch the game, she should still be at the Magnum Capsule Company. Gohan Yoshimasa said. I know. But I didn't expect the Golden Warrior to be Gohan-kun. You were the one who defeated the cyborgs 2 years ago. At that time, you were the one wearing the orange clothes on TV. Yet. I'm sorry. I didn't tell you because I wanted to hide my identity. Come on, Gohan-kun. I believe you can defeat the Magister Babadai and protect everyone. After saying that, Vitalai stopped and waved goodbye to Gohan, who was going away. Master Gohan. I'll be waiting for you at the Universal Capsule Company, you guys have to come on. Gohan nodded at Vitalai, don't worry, leave it to me. Then he speeded up. The World King gods and others followed in the footsteps of Spapabik and Yam to the middle of a valley. There was a strange building on a piece of bare land. Gohan and the others hurriedly sought a place to hide themselves to prevent them from being discovered. Gohan watched the surroundings and suddenly said, don't you think the terrain here is strange? It seems to have been dug by someone. At this moment, Jebet suddenly realized, that's it. This guy Babadi actually hid the spaceship under the ground, no wonder he couldn't find it no matter how he found it before. This means that Babadai may already know about our coming to Earth. The Realm King God agreed. Hurry up and attack. Before they give Gohan's energy to that demon Bu. Trunks was about to attack. At this time, the Realm King God stopped and said, wait a second. The resurrection of Majin Bu is to be carried out without destroying the spaceship, so it should be carried out outside. At this moment, Gohan said suddenly, someone has come out. As soon as the voice fell, I saw that strange building open the barn door, and Spababik and Yam made a bow motion, and it seemed that they were a big man. Seeing the warehouse door slowly opened, Gohan and others stared at the warehouse door, and the atmosphere became extremely tense. I saw 2 people coming out of the door, a small, wrinkled monster and a strong monster with blue and red skin. The Realm King God stared at the sturdy monster, his eyes widened and surprised, that's Dopura. I didn't expect it to be Dopura. Babadai actually subdued even the King of the Devil. Gohan was a little puzzled, Dopura? Is that guy very strong? The Realm King was in a cold sweat, it can be said that it is quite strong. After all, that guy is the king of the Dark Demon world. Trunks looked puzzled, Dark Devil Realm? What is that thing? The Realm King said with a solemn expression, on the opposite side of this world, there is another world. The strongest person in this world may be Mr. Son Gohan, but there is no doubt that Dapla stands at the apex of another demon world. Gohan's face was serious, that little guy is Bobby D. Mr. Gohan, you are right. It's him. That guy? Babadai turned out to be the kind of weak guy. It's true that Babadai is a scum with extremely low combat effectiveness, but his endless magic is so overwhelming that he must not be underestimated. Now even Dapla has been subdued by him. Realm King God warned. Trunks looked at Babadai in the distance and couldn't believe it, this guy can't see that this guy is as powerful as you said. Is Babadai's magic so powerful? Even the King of the Devil succumbed to he. No. I'm afraid he used the evil thoughts in the opponent's heart to make the opponent obey his orders. From this aspect, Dapla is the easiest to be manipulated. In fact, this is the most frightening magic of Babadai, Spoel. Babik, Yam, and Babadai's other subordinates are all dominated by this magic, so we will seek the help of people like you who don't have any evil thoughts in their hearts. Jebet explained. The god of the realm clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, I never thought that Dopura would appear here. If Dopura and Babadai join forces. The corner of Gohan's mouth raised and smiled, don't worry, Lord Realm. I don't think Trunks and I will lose to Dapla. At this time, Spopbik handed the instrument that had absorbed Gohan's energy to Babadai. Babadai smiled wryly, the energy is full. Well done. Now it's another big step forward from the resurrection of Majin Buu. After listening to Babadai's praise, Spapik laughed triumphantly, ha ha ha. With our strength, it is really easy work. I saw Babadai smiled evilly, since the mission is completed, it is useless to keep you. Spapik and Yam showed panic at the same time. What does this mean, Lord Babadai? Babadai smiled trivially, that means you can go to death if you have no use value. As soon as he finished speaking, Babadai used magic, and Spapik and Yam were in pain instantly, their bodies began to swell rapidly, and blood poured out of the 7 orifices, and the scene was extremely terrifying. After a while, only a bang was heard. The two exploded in an instant, and there was no more residue left. Seeing this, Babadai laughed and said, "It's so funny. Dopura, have you seen the last expressions of Spapabik and Yam?" "No way, I am interested in watching people's last expressions before dying." Dapla smiled slightly, "You can see more expressions like this on this earth." Seeing the scene in front of him, Gohan couldn't help sighing, what a cruel guy, he killed his men for no reason. Jebite and the Realm King God on the side felt that this was a normal thing. Jebet said blankly, "This is the style of the Magister Babadai. Wherever Babadai goes, he uses magic to control strong people, and throws them like trash when he runs out. This time it is also using this method to gather energy to unlock the seal of Majin Buu." At this moment, Babadi smiled evilly, Spapik and Iam, the two wastes, didn't even notice that they were being followed. This time they came with a lot of tales. "Even the World King who killed my father. It's all here, I am really flattered." Dapla looked around, there are 4 in total. If you don't count the Upper Realm King God and Jebet, the remaining 2 seem to have huge energy. Babadai smiled, "Such a powerful energy is what Majin Buu needs. Are these guys planning to hide after all this is the case?" Dapla clenched his fists and was ready to go, "In that case, Master Babadai, you should do your own thing first, let me take care of these guys." Babadai touched the tentacles of his mouth, "You are so considerate, Dopura. Then trouble you to trick those 2 powerful guys into the spaceship. It doesn't matter if the other guys are killed, the most important thing now is get their energy, as long as you get their energy Demon Buu can be resurrected immediately." Dapla smiled slightly, "If there is no problem, just leave it to me." Babadai looked at Dapla and said, "Then you can do your best, Dapla. I am looking forward to the resurrection of Majin Buu." Chapter 48, Babadai's Trap. Babadai smiled slightly, "Then the next thing will be left to you, Dopura." Babadai turned around and was about to leave. Then suddenly he thought of something and said, "That's right. The Realm King God will save him his life first. He is my homicide to my father, and then I will slowly torture him to death." After explaining the matter, Babadai leisurely returned to the spacecraft and left Dapla alone outside. Trunks was a little confused, "It's weird. Why did they leave Dapla outside alone?" Dapla smiled slightly, and glanced at the direction of Gohan and others, "It's almost time to clean up these peeping guys." As soon as the voice fell, Dopura approached Gohan and the others at an extremely fast speed. Everyone stayed where they were and didn't realize the danger. At this time, Gohan was the first to realize Dapla's movement and quickly warned everyone, "We have been exposed. Everyone, be careful." Although Gohan has reminded him, Dopura's speed is extremely fast. Before the others had reacted, they had already arrived in front of Jebet. Dapla smiled evilly and stretched out his hand to send out a Qigong wave at Jebi, but Jebi was wiped out in an instant, and everyone was messed up by Dapla's sudden attack. After Jebet was killed, Gohan reacted instantly and quickly rushed to Dopura and swung a few punches, but in a normal state, Gohan couldn't even touch Dopura. Dapla's speed is extremely fast. Gohan's attack was easily passed by Dopura. At this time, Trunks also gathered energy and launched a Qigong bomb at Dapla. But Dapla knocked off Trunks' attack with just a flick of his hand. In the face of the attack of the two, Dapla left without disdain, and still did not forget to mock, "Is that the only thing you have? You only have this ability and want to fight against Lord Babadai. If you don't want to die, then go back quickly. No one can resist, Lord Babadai." After talking about Dapura, he returned directly to the spacecraft. Dapla's behavior has completely angered Gohan and Trunks, who were about to chase but were stopped by the god of the realm. The World King stood in front of the two of them. "Please wait. Don't fall into the enemy's tactics. Babadai's purpose is to let you into the spaceship. Please wait a moment and let me observe the situation." Gohan vowed to say, "I'm sorry, Lord God. The enemy is right in front of us. We can't sit and wait for death." Then he rushed to the spaceship of Babadai with Trunks. The two people who were far away from the World King thought of Jebite who had just been killed and sighed, "It's really irritating. Can't you calm down?" Then they followed Gohan and Trunks into the spaceship. Gohan and the others who entered the spaceship kept moving inside, but they didn't know that their every move was watched by Babadai with surveillance. Babadai laughed happily, "Come. They're here. What a bunch of stupid idiots." Within a moment, Gohan and Trunks had reached the first floor of the spaceship. Trunks looked around to check the situation. There is only one door and no other way. It seems that this door can only be destroyed. No. If you destroy the spaceship at will, it may cause the demon Bu to resurrect in advance. The Realm King God warned from the sky at this time. Gohan looked at the Realm King God and smiled slightly. "You still followed the Realm King God?" The Realm King God reprimanded with a serious face. "It's not that you two are too messy. You two really underestimate Babadai and Majin Bu. Even Majin Bu resurrected in an incomplete posture. It's not something we can deal with. With the power of Majin Bu, he can make the earth disappear in an instant. This is obviously a trap set by Babadai, but you still rushed in directly after being challenged by Dapla, too. Not cautious." While Gohan and the others were talking, Babadai was plotting something in the other room. "Master Babadai," called an alien who looked a little bit alien. Babadai smiled evilly. "Who did I think it was?" It turned out to be Baba. Baba rubbed his palms and couldn't wait to say, "Master Babadai is almost the time." The corner of Babadai's mouth raised and smiled wryly, "Yet. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. Since then you go out and greet them, let them provide a little more energy, I will go down and collect Spapabik." Energy is injected into Majin Bu's body. Pooh slapped her chest firmly, "Okay. Don't worry about it. Leave it to me. Lord Babadai." Pooh opened the door of the spaceship with excitement, and walked slowly in front of Gohan and the others, with his hands on his hips extremely arrogant, "Welcome. Come to the first floor." Trunks glanced at him. "Pooh, you and Dapla are under Babadi, right? What do you mean by the first layer?" Pooh smiled and pointed to the ground. "Master Babadai is at the lowest level here, but if you don't defeat the fighters on every level, you won't be able to reach the bottom. Your luck is really bad. This one. The warrior of the first layer is me, sir. This means that you are over here." On the other side, Babadai came to a huge purple meatball. It seemed that this meatball was the container that sealed the demon Bu. Babadai inserted an instrument containing Gohan's energy into the body of this huge meatball, and the pointer on the dashboard spins frantically. Babadai was shocked when he saw this. "I charged so much energy in just one time. It's already more than half." Dapla on the side couldn't believe it and looked at the dashboard. "It's incredible." Babadai scratched his head. "Spapabik and I have got so much energy in a short time. This amount can't be collected without a few hundred people." Dapla was a little puzzled. How did they do it with the strength of those two people? Babadai sighed and regretted, "I only collected such a huge amount of energy in such a short time. I would have known that I would not kill them." Dapla didn't care about it. "It doesn't matter. As long as the energy of those two guys is collected, it is almost enough. If it goes well, Majin Bu can complete the resurrection today." Babadai grinned and said, it was for this purpose that they tricked them in. It is estimated that now Baba has collected the energy of those two guys. Let's go and see Dopura. People walked towards the monitoring room just now. Looking at the surveillance Babadai, I was a little puzzled. What's the matter? Haven't they started fighting yet? It turned out that Gohan and Trunks were arguing about who should fight first. Gohan Yoshihide verbally said, I must go first. After all, these guys have taken my energy away. No. Gohan has already participated in the world's #1 martial arts club, but because I can't participate because of my age, I must go first to compensate for my injury. Trunks retorted. Gohan scratched his head. How can I count the situation that happened before I fight in the world's #1 martial arts club? And I am older than you should let this guy go to me. Trunks looked unconvinced. Hey? Gohan brother, you are too cunning. It has nothing to do with age. I want to verify the results of my training in the past 2 years, so I have to do it. In that case. Rock, paper, scissors, let's decide Trunks. Gohan clenched his fist and roared. Trunks nodded and agreed, then Gohan and Trunks started rock paper scissors, and within 2 rounds Gohan lost to Trunks. Trunks was ecstatic after winning Gohan, as I expected, brother Gohan, you will be used to making rocks. Gohan looked helpless and stood aside, I didn't expect your kid to see through me. If you can't help it, let it go to you. But you must let me the next one. The Realm King God on the side was stunned, wait a minute. Are you planning to fight alone? Trunks glanced at the King God, is there any problem? A guy of this level doesn't need me and Gohan to join forces. Pooh laughed upon seeing this, you said that you can beat me by yourself at this level? Don't be kidding. Let you see my power. Let's see how I abuse and kill you. Ji Wangshen was still a little worried about trying to dissuade the two from facing the enemy together. At this time, Gohan suddenly said, my Lord Realm King God. Don't worry about Trunks. The enemy we faced 2 years ago was much stronger than this guy. Trunks alone is enough. Hearing Gohan's words, the Realm King God stopped talking nonsense, and stayed quietly to observe the battle. Chapter 49, Easy against the enemy. Gohan and Trunks used rock paper scissors to decide which one to fight against. In the end, Trunks defeated Gohan and got the chance to fight against. Trunks is very excited. This may be the Scion's natural warlike selves. Although Gohan and Trunks are both mixed Scions, they still inherited the characteristics of Scions. The battle begins. Pooh smiled slightly, give me to death. He ran towards Trunks and then jumped up and kicked out. Trunks sneered and raised his hand and easily resisted it. Bah! He quickly backed up and then stomped on the ground with his strength and rushed to Trunks again and threw a punch. Trunks was not to be outdone and punched together. The two fists opposed each other to produce a huge noise, but Trunks's strength was even better and the powerful impact directly hit the ball. Bah! Bat, who flew out, adjusted his posture with a backflip, steadily landed on his feet. Pooh looked surprised at Trunks, it seems you are a little stronger than I thought, but that's it. After speaking, Baba rushed to Trunks again to attack. The fist hits at high speed like a machine gun, but this level of attack is not a threat to Trunks. Trunks quickly moved his body and easily avoided all the attacks. Baba, a little bit can't believe that the immediate increase in strength speeded up the attack speed, but it was still useless. All the attacks that Pooh made were easily flashed by Trunks, even if he touched him, Trunks didn't even touch him. As soon as Baba attacked and threw his fist again, Trunks took the lead and grabbed Baba's fist directly. Trunks stared at the puck in front of him, you should be enough after playing for so long. It's almost my turn to attack. When the voice just fell, it was too late and then soon. Trunks spins himself at a high speed and kicks it in the middle of the face. The powerful force made the legs sink deeply into Baba's cheeks and then the impact burst out of Baba directly bounced and fell to the ground. Ba! Ba! before he got up, Trunks walked in front of Ba, and when he saw it, he quickly thumped his hands and bounced to prepare to attack, but Trunks was faster than him. At the moment when Ba bounced, he swung a straight punch and directly covered Ba's face. The powerful impact knocked Ba into the ceiling of the spaceship. Pooh glared at Trunks and then immediately adjusted his posture, and the force of his feet bounced towards Trunks again with the help of the ceiling. Facing the attack of Ba, Trunks just sneered and suddenly disappeared in front of Ba. Ba was shocked when he saw this and quickly looked around to find Trunks's trail. "Where are you looking?" The voice came from behind Pooh, who quickly turned around but hit Trunks and was kicked out. "Where are these two people fighting? This is completely unilateral sling." Ba was beaten by Trunks and couldn't fight back. The Realm King stared at the battle intently, watching Trunks's wonderful performance and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Okay, very awesome. Babadai's men are not Mr. Trunks' opponents at all." Watching this battle, Gohan just made a natural expression with his hands on his hips. Sure enough, a guy of this level can't be Trunks' opponent at all. It seems that the victory or defeat is already divided. On the other side, Babadai looked at the embarrassing performance of his subordinates and couldn't help shouting, "How did this happen? Pooh, what is this guy doing? If you don't let the opponent get hurt, you won't be able to collect the Majin Buu to wake. That's the energy." Dapla disagreed, "Don't worry, Lord Babadai. The show has just begun. I think he was too careless to give his opponent a chance." Returning to Trunks, Trunks ridiculed the Feld Baba ruthlessly, "Are you the only one like this? Hurry up and use stronger power. Or is this already your limit? Asshole!" Pooh gritted his teeth and launched an attack on Trunks, but before the attack was hit, he took Trunks for a few punches and then made up another kick. Poor Pooh was beaten out again. I was still speaking for Pa in the last second, but was beaten mercilessly in the next second. To cover up his embarrassment, Dapura could only smile helplessly. Seeing that his subordinates gritted their teeth with Babadai's anger, he quickly asked Dapla on the side, "By the way, Dapla, which planet is the most capable of exerting Pa power?" In order to save some of his own face, Dapla hurriedly said, "It's supergravity planet Shun, where you can definitely win." As soon as Babadai heard the spell, he cast a spell and changed the battlefield in an instant. Gohan was a little surprised when he saw this. "What's wrong? What happened? Where is this place?" The Realm King's face sank. It must be a good thing from Babadai. This guy used magic to change the room, and probably replaced it with a favorable place for the soldier. When Gohan heard this, he disagreed, "So it's like that? Can you do this with magic? The magic of that guy Babadai is really interesting." Ji Wangshen looked nervous. "Interesting? But this is not good for Mr. Trunks." Gohan smiled slightly, "You don't need to worry, you'll know if you keep watching." Pooh, seeing that the venue has changed, her attitude has become arrogant again, can't help but laugh. "You're done. Your end is coming." Trunks disagrees with his hands on his hips. "Isn't it just a change of venue? You are so confident. Could it be that your strength will increase as the venue changes?" Pooh picked up a small rock triumphantly. "It seems that you haven't realized the seriousness of the matter. This is the planet Shun. I was born and raised." Pooh then let go of the rock and let it fall freely. But this little rock actually made a big hole. Pooh said with a smug look, "The gravity of this planet is 10 times that of the Earth." Trunks raised his mouth and almost laughed. 10 times? So what? Is this great? I don't feel any gravity at all." Hearing this, his expression changed. "Stop nonsense. I know you are just bluffing." Trunks has a smile on his face. "If it's a bluff, you can come over and try it." Baba became angry from anger. "Stop giving me nonsense. I will send you to death now." Pooh roared and rushed to Trunks for a while, but it didn't help. It was exactly the same as before, and all the attacks didn't even touch Trunks. Trunks was fed up with this boring farce and directly threw a punch in the middle of Baba's abdomen, and then flew a kick and kicked Baba into the rock wall. Trunks looked at the embarrassed Baba and said mercilessly, "I said I didn't bluff." Pooh got up with difficulty, "Damn bastard! I'm going to kill you." Bat has now been dazzled by anger and rushed towards Trunks desperately. Trunks took a deep breath, "If you surrender, I can still let you live, but it doesn't seem to be any good to let go of a wicked person like you. If you do, then you will disappear." As soon as the voice fell, Trunks made a gesture and instantly fired a burning blow in the middle of Baba, and the powerful energy instantly shredded Baba into ashes. Trunks' operation frightened Babadai, and Babadai clenched his fists and couldn't believe it. How is it possible? Pooh, it was solved so easily. Trunks sighed, "Oh, what a strong enemy I thought it was. It was so boring to have only this level." As Baba was defeated, the venue changed back to its original appearance, and the passage to the next floor was opened. Gohan ran over and took a look. The door to the lower floor has opened. It has become an elevator-like passage. After saying that, Gohan jumped directly, and Trunks followed. The Realm King God was really taken aback by Trunks's performance. How could it be possible? I didn't expect him to be so strong, so he could solve the opponent so easily. At this time, Gohan turned back and shouted, "What are you rubbing against, Lord Realm King God? Hurry up!" Hearing Gohan's shout, the Realm King God finally recovered from the battle just now. "Okay. I'm here." Then he entered the next floor with Gohan. Chapter 50, The Monster That Devours Light. Defeated Baba, Gohan and the others went to the second floor smoothly. Trunks looked around and said, "Isn't this exactly the same as the room just now? I hope that the opponent will no longer be of that level." The Realm King responded, "Don't relax Mr. Trunks too much. Maybe Babadai has some conspiracy." The other half of Babadai saw that Ba was easily knocked down and asked Dapla, "Why is there such a strong guy on Earth, Dapla? Do you really have a good investigation?" Dapla scratched his head. During the investigation 300 years ago, such a guy hadn't appeared on the Earth. It's really strange when the Earth people were so strong, they could easily kill Baba. They didn't know that Gohan and Trunks weren't Earth people, they were mixed scions. Babadai and Dapla are unknown, so they stupidly think that they are Earthlings. Babadai gritted his teeth and roared, "Damn it! It seems that I underestimated them." At this time, Dapla said proudly, "Don't worry about Lord Babadai. If something happens, there is a third floor. I will guard the third floor myself." Hearing the corners of Babadai's mouth lifted up, a wretched and evil smile appeared. After Trunks fought as agreed, it was Gohan's turn next. Gohan was doing his warm-up exercise and getting ready to go. "Then it's my turn." Babadai hastened to call out, "Your people. It's best to be strong, or it won't be interesting at all." Hearing Gohan's provocation, Babadai stomped his feet in anger. The next opponent of the damned Earthlings is not so easy to deal with. Dapla asked, "Master Babadai, who will the second-tier fighters send?" Babadai smiled evilly, "If these guys are so arrogant, then send Yake on the court." Dapla's expression was solemn. "Will the Warcraft subfamily be sent to the second layer only?" Babadai said with a serious face, "The power of these Earthlings is beyond my imagination. You see that Baba was killed without even a bit of power to fight back. It is safer for Payak to play. That's it. But if the opponent is Subco, I'm afraid they will be defeated at once, so I won't be able to enjoy it. Now it's more important than enjoying awakening Majin Buu from a long sleep." "Hey! Babadai, what are you doing? Get your warriors out now!" Gohan kept yelling. As soon as the voice came down, the door opened, and a huge green monster with spikes all over appeared in front of everyone. The Realm King looked at this monster and was taken aback. Is this guy a subfamily? Warcraft subfamily? Gohan looked at the enemy in front of him with disapproval and turned around and asked Xiang, the surprised Realm King God, is it necessary to be so surprised, Lord Realm King God? Is this guy very strong? The Realm King nodded. He is the #1 person in the universe of Warcraft subfamily. Mr. Gohan, you are too reluctant to deal with it alone, so let's go up and deal with him together. Gohan smiled slightly. It doesn't need to be so troublesome. Since you said he is very strong, let me see how his strength is. Yake looked at Gohan and licked his tongue. You look so delicious. Gohan stretched out his fingers and said provocatively, oh. Do you want to eat me? Then let me go. As soon as the voice fell, Yake launched an attack and waved his paws towards Gohan. Gohan immediately jumped into the air to dodge, but he did not expect Yake to keep up with his speed and attack Gohan again with his tail. Gohan revolved and moved at a high speed and barely escaped. Although he escaped the attack, the sudden attack just now cut Gohan's coat. Seeing this, Gohan couldn't help sighing. I didn't expect you to be so big, but your speed is not slow at all. The Realm King on the side anxiously said, Mr. Gohan is still too reluctant to be alone. Mr. Trunks, let's go up and help fight together. Trunks replied with a blank face, Master Realm King God, you are so fussed, this kind of guy Gohan can handle it alone. The Realm King God couldn't believe it. How could this kind of thing be possible? You guys are too underestimated by Subka. He is. We didn't underestimate him, but Lord Realm King God, you underestimated the strength of me and brother Gohan. Trunks interrupted Real King God's speech directly. Yake saw that he had cut Gohan's shirt and said triumphantly, it's very fast, but it won't be that easy next. As he said, his claws stretched out like a blade. Gohan was a little surprised when he saw this. Your claws are so powerful. They can stretch out and become like a sickle. Babadai, who was watching the battle, was ecstatic and thought that victory was in sight, and quickly cheered Yako, Yake will let them see your strength. Kill me the two people except the World King God. This way Majin Buu will do it. Enough energy is resurrected. In order to decide the victory or defeat as soon as possible, I will take you to your favorite dark world, the Dark Planet. After talking about Babadai, he began to perform magic and cheating, exchanged the Venus again, and reached the Dark Planet that was beneficial to Subko. The scene suddenly plunged into darkness, and Gohan glanced around. It's really pitch black. It's troublesome to see nothing at all. Yake was very excited and hurriedly used this dark environment to hide. Looking at Gohan, who was in distress, Yake said triumphantly, how? You can't see anything now. This is the dark planet I was born on. It's out of the universe that light can't even shine through. Gohan scratched his head. Could it be that you can see me in such a dark environment? Yake smiled slightly. Although you can't see it, I can see it clearly. You will die. As soon as the voice fell, Subko shot his feet directly towards Gohan and wanted to sneak attack. Unexpectedly, Gohan escaped his attack easily, and also made a counter-attack and kicked Subko. The kicked subfamily immediately adjusted its posture and used its claws to dig a hole directly into the ground. Subko moved at high speed underground and came to Gohan's feet to launch a surprise attack again. Subko directly broke the ground to attack Gohan, but Gohan took the first step with a punch and knocked Subko, who had just jumped out of the ground like a hamster. I saw Gohan smiled slightly and then launched an energy cannon at the ground to directly explode Yake from the ground. Yako was blown away by Gohan's energy cannon. Hit a rock wall aside. Yako gasped hard and couldn't believe it. What's the matter? Could it be that you can also see it? Why can you attack me with precision? Gohan sneered and explained, although my eyes can't see you in such a dark environment, I can feel your breath. As long as you follow your breath, I can easily attack you, and there are many ways to see you. Just after the voice, Gohan suddenly burst into anger and turned into a Super Saiyan. I can see you this way too. The golden light of Super Saiyan suddenly illuminates the surroundings, making this dark planet appear for the first time. Babadai was taken aback. What's wrong with this guy? It's completely different from just now. Dapla disagrees, it's not a big deal just to become golden and glow. Babadai hurriedly called his subordinates, hurry up and get the energy meter to be the most accurate one. The subordinate hurriedly brought the detector to Babadai, and Babadai was shocked by the detection of Gohan's energy with the detector. Babadai looked at the detector and couldn't believe it, it reached 3,200 pebbles. Why do people on Earth have the energy of 3,200 pebbles? Dapla looked solemnly, 3,200 pebbles? Only the energy of 200 pebbles to 300 pebbles is enough to destroy the planet. It is really strange. There can be no such human beings. It seems that aliens like Babadai will use energy. The unit is called stone. On this side of the battlefield, Yako was not afraid to see Gohan turning into a Super Saiyan, but he laughed, it's actually light. I'm a beast with light as food, then you're done. As soon as the voice fell, Yake opened his mouth and inhaled, and actually sucked Gohan's energy directly into his mouth. Gohan was a little surprised, I didn't expect you to do this kind of thing, but how much can you smoke? Then Gohan exploded with powerful energy again and became a Super Saiyan. Upon seeing this, Yake laughed and said, are you an idiot? Give me energy for nothing, then I'm not welcome. Yake opened his mouth again to absorb energy, but this time he paid a painful price. I saw that Yake couldn't absorb Gohan's energy no matter how he absorbed it, but because he had absorbed too much energy, his stomach swelled. Upon seeing this, Gohan strengthened his energy again, and now subfamily couldn't bear so much energy, he exploded directly. Ji Wangshen looked at everything in front of him and was stunned, you're kidding? It's so easy to get rid of that subfamily. Gohan sighed, what? I thought it was such a powerful enemy, but it turned out to be just like this. It was so boring. Facing the monster subfamily who can swallow the light source, Gohan can easily defeat it with only energy without even having to use his hands. After defeating Subco, everyone will move towards the third level. However, the third level is Dapla, who has terrifying power. Can Gohan and the others go so smoothly? Chapter 51, The Third Tier Warrior, the King of the Devil. Babadai was stunned when he saw that Yako was defeated by Gohan. Yakoda exploded. Yako, who eats light energy for food, exploded because of the opponent's energy. How can these guys have this level of energy? Are they really Earthlings? Dapla said blankly, so what? Let me come down to eliminate the anxiety of Lord Babadai. I will play on the third floor. I will beat them down to grab their energy soon. Unlock the seal of Majin Buu. Babadai looked nervous, Dapla, if you are defeated, it will be over. Do you have a chance? Dapla slapped his chest with confidence, beat me? I am the king of the demon world, Dapla. With a strength of more than 4,000 stones, there is no such thing as a guy who can beat me by strength. After talking about Dapura, he walked into a room and meditated to adjust his body to the best condition. Babadai looked at Dapla with some worries, although Dapla is unlikely to lose, just in case. Babadai sighed, if something unexpected happens, I can only release that guy. Although I hate him, there is no other way to revive Demon Buu. Dapura here is meditating, while Gohan and the others are discussing who will come to the third level. Trunks Yajeng said, the first floor is me, and the second floor is Gohan, so logically speaking, the third floor must be me fighting. Gohan quickly retorted, how can this be done? This is unfair. Trunks, you and I have both fought for a while. For the sake of fairness, we will have another rock-paper-scissors battle to decide who will play. The Realm King God looked dumbfounded, wait for Mr. Gohan. This is not a game. Then, let's quickly solve the enemy's conspiracy to crush Babadai. Gohan scratched his head, we didn't regard this as the Lord God of the game world. The last time we fought with the enemy was 2 years ago. We have practiced assiduously in the past 2 years. This battle is to test the results of our practice. Good opportunity, if there is any accident, we will join hands to defeat the enemy. Trunks also agreed, yes. No matter how powerful it is impossible to deal with me and Gohan at the same time. The Realm King thought in a cold sweat, saying so easily, these two guys are obviously enjoying the fun of fighting, and Scions are really a very warlike nation. Gohan raised his fist, let's decide the winner. Trunks. Trunks smiled slightly, take it, brother Gohan. Then the two used rock paper scissors to decide the outcome. Gohan played the scissors and Trunks played the rock. There is no doubt that Gohan lost again. Trunks was ecstatic, I knew Gohan, you can produce scissors. Last time I beat you with cloth, so this time you will definitely produce scissors. Gohan, your rock paper scissors skills are really bad. Gohan sighed unwillingly, there is no way that the next battle will be up to you. After a long wait, Dopura finally finished his meditation and walked to the third floor confidently to meet Gohan and others. The Realm King God was taken aback, the opponent on the third level is actually the king of the demon world, Dopula. I didn't expect to get on the court so soon. Dapla smiled slightly, unexpectedly, you even defeated the Warcraft sub-family. As a human being on the earth, it is amazing, even a miracle. But that's it. Because your next opponent is me. Dapla. Trunks disagrees, have you even played the whole cards of Babadai? It seems that Babadai is nothing great. Dapla set his posture, stop talking nonsense. To save time, let's go together. Trunks clenched his fists, no need. Your opponent this time is only me. It is very inconvenient to fight in such a small space. Like just now, please use magic to let us go to an open place. Hit, choose the venue that is in your favor. Dapla clenched his fists and looked upset, asshole. You didn't put me in the eyes. Wait a minute. Dapla. In order for Majin Buu to be completely resurrected without damage to the spaceship, so just listen to him and move to another place to fight. Babadai shouted. I see. Lord Barbad. Which one is better? Dapla. Dapla smiled slightly, just give these guys some benefits, and choose an environment similar to the Earth. Babadai smiled evilly, it's so self-confidence. As expected of Dopura. But the guy who can beat you shouldn't exist, so let's send you to a planet with an environment similar to the Earth. After Babadai was finished speaking immediately. Casting magic sent everyone to a strange planet. The venue changes instantly. Trunks immediately began to jump up and down to do a warm-up exercise in order to better enter the fighting state in the face of a strong enemy. Gohan looked around and said, the gravity of this planet is exactly the same as that of the Earth. And there is no other disadvantage to us. It seems that Dapla is very confident in his own power. Dapla smiled, this way I will kill you. You don't have any complaints. Trunks set his posture, then I'm going to go. As soon as the voice fell, Trunks used a very fast speed to reach in front of Pula. Trunks clenched his fist and was about to attack with his fist. Unexpectedly, Dapla suddenly jumped up high, and Trunks hurriedly followed after seeing this, but it was a trap. I saw Dapla hiding his hand behind him and waiting for Trunks to approach a certain distance, suddenly attacking. Dapla shot an air hand knife at Trunks. Fortunately, Trunks reacted quickly and leaned back and barely avoided. Trunks watched the ground cut in half by Dapla's hand knife and sweated, it's so dangerous. If I get that trick, I might cut it in half. Seeing that Dapla's strength is so terrifying, the World King urged Gohan, who was watching the battle, you have also seen Dapla's strength. This level can't be dealt with by one person. Mr. Gohan, let's go together now. Defeat Dapla. Gohan disagrees, I don't need to worry about a guy like Dapla. I've met him before. He is probably on the same level as Shuru, who fought with me 2 years ago, but Trunks has grown up in the past 2 years. I won't lose to him. The Realm King looked at Gohan's serious and confident expression, so he was no longer discouraging him. The Realm King sighed, I didn't expect that my dignified Realm King was panicked because of human affairs. I will never say anything next, let you two be happy. The fighting on Trunks was extremely fierce, and Dapla kept attacking with air hand knives. Trunks didn't dare to approach easily and could only dodge left and right. When Trunks was unable to deal with the air hand knife, he found a lake on the ground. With a move, Trunks moved quickly to the top of the lake, then raised his breath and waved with his hand. The powerful force set off the water to form a wall that successfully blocked Dapla's sight. Trunks seized this rare opportunity to rush through the water and approach Dapla and threw a heavy punch in the face. Dapla was caught off guard by Trunks, who suddenly appeared from the current, and shot directly out. But I didn't expect Dapla to react at the moment of being attacked. Dapla fired a Qigong bomb at Trunks. The distance is too close, directly in the middle of Trunks. Fortunately, the power of the attack from Dapla's eagerness was not very great, and it did not cause any damage to Trunks but just tore his clothes. The knocked-out Dapura crashed into a big mountain, and the powerful impact instantly smashed the mountain to pieces. Dapla blasted open the rubble and then used superpowers to control the stone and smashed it at Trunks. Face the attack. Trunks hurriedly counterattacked, sending out a Qigong wave to blow the gravel away, but this trick was only used to attract Trunks' attention. Dapla took advantage of Trunks' unprepared move to move behind Trunks and gave him a hard blow. Hammered Trunks into the ground to avenge Trunks' punch. Trunks breathed out and jumped up directly. I didn't expect you to use superpowers. In this case, I don't have to keep my hands anymore, I'm going to be true. Just after the voice fell, Trunks' hair stood up with a golden arrogance coming out of his body. Lightning mingled in the flames, Trunks became Super Saiyan 2 directly. When Dapla saw this, he quickly improved his breath. The two eyes are facing each other and are ready to use their housekeeping skills. The previous fights were all about testing each other, and now the two are about to start the real fight. Chapter 52, vs Dapla. Trunks and Dapla looked at each other, and the battle was about to start. Dapla yelled and stretched out his hands and fired an energy cannon instantly. Trunks immediately jumped up and escaped when he saw it. Unexpectedly, Dapla was already waiting above. Dapla slammed his hands at Trunks, but Trunks is not a vegetarian. Trunks hurriedly raised his hands to grab Dapla's fists, then dragged Dapla to spin himself, and then threw Dapla out forcefully. It's not used up yet. Trunks condensed the energy magic flash with both hands and immediately fired straight to Dapla. I thought that Dapla would definitely hit this move. Unexpectedly, when the magic flash was about to hit Dapla, Dapla launched a shock wave downward and used the thrust of the shock wave to avoid the attack. As expected to be the king of the devil. Not only did the shock wave offset the impact that Trunks had thrown out before, but he also avoided Trunks' attack. It seems that this battle will not be as simple as the previous two. Got. Gohan watched the battle intently and stared at the battle between the two. The Realm King looked at Gohan inconceivably and thought, at this time, he can analyze the battle situation calmly. Doesn't he care about Mr. Trunks? The opponent is the king of the devil. Or does he think Mr. Trunks will win? Boom! A loud noise. Trunks threw a Qigong round at Dapla, but Dapla turned over and avoided it. Seeing that his previous attack didn't work, Trunks immediately launched another attack. Trunks stretched out his hands and fired several Qigong rounds, following his father's prince's tactics, to Dapura. Dapla only smiled when he saw this and then waved his hand knife, and saw that the hand knife instantly split the Qigong bomb launched by Trunks in half. More than that. After cutting open the Qigong shell, the hand knife attacked Trunks with great power. Facing Dapla's hand knife, Trunks fell quickly and jumped into the water to avoid the attack. Dapla saw Trunks hiding in the water and hurriedly launched Qigong bombs to bombard the surface of the water, but stopped after a long time. Dapla stared at the water with a serious expression. Don't hide. I know you are not dead. The voice just fell. Something rushed out of the water. Dapla thought it was Trunks who was trying to attack, but found that it was not Trunks at all, but a Qigong bomb. Dapla was shocked. Fucked. That guy is. The words are not over yet. Trunks suddenly rushed out of the water. You already have Turtle Kigong in your hands. When it was close to Dapula, the Gipe Kigong was launched directly, and the sound of this move hit Dapula by surprise. Dapla ate the Fagape Kigong abruptly with his body, and the powerful energy directly rushed Dapla into the distance and disappeared. Trunks triumphantly, that's it? Is it over? It seems that the king of the demon realm is nothing great. Oh. Really? Dapla suddenly appeared behind Trunks, still surrounded by a terrifying red light. Trunks quickly turned around to attack, but it was too late. Dapla threw a punch. It hit Trunks's cheek and knocked Trunks out and hit the cliff on the side. With a roar, Trunks shook the rubble and rushed to Pula's face. Trunks raised his hand to touch the spot where Dapura had just hit him, and then spit blood. I didn't expect you to be able to move like a protective shield. It seems that I underestimated the enemy a bit. Dapraha laughed. I'm so sorry. Your attack was wasted. Trunks smiled slightly. It doesn't matter as long as I attack you continuously. How many times can your physical strength be blocked? After talking, Trunks directly raised his hand to send out a Kigong wave, which was very close. Dapla had no time to dodge and could only use the protective shield just now to resist the attack. Trunks immediately stepped up his efforts when he saw Dapla's old tricks repeated. The shock wave instantly covered Dapla, and the powerful energy directly shattered the protective cover. This time Daplace actually hit the move. After a while, the smoke dissipated, and Dapla looked a little embarrassed with injuries all over his body. Although they were all minor injuries, Trunks's attack really worked. Dapla gritted his teeth angrily. How is this possible? A trivial earthling can actually break my protective shield. Babadai, who was watching the game in another room, was frightened by Trunks's move. Dapla was actually injured. I have never seen Dapla look so embarrassed. Could it be said that Dapura will lose? Dapla shouted. Breath improves again. After the aura increased, Dapla's speed and strength increased again by a notch. Dapla clenched his fist and rushed to Trunks and threw a punch. Trunks hurriedly avoided. Unexpectedly, Dapura's other hand took the opportunity to get close to Trunks to send out a Kigong wave. Trunks didn't guess that Dapura actually had a second hand. Directly hit by the Kigong wave. The powerful energy shook Trunks out. But Trunks was not defeated so easily, and saw Trunks standing firmly on the ground with a backflip. Although Trunks also suffered some injuries from this attack, it was not a major problem. Trunks exhaled, it's a good risk. But fortunately, the temporary attack is not very powerful. Dapla looked at Trunks, it's a pity. It seems that the trick just now didn't cause you too much blow, you guys are not too capable. Trunks smiled slightly, to each other. Babadai in the other room looked upset. Damn it! What is this guy Dapla doing? If you don't let him get hurt a little more, Majin Buok can't be resurrected. If it was Majin Buofou is resurrected. That kind of guy. Before they were finished, Trunks and Dapla began a thrilling battle again. The two men opposed each other at extremely fast speeds. The sound of each collision was deafening, and the powerful force continued to destroy the surrounding environment. The Realm King God stared at the battle and couldn't help but stunned. It's incredible. Mr. Trunks, he can actually be evenly matched with Dapla. It's amazing. Gohan lowered his head and smiled. I know Trunks's strength very well, Trunks has more power. If Dapla's full strength is only this, Trunks will win. The Realm King was taken aback. Isn't it full of strength already like this? You scions are really incredible. You actually have such a huge amount of energy. The Realm King stared at Gohan and thought, just now he was trying to control Mr. Gohan. I basically used my full strength, but I didn't expect that it was not their full strength. I'm really too ignorant. This side of the battlefield. Trunks and Dapla collide continuously. Dapla couldn't keep up with Trunks and was kicked to the ground by Trunks. Dapla took a breath and quickly jumped up and kicked. Gohan was unwilling to show his weakness and shot back, but only for a while. Dapla fell into the wind. And then Trunks slammed his fist. Hit directly on Dapla's lower abdomen. Dapla bends down in pain, but Trunks' attack is not over yet. Then Trunks swung his arms. Wave your arms. Using the power of his whole body, he hit a powerful uppercut and hit Dapla's chin. The powerful impact made Dapla rush directly to the out-of-control rocket and soared into the sky. Trunks smiled and gathered a huge amount of energy in his hands. After aiming at Dopura, the tortoise group Kigong shot out instantly. Turtle Kigong is about to hit Dopura, but Dopura is the king of the devil and he responded in time. I saw Dopura rotating his body and moving down slightly to make the turtle school Kigong pass by and barely dodge the attack. Dapla wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. You bastard! Don't be too stunned. Next, let me see my true power. His breath rose instantly. The Realm King was taken aback. It's so strong. Can this guy's power still grow stronger? This is a disaster. Compared with the surprised appearance of the Realm King, Gohan was unusually calm. He just said coldly, so this guy still has spare energy. It's much stronger than I thought. Then Trunks can it's not that easy anymore. The Realm King was shocked when he watched Gohan's appearance as if nothing had happened, and he could not change his face when he saw this power. Could it be that Mr. Gohan was really so confident that Mr. Trunks could defeat Dapla? Trunks clenched his fists. This power. It seems that things have become interesting. Chapter 53, Go all out against the enemy. Dopura, who used all his strength, is truly extraordinary. Dapla's speed increased by more than one level, and a high-speed movement instantly stuck in front of Trunks. Trunks was slightly surprised but acted immediately. Trunks waved his arms and hit several punches. Unexpectedly, Dapla was even better and avoided all the attacks. Seeing that the situation was not good, Trunks hurriedly took a step back, and did not forget to gather energy to launch an attack during the process of retreating, instantly firing Kigong bombs. The sky full of Kigong bombs were launched towards Dapla. The storm-like attack hit, and Dapla shouted, "Stretch out your hands and wave hard." The powerful impact directly changed the trajectory of the Kigong bomb, and none of the shots hit Dopura. Dapla smiled evilly, "You have almost done enough. Now it's my turn, let's take the move." As soon as the voice fell, Dopura stretched out his right hand and gave a strong grip, unexpectedly summoning a knife out of thin air. "Take it." Trunks dismissed it and fired a burning blow directly. Dapla sneered, "This kind of attack is useless." Then he slashed Trunks' burning blow in half, and then rushed straight to Trunks. Trunks was taken aback, "I actually solved my burning attack, how is this?" The words are not over yet. Dapla had already arrived in front of Trunks, and the big knife in his hand swept directly. The broad knife traversed a beautiful trajectory in the air, and several golden hairs fell from the air. Crucial. Trunks reacted when he was about to be hit, bending his legs and pressing down and barely dodged the attack. After avoiding the attack, Trunks hurriedly counterattacked, hitting Dapua's chest with both fists, knocking Dapua tens of meters away, and then Trunks rushed forward and grabbed Dapua. Pulling both hands prevents Dapla from swinging the big knife in his hand. The two competed for strength and stood in a stalemate. Then Trunks took the lead to break the deadlock and attacked Dapla's lower abdomen with his knees. Although Dapla suffered pain, he still held a big knife in his hand. Trunks hurriedly attacked again in a hurry, knowing that even a Super Saiyan would be seriously injured if he was hit by this knife once, so Trunks had to get rid of this trouble first. But Trunks was a little hasty. He relaxed the strength of his arm at the moment his leg was exerted. Dapla seized this opportunity to jump up directly, resisting the attack of Trunks with his leg, and then used Trunks. The force of the impact of the knee directly got away. Trunks yelled bad but it was too late. Dapla used gorgeous continuous slashes between the rushing speeds, smashing Trunks's body through several slashes. Could it be that Trunks is dying? Of course not. Trunks, who had counted the swords in front of Dapla, gradually disappeared. Gohan, who was watching the battle, smiled slightly. You really have Trunks. I didn't expect to use the residual image fist to resolve this attack. Dapla looked puzzled when he heard Gohan's words, Remnant Fist? What is that? Before Dapla finished speaking, Trunks suddenly appeared behind him and kicked him. Trunks smiled triumphantly, you have your superpowers. But our Earth also has our own martial arts. You fellow memorize it. Dapla fell to the ground and ate the dirt on his face, and immediately flew up with an angry crown and his hands on the ground. Then he rotated his body and slashed backwards, but Trunks was not that stupid. Since he already knew the power of the knife, he would definitely not dare to approach it rashly. Although the two are similar in strength and Dapla can also use various superpowers, Trunks used Dapla's weakness that he can't perceive chi to play a trick on Dapla. Babadai in the other room watched Dapla fall into a disadvantaged position and panicked. What are you doing, Dapla? Hurry up and fight back. Get rid of that guy. Dapla was tired, but Trunks was still full of energy. Dapla was completely passive, it was difficult to hit Trunks even if he had a weapon in his hand, and Dapla fell into contemplation. But Trunks won't give Babadai time to think. Trunks waved his big hand and rolled up the dust to block Dapla's sight, and then Trunks rushed straight to Dapla. Although there was no vision, Dapla still used his hearing to predict Trunks' actions and slashed directly in the direction that Trunks approached. Unexpectedly, it was after images again. This was just a trap for Trunks. But Dapla suffered from the loss of the residual image fist once, and quickly turned around and slashed behind him again, but the afterimage was still hit. Trunks did not use ordinary afterimage punches but multiple afterimage punches. Dapla panicked and started hacking, but such an attack would eventually reveal flaws, and Trunks seized this momentary gap and fell from the sky. A kick on Dapla's face directly kicks Dapla. Dapla flew out and hit the cliff on the side, then slid off the cliff and fell to the ground. The big knife in his hand also fell aside and disappeared. Trunks looked at Dapla who had fallen to the ground motionless and breathed a sigh of relief. Is it over? This guy's strength is very strong and it takes me a lot of energy. When Trunks relaxed his vigilance, Dapla, who was still pretending to be dead, suddenly turned his head and spit out water towards Trunks. Trunks did not guard against being hit by Dapla's saliva. Trunks looked at the saliva sticking to his shirt and felt very disgusting and directly cursed. What are you doing as a bastard? You do such a disgusting thing and spit out if you can't beat it. Are you a kid? Dapla ignored Trunks' verbal abuse and said to himself, sorry, it's over. I won. Trunks looked puzzled. Hey? Just vomit. Before the words were finished, Trunks' jacket began to petrify quickly, and Trunks was taken aback. Want to take off your shirt but it's too late, the clothes are basically turned into stone and can't be taken off? And the petrification of the coat gradually spread to the surroundings. Seeing this, Gohan hurriedly yelled. Trunks quickly figured out a way to take off his shirt. No. I can't move at all. It's too late. Trunks said helplessly. Just as petrochemical was about to erode Trunks, suddenly Trunks' coat disappeared. Dapla was taken aback. What's the matter? Why did the clothes disappear out of thin air? What did you guy do? You shouldn't be able to use superpowers. He doesn't know how to have superpowers, but I will. It turned out that the Realm King used superpowers to move Trunks' clothes to somewhere in a flash, or Trunks has now become a stone. Trunks looked at the crisis and heaved a sigh of relief. What was going on just now, Lord Realm King God? The Realm King explained, Dopura has a special ability that can be petrified with saliva. Trunks smiled slightly, so it's like this. In this case, just be careful of his saliva and it's okay. Dapla clenched his fists. Damn the World King God. If it weren't for you and I had already dealt with him, take care of your business. Trunks swayed his arms. Always use such despicable methods, is this the style of the king of the devil? Dapla didn't talk too much nonsense and rushed over to attack Trunks. Trunks was afraid of Dapla's saliva attack and could only keep away from him. Trunks flew at high speed and Dapura chased after him, and then Trunks suddenly turned around and kicked Dapura. Seizing this opportunity, Trunks hurriedly fired several Kigong rounds at Dapla, a bombardment. In this scene, Babadai was horrified. No. Dapla, he actually suffered it. Suffered it. Do you really want to use that guy? On the battlefield, Dapla was silent after the bombardment, but Trunks had suffered from Dapla's loss before and now he dared not approach rashly and only dared to observe Dapla's every move from a high altitude. Chapter 54, Another Demon. Dapla lay motionless on the ground, and Trunks didn't dare to approach rashly, so he gathered energy and wanted to solve Dapla directly. Trunks crossed his arms to his forehead to gather energy. The magic flash fired directly at Dapla in an instant. At the moment when the attack is about to hit, Dapla bounced directly from the ground and avoided. Sure enough, as Trunks had expected, this guy was pretending to be dead again, trying to trick Trunks into getting close and taking the opportunity to kill Trunks with his saliva, but Trunks, who had already been hit once, won't be caught again. This trick was fooled. Dapla looked disdainful. It seems that this guy won't get close to me easily. It's hard to do. Trunks stared at Dapla with a serious expression. Despicable guy. Do you only use these little tricks? Dapla consumes a lot of physical strength and is already the bow of a powerful crossbow. It is impossible to win the current Trunks in a face-to-face confrontation. He can only find opportunities to use his special ability to kill Trunks. Dapla smashed the ground with a strong fist and then controlled the rocks on the ground to smash at Trunks. But how could this kind of thing defeat Trunks, who is a Super Saiyan? I saw Trunks easily deal with it, smashing all the rocks to pieces. Dapla took advantage of Trunks's crushing of the stone and once again summoned a broad knife to quickly approach Trunks, and Dapla directly raised the knife and slashed towards him. I saw the blade drew an arc in the air. Strike Trunks quickly and accurately. The next scene stunned Dapla, and saw that the broadsword was about to fall on Trunks' head, and he suddenly stopped when he was about to split Trunks in half. Hey! I knew you would use this trick. Unexpectedly, Trunks had guessed Dapla's thoughts a long time ago, and directly resisted the attack empty-handed. Then Trunks exploded with a strong breath. With a loud shout, he directly broke the weapon in Dapla's hand. Trunks smiled slightly and threw the broken blade aside. Any other new tricks? Or you have already given up? Dapla gritted his teeth and froze. He smashed the hilt in his hand at Trunks, but how could this kind of attack work, and the hilt was kicked directly by Trunks. Dapla looked at the young man in front of him with fear. As the king of the devil, Dapla had never failed. Now he thought he was invincible. Facing Trunks for the first time, he had the idea that he could not win. Dapla rushed towards Trunks with a roar, but was knocked to the ground in the lower abdomen in a punch by Trunks. Trunks said faintly, "You are too dependent on your own abilities and your physical strength can't keep up. You can't win my Dapla. Hurry up and give up." Babadai in the other room saw that Dapla had no chance of winning and panicked. "It's over. It's over. Dapla lost. There is no other way but to get that guy out." Babadi sighed, "To be honest, I really don't want to call him out." I saw Babadai walking to a hidden corner and chanting a spell, and then a secret door appeared in the corner, and Babadai walked directly in. The room is airtight, and there is a large round ball in the center. Babadai sighed, "I really can't do anything else, or I really don't want to use this guy. It's obviously controlled by me like Dapla, but he doesn't listen to me very much. If he isn't strong enough, he won't stay. To this guy." Babadai opened his hands and chanted a spell to cast magic and then said, "Wake up Feldus. Do it for me." As soon as the voice fell, the huge sphere burst instantly. A red shadow appeared from it, and the red monster moved extremely fast to sprint in front of Babidi. Babidi coughed, "Don't play, Feldis. I have something to ask you for help." After hearing Babidi's voice, the red figure finally stopped and appeared in front of Babidi for an instant, and Babidi was directly startled. I saw a young man who looked somewhat similar to Dapla appeared in front of Babidi, with red skin, strong physique, white hair, and sharp horns longer than Dapla. Naturally, Babidi was on his forehead. "Control the remaining marks." I saw Feldis yawned carelessly. "What's the matter, Lord Babidi? Actually thought of looking for me?" Babidi smiled, "That. Feldis. I want you to do something. Help me kill a few earthlings and take their energy to resurrect Majin Buu." Feldis smiled slightly, "Are you asking me to help?" "Babidi, sir." This sir scream was unusually harsh, but Babidi can only swallow his breath now. After all, he needs his help. Babidi squeezed out a smile, "That's natural. I really want to ask you this time." Adis laughed loudly, "Does the omnipotent Lord Babidi still need the help of someone like me? Since you have said everything, then I will reluctantly." Hearing this, Babidi was ecstatic. "Are you saying you agreed to help?" Feldis said indifferently, "No. I don't want to do such a boring thing. I just pick up some anyway. Don't you have Dapla? Just ask him to kill the few people on Earth." Babidi gritted his teeth angrily and thought, "This guy actually teased me like this. Bastard. After Majin Buu is resurrected, he will kill you first." Although he thought so in his heart, he still said, "Dapla lost. Only you can win." Hearing this, Feldis' body shook. "No way. That Dapla actually lost." I saw that the careless attitude of Feldis suddenly became serious before putting it away. "Where are they now? Take me over immediately, so that I can see how strong the guy who defeated Dapla is." As soon as Babidi heard that, he nodded and led Feldis and rushed to Dapla. On the battlefield, Dapla had completely lost to Trunks and fell to the ground with bruises and bruises. Trunks watched Dapla, who had no threat, stretched out his hands and made a burning attack and was ready to kill him. Just as the burning attack was about to launch, the scene changed instantly and returned to the inside of the spacecraft. Everyone was taken aback by the sudden change in the scene. Just as everyone was surprised, Feldis suddenly appeared beside Dapla. Gohan was secretly surprised. "When did this guy show up? I didn't even notice it." The World King looked at the appearance of Idis and said, "Looking at it, he should be a person from the Devil world. And there is the mark of Babidi on his forehead, it seems that he is also Babidi's subordinate." Feldis was also observing Gohan and others. Feldis felt an unprecedented pressure from Gohan and Trunks and was secretly surprised by cold sweats. Except for the short man, the remaining two were very strong. "It should be okay to deal with one, but I have no chance of winning if the two are played together." You can understand the power of Gohan and Trunks just by feeling, and it can be seen that Feldis's strength is higher than that of Dapla. Panting. Dopura glanced at Feldis with an unbelievable expression. "Are you still alive? How could it be? I clearly killed you and took the position of the King of the Devil." Feldis looked at the scarred Dapla and mocked, "Do you think you really have the ability to kill me? I don't have any interest in that kind of position, so I gave it to you, but then you were actually it's a shame to fight so badly." Then Feldis kicked the badly injured Dapra to Babidi and said, "Master Babidi, hurry up and take this shameful fellow down to rest. I will take over his fight next." Babidi nodded. "What kind of battlefield do you need for Feldis?" Feldis smiled slightly. "This is the Earth, isn't it? Then just find an open place on the Earth." After Babidi listened to it, he took Dopura back to his room and then used magic to change the venue to a corner of the Earth. Trunks was wary of the sudden appearance of Feldis, and Feldis also noticed Trunks, and the two looked at each other. At this time, Feldis took the lead and said, "You just fought with Dapla. I don't want to take advantage of you, and ask another one to come and fight me. Trunks smiled slightly, I am indeed physically exhausted, but I don't need to change people. Gohan sighed, really? Trunks, are you still not satisfied? It's almost my turn. Trunks smiled, I'm sorry, Gohan. This guy is here to replace Dapla, so forget it. Do whatever you like. Gohan said helplessly. Then Gohan took out the bag containing the fairy beans from his arms and threw one to Trunks. Trunks took the fairy beans and swallowed it. In an instant, Trunks recovered his physical strength and healed straight into it. Best state. Feldus was slightly surprised, I didn't expect you to have such a magical thing. Now that you have recovered, let's start and use your full strength. Trunks smiled slightly, humph. I won't need you to say that I will do my best to defeat you. Thank you for your support, and Yandy 1024's reward, I will work hard and update it soon. Chapter 55, Feldus. Feldus exuded a weird aura, and the atmosphere on the scene was extremely tense. Feldus looked around at Trunks, who was ready to go, and smiled, I didn't expect you to beat Dapla. I can feel that you are very strong. But logically speaking, the people on Earth should not. Maybe it's at your level, right? You guy is not an earthly person at all, right? Facing the suspicion of Feldus, Trunks just said faintly, indeed. I have Scion blood flowing in my body, but I grew up on the Earth, so I am an earthling like a fake. Babadai in the other room listened to the conversation between the two and hurriedly urged, don't talk nonsense. Get rid of him. After hearing this, Feldus sighed, Babadai, you guy is really annoying. You layman who doesn't know how to fight, just watch it from the side. Babadai stomped his feet angrily, asshole. This guy doesn't listen to my orders at all, he has been controlled by me, but why? This guy always contradicts me and disobeys me. Dapla on the side gasped and asked, Master Babadai. This guy was obviously killed by me, why did he show up here? Babadai glanced at Dapura, and replied casually, when I found him in the demon realm, he was indeed dying, but he still possesses quite amazing energy, and it is still growing, so he controlled him, but this guy didn't listen to my orders at all. Repeatedly challenged me. So I sealed this guy while he was resting. I wouldn't let him out if his opponent was too strong this time. Dapla sighed, the fellow Feldus has grown at an amazing speed. When he defeated him before, his strength could not reach me. I didn't expect this fellow to die. Although he is very unwilling, the strength of this fellow is indeed above me. Babadai said indifferently, you are also tired of Dapura, let's take a rest first, and then leave it to Feldus this guy. Dapla stood up and said, I do need to rest, but the devil's recovery speed is very fast. It shouldn't take long for me to adjust back to the best condition. After that, I will definitely be ashamed. Walked to the side room and recovered from his injury. Babadai sneered and muttered to himself, a shame? Maybe there is no chance. This guy may kill his opponent first. This side of the battlefield. Feldus moved his arms as if he couldn't wait. Feldus smiled evilly, the cordial greeting is over. Let's start fighting now. As soon as the voice fell, Syedisi took advantage of his strength and rushed forward. It came to Trunks in an extremely fast speed, and directly pierced Trunks' abdomen with a jab like a meteor. Boom! The loud noise was deafening and blocked. When Trunks was about to be attacked, he raised his foot and used his knees to resist the attack of Feldus. Feldus was surprised at first. Then attack again. The other fist smashed towards Trunks head-on, and Trunks couldn't react. Hit the cheek directly with a fist. The whole person was beaten out and kept spinning in the air. Trunks immediately broke out to stabilize his body, but he was still a step too late. I saw Feldus had moved quickly to the top of Trunks's head, before Trunks hadn't reacted. Rotate the body and throw a kick. Feldus itself is strong, coupled with the rotation of the body, once again increased the strength of this kick. The power of this leg blow can be imagined. Trunks was kicked directly into the ground with this foot. The powerful impact instantly smashed a big pit, and Trunks was buried deep in the sand. Feldis smiled slightly, hey. You should be more than that. If you don't use your full strength, it will be dangerous. As soon as the voice hit the ground, a golden light appeared on the surface and the whole earth began to vibrate, only a roar was heard. Trunks rushed out directly from the ground. Feldis smiled calmly and unhurriedly, thank you for being serious. I'm going to fall asleep with boredom. Trunks folded his hands and pressed his fingers, looking forward to Feldis, it seems that I have been completely seen. To deal with you, you must use all your strength. After hearing this, Feldis, who was still lazy just now, suddenly looked serious, and his eyes sharpened, I really can't ask for it. The two sides walked toward each other at the same time, and stopped less than half a meter away. The powerful aura of the two eyes at each other mixed together and caused a violent vibration. At this moment, no one can judge whether the two are strong or weak. The hands kept waving to launch an attack, the speed is too fast and even a ghost. It was like a machine shooting at Feldis. However, Eldis's speed was no less than that of Trunks, and he saw that Trunks' violent machine gun hits were avoided one by Feldis's agility. Upon seeing this, Trunks quickly accelerated his attack speed, and Feldis also turned from defense to offense. The two sides were unwilling to show weakness and fought together. The true start of this desperate fight. Trunks counted his punches in a row, but the number of punches was easily resolved by Eldis. Trunks saw that his attack was useless and increased his intensity and output crazy again. Trunks' sudden acceleration gave Eldis some surprises. Later, he ate Trunks' fists abruptly. However, Feldis immediately adapted to Trunks' actions and quickly counterattacked. He stretched out his hands and directly grabbed Trunks' fists, and the corners of his head immediately began to gather energy. Trunks was frightened and sweated. If such a huge amount of energy is launched against the face, the consequences would be disastrous. But Trunks' hands were firmly grasped by Feldis and couldn't move. The energy was about to be launched, and Trunks quickly became wise, increased the strength of his arms and lifted Feldis up, and then quickly pressed his hands down and slammed his head against Feldis's chin. Boom! Deafening. Feldis was directly hit and flew out. Feldis was hit hard. But he still adjusted his body position instantly, aiming the concentrated energy at Trunks' position and launching it. However, the two sides have moved a distance away, and Trunks is fully capable of avoiding this attack at this distance. Trunks jumped up and avoided instantly, and the powerful energy struck from the soles of his feet and directly raised the ground to the ground. Trunks was sweating in a cold sweat, it's dangerous. Fortunately, I avoided it. It would be very troublesome to get this trick. Gohan, who was watching the battle, thoughtfully, counterattacked the moment he was knocked into the air just now. His reaction speed was astonishing. This guy named Feldis is very dangerous. Feldis wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and then smiled extremely arrogantly at Trunks, good job. It can make me bleed, then. The words are not over yet. Feldis suddenly leaned forward and accelerated. A high-speed displacement head hammer directly slammed Trunks on the head. The powerful impact caused Trunks to rush to the ground and rub. Eat my trick! Smash the cannon! Adis did not give Trunks any chance to breathe, stretched out his hands and started to gather energy directly. In a blink of an eye, a burst of black energy has been gathered and completed. Feldis fired a smashing cannon directly at Trunks. Seeing that this trick is about to hit Trunks, the Realm King God on the side was frightened in a cold sweat, fucked. Mr. Gohan now. It's okay. Trunks can still handle this level. Gohan said with a swearing expression on his face. The smashing cannon is only a few minutes away from Trunks, it will hit Trunks soon. Fortunately, Trunks reacted quickly, and the burning blow was launched instantly. The two energy touches directly explode. Blow up a bottomless pit. Trunks also disappeared because of the explosion. Feldis immediately came to look for Trunks, who had disappeared, near the big pit. Feldis said with a look of disdain, "Don't hide from me. The attack just now should have been counteracted by you, come out quickly." As soon as the voice fell, a few Qigong shells sprang out from the bottom of the big pit and directly hit Feldis by surprise. Feldis was hit by a Qigong bomb head-on. But Feldis was not injured. It turned out that Feldis had already guessed that Trunks would attack him suddenly, so he wrapped his breath in advance to protect himself. Chapter 56, Fierce Battle. Feldis slowly fell to his heels and waved his hands to put up a fighting posture. "Don't play these pediatric moves, attack from the front." Feldis's expression was very calm, his eyes sharp and also revealed a terrifying murderous intent, provocatively waved his hand for Trunks to attack. Trunks raised his head and looked directly at Feldis in front of him with a very upset attitude. Trunks was about to start attacking, with his hands closed together and pinned around his waist to gather energy, and Trunks made a move between the electric light and flint. Trunks roared, "Turtle Qigong!" The blue energy blasted towards Feldis. Feldis smiled slightly, "It's too slow." Then he kicked his feet high on the ground and easily escaped, but Trunks suddenly changed the posture of his hands, and saw that Trunks changed his hands directly upwards. The track of Tortoise School Qigong. Trunks controlled Turtle Qigong and smashed it directly at Feldis like a remote-controlled car. Face Tortoise Style Qigong. Feldis actually stretched out his hand and resisted it with only one hand. Feldis released the energy into his hand and only shook with force to directly resolve the attack. Feldis looked at Trunks, but found that Trunks had long since disappeared. Feldis was taken aback and quickly warned his surroundings, but Trunks suddenly fell from the sky. A forward jab slammed at Feldis, and was stunned. Feldis dodged sideways and shook his arm quickly and threw a fist. It seemed that he already knew what Trunks was doing. A heavy fist hit Trunks in the face, and Trunks was beaten out before he could even defend himself. The beaten Trunks looked dumbfounded and suspicious of life. "Has this guy noticed me? Could it be said that he has learned to perceive breath in such a short period of time? How can it be?" And Feldis twitched his mouth to scorn the beaten Trunks. "What's wrong? What are you surprised? I said don't play tricks, right? I can feel your presence without my eyes, just like you can feel it." "Me too." The voice just fell. Trunks instantly adjusted his state and stood in front of Feldis again. "Unexpectedly, you learned to perceive the breath in such a short period of time, but it is far from possible to defeat me based on this." Then Trunks suddenly exploded with an unparalleled powerful aura and sprinted over quickly. The corners of Feldis's mouth rose with excitement, and he rushed in the direction of Trunks. Boom! A loud and deafening noise filled the entire battlefield. The earth shakes and the wind blows. Trunks and Feldis started to fight each other head-on. Both sides keep punching. Constantly hitting each other's body, the two are inextricably evenly matched. Trunks shouted. Seeing the right time, he used his left hand to stand up the attack of Feldis, and then his right hand quickly threw a fist to hit Feldis's cheek. Unexpectedly, Feldis did not retreat but instead advanced. Hit the head. Not only did it escape Trunks's punch, but it also slammed Trunks on the head. Trunks backed away from the pain, but Feldis took the opportunity to step down and press his body quickly to make another move. It hit Trunks firmly on the lower abdomen. Trunks was taken a few meters away from the ground by his fist strength, and his whole person became unprepared because of the pain. Then Feldis gathered energy to the sharp corners of his head, and saw Feldis smiled and the energy burst out instantly. And he hit Trunks head on. In another room, Babadai, who was watching the battle, saw Feldis taking the top spot and danced happily. "Good job. Just do him a little bit more damage, and soon Demon Bu will be resurrected." Trunks was hit by this powerful attack head-on and was scarred for a while, but this injury was not enough to defeat Trunks, only to see Trunks regroup and move quickly to make a residual image punch. Trunks' figure kept moving at high speed in front of Feldus, seeing Feldus dazzled. Facing Trunks's multiple after-image punches, Feldus also thought of a way to deal with it. He saw Feldus spread his hands, all energy condensed from 10 fingers, and then fired continuously at these after-images in front of him. Qigong Bomb. However, these are not entities. Trunks had already moved behind Elduz with the remnant fist and was waiting for Elduz to attack, revealing his flaws. Feldus hadn't noticed Trunks's movements before he was punched in the back by Trunks. Immediately afterwards, Trunks grabbed the heels of Feldus and threw Feldus out, and then stretched out his hands and fired Qigong bombs. A set of moves was so smooth and flowing, Feldus was hit hard by this set of moves before he could react. Covered in wounds. Feldus breathed a sigh of relief. Something. You really deserve to be the guy who defeated Dapla. In that case, let you try this trick. As soon as the voice fell, Adis immediately launched a counterattack. Both hands waved the cutting blade and struck Trunks directly. Upon seeing this, Trunks hurriedly pressed his body to avoid the attack. This slow move can't hit me. Feldus smiled slightly. Is that really the case? Then he stretched out his hand and pulled it back, only to see that the air blade just turned the spearhead like a boomerang to attack Trunks again. Trunks snorted coldly, what a trouble. I turned my head and fired the Qigong bomb directly in the delusion to offset the Qi blade, but the Qi blade actually cut the Qigong bomb in half. It can't be offset at all. Trunks had a solemn expression and could only dodge the fast and deadly air blade. Gohan, who watched the battle, frowned. It seems that Trunks is in trouble. This is similar to the Qi Yuan Zhan used by Shiru and the Qi Fu bullet, but the speed difference is too much and it is not a grade at all. The speed of this trick is amazing. Trunks suddenly had an idea and rushed straight towards Feldus and then suddenly rose to high altitude. If, as Trunks thought, the air blade stopped when approaching Feldus, it would be a short time. Neutral gear gave Trunks a chance to fight back. With a roar, Trunks raised his chi to the highest level and used a full-fledged turtle Qigong to blast towards Irades, and Irades hurriedly drove the chi blade to attack Trunks upon seeing this. The chi blade rushed towards Trunks with the energy of Gibbo Qigong, but Trunks was not a vegetarian to strengthen the power of Gibbo Qigong again. Finally, Turtle School Qigong completely overwhelmed the chi blade. The powerful energy swallowed the Qi blade completely, and it directly smashed at Feldus, who had no time to escape. Feldus had no time to dodge and could only reach out his hands to accept this move. Feldus tried his best to resist the Qigong of the Turtle School, and then Feldus released energy with both hands to use the smashing cannon, and the two energies opposed. Shattered cannon gradually pushed the Turtle School Qigong back. Trunks yelled out of insight. Using all the strength of the milk, the tortoise pie Qigong squeezed the smashing cannon back again. Eldus gritted his teeth, asshole. Don't think that you can defeat me. Watch me take your attack back. Then Eldus increased his strength again. The two sides kept increasing their horsepower, and the two energies grew stronger. Seeing that the situation is not good, the Realm King yelled, no. This planet will be destroyed if this goes on. Gohan looked serious. Let the two of them go on like this, everyone will be in danger, let the Kaija King God. I want to offset these two energies. When the World King heard this, he quickly hid aside, only to see Gohan roared into Super Saiyan 2. Then he shook his hands and shouted, Turtle Qigong. Gohan pushed forward with both hands. The huge energy exploded out of the center of the other two energies, changing the trajectory of Trunks' Turtle Qigong and Feldus's smashing cannon and rushing out of the planet. Feldus looked at Gohan incredulously. This guy actually blew R2's all-out moves with his own power. Trunks gasped, I'm sorry Gohan brother. I caused you trouble. Gohan said with a serious face, are you okay, Trunks? Need help? Trunks shook his head, sorry Gohan. I still want to fight this battle alone to the end. After Gohan heard this, he took his breath and became normal. The opponent is very strong, you have to deal with it carefully. Trunks nodded and looked at Feldus. The move just now consumed a lot of energy for both of us. Then, let's use our fists to decide the victory or defeat. Feldus smiled slightly. It's really a good proposal. To be honest, my energy has been consumed a lot, and there is no way to make a decent attack. Chapter 57, Race Against Time. The battle continues. Trunks and Feldus were evenly matched and incompatible with each other. Because of the huge energy consumption, the two sides changed to use hand-to-hand combat. Feldus and Trunks continue to destroy each other's bodies, but this behavior is exactly what Babidi expected, and Babidi needs this kind of battle to provide energy for Majin Buu. Because of the battle between Feldus and Trunks, Majin Buu's seal was loosened, and the whole earth was shaking. Babidi laughed and happily danced like a child. Edith. I'm doing more damage to that guy. Majin Buu's energy is almost full. It's almost resurrected. Gohan was taken aback. What's going on? I suddenly felt an incredibly evil aura just now. The Realm King was sweating coldly. Sorry. Mr. Gohan. It's Majin Buu. That power just now was Majin Buu. If they continue to fight like this, I'm afraid that Majin Buu's seal will be unlocked, and then the world will be over. The Realm King God clenched his fist and said very nervously. Gohan couldn't believe it. Why? Why is Majin Buu already full of energy so soon? The Realm King God looked serious. Maybe it was because of Mr. Trunks and that guy's battle that Majin Buu got energy, and they must be stopped. Gohan sighed. Sorry, Lord God. I can't stop this battle. Even if I go up to help now, it will only increase the speed of Majin Buu's resurrection. That guy is not the kind of character that can be killed instantly. The Realm King God roared unwillingly. Could it be that Demon Buu can only be resurrected? Damn it! Just when everyone couldn't help it, Gohan suddenly said, Master Realm King God. There is no other way, the two of us go directly to Babidi and kill him. There is no way. It can only be done like this. Hurry up, and if the Demon Buu is resurrected, the consequences will be disastrous. The King God looked helpless. Gohan smiled slightly. Master Realm King God, I am still very confident in my own speed. As soon as the voice fell, Gohan yelled. A powerful breath rushed out instantly. Gohan's hideous blue veins violently burst, and his whole body was covered with electric light, and the huge aura stirred up the violent wind and shattered the earth. The whole earth trembled because of Gohan's power. Babidi was taken aback. What's the matter? That guy's energy actually affected this from so far away. This energy is too strong. Both Trunks and Feldus who were fighting were already shocked by Gohan's energy, and both of them even forgot that they were still fighting and staring at Gohan. Gohan's power kept swelling and increasing, and powerful power kept pouring out, and Gohan became a Super Saiyan directly. The World King Gods were all dumbfounded, and they could shake the entire planet with their own energy. Mr. Gohan, how strong is he? He can do this kind of thing. Gohan looked serious. Don't worry about it here, just leave it to Trunks. Let's go quickly. Lord Realm King God. After that, Gohan actually dragged the Realm King God and flew towards Babidi's position. Seeing Gohan rushing towards him, Babidi was so frightened that he quickly used magic to warn Feldus. Hold the two guys and don't let them in. Feldus just snorted. This kind of thing is not something I should handle. I only promise you to come out to fight. Now that the enemy in front of you has not been defeated, you can think of a solution by yourself. Babidi roared. Asshole! In this case, don't blame me for being rough. Then Babidi chanted a spell and used magic delusions to directly control Iradies and obey her own words. Iradies, listen to my instructions. Kill all the guys who hinder me. Iradies, quickly kill all these guys for me. Up! Felduston had a splitting headache and fell to his knees. Feldis put his head in his hands in pain, but he still refused to obey Babadai's orders. Feldis hugged his head and roared, "Impossible! I want to decide the outcome with this guy, no one is allowed to interfere with me." Seeing that his magic didn't work, Babadai stepped up again, "I'll say it again. Kill the World King and the guy who got in the way." Feldis's forehead was shining red. This should be the phenomenon caused by Babadai's magic. Eldith clenched his hands and clenched his hands. "I'm going to fight to the death with this guy in front of me, you, don't get me in the way. I am Eldith. Even if you put this mark on you, you never want to control me." Feldis roared directly out of Babadai's control. When Babadai saw this, he was shocked and looked at Feldis in the surveillance. "This kind of thing has happened for the second time, and this nasty guy has violated me again. Why can this guy's will be so strong? The degree? My magic doesn't work at all." "It doesn't matter, Lord Babadai. Anyway, that guy's mission is only to grab energy. I have recovered some physical strength now. Even if they rush in, I can reach them for a while. This time is enough for Majin Bu." "Resurrected," Dapla said righteously, who did not know when. Babadai smiled slightly, "You deserve to be the king of the demon realm. You have recovered to this level in this little time. Although you haven't fully recovered yet, I think this is enough." Gohan dragged the World King to fly at a high speed and quickly reached the location of Babadai's spacecraft. The two immediately started the action, and Gohan waved his hand to directly blow up the downward passage. "Wait a minute. Can't, forget it." The Realm King said he wanted to say something, sighed, and didn't care about so much time. "Let's go straight in." Seeing that he could not control Adis to stop Gohan and the King God, Babadai ordered his hand to drag Gohan and the King God. Upon receiving the order from Babadai, these miscellaneous fishes were ordered to stop Gohan and the King God, and a group of miscellaneous fishes surrounded Gohan's ball. Faced with these miscellaneous fish, Gohan just smiled, "You can't stop me. If you don't want to get hurt, let me go." These miscellaneous fish were trembling with fright by Gohan's amazing aura. Gohan didn't want to waste time on this group of miscellaneous fish, waved directly to set off the hurricane. He blew these miscellaneous fish directly, and then Gohan passed through the barrier and soon came to the lowest level to meet with Babadai. Babadai looked at Gohan in a panic, "Have you already come in so soon? I haven't won any time for this waste. It's really useless." Gohan looked at the huge purple ball of meat behind Babadai and said faintly, "Is that the egg of the sealed demon Bu? It looks a bit disgusting." At this time, the King God said in a low voice, "Mr. Gohan. Before that Majin Bu's egg is full of energy, you must get rid of these two guys as soon as possible. If Majin Bu is resurrected, it will be like a planet like Earth. It will be destroyed in an instant." After hearing this, Gohan quickly set up his posture and prepared to fight. Babadai gritted his teeth and said, "The World King God. I know you want to destroy Majin Bu's eggs directly, but here, if fierce fighting inside the spaceship occurs, Majin Bu may be resurrected directly. Let's go to the ground. Go and make a break." Indeed. If Gohan Mr fights Doppura here, it is likely to directly lead to the resurrection of Demon Bu. With this thought, the Realm King God can only agree to the advice given by Babadai. The World King clenched his fists, "Yes. But no matter what, we will knock you down and prevent the resurrection of Majin Bu." Then Babadai used magic to directly move the crowd and the Devil Bu's eggs outside. At this time, Doppura stepped forward and confronted Gohan. Babadai was very nervous in a cold sweat. "Doppura, please. You have to buy some time, and Majin Bu will be resurrected soon." Dapla nodded, "Don't worry about Lord Babadai. I am not that vulnerable." Babadai looked at the Realm King God in front of him, gritted his teeth and said, "I am so happy that you can come to Realm King God. I can finally get revenge. My dad was defeated by you a long time ago, it must be because he was too careless. I won't be defeated by you like my dad. My magic power is definitely above my dad. And Majin Buu is about to be resurrected. Plus Dapla, you have no chance of winning. The World King looked at Gohan beside him and thought, even Mr. Gohan takes a while to deal with an enemy like Dapla, so I will deal with Babadai, but Babadai's magic very tricky, if you attack rashly, you will definitely be killed by Babadai's magic. The Realm King God's mood at this time was so nervous that he couldn't help but curse in his heart, bastard. Majin Buu's energy is almost full. What should I do? Chapter 58, Majin Buu is resurrected. Gohan yelled and exploded with a strong breath, Dopura will leave it to me. You will take care of Babadai. The Realm King nodded, there is no way. I can only get on it. On the other side, Feldus and Trunks were evenly matched. Trunks dived down and rushed towards Feldus at a very fast speed. Both hands are already ready to punch. Unexpectedly, Feldus reacted quickly. Both feet slammed on the ground and the whole person leaped up to the top of Trunks's head. Both sides looked at each other and punched at the same time. Trunks stepped out a foot to give his body a support point, and then Trunks made a quick and precise uppercut and slammed it directly into Feldus's jaw. However, when Feldus was attacked, he also gave Trunks a corresponding counterattack, and Feldus's iron fist had been ruthlessly hit on Trunks' cheek. Both sides underwent the other's attack, the force of this punch is really not small. Trunks supported his feet with full support, but the whole person was still hit by the punch into the ground. And although Feldus had used his own energy to break, the whole person flew out, spinning in the air for several times, and finally fell heavily to the ground. Feldus quickly got up and jumped into the air with both hands on the ground, bending his legs backwards, and then quickly kicked Trunks. Upon seeing this, Trunks exploded quickly. Speed up yourself. Be one step ahead before Feldus' attack touches him. A high-speed jab hit Feldus' face heavily. Although this punch hit Feldus but it did not knock Feldus into the air, Feldus shook off Trunks' fist and then exerted force with his right foot, and a fast-cutting powerful foot knife came head-on. Seeing that the situation was not good, Trunks hurried sideways and barely avoided. Trunks roared and rushed to Feldus again. Not to be outdone, Feldus stepped forward, the moment the two collided with each other. The powerful energy exploded directly, and the two fought each other in a fierce offensive and defensive battle. Feldus raised his foot and slammed his knee towards Trunks' chin. Unexpectedly, Trunks reached down with his arm, and then Trunks quickly fisted back, but was dodged by Feldus. Open! Feldus gasped, it's really interesting. It's really interesting to fight with you. Trunks looked at Feldus furious, I was actually dragged by this guy, I underestimated the enemy. The battle between me and this guy has given Babadai a lot of energy, and it's not good. In this way, Majin Buu will be resurrected, and I hope Gohan brother can quickly settle Babadai's place. Where are you looking? Just as Trunks was thinking, he was hit by Feldus. Then Trunks immediately reacted and waved back. The two struggled together again. Back to Babadai, Gohan roared. Charge to Majin Buu's egg. I want to destroy the unresurrected Majin Buu directly. Dapla hurriedly stepped forward to stop him when he saw this, but with all his strength, Gohan knocked Dapla into the air with just one punch. Just as Gohan was about to attack, Majin Buu's egg suddenly exuded a strange aura and directly shook Gohan away. Babadai was surprised and quickly looked at the display on the egg, and saw that the pointer of the display had reached the top, which proved that Majin Buu had absorbed enough energy and could be resurrected immediately. Babadai looked at the pointer in disbelief, actually, it was full so soon. No matter how powerful the guy is, he should not be so fast because of his energy alone. Could it be that? Does that guy also have pure energy? The Realm King God was shocked and sweaty when he saw such a scene. Why is the energy all at once full? Could it be that Mr. Trunks was hurt? It seems that the last thing that should have happened has happened. The big thing is not good. Gohan gritted his teeth. Suddenly, the clouds were filled with lightning and thunder. I saw Majin Buu's egg emit a weird light. Babadai laughed happily when he saw this. Majin Buu has accumulated enough energy. Majin Buu is going to be resurrected in a complete posture. The Realm King God couldn't believe what was in front of him. It's too late. This is over. The earth and the entire universe will be destroyed by Demon Buu. At this time, Majin Buu's eggs suddenly began to emit a lot of steam. The powerful energy even triggered a global earthquake, which seems to be the precursor to Majin Buu's resurrection. Majin Buu's eggs keep swelling. It seemed that Majin Buu was about to come out of the seal. Seeing this, Babadai danced with joy. Finally, Majin Buu is coming out. My efforts are not in vain. The seal is about to be unlocked. I can finally see Majin Buu. Made by Dad. How strong is the guy that came out? Let me see the power of Majin Buu. Gohan was in a cold sweat. I didn't expect that the damage to Trunks would have caused Majin Buu to accumulate energy so early. Faster than I thought. The Realm King God was dumbfounded and hurriedly shouted, I can do nothing. Let's run away, Mr. Gohan. Gohan looked at the Realm King God incredulously. He didn't expect the Realm King God to say such a thing. The dignified Realm King God actually showed such a frightened expression. What a terrifying monster Majin Buu is. Gohan gritted his teeth and said, how can this be done? If you leave it alone, there is no doubt that Majin Buu will recover, and I will stop him here now. Don't do such a reckless move. Mr. Gohan. No matter how strong you are, it is absolutely impossible to defeat Majin Buu. There is no one who can defeat Majin Buu monsters. If you stay here, if you do, you will definitely be killed by him. Before Majin Buu has come out, let's run away. Mr. Gohan. The Realm King God yelled nervously. Gohan looked at the shivering Realm King God who had been frightened by Majin Buu and roared, if you want to escape, you will run away by yourself. For the earth. I will defeat Majin Buu here anyway. The Realm King said falteringly, it's impossible to win at all. Let's hurry up. Shut up for me. Gohan roared and then burst into a powerful force. Majin Buu is already full of energy anyway. I will use the strongest trick to make him wipe out. As soon as the voice fell, Gohan made a move, gathering energy with his hands and lowering it to his waist. In a pose we are very familiar with. The Realm King was taken aback. What are you going to do? Mr. Gohan. Gohan's power continues to improve. Powerful energy is condensed between the hands. Gohan's green tendons violently used all the power of his body. Prepare to forcibly destroy the Demon Buu. Turtle Kigong. Gohan pushed with both hands. The powerful energy was shot out in an instant, and the turtle sent Kigong rushed towards Babadai and Dopura in front of the egg. Babadai was taken aback. Fortunately, Dapla pulled it away, otherwise Babadai would be directly torn apart by this powerful force. But Gohan's goal was not Babadai, and Turtle Kigong rushed towards Demon Buu's egg. Boom! Deafening loud noise. The powerful energy bursts instantly when it touches the egg. The originally flat ground was directly exploded into a bottomless pit by this move. After the explosion, everyone immediately looked at the location of the egg, but where is there any egg on the ground? Could it be that Demon Buu's egg was hit by Gohan's full force just now, and even the dregs were eliminated? Babadai knelt on the ground with wide eyes and said tremblingly, no. Impossible, Majin Buu's egg has disappeared. Uncharacteristically, the Realm King God completely lost the way he was scared just now and laughed, what a fortunate thing. It's a pity, Babadai, it seems that Majin Buu has been wiped out by Mr. Gohan and even the scum is left. Your plan failed. Babadai shed unwilling tears. Impossible, the Demon Buu made by Dad actually, how can it be? The Realm King looked at Babadai's expression, and the corners of his mouth raised triumphantly at Babadai and laughed. What's the matter, Babadai? Are you crying now? The Realm King smiled slightly, Mr. Gohan. Now you only need to defeat Dapla. You can completely crush the conspiracy of Babadai. Wait, Lord Realm King God. Something is wrong. Gohan's face was solemn, sweat dripping from his cheeks. Gohan gritted his teeth and said, failed. There is a very strong breath that is rapidly expanding. The Realm King was shocked. Could it be that? Gohan nodded, there is no way. It seems we have to face Majin Buu. Chapter 59, The Pink Monster Majin Buu. I saw a powerful breath rushing toward my face, and a group of pink smoke in the air condensed and slowly formed a pink monster. This monster looks strange and has a bloated body. It has small eyes and a small tentacles on its head. It looks very funny. The monster fell from the sky and stepped heavily on the ground. It seems that this is the demon Buu that Babadai said. Majin Buu looked around at this strange environment with a smile and squinted eyes. Dapla looked at the funny fat man in front of him, and he couldn't believe it, lowered his head and asked, Master Babadai. Then, that guy is not Demon Buu, right? Babadai looked at the Realm King God in the distance and said, I am not very clear, because I have never seen Majin Buu, and only Realm King God has seen Majin Buu. Realm King God gritted his teeth nervously, I didn't expect him to be resurrected. That guy won't really be Majin Buu. Gohan had an incredulous expression on his face. In Gohan's imagination, Majin Buu should be a tall, mighty, and terrifying guy, but the bloated big fat man in front of him is not scary or even a little cute. On the other hand, the Realm King God was already scared into cold sweat. Yes. That guy is Demon Buu. I will never forget his horrible face. Horror. Gohan looked at Majin Buu seriously again, but how could this stupid face be called horror? Babadai was taken aback, even the Realm King God has already admitted that that guy is really Majin Buu. It can't be wrong. Dapla's eyes were dull and he couldn't believe it, impossible. That kind of guy is actually Majin Buu. Babadai was overjoyed. Hurriedly ran forward to say hello, hey! Hey! Majin Buu! I am your new master, Babadai. It's a little different from what I thought. I thought he was a terrifying guy. Gohan said with a serious face. The Realm King God was already frightened and panicked, everything is too late. The earth is finished. Gohan looked solemnly, it is true that this guy has power that is completely inconsistent with his looks. This power is amazing but not to the point of being helpless. Are you true? Mr. Gohan. Hearing Gohan said this, he seemed to feel hopeful again. Maybe Gohan could really defeat Majin Buu. Gohan set his posture, if I use my full strength, I should be able to beat him. As soon as the voice fell to the Devil Buu, he acted. I saw Majin Buu walking towards Gohan with open hands and jumping small steps. Gohan raised his vigilance and was about to attack. Majin Buu walked up to Gohan and the Realm King God. He thought Majin Buu would directly attack, but he didn't expect Buu just smiled and jumped to Babadi's side with another backflip. Gohan looked dumbfounded, what the is this guy doing? I don't understand what he is doing at all. Babadai widened his eyes and yelled, Majin Buu! Listen to me and kill those two guys over there. Babadai gave Buu orders, but Buu didn't feel moved and started playing. Trunks and Feldus, who were still fighting on the other side, also felt the breath of Demon Buu stop. Trunks smiled slightly, is this breath from Majin Buu? It's nothing remarkable. I thought it was such a great guy. It seems that Lord Realm is too nervous, don't talk about Gohan. Brother, even my strength is above this guy. No. It's not that simple. Feldus felt nervous at the breath of Demon Buu. Trunks looked at Feldus and said, this level of power frightens you? Your strength is clearly above Demon Buu. Feldus breathed a sigh of relief, forget it. I don't want to worry about the bad things there, so I can quickly decide the winner. Back to Majin Buu, Babadai saw that Buu ignored him and quickly stepped forward to please him, Majin Buu. I am the son of Babadai who created you, Babadai. I spent it. It took a long time to resurrect you who had been sealed in the egg. Speaking of this, Majin Bu opened his squinted eyes and gave Babadai a fierce look. Babadai was frightened in a cold sweat, but still boldly said to himself, I resurrected you. So from today I will be your master. Bu snorted and turned around and ignored Babadai at all. Majin Bu, don't ignore me, say hello. I'm your master. Babadai ran to Bu angrily and said. After talking about Bu, he still ignored Babadai. Just when Babadai had nothing to do, Bu suddenly turned his head and spit out his tongue. Open your eyes. Makes a face at Babadai. Babadai was taken aback. Without standing for a while, he fell directly to the ground, and Bu laughed at this and laughed at the panicked look of Babadai. But Babadai was lying on the ground and panting, making a false alarm. Scared me. I thought Majin Bu was going to do something to me. Dapla clenched his fists and looked upset. What devil Bu? This is an idiot at all. Dapla sighed and mocked, although I don't know the reason, it seems that the resurrection has failed. Originally, I was waiting with expectation for the appearance of Demon Bu, but it turned out to be a stupid, dull, and unpowered trash. That's it. Heard this. Bu stared at Dapla with wide eyes, unhappy. Dapla was still dying and directly provoked, oh. What's the matter? Do you have any dissatisfaction with this rubbish? Bu smiled, kill you. Dapla smiled slightly, I really don't know how high the sky is. That's why I call it an idiot. Gohan looked dumbfounded, although they don't know what's going on, they seem to be fighting each other. Bu showed an uncharacteristically terrifying and hideous expression, and the vents on his body kept emitting steam. Dapla snorted disapprovingly, bluffing. Even with a guy like you. Before he finished speaking, Bu threw a punch in the middle of Dapla's eyes with a thunder, and everyone was shocked to see this. Immediately afterwards, Bu directly kicked out Dapla and hit the cliff on the side. Babadai was surprised at Bu's wonderful performance and couldn't help but praise, too great. You are too good, Majin Bu. It's so easy to set the Dapla to a level, you are really amazing. People Bu. Tib. Improved. Demon Bu's energy increased explosively in an instant. Too strong. Incredibly powerful. Gohan's eyes widened and he couldn't believe it. Trunks was still fighting with Feldus at this time, and when the two were fighting inextricably, Trunks suddenly felt Bu's breath rise explosively in an instant. Trunks was taken aback. That chi was Majin Bu just now? It's a huge difference from just now, I suffered. Gohan will be dangerous if this goes on. Don't be distracted when fighting. Feldus hit Trunks with a punch while Trunks was absent-minded. Beat Trunks out. Trunks got up quickly. Anxious inwardly, bastard. It was me fighting this guy that brought Majin Bu back to life. I have to go over and help Gohan-san right away, or it will be unimaginable, but this guy in front of me is really difficult. What do I do? At this time, Feldus rushed to Trunks again to attack, and Trunks quickly jumped and escaped. The strong light of the sun shone on Trunks, and Trunks had an idea. How did I forget? You can use that trick. Don't jump around for me. Feldus followed Trunks's figure, clenching his fists and preparing to attack. Trunks smiled slightly, I'm sorry. Now there is no time to fight with you here. After saying that, Trunks placed his hands on top of his head and used the sun fist. The strong light is released. Feldus's eyes were irradiated by strong light and temporarily lost his sight. Trunks grabbed this guy and kicked Feldus into the ground and then flew directly in the direction of Gohan. Brother Gohan! Wait for me! Trunks exploded and flew at full speed. Feldus, who was knocked to the ground, covered his eyes in pain and roared, asshole! What did you guy do? You used such a despicable method. Chapter 60, The Terrifying Power of Majin Bu. Trunks was very worried about Gohan's safety and flew to Gohan's place with all his strength. Gohan's situation is in crisis, and Majin Buu's strength is far beyond Gohan's imagination. Gohan was agitated in a cold sweat, and Dapla was defeated by Majin Buu in an instant. The strength of Majin Buu is unfathomable. Ha ha ha! It's really great! It's not the devil Buu made by his father. Babadai danced happily. Babadai smiled and said, Majin Buu, listen to me obediently, listen. I will be your master from now on. You must listen to my orders, you know. I don't want to listen to you. Buu stuck out his tongue and made a face. Facing Buu's reaction, Babadai gritted his teeth with anger. But I didn't dare to get angry at Buu and could only say kindly, are you really naughty like this? I have read Dad's notes. So I know how to use a spell to seal you into an egg. Hearing this, Buu was shocked and quickly put his tongue away and stopped making faces. Even if Buu was not smart, he immediately understood what Babadai meant. Babadai smiled evilly, it seems that what I said has worked. Sure enough, even the powerful Majin Buu is afraid of being sealed again. Then Babadai said again, you don't want to be sealed in the egg again. So you must listen to me obediently, so that I won't chant a spell to seal you. Majin Buu was also acquainted, and quickly changed his attitude and bowed respectfully to Babadai. Babadai laughed loudly, right. That's good, just listen to me. All of this was seen by Gohan, and Gohan said righteously, my Lord God. Although the demon Buu is strong, he looks like a child. If you defeat Babadai, maybe he won't be messy. No. If Babadai is not there, then Demon Buu will be free. Everyone can be killed. Only Babadai's magic can seal him, so Babadai cannot be killed. Said with a serious face. Then the Realm King God said, it's different from the appearance. In fact, Majin Buu is quite terrifying. Babadai will definitely be helpless with him in the end and choose to seal him again. Until then, we can only endure silently. I feel powerless and regretful that I can't help with anything as a realm king. Things shouldn't have been developed in this way. I thought I could defeat Babadai and prevent the resurrection of Majin Buu. If I had known it earlier, if there are people like you who are humans but whose strength completely surpasses me, that method can be used. The Realm King God sighed. Gohan was a little puzzled, that method is. It's useless. It's too late. We can't escape the palm of Demon Buu, we all have to die. The Realm King God bowed his head in despair. Gohan took a deep breath, even so. Then I will try to resist. If I don't try to fight, I will never succeed. Sorry. Your Lord Realm King. I want to defeat the Demon Buu directly here. Gohan glanced at the Realm King God and said lightly. It's impossible to win. Let's run away. Mr. Gohan. Realm King God stopped. Gohan smiled slightly, my Lord God. While I hold Majin Buu, take the opportunity to escape. After speaking, Gohan rushed towards Majin Buu. Gohan yelled and smashed his fist. The hammer hit Buu's face severely and fell into it. Buu's face was hit hard and the whole face was directly sunken. Gohan immediately drew out his fist, then hit Buu again and again. After a while, Buu was hit by Gohan's heavy punch and his whole body was hollowed, which looked very funny. Babadai was shocked when he saw this. Ah! What's wrong with Majin Buu? Fight back, Majin Buu! After a set of combos, Gohan flew straight away. He kicked the Majin Buu out for a few meters and fell heavily to the ground. But if Majin Buu stood up without incident, Majin Buu took a deep breath and bulged his body, returning the hole that Gohan had just beaten back to its original appearance. Majin Buu danced in front of Gohan with a smile on his face. Majin Buu didn't put Gohan in his eyes at all. Babadai breathed a sigh of relief, scared me to death. Majin Buu! Don't make such a joke, and quickly kill that guy and the Realm King God. This is your first mission. Gohan smiled bitterly, what a powerful guy. My attack didn't work at all. What is this guy's body made of? The fists hit it like it was in plasticine. Just as Bu was triumphant, suddenly a spear penetrated directly through Bu's body. Babadai was stunned in shock. He quickly looked at the back of Majin Bu who attacked Majin Bu. It turns out that it was Dapla who was just beaten easily by Majin Bu. Dopura gasped heavily and looked very weak with injuries. It's ironic. Dapla was racking his brains just now to kill Gohan and others, but now he attacked the demon Bu who was about to attack Gohan. Babadai's eyes widened and she couldn't believe it. Dapra? You are still alive. What have you done? Dapla. You actually attacked Majin Bu. Dapla dragged his bruised body towards Babadai and gasped and said, Master Babadai. This guy, Majin Bu, this guy will never be honest with you. There will always be one day. You will not be able to control him. The day that will bring you disaster will eventually come. If you do not take advantage of him now, there will be endless troubles in the future. You shut up. You actually gave Majin Bu, my most important Majin Bu, unforgivable. Babadai roared. Dapla looked at a loss. Master Babadai. I am loyal to you. While the two were arguing, Bu casually drew out the spear inserted into his body and threw it aside. Everyone was shocked. Babadai quickly asked, Majin Bu. Are you okay? I saw that the big hole that Bu had just been pierced by the spear healed at an extremely fast speed visible to the naked eye, and within a short while, the big hole disappeared. Dapla's eyes widened and couldn't believe it. But Babadai happily danced and danced, creating a sharp contrast between the two people. Babadai laughed loudly, it's too amazing. It's amazing. It's a devil made by Dad. At this moment Bu's expression suddenly became fierce. Bu widened his eyes and said angrily, suddenly rushed out to attack me, you really make me very angry. I want to eat you. Are you going to eat me? Dapla looked dumbfounded. Bu jumped in small steps and walked towards Dopura, yelling incessantly, eat you. Eat you. Babadai smiled evilly, forget it. Just do it. Anyway, the devil Bu has been resurrected, and it's useless to keep this guy Dapla. Seeing Bu getting closer and closer to himself, Dapla clenched his fists and shouted, don't get too far. Then he gathered energy with both hands and threw out several Qigong rounds to bombard Bu indiscriminately. Unexpectedly, they would turn back in their nests. The Realm King God stared at Bu and Dapla intently. Gohan was in a cold sweat, it's useless. Dapla has no chance of winning. Under such a fierce attack, Majin Bu's aura hasn't weakened a bit. Dapla kept bombing the demon Bu. The powerful force rolled up the smoke and dust, and after a long time, Dopura finally stopped to attack. Dapla landed slowly, panting, take my full attack. Even if he is Majin Bu, he should be reduced to ashes. Eat you. Eat you. When the smoke dissipated, Bu appeared intact. Bu didn't stop or moved straight towards Dapla's position. Babadai raised his hands and cheered, the demon Bu made by Dad is invincible. Go. Get rid of him. Looking at the unscathed Majin Bu in front of him, Dapla rushed towards Bu with a roar. AI Bu spit out saliva that can turn creatures into stone. Bu is fat but extremely fast. He dodges all of Dapla's saliva, and then Bu quickly moved to reach Pula and kicked out a kick directly to the ground. Bu smiled slightly, become chocolate. Then he used the tentacles on his head to emit a strange speed of light and directly turned Dapla, who had no resistance, into chocolate. That guy turned Dapla into chocolate. What a weird trick. Gohan couldn't help but fight a cold war. Bu put Dapla, which had turned into chocolate, directly into his mouth and ate it directly. After eating, Bu licked his palm reluctantly. Bu patted his stomach, I'm not full. Then Bu turned his gaze to Gohan. Gohan smiled bitterly, it seems that Majin Bu is going to eat me. But I won't be eaten by you so easily.